Okay, should be working now. Let me know if it's working for you guys. There we go. Okay, let me know if that's working on YouTube. We are live on YouTube. Let me just see. Let me just ask them if it's working. Working. Okay, we're live on YouTube. So guys, retweet the space. Also, another thing I want you to do this time for me is, and it's going to be during the interview, is the video, because we're live on video on YouTube as well. I would want you to quote tweet the video, and then during the interview, I will retweet the quote tweet of the video. So I'm going to pin the video now. So pin. Okay. And what we're going to do is, yeah, it's working brilliant. And, whoa. Zio attack. Okay. And then I'm going to need to pin this into the nest. So you can see it. So the one that's going in the nest. So I want to do two things for me this time. Retweet the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet your quote tweets. In addition to that, anyone during the interview, the video, anyone who retweets that, we will retweet their quote tweet on that as well. Let me quickly get the video, the YouTube link as well. So we've got everything ready. We're starting in a couple of minutes, but yeah, if you, in the meantime, if you can do that for me, we're going to start lots of news, lots of information, live on YouTube, live on YouTube, and join the conversation. Okay. Sorted. Okay, so that's been tweeted out. Cool, we're sorted. So big lineup today, huge lineup, lots to speak about. We are live. Quite a bit of news as well. So what I'm going to do is we're going to interview Pepe Escobar. We're going to interview Dimitri Lascaris. And then after that, we'll get into the news and the information for the day. So we started a bit earlier than usual. So obviously most people are probably like, whoa, we started 1 hour earlier. Especially if you weren't up till late yesterday going through it. So yeah, if you can retweet that already, we've got so many people retweeting legends that they are. So I'm going to already retweet your quote tweets. Let's see what we've got here. Brilliant. So it's latest on the war, Iran war. Join us and spread the words. Anna says the only space we're listening to. Albert says, yet again, Suleiman the team dropped the best Iran war space in the business. Reaper says #1 space for Iran coverage. Join for the latest update, says the ghost of the oppressors. Tyler Durden says latest developments in the Middle East. Hope says so many questions, so much information to dissect, but only the truth and the unfiltered. Best space, appreciate it. Marley says best space, addicted to it. Mahmoud says whitewashing war crimes. Can't wait to listen to this space, says Ryan. Matter says let's go. Someone's got an image of a Musty's got an image of a Zio. Thomas says join to help try and make sense of the world. Suleiman space says live, says SPZ. Ashkan says join the best Iran war space. Retweeting all these, by the way, guys, while I'm saying it. Your boy is multitasking. The Wellness Warrior says join us live. Fun Show says join, guys. True North says Iran War Day 52. Let's see. Nick says best update news. R less is there. Bacon says an early start for the news. It is an early start. A very early start. And the Real Max says live on YouTube as well. What a legend. Guys on it. Okay. So I'm going to be carrying on retweeting that as we're setting up. Lots of news as well. Actually, let me give you a quick recap of the news, kind of largely speaking. So there's a lot of negotiations, a lot of discussions about whether there's going to be this, let me just make sure Pepe is coming as well. Whether there is going to be a conversations in terms of within Iran, whether there's going to be Iranian and American delegation going to Pakistan for a second round of negotiations. Now, as you know, I have some concerns about this. I don't think they should go. That being said, we'll have to wait and see if that happens or not. And you know my view on this. I don't think it's a great idea. I think this is a manipulation by the Americans. That being said, we'll have to wait and see. The Iranians are saying they're not going to join. There is concerns that maybe they are saying this for the public, and because the flight isn't too far, they may turn up. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see what happens. But it does, the 14-day ceasefire runs out on Tuesday. Wednesday, there's kind of different conversations about when it runs out. Does it run out on Tuesday? Does it run out on Wednesday? This is the million-dollar question. So we're going to obviously continue to look into that. So we'll have to wait and see on that. So yeah, we'll have that on, and we'll give you the news on that for sure. In the meantime, like I said to you, just so you're aware, do me a favor, retweet the space, quote tweet the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I am gonna try and retweet your quote tweets. I can never get this right. Retweet your quote tweets, and then separate to that, the video in the nest. That's the live video of the interview. So retweet that, quote tweet that. Anyone who quote tweets that, I will retweet it. And also the YouTube link as well. Like, obviously, we do want people to be watching us on YouTube as well. So that's in the comments of this as well. So hopefully that makes sense. Lots to get through. Just waiting for Pepe to join. In the meantime, while Pepe is joining, let me get you some of the news. The only place you can get news from, which is our page. So I'm just going to break that for you while we're waiting for Pepe to come on. We don't want to have any lull in the news and information you're relaying. So the new leader of Hungary says that if he was to come to Hungary, Netanyahu that is, he would arrest Netanyahu. If you remember, Orban was vehemently in bed with the Israeli regime. So Magyar says quite clearly, if Netanyahu was to come to Hungary, we would arrest him, because they want to remain a member of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, and they want to uphold the values of the ICC. We also have Pezeskian. He said, honoring commitments is the basis of meaningful dialogue. Deep historical mistrust in Iran towards US government conduct remains, while unconstructive and contradictory signals from American officials carry a bitter message. They seek surrender. They seek Iran's surrender. Iranians do not submit to force. Trump was asked about Iran talks. He said, I don't know, but they are supposed to be there. But if they don't, that's fine too. If they do, that'll be great. And if they don't, it'll be great. Former CIA agent Larry Johnson said this, which was shocking. Remember, we got Larry coming on Wednesday, so we're definitely going to ask him this question. But he said that Trump was going to use a nuclear bomb on Saturday. Trump lost his mind and the generals had to intervene to stop him. So we need to ask him, like, what was the motive behind Saturday? What happened on Saturday that was unique? Why would Trump want to use a nuclear bomb? This is $1 million question. And we got Larry Johnson coming on. Obviously, you know, he's an ex-CIA agent, so he has knowledge and information within intelligence, and he has very, very big links there. So it's going to be very important, that interview. I'm looking forward to that interview on Wednesday as well. We have got Larry Johnson coming on. Trump on Iran said, if they don't sign this thing, the whole country is going to get blown up. A source close to Galibaf says Iran's reports of an Iranian delegation traveling to Islamabad are incorrect, directly contradicting claims from Al Jazeera, CNN, and Pakistani officials. So they're rejecting the notion, the probability, the possibility that there is going to be discussions or there is negotiations pertaining to Iran, and that they are going to Islamabad. Look, at the end of the day, we did hear reports from Tasnim News that there was a response by Iran in terms of when they attacked their vessels. That being said, we've got no substantiating evidence since that. So it's going to be very important to see if that really happened. And because today, and I'm going to go through this when we go through the news, today the Iranian spokesman came out and said there will be a response. So you can't be going in the middle of a negotiation when the United States of America has literally just hit your country. They've just hit your vessel. They hit the engine. They boarded the vessel. So it's gonna be interesting what happens. Let me just see if he's here, because I'm normally I hear it by the noise, but no, normally it's meant to give you a notification, isn't it? So I don't think he's here yet. Let me just make sure. Yeah, he is. Oh, damn. Okay, guys, we have got Pepe coming on, so just give me 2 seconds. Hi, Pepe. How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Well, it's midnight here, so my day's starting.
The perils of being in Asia. That's the only negative. When I was there, I'd have to get up at like 4 a.m. to stream. Other than that,
it's perfect. I sleep in the morning. It's perfect.
Love it, love it. Okay, we're gonna start, so I'll just press record.
Okay, deal.
Just want to welcome Pepe Escobar back onto the stage and the show. Really appreciate him coming on, as always, giving us his valuable time. He's much in demand during the Iran war, so really appreciate you taking your time out. How are you?
Well,
Boarded the vessel. They took out the engine. Iran, we heard response from Tasnim News that Iran had already responded with drone attacks, although that was never substantiated. But today, the Iran spokesman came out and said they will be responding. What's your thoughts on that entire situation?
very important. The Tuska came from Gulam port in Zhuhai. Zhuhai, southern China, very close to Macau, part of the Greater Bay Area. And obviously, the Americans were focused on that because, Gulam, Zhuhai, this is probably a sodium perchlorate shipment to Iran. We don't know so far if this vessel was carrying sodium perchlorate or not. But there is a very, very strong hint that the Americans knew something about this particular ship because it was coming from Gulam port. Well, what happened once again is a completely illegal act of war in international waters. Whatever the blah, blah, blah about it, let's go straight to the point. This is an act of war, part of an illegal blockade in international waters. So obviously, Iran has every right to respond. Why they have not responded yet? Because they are very legalistic. Don't forget that we are in the middle of a ceasefire, which theoretically is going to end this Wednesday. After that, they can respond any way they want it. So they are sticking to the letter of an agreement, just to tell our audience how they respect agreements, law, contracts, binding stuff. It's a completely different perspective from Barbaria on the other side, which is basically a bunch of pirates. And we all know that, right? But how this response is going to be articulated, we still don't know. It could be anything to drones against American destroyers to something much, much more hardcore, considering that the IRGC and the IRGC Navy, they are ready for the war to resume. And then all bets are off, Suleiman. And we have no idea what could happen after Wednesday. Can be horrifying.
I guess the real question people are asking, though, is like, why are they sticking to the letter of the law? Because the contract is being broken by the US. It's almost saying that during these 3 days, you can do whatever you want to us, but we're going to wait till the end of the ceasefire. It's kind of becomes a one-way contract or a one-way deal. What's your thoughts on that?
They are, let's say that they are giving a little bit of the benefit of the doubt about the possibility of Islamabad too. Well, as we all know by now, Islamabad now is completely blocked from the rest of the planet, now, waiting for Islamabad too. But we don't know if anything is going to happen between Tuesday and Wednesday. The Iranians say we're not going, because the only way we'll go is if this illegal blockade by the Americans is called off. Not going to happen. Trump administration says the blockade stays, and then you have to negotiate under the blockade. The Iranians refuse to do that. How we're going to bridge this, I would say, intergalactic gap?
And that's going to be the $1 million.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
Is there any chance of this gap being bridged within the next 24 hours?
I don't think so. I don't think Trump's going to cede, although he's known as Taco, so it's highly possible. There is still a possibility he could. I think the biggest concern we all have, I'll be honest with you, is I've been very much agreeing with Iran on a lot of the decisions they made. I wasn't too confident about the ceasefire. I feel like that kind of shifted the balance of power slightly towards the Americans. And my concern is that maybe Iran is getting too desperate for a deal. And so when they go, and so therefore maybe even though Trump has conducted this action, they may still go to Islamabad. Remember, it's only 2 hours away. That's my concern.
Suleiman, let me pick up on what you just said, desperate for a deal. We heard this from Pezeshkian himself.
Yeah.
Pezeshkian is now openly calling for a deal. And he's talking about $270 billion at least, which is how Iran is going to find that kind of money for rebuilding. And it's going to take years, especially petrochemical complex, infrastructure, etc. So this brings us to, I would say this is one of the most fascinating aspects of what's happening these past few days. There's a lot of spin by people who don't know shit about Iran. In fact, there's a split at the top. No, there's no split at the top. At the top, you have different factions, just like you have different factions in the United States, in France, in Russia, even in China, no, because Xi Jinping managed to get everybody that he likes inside the Politburo. But this is normal. We can basically see a different approach between, let's say, the reformist camp, Pezeshkian, Arakshi, the people who are behind, etc. Galibaf is a sort of go-between between two factions. And the other faction is those IRGC generals who are, they remember very well the Iran-Iraq war. They have actual combat trench experience. They know what war feels like in their bones, in their skin. So obviously, these are different approaches. But these approaches converge because on the top, there's still Mujtaba Khamenei as the supreme leader. Once again, another tsunami of spin by zillions of idiots saying that he's in a coma in a hospital in terror. This is complete bullshit. He was hit during the decapitation strike, but he is there, and he is coordinating the response, and he is allowing these approaches to minder away or inside, away, outside, underground, because there is a debate in Iranian society, which is something that almost anybody in the West have no idea about. Every time that I go to Iran, I am always amazed as everything is discussed everywhere. In the corridors of power or in the corner cafe, and Iranians are very good at debating politics. Well-informed debates on politics. So Galibaf, he has a very, very special position because he's a former IRGC commander. Yeah. He's respected by the leadership of the IRGC, everybody, and at the same time, he's civilian. He is extremely respected by Mujtaba himself. Maybe some of our audience knows. Guess who Mujtaba supported in the previous presidential elections? Was not Pezeshkian. Mujtaba was supporting Galibaf. So they have a very, very close relationship. So obviously, he has all it takes to be, let's say, the face of the negotiation. So does this mean there's a split on the top? Ridiculous. No. Once again, there are different approaches and they are converging. And especially now that they are converging because of this completely absurdist blockade by the Americans. They think that they're going to blockade the non-blockade. So what they managed with their blockade is to close Hormuz for everybody at the moment. So everybody all over, every bloody tanker anywhere cannot cross Hormuz as we speak. So this is completely counterproductive.
No doubt. Now, another question I got for you is China. This was
Yes.
a vessel that was going from China to Iran. Therefore,
Yes.
what is China's view or perspective on this? Many thought that maybe this could be the start of a possible Chinese-American confrontation, although Xi Jinping came out today and basically said, what did he say? He said something like he agrees that Iran needs to make a deal or something along those lines. I'll get
Yes, I have it here somewhere, Suleiman, because I was reading this before talking to you.
Oh, here it is. He said open it.
Do you have it?
Well,
Yeah.
I've got just this statement that I posted out. He said,
Yes.
he said about opening the strait. He said it aligns with the common interests of countries in the region and the international community.
Well, that's correct. And don't forget, this is not your average Ministry of Foreign Affairs press briefing. This is Xi Jinping himself. So every word that he says is carefully calibrated because he knows himself and the people around him. Of course, this is going to be picked up all over the planet and obviously interpreted in minutia. He's not siding with anybody. He's siding with common sense. What does it mean that the strait should be open? Until the American blockade, the strait was open under the new toll booth rules, and everybody was paying. Nobody was complaining that they had to pay the toll. So it was open. So now with the American blockade, it obviously it's closed again. So does the international community want that? Obviously not. So what Xi was saying is basically common sense. What is I am particularly curious about, and it's something that for all that I saw in Chinese media today, nobody's answering this question. Why he didn't say anything like that before, so far, or in the past few weeks for that matter. And he said that after he got a personal call from MBS in Saudi Arabia. None of us has an answer to this question yet. It's very intriguing. Because we can obviously, this was not leaked in detail. Obviously, MBS, desperate, called Xi. They have a very good relationship. After all, Saudi Arabia sells zillions of tons of oil to China. Some of it paid, a great deal of it paid in petro yuan, by the way. This is not public, but it is paid in petro yuan, more in petrodollars. And he was saying, look, this thing has to open, otherwise all of us, including you, it's a very bad deal for you, China. And that might have led Xi to say something like this today after cultivating a silence for the past few weeks. Once again, a lot of blah, blah, blah is saying, no, now China is abandoning Iran. Oh, Jesus. These people are so stupid. They don't know how Chinese diplomacy is a very complex network, framework and network, and everything is carefully calibrated. They have allies all across the Persian Gulf. And they even have interest in Israel, the port of Haifa, for instance. So the Chinese have to be very, very careful. And obviously, what is being discussed in the background is another story. There's no question that, for instance, in underground or parallel diplomatic channels, let's put it this way, the Chinese are telling the Iranians, if there is a possibility of Islamabad 2 and another deal, take it. After all, we supported you before Islamabad 1. In fact, the Chinese convinced the Iranians to go to Islamabad 1. We all know this story by now. So maybe they are trying to do the same with Islamabad 2. But how can the Chinese convince the Iranians to go to Islamabad 2 when they are under a blockade by the Americans? That's a very tough sell.
And this is
So
actually,
this,
oh, sorry.
yes, go ahead. Please go ahead. Go
So
ahead.
this is one of my concerns is the China angle. And I'm in agreement with you that China kind of pushed Iran into that negotiation deal in the first place. And I don't think this was beneficial for Iran personally. Now, separate to that, China itself, as you said, is got trade agreements with the entirety of the Gulf. So for China, this isn't a pro-Iran stance. This is a pro-China stance, and they can't harm one trade partner to benefit someone who may even be a slightly weaker trade partner. And the hierarchy of partners, one may argue, based on what you said and various other financial experts who I have on the show, that the trade deals are so substantive in the GCC that China is working very closely with the GCC. And if that's the case, it may be that they force Iran into a deal which isn't as beneficial for Iran, but is beneficial for China and maybe even the GCC. That's kind of one of the concerns I do have. And this forced, almost telling Iran to go to this agreement the first time in Islamabad and possibly the second time could be a concern for me.
You're right, Suleiman. But the thing is, no matter what the Chinese may be offering Iran in return, they cannot possibly convince the IRGC people who are predominant in the decision-making process now to accept a deal that for them is out of the question. It's the whole thing collapses completely. So, and assuming that they would offer a deal that is palatable to the Americans, and we all know that what that means, essentially is a capitulation document. They will never accept that. And even the Chinese know that the Iranians will never accept that. As it stands, the gap between both sides is, once again, intergalactic. Nobody can bridge this gap. And even with Chinese goodwill and help, it's not enough. The only thing that would, of course, and it's too much to expect, common sense from a 4-year-old psycho killer riddled with dementia, and with his sidekick, drunken, tattooed, push-up clown posing as Secretary of War. How can you expect rationality from these people? Absolutely impossible. This blockade is a PR operation, in fact. For the moment, they really blockaded one vessel, this one, which was probably the one they had. It was on their sides for a few days while it was navigating from Zhuhai all the way to the Indian Ocean. They lasered on this. This is the one that matters. So it's a PR operation. But I'm very curious to see if they're going to stage a Hollywood production to tell the whole planet, you see, we were right. They were transporting sodium perchlorate from China to be used against our troops. If they don't find anything inside the chip, the whole PR operation collapses. So that depends on what they're going to find inside the Tuska, how they're going to announce it, how Iran is going to react to that, and especially how China is going to react to that. Because this was loaded in a Chinese port. So this is an attack on China as well. And it's so complicated. When you see how information flows inside China, as you know, as many people know, it's a pyramid. If you don't get a green light at the top from the Minister of Information to the Xinhua news agency, you cannot possibly publish it anywhere else. So you depend on independent analysts on Weibo or WeChat, or relatively independent channels like our friends Guanxia in Shanghai. Today I was reading Guanxia back to back, and I couldn't find anybody trying to explain that. Anybody. So it's complicated.
I mean, this is what I know. I'm talking a bit about China, but I mean, you're an expert on many things, but I know China is one of those, and there is a few more questions I've got about it.
Of course.
One of the one of the things about China is that I believe they're very risk averse to military confrontation. I understand the logic behind it, and
absolutely.
because it's in their interest not to have a military confrontation with America at all. And if there is going to be, if they're forced into it, then they want it much more in the future than now. That being said,
and under good terms in the future. You're
exactly,
right. Yes.
exactly. But one of the things is this, as you just mentioned now, is a direct attack on China. And to be a power, you need to have the ability to demonstrate strength. This is obviously shown a form of weakness. And so how can China respond? Because if I'm an ally of China, what I then know is these guys can never protect us. It's like, you know how the GCC's fast led in America can't protect them. This might end up being a risk for China as well. And so do you think they don't do anything? What do you think they do? Because this is a direct attack on China.
Well, Suleiman, I'm very sorry to have to admit that once again, but this is what's happening with Russia now. Russian oil infrastructure is being hit practically every day by Ukrainian drones, and there's no response. And people, very well connected people in Russia, are starting to get very, very pissed about it. So sooner or later, the Kremlin will have to do something about it. The Chinese is the same thing. It depends on how this newfound Chinese nationalistic pride is going to relate to that. So there's going to be pressure from Chinese public opinion and on their social networks, which reach hundreds of millions of people. And then obviously Xi Jinping and the Politburo have to do something about it. For the moment, let's say for the moment, it's early days. If there is another similar attack, they're going to have to start thinking about doing something. But it's true. They're postponing, I would say, to forever a direct confrontation with the Americans, especially one that would be far away from their shores. Don't forget, this would be something in the Gulf of Oman. It's too far away for China. Even if they send a task force, for the moment there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are two Chinese ships around, but they will need to send a task force. And then this will be a direct confrontation with the invincible armada of the... So, well, anyway, it's getting worse by the day, Suleiman. This is the only thing we really know, right?
Okay, now another question I've got for you, again, it's a bit China related, is this. Well, actually, it's not less, it's trade related. I know this is one of your expertise as well, one of many. Now, I'm a big believer that for Iran to get out of this situation, for Iran to succeed in the future, to possibly become, as you mentioned in our previous interview, a top 3, top 4 global power, they would need to have some kind of deterrent. Now, the deterrent can be one of two things. It could be the nuclear bomb, or it can be the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I know, and I've been thinking about this quite a bit, that can the Strait of Hormuz become a replacement for a nuclear bomb in terms of a deterrent? And I'm starting to think it may not be, and this is why I want to ask you this question. Because, yes, it can be for maybe 5, 6, 7 years, but already we're hearing conversations about other trade routes, other basically routes that are going to be created from possibly Saudi Arabia to Israel, various other ones that remove Iran from the situation. Although it can never replace the entire capacity of the Strait of Hormuz, a certain percentage will decrease its power and impact. What's your understanding? If you can inform us on that, I'd be really appreciated.
Even if it lasts only a few years, it will be enough to help the reconstruction of Iran. So it will help in terms of funds, the toll booths financing part of the reconstruction. We don't know how the other GCC petromonarchies will react to the fact that Iran is going to tell them, now you have to pay for the damages that are inflicted on our economy. Nobody's going to pay, so the Iranians will have to find another way. For the moment, they can tax everything they want, toll booth way, to everybody, to anybody, to all the petromonarchies. They don't have a plan B. And if they start getting ideas, these hardcore IRGC people, they can bomb their installations anywhere in Saudi Arabia or in the Emirates or both. So let's say from short to mid-term, it's the equivalent of a nuclear weapon for Iran. We don't know if Iran is going to pursue a nuclear weapon under Moshtaba. That's the big interrogation mark. It's possible, considering what happened to his father, to his family, and considering that obviously Moshtaba is a very, very well educated, clever man. He's reading the chessboard now, and he knows that the chessboard now is not under the same as under Khomeini or even under Khamenei. So there might be a decision, which will be something groundbreaking in terms of Shiite theology. But the only guy who can pull that off with a measure of authority, because now he is respected by the whole nation, in fact, as the son of Khamenei, is Moshtaba. So this is another angle of the same complex question. So let's say that they have one working nuclear weapon in effect already and a backup plan. It's not so bad for somebody who's staring down the empire of chaos itself.
Yeah, no doubt. Now, another question I got for you, because you mentioned Russia, and you mentioned the fact that a number of Russian installations are being hit. Some journalists are postulating that it's America behind all of this. They're attacking Russian oil refineries. They are weakening the GCC in terms of their oil and LNG output in order to consolidate power around it themselves from the United States perspective. And so, in a way, this is a battle plan that has been effectuated by Trump, and actually it's to save the American empire. I think it's a bit... What's your thoughts on it anyway, actually?
Well, the overall plan, which is not... Trump now is the messenger and he is the executor of this plan, is for the petrodollar to control all the vital choke points in the world and prevent, by all means necessary, which is what they have been doing, any sovereign nation to sell oil, energy, bypassing the petrodollar. So that was the logic behind Venezuela. It's the logic behind going against Iran. It's the logic about undermining Russia. These are three of the top ones. The other ones are still vassals. They use petrodollar. But the moment Saudi Arabia, pressed by China, obviously, and they will take a big risk because they run the risk of losing all their money, which is in London, New York, essentially, decides to go 100% petro-yuan, that's it. That's the end of the whole arrangement. We're not there yet. We are getting there little by little. We are getting there in terms that in the past 50 days, we had working in real time in the Strait of Hormuz a payment settlement system based on the petro-yuan. It proves that it works. Now they're going, okay, it's going to be paid in reals, but the backup to pay the toll in reals will be yuan once again. So that's already moving. Once again, it's something that the BRICS could never get with their endless meetings. Iran got it in a few weeks, proving to the rest of the world that it's possible. And obviously, everybody else will start thinking about settling their energy bills outside of the petrodollar. So the prospect for the petrodollar long term, it's constant decline. And obviously, they see that in the Epstein syndicate circles, in Wall Street, in the international financial system, everybody sees that. And there's no other way to impose the petrodollar except gunboat diplomacy, good old British style gunboat diplomacy, which is exactly what they're doing. And even that might not be enough. It all depends on the Chinese powers of persuasion, especially with their GCC suppliers. But this is a long-term process. This process started at least 10, 15 years ago. Now, It's a game changer because of the Strait of Hormuz, which is something that many of us, we had been talking about the Strait of Hormuz for, wow, 10 years at least. And now it's happening. And it's absolutely amazing that, well, considering that the decisions come from the baboon of Barbaria, there was nobody to have 5 minutes inside the Oval Office to explain to him the whole Strait of Hormuz syndrome and consequences. And now it's too late. So he blocked something that was, in theory, only partially blocked for themselves, for the Americans and Israelis, and it was open for everybody else. You just need to pay the toll bulls, prove what you're doing, and pay the toll bulls. Very simple, because it's in Iranian territorial waters. Very, very simple. 12 miles Iran, 12 miles Oman. The strait is 21 miles. Ergo, it's not international waters. These waters belong to Iran and to Oman, period. That's it. So they are entitled to install a toll booth. But try to explain that in Washington, Suleiman. No, it's absolutely impossible.
Well, this is the $1 million question, and this is actually what I want to speak about, is the specifics of the deal. I've spoken to quite a few Iranian journalists over the last day or two, and you said the gap is really far. Once you take Israel out of the equation, it doesn't seem like the gap is that far. It seems like Iran, or maybe the people of Iran, are willing to concede a decent amount. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the nuclear, it seems like a lot of them are like, okay, 3.65, fine, as long as we get allowed to use it for domestic use, no problem. Trump wants 0%, but he only wants 0% for Israel. He probably would agree to 3.65 because he would say, I got a better deal than Obama. Then you have the ballistic missiles. It doesn't really affect the United States of America, but he wants those ballistics removed for Israel. The Strait of Hormuz, it doesn't really affect the US, but he wants control over it, because if he gives Iran total control, it impacts the Gulf states and it impacts Israel. And what's the resistance? Supporting the resistance. If there's peace in the Middle East, there would be no reason for resistance. The reason there is resistance is because of Israel. So I guess I've gone a bit fast into those things. I know you're going to kind of tee them out, but I don't see a deal being that far away if there wasn't Israel. Or do you think that there is still, they are quite far away?
That's it, Suleiman. You hit the nail on the head. The problem is always comes back to that death cult. Everybody knows that. Arabs, Persians, Turks, Kurds, everybody knows that. And now they are ready. Turkey is the new enemy. That's it. They can only survive fabricating one enemy after another and playing divide and rule. That's the only thing they do, apart from killing women and children, obviously. That's it. That's it. So if there was no Israel, a deal between an American administration and Iran would be possible, even with the psycho killer in power. It was possible during Obama. I remember Vienna very well. We were getting briefings by the Iranian delegation every day. Only us. We were a few independents. Most of it was American mainstream media. And they were pissed because we could talk to the Iranians and they couldn't. Obviously, it's a matter of trust. So they were telling us every day, look, they're trying to insert the ballistic missile issue in every meeting. Look, we are here to discuss the nuclear deal. It has nothing to do with our ballistic missiles. So it was always the same thing. And still, they managed to come up with a deal. It was not very good for Iran, but at least was a deal. And in the end, they were practically leaving. This is what Zarif told John Kerry. Okay, that's it. We're leaving. And then Kerry picked up the phone, called the White House, talked to Obama, and said, look, we need to do this, otherwise it's going to be an enormous loss of face for us. So in the end, they clinched the deal. So it's possible. But at the time, there was less Israeli interference. This time, no. This time we are under this situation now because of a war that Israel sold to the psycho killer in the White House.
And so, looking at the situation, we've already seen Lebanon being hit again. I've just before we came on. Yes. Over the last few days, it's been happening a few times, but I think just 20 minutes before we came on, there was either 4 strikes or 4 casualties. I can't remember what it was, one of the two. So, I mean, we know that they can't agree to a deal because of Israel. But how much is that? Because some people are kind of postulating, and I think it's because they're a bit new to the situation. They've not covered it as long as you have, or some of us have. But they believe that there is a possibility that they could drop Israel in this situation and get themselves out. What's your thoughts on that?
It's impossible, Suleiman. Look, all of us who have been to Washington or worked in Washington and know how Washington functions, we know that it's absolutely out of the question. Their grip on the system is ironclad. Unfortunately, we have to be realists. And of course, all the compromat that we don't know what's inside this compromat. It's a question. We're still talking about the compromat. Compromat must be an absolute killer. And the number one reason why this thing keeps going, right?
So another question I've got for you is, and I think it's a really good question to ask you, is Trump's been spam post. Well, you'll think, oh, this is normal. He spam posts all the time. But he's been spam posting something a bit different in a way, which is But he's been spam posting like Freddie Mercury, I did it my way. He posted about how Israel is the greatest ally. Today, he just posted a few hours ago how Israel didn't force him into this war. Is this him trying to convince the public that Israel didn't? Or do you think there's some kind of ulterior motive behind this, that he's trying to placate Israel while maybe not going in the direction they want? Like, what do you think is going on there?
You can interpret it any way you want it, Suleiman. I was fascinated by Frank Sinatra's My Way. And now the end is near. You can interpret it any way you want, even in a very, very apocalyptic fashion, But the most important thing is the 4-year-old mind of this character. And he's now completely discombobulated. Yeah. Remember the discombobulator? Okay, he is discombobulated completely. He is in the classic zugzwang situation. Any move he makes is even more trapped than before. So there is no off-ramp. The only off-ramp would be for him to say, okay, we were handed over a strategic defeat. That's it. Can you imagine President of the United States admitting that the United States was strategically defeated, which is the correct interpretation of what's happening for the past 50 days? Or a graceful exit with a deal that would recognize Iran's rights, at least some Iran's rights. Just look at the track record of the Empire of Chaos after the end of the Second World War, and that's it. Like the Vietnam, it was the closest they had to admitting that they were strategically defeated. And it was very hard to sell Vietnam as a victory. Later on, okay, the American movies explain the strategic defeat better than anything. So now it's much more difficult because it's an adversary that they thought was already, in a coma after 47 years of sanctions, weakened enough so a weakened strike would be enough to finish it off. Iran turned the tables right from the start. It's resisting. It's supported by virtually the whole planet apart from the NATO sphere. How can you sell this to your domestic public opinion? The world already has the verdict. The Americans lost this war again. Everybody knows that from Sahara to the Gobi. But how are you going to sell that domestic public opinion? Not to mention this will be the end, not much of the republics, but himself. And don't forget, this is a bunch of grifters led by the grifter in chief. He's trying to protect his financial interests and interests of his family. Everything that, the extra money that they got, Jared Kushner, the sons, you name it. They got incredibly wealthier these past 14, 15, 16 months. So he's trying to protect his skin. And you know how mafia families work. Huh?
No.
So these are some of the reasons why we cannot have, let's say, a sound, rational deal between declining superpower and a very strong middle power, which is now becoming more powerful. The chessboard has already been rearranged. All this part speculation, part realpolitik of Iran as a fourth power, it's already a fact. Not on the level of the top three, of course, but a power who has enough clout to interfere in the global chessboard. What middle power can do that? None. Only Iran. And these things only happen in the battlefield under fire. These things never happen in closed rooms with people in suits discussing. That's not how it works.
No doubt.
So I'm always reminded of what I've been following inside BRICS for years, what they have been discussing inside BRICS, the preparations, the Sherpas and all that. You run in 4 weeks, they do everything that the BRICS have been discussing.
For years.
It's amazing. Huh?
Yeah. But just on the negotiations, and I do want to hear your thoughts on this, because I think you're a bit more positive about the negotiation, and I think it's really important to hear from you on that. I didn't think the negotiations were a good deal. I felt like, I said to Scott, I said they had the boot of the US, they had their boot on the US, and he didn't like it, but they had them under duress. Let's put it that way. And I guess the question is, they had them under duress, but right now, because it's gone into the negotiation aspect, it does seem like things have shifted slightly, where Trump now is able to, do the blockade. We know the blockade isn't really that important, but he's able to flex it as a victory. If you look at the markets, either intentionally or unintentionally, but it does seem like he's got complete control over the manipulation of it. Whenever he does something, Iran isn't able to respond in time. So as an example, this last one, he posts out 20 minutes before he drops the market. By the time first response by Arakchi isn't up to standards, Galibaf then responds, but by the time he responds, the markets are closed. And so he's really taken control over if the real one of the main leverage points of Iran was the Strait of Hormuz, which is the control of the global financial market, then he's kind of brought that back towards himself a bit. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, he's an ex-specialist in playing the market, Suleiman. This is one of the few things that he does very, very well. Well, he always did that for decades, in fact. So yes, he took the initiative out of Iranians because he's playing the markets, not real life. And as we know, the markets are an artificial construct.
Yeah.
They are not real life. Real life is elsewhere. But that's where he lives inside his head, and that's where the American system lives. The American system lives in artificial reality.
True.
In literally artificial reality, not in lives in virtuality. And this is something that I remember my old younger days, when the old discussions about postmodernism. I was deep into this shit. I was living in the West still, between the US and Europe in the 80s, when I was already a foreign correspondent. And the big thing was discussion about postmodernism. This is postmodernism in action now. We are in the postmodernist era, where you are in total an artificial, a universe of simulacrum. Everything is simulated. There's nothing real. And Trump is a product of that. That's why he's so, for him, it's easy to play all these virtual elements, And of course, Iran, under this sense, if you allow me a playful metaphor, Iran is still analog in many aspects. It's old school analog. These guys who are in power now, they all grew in the analog era. They don't even know what postmodernism is, in fact. These old IRGC commanders, So it's a shock of two universes and visions of the world, in fact. But who's going to prevail is another story. Because on the American side, this is not an existential war. For Iran, it is an existential war. And this is how the global South looks at it. If Iran prevails or at least resists, we have a shot at trying to build a different system of international relations. If Iran is smashed, that's it. The other side wins, and the other side is best represented, I will say, to what's coming after Trump. It's the technocracy of Palantir, which is going to be much worse than anything we lived so far.
I completely agree with you. And I do think that the reason Trump's allowed this to continue is because it helps usher in this technocratic society. There's not enough fuel or oil. You've already forced consent because there's no choice. You can't resist against something where there's not enough fuel or gas or whatever. So I completely agree with you in that. But you mentioned that it's a kind of a different psychology. Maybe the Iranians are a bit, they don't look at the situation in the same manner that the Americans do. But then Galibaf came out with if you remember the Galibaf post, he posted the Bloomberg terminal, and
that was brilliant.
What?
Probably was not him, Suleiman. There's right. Apparently is one of his advisors who lives in California. We cannot prove that, but probably it's not him.
Right.
This means that if he's him, he's ultra tech savvy.
Exactly.
Maybe not at this level, right? Maybe he got some help. But that was an absolute killer. Wow.
So I guess coming back to the point, if the Strait of Hormuz, which we agree is extremely important, what's also important is the financial market. I know you're saying it's artificial, and I vehemently agree with you. If you look at the price of real oil, it's very much different to this artificial futures market. I have financial experts on
futures market.
Yeah,
yes.
And I have financial experts on all the time, and they say, look, ignore the price, look at the reality. We just don't have enough oil.
Exactly, absolutely. And this is what Galibaf was pointing at with his tweet.
I agree. And I do think that there is a major concern in terms of real oil. But we're not dealing in the real world, because this virtual world that you're speaking about, this is the real world for everybody. Everybody is living in a virtual reality. And so they don't know the nuance of what we're speaking about. And so I do think that the manipulation of the financial market is not as important, but it is an important factor when it comes to the control of the Strait of Hormuz. Because psychologically, if the stock market drops, psychologically, if oil prices increase, the futures prices, this is actually the real effect that you could have on society in order to pressure America more. And the fact that Iran kind of has allowed Trump to do what he wants with that, especially over the last few weeks, maybe even before that, I think that's a problem. Do you agree with that? And if you don't, please give us your thoughts. And how can Iran kind of realign and become better in that situation?
Well, it comes down, Suleiman, to what's going to prevail: Wall Street or physical reality and physical energy. Once again, virtuality or real life. That's where we are now. This is something that Galibaf probably he understood that maybe not in the ultra technocratic levels, but instinctively he understood that. So he sent this message was basically to Wall Street people. But on the other hand, we cannot discount the fact that some of these bond traders, especially, these guys are very, very sharp, and they work based on data, essentially. It may be virtual, but they work based on real data. So they can see trends and flows based on real data. So they're not speculating. I'm talking about the sharpest dealers. In fact, not all of them, of course. So this is another subtext of this do or die battle. Who's going to prevail, right? Bond traders deal in the international financial market, or actual oil flowing through a choke point in the Strait of Hormuz.
Great point. Last question before I really appreciate your time. I really enjoyed this conversation as well. But last question, Islamabad, Tuesday or Wednesday, JD Vance may or may not be going, but do you think it's happening?
Who's going, Suleiman? We still don't know who's going. Apart from Tweedledum and Tweedledee, and nobody listens to those idiots. Vance would have to go.
Well, yeah, the
Is he
Mossad.
going?
Well, what
We still don't.
what we know is that the Mossad has definitely sent their representatives. So Kushner, Wickoff.
But that's no question.
But the question is, you're right, because Fox News said JD Vance is going. CNN said he isn't going.
Right.
We've had mixed signals. But I guess my question overall is, even from Iran's perspective, do you think these negotiations in Islamabad happen?
No.
Interesting.
And I don't think anything coming out of it, anything solid coming out of it. We remember how it finished the last time, no? And now we know what happened during the 21 hours, how it started to go downhill in the middle of the negotiation. It started relatively well, then we started to go downhill. And then basically when Vance left, basically was an intimation. They chose not to accept our demands. What kind of negotiation is that? So if they restart Islamabad 2 under these preconditions, it's already condemned to extinction even before it starts. No?
Well, hopefully they. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
No,
go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead,
please. And obviously, the Iranians said over and over again, if this American blockade stays, there's no negotiation. Is Trump going to rescind the blockade between today and tomorrow? I don't see it coming, because he's personally implicated in the blockade. When how many tweets in this past 24 hours? Like 60 or 70 tweets. We lost count already. But in one of them, he was like gloating like a 4-year-old that the Tuska had been apprehended. So he is basically cheering an act of war, and this is the repercussions are wow. A bunch of international lawyers, they can seize on it and start a really, really good lawsuit.
Possibly.
An act of war lawsuit, in fact.
I just have no confidence in international law. I think international law was a facade created.
It's bad, Suleiman. We all know, of course, we follow this thing every day. We all know the international law has been dead for years.
Yeah.
True.
No doubt. Pepe, always love speaking to you. I'm not exaggerating when I say it's such a great conversation.
My pleasure, Suleiman. It's we have a nice flow talking.
Yeah, it's really appreciate it. I need to, when I come to Asia, I'm definitely going to meet you in person. But
of course, I'll take you to the wonderful places in Thailand where you can escape from this world, at least.
Sounds like a dream. Sounds like a dream. Pepe, much love to you. Where can people find your work? Obviously, I've got your handle on here, and we've got a large audience on X, but separate to X.
Excellent. So I think the easiest way on X and on Telegram, because I publish a lot of links, and I also recommend links for people to stuff that they should read. Is very, very important. Thank you.
So what's your handle on Telegram?
Oh my God, I always forget. It's Rock and Roll Geopolitics. It's okay. Rock and Roll Geopolitics. That's the name of my geopolitical channel. Yes,
it's the right name for you. Rock and Roll Geopolitics. Everyone.
I am a son of rock and roll, Suleiman. I grew up with Led Zeppelin.
Brilliant. So you're rock and roll. You're gonna have to teach me that as well, because I'm a nerd. I only know books.
Oh man, I'll teach you everything on vinyl.
Much love to you, and people can follow you on X, which is Real Pepe Escobar. That tweet's in the nest. Much love to you. Appreciate you as always.
Thank you so much, Suleiman. Keep rocking.
You too. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Cheers.
That was Pepe Escobar. What an amazing guy. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It's been a dream to become acquainted with him, to learn about who he is. What a brilliant geopolitical analyst. Guys, make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment in the main section. And make sure you subscribe to this channel. We're bringing you the real interviews, real information, real nuance. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Let your friends and family know about it. Let the world know about it. But this is just the start. I'm going to tell you who we've got coming on in a second. But like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, so guys, just to let you know what the plan is, we've got Dimitri Lascaris coming on next. Dimitri was in Iran just now, a couple of weeks ago. We're going to get his geopolitical analysis. So we've got Dimitri coming on. Then after that, later on in the day, we've got, who we got? We got, who is it? Tim Anderson. The one and only Tim Anderson coming from down under to give us his geopolitical analysis. That's going to be golden. That is going to be amazing. And then we got the one and only, the true one, the real one, the legit one, Ryan Dawson coming on. He'll be coming on immediately after Tim Anderson. So that's going to be a great interview. So we're packed up. We're lined up for interviews. In between that, obviously, immediately after the Dimitri interview, we're going to have the space back on again. Something I need to ask a favor from you guys is two things, if you can do me a favor. This space, if you can quote tweet it and tell people to follow it. Something's wrong with my X. It doesn't even let me retweet anything at the moment. And the other thing is the video in the nest, which is the video of the interview. A lot of people are watching it live on the YouTube as well. If you're listening on X, please listen to it on YouTube. Because we want to grow the YouTube channel. I know we've got a large audience listening on X, but if you can also listen to it on video on YouTube, that would be awesome. But if you guys on X space can do me a favor, if you can quote tweet the video, which is the tweet in the nest, and say, join this. Pepe just came on. Dimitri's about to come on. It's going to be awesome. Something along those lines. Obviously, put your own spin on it. That would be awesome. Let me read some of the super chats while we're waiting for Dimitri to join. Let's make sure he hasn't cancelled. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he hasn't. Okay. Let me read it. So we got Musti with the level 1 membership. Appreciate you and appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. And Appraiser with the super chat as well. Appreciate both of you guys. So, I mean, I think it was a great interview by Pepe. Very, very golden indeed. Really enjoyed it. Trump, I just made a statement on, he's made a few statements. Let me get them up. Let me read these statements to you before. Might be worth discussing this with Dimitri. Let me get this up. Okay, so the first statement is, the Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are in with respect to Iran. Despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, and 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years and 1 day, the Korean War lasting 3 years, 1 month and 2 days, the Vietnam War lasting 19 years, 5 months and 29 days, and the Iraq War lasting 8 years, 8 months and 28 days. They like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran, and actually, from the military standpoint, it was far faster than that. But I'm not going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not good, that is not as good as it could have been. I read the fake news saying that I am under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. I am under no pressure whatsoever, although it will all happen relatively quickly. Time is not my adversary. The only thing that matters is that we finally, after 47 years, straighten out the mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or foresight to do what we have done with respect to Iran. We're in it, and it will be done right. And we won't let the weak and pathetic Democrat traitors, all who for years have been talking about the dangers of Iran and that something has to be done, but now, since I'm the one doing it, will belittle the accomplishment of our military and the Trump administration. This is being perfectly executed on the scale of Venezuela, just as bigger, more complex operation. The result will be the same. In my first term, I built I built the greatest military our country has ever seen, including adding Space Force. In my second term, I am properly and judiciously using our military to solve problems left to us by others of far less understanding or competence. Make America great again, President Donald J. Trump. It seems like he's floundering. He's feeling the pressure. The deal isn't going his way. Thanks to Alexander with the super chat. He says, why am I not a member yet? I usually get gifted memberships. I don't know, Alexander. You're going to have to become a member yourself. But I appreciate the super chat. And then Trump made a second statement. Let me read this to you, and then hopefully we shall have Dimitri on. He says the following, quote, the deal that I told you he was going to say this. The deal that we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal. Why is it kicking me out? Stay. Okay. Penned by Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst deals ever made, having to do with the security of our country. It was a guaranteed road to nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave $1.7 billion in green cash, loaded into a Boeing 757 and flown to Iran for Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. He emptied out all of the cash from the banks in DC, Virginia and Maryland. Those bankers said they'd never seen anything like it before. In addition, hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I did not terminate the deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished US military bases. The fake news, like lightweight Washington Post journalist David Ignatius, loves to talk about the JCPOA, knowing that it was dangerous and a complete embarrassment to our country. If a deal happens under Trump, it will guarantee peace, security and safety, not only for Israel and the Middle East, but for Europe, America and everyone else. It was something that the world will be proud of, instead of years of embarrassment and humiliation that we have been forced to suffer due to the incompetence and cowardly leadership. So all right, already it seems to me like he's floundering. And Alexander with a level 1 membership, he jumped in immediately and did the membership. Iran shouldn't have agreed to any ceasefire. Way out, he says, well, yeah. I know what he's saying there. Let's see if Dimitri's here. He's not here yet. But let's set her up this one here. Create, record, 52, Dimit. See, I don't have admin, guys. Actually, I should set it up on the other, so you don't have to see all this. But yeah, we're just waiting for Dimitri to come on. Let me see if he's messaged me. No, he hasn't. Let me just put it on here so I can see if he comes. There must be a way of doing this. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, so we're just waiting for Dimitri to come on. Should be cool. Should be coming on any second. So we'll let you know if he's coming on. In the meantime, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. And the tweet in the nest. I want every single person, all the thousands that are in here to retweet it. We're going to have a great interview. Getting great interviews with great people. It is awesome. So make sure you're doing that. Dimitri, how are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Suleiman. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Peachy.
Okay, let's get into this. I just want to welcome Dimitri onto the stage. Always appreciate him coming on. A journalist who's been covering this for a very long time, but he also went to Iran to cover this. He went right into the hornet's nest and has been covering it from the ground. But he's left Iran now, and we do want his geopolitical analysis. Dimitri, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing well, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
That's good.
Okay, Dimitri, let's get into it immediately. We've got Trump. He just pulled out a tweet. The tweet said that, essentially, to summarize, don't force me into a deal. The Democrats are trying to force me into a deal. I'm going to make a deal that I feel is beneficial for the United States of America. And he said that he's going to get a better deal than the JCPOA. And it's going to be better than what Obama did. And Israel and the Middle East is going to be safe. What's your thoughts on his statement?
Why would anybody believe Donald Trump at this stage, especially when he's making grandiose promises? We could spend hours and hours reviewing the litany of lies that this man has told, demonstrable lies. I'll just give you one example. Yesterday, he said that Iran had promised never to close the Strait of Hormuz again. And in less than 24 hours, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz again. What more proof do you need that this man is a shameless liar? I don't know why he is now claiming that the Democrats are trying to corral him into doing a deal. I haven't really seen much evidence of that. And the real pressure that is coming on Donald Trump to do a deal is the global economic crisis that is looming before us because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And we may now see, if this situation persists, the closure of the strait that passes from the Red Sea into the Gulf of Aden, because Ansar Allah is standing at the ready to assist in increasing the economic pain on the United States and its allies. So that's where all the leverage and the pressure are coming from. And there's no indication at this stage, Suleiman, that Donald Trump is prepared to make any concessions to Iran. I have not heard him accept one of the 10 points, even to express sympathy for any one of the 10 points in the 10-point peace plan, which he said at the outset of this ceasefire was a workable basis for a negotiation. So why would anybody expect a deal to be materialized anytime soon?
And I guess that's the million-dollar question. You're saying they're so far apart from a deal. Do you think these negotiations, I asked Pepe just before, do you think these negotiations in Islamabad happen in the next couple of days?
Well, there may be negotiations. I'm skeptical that there are going to be negotiations unless Donald Trump lifts the blockade and really lifts it, doesn't simply, claim falsely to lift it. If that were to happen, I think that the Iranians would show up. But that doesn't mean there's going to be a deal, especially if Donald Trump insists on including those two shysters, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, in the negotiating team. These people have no credibility whatsoever, and they're totally fanatically committed to Israel. So I think the Iranians understand this perfectly well, and that'll be a very bad sign if they are included in the negotiating team. But unless and until the blockade is lifted, I don't believe there's going to be any negotiation whatsoever. And my bottom line, Suleiman, is that I think that eventually Donald Trump is going to have to pay the piper, or whoever replaces Donald Trump. And I wouldn't rule out the possibility if things get really out of hand, the 25th Amendment will be invoked, or Donald Trump will be impeached after the midterms. There are any number of ways this man may cease to be the president. So either Donald Trump or his successor will have to make substantial concessions to Iran. But for that to happen, the U.S. political elite, it's not just Donald Trump, the U.S. political elite has to feel considerably more pressure. And that means, sadly, that the United States economy is going to have to experience a lot more damage before they finally do the right thing. And I hope I'm wrong about this, but I really see no other way of this being resolved by means of negotiation.
Yeah, but so you don't see the blockade being removed, right? Because they've got 2 days to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they might do it in, rhetorically, and maybe that'll be enough to get the Iranians to the negotiating table. But again, I don't see any indication that Trump is prepared to lift it. And if he does lift it, there's still no reason to believe that he's going to do a deal. He has to concede some things to Iran. What is he going to concede? Is he going to pay reparations? Does anybody believe he's going to do that at this stage? Is he going to remove the U.S. forces from West Asia, which is one of the 10 points? Is he going to lift the sanctions on Iran and unfreeze Iranian assets? Is he going to allow Iran to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz and charge a toll? These are all parts of the 10-point plan. He has not indicated his willingness to concede on any of those points. I think that the Iranians, by the way, would not insist upon acceptance of all 10 points. I'm not even sure that they would insist on acceptance of 5 of the 10 points. But they are going to insist on meaningful, important concessions, at least a few. And we've seen no indication from Trump that he's prepared to make any.
From what you're saying though, what in your view are red lines for Iran? What are the points that you think that Iran will say, no, this is a point that this is our red line, we're not going to go beyond this? Or do you think that they're willing to cede to many things?
Oh, I think they are definitely, at a bare minimum, going to demand control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Complete control?
Now, I think they may be prepared to share it, but they're going to insist upon having the ability to do 2 things. Essentially veto who goes through the strait, and secondly, charge a toll. This is very important. And if they're not prepared to, allow Iran to charge a meaningful toll, there's a lot of, by the way, there are a lot of ways you can shape a deal around the Strait of Hormuz that constitutes a meaningful compromise. You may say you may compromise on the amount of the toll. You may compromise on the criteria that will be applied in determining who can and cannot pass through the strait. So there may be objective criteria agreed upon. You can compromise on revenue sharing with Oman. Maybe Iran would commit to taking some part of the revenue and using it to purchase products from the United States. So there's a lot of ways you can massage that issue, which results in meaningful compromise on both sides. But I don't believe Iran is going to give up the right to charge a toll. And it's going to have to be a significant toll. And they'll have to have some say over who can go through the strait. The second thing I think Iran is not going to give in on, they're not going to give in on the lifting of sanctions. This has been an absolutely devastating series of coercive economic measures that are a flagrant violation of international law. It's a miracle that the Iranians have managed to fare as well as they have under this, maximum pressure sanctions regime, which never had anything to do with human rights or international law. Nothing. It was always about destroying a state that had the ability to resist American hegemony. So they're going to insist upon the lifting of sanctions. They're going to insist upon the unfreezing of Iranian assets. And they're going to insist upon having ironclad guarantees. I don't know exactly what can be done in this regard, but ironclad guarantees that Israel and the United States will not attack them again. And this guarantee is going to have to extend, I believe, to the entire axis of resistance. I don't think they're going to throw Lebanon under the bus. I don't think they're going to throw Ansar Allah under the bus. So it's going to have to be a regional agreement of non-aggression, which is enforceable in some way. So I think those are the red lines for Iran. As I say, I don't see any indication that Trump is willing to give in on any of them. And the other thing I should add, Suleiman, of course, is that Iran is not going to give up the right to enrich uranium. That ain't happening. And they're certainly not going to turn over the enriched uranium to the United States. Maybe they would put it into the custody temporarily of a third party like Russia. But Trump claimed yesterday that they were going to give the enriched uranium to the United States. This is delusional.
But on the enriched uranium, this is the kind of complexity of the situation. It seems like just from that Trump statement now, he just mentioned the GCPOA, and I've always said that from Trump's perspective, if there was no Israelis, he just want a slightly better deal than the JCPOA and say, look, I tore that up and I got a better deal. And so the 3.65% or 3.85%, whatever the amount is, he could say, look, I got that deal and that deal is better than the deal that Obama got. Obviously, the Israelis want 0%. And so the question mark becomes about the enriched uranium. It seems like that's something Iran would move towards. I mean, the Omani foreign minister the day before said Iran had already agreed to the demands. There was no need for war, and yet they still went to war. But now things have changed. There's been a war for 39 days. I know we've had a ceasefire since then. Lots of Iranians are being killed. You saw the damage directly yourself and the suffering. So I guess the question is, would Iran be willing to drop down all the way to 3.65% and give Trump the victory he needs in order to, let the American public know that he succeeded?
Well, I don't think Trump would accept that. I mean, it's under the JCPOA, as I recall, it was 3.67%. By the way, when I was in Iran in May of last year, we had the opportunity, I and some foreign journalists, to sit down with the spokesperson of the Iranian atomic energy program. And we also were given a tour of the nuclear research reactor in Tehran. And technicians there explained to us that enrichment is not only about civilian energy, it's also about medical isotopes and creating products that are significantly important for the agricultural industry. It has a range of uses. So the level to which you must enrich for civilian nuclear energy, my understanding, is 5%. So the Iranians already agreed to 3.67%, which was a very serious constraint on their ability to maintain a civilian energy program, which they have the right to do under international law. And the other big sticking point, as I understand Trump's position, is that the commitment was limited to 12 years. They were limiting enrichment to 3.67% to 12 years, where he wanted it to be basically, permanent. Now, I do believe that the Iranians will go further than the JCPOA. They may go, they may be willing to go down to significantly less than 3.67%. They may be willing to prolong the period that the cap is in place from, let's say, 12 to 20 years or 12 to 25 years. But I don't think that Donald Trump is prepared to accept that at this stage. That would enable him to say, I got a much better deal than Obama. That's true. But he's taken a maximalist position in all of his public statements. No enrichment.
And the reason for the maximalist position is obviously Israel, because for him, he wants to get, if the statement of the Wall Street Journal is true, he's been trying to get out of this war for the last few weeks because it's just been a major, colossal failure. If that's true, then the sole reason to remain in this war is for Israel, is because of their ambitions, both in terms of Iran and Lebanon. Is that how you see it, or do you see a lot more complexity to the situation?
I don't believe that Trump is trying to get out of this war. I don't buy that at all. I think Trump is looking for a way to win this war, which has been a disaster. And it's been a complete mess. And he's flailing around looking for a way to achieve a crushing victory. I believe the ultimate objective of this project, and if you read between the lines, I think that this is the most rational conclusion, is it's the Libya solution, or you might call it the Syria solution. They want to turn Iran into a failed state. The problem they're dealing with here, unlike the problem that they dealt with in the case of Libya or Syria, is that Iran has the ability to destroy the global economy. These targets of destruction did not. So this is the quandary confronting Donald Trump. The other quandary that Donald Trump confronts is that there is widespread opposition to this war in the United States, and he's already skating on thin ice in advance of the midterms because he campaigned on the platform of peace. This was a flagrant lie. He lied simply to get the votes of Americans who wanted the United States to stop starting new wars and to disentangle itself from forever wars. So he did what politicians have been doing from time immemorial. He lied to get votes, and now he's got a political problem. So what is he doing? He's putting on this kabuki theater, pretending to trying to end the war when he has no intention of ending it. He is, I believe, committed, fully committed, along with Benjamin Netanyahu, to the destruction of Iran. And the question that Donald Trump is grappling with is, how can I do that without taking down the global economy? That's what I think is going on here, Suleiman.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. In terms of Lebanon, obviously there's a ceasefire in Lebanon. It's been 10 days. Sorry, the ceasefire is for 10 days. It's only been a few days. Since the ceasefire has been enacted, there's been a number of instances where Israel has breached that ceasefire. I believe just before we came on, there was a report that either it was 4 casualties or 4 instances of attacks on southern Lebanon just today. I mean, what do you think happens there? You've seen the Lebanese government scrambling because they realize that Iran proved that you can cause a ceasefire if you resist. For 2 years, Lebanon has been bombed almost on a daily basis by the Israelis once they had a ceasefire in 2024. What's your thoughts on this entire dynamic, what's going on with Lebanon, and what do you think happens from here?
Well, after I finished my 11-day journey across Iran on March 31st, I went to Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
I was in Beirut, and then I went down the coast with my colleagues Leif Marouf and Hadi Hotei to Saida. And then from Saida, we went inland to Nabatea, which is just north of Litani River. And I was given a tour by my comrades of the vast destruction that Israel inflicted on Lebanon on April 8th, the first day of the ceasefire, when in 10 minutes it destroyed 110 sites and massacred over 350 civilians, which was the largest one-day death toll in Lebanon since the civil war ended in 1990. This is what they did when the ceasefire was in effect. And as the Pakistani Prime Minister confirmed, or it might have been the Field Marshal, the leadership of Pakistan confirmed on April 8th that the deal was intended to extend to Lebanon. So this is what Israel did after the Lebanon ceasefire went into effect. This notion that the ceasefire in Lebanon was only intended to start 2 days ago is, it flies in the face of what the Pakistani mediators are themselves saying. So what has Israel done since then? And by the way, what I saw in Lebanon was truly horrific. Entire apartment buildings leveled to the ground, a mosque in Saida leveled to the ground, Nabatea, half of it was destroyed. I saw hospitals severely damaged. So this is what Israel does during a ceasefire. Houses, schools, medical facilities, they're blowing them up. They're even paying people according to how much infrastructure they destroy. So they're monetarily incentivizing Israelis to come across the border and destroy as much civilian infrastructure as quickly as possible. This is how Israel behaves during a ceasefire. And Netanyahu, by the way, is saying openly, he said it after the ceasefire came in effect, we haven't finished. We're not done with Hezbollah. There's more work to be done. So this is all more kabuki theater. Donald Trump proclaimed, vehemently with 3 exclamation marks that Israel was prohibited by the USA from bombing Lebanon on the commencement of this new ceasefire, and he has not done a damn thing to stop any of the aggressions that I just described.
We also saw a kind of map that the Israelis released, which was that the border of South Lebanon, at least a couple of miles in from all of the borders of South Lebanon, was now was it a yellow or red zone, and they were essentially already occupying it. What's your thoughts on that?
They're in for a world of pain. The Lebanese resistance is not going to tolerate that. Come hell or high water, whatever happens, even if Israel stopped firing today, and actually refrained from firing for an extended period of time, eventually there will be another war because the Lebanese resistance will want to evict them from every inch of Lebanese territory. And I don't think they're going to be able to hold that land. So Netanyahu desperately needs a win. The people in the northern colonies in occupied Palestine are absolutely infuriated. Netanyahu, in I think it was October of last year, went before the United Nations General Assembly and was gloating about having crippled Hezbollah. He was laughing mirthfully about the fact that the pager attack had killed so many people in Lebanon. He led these colonists living in the north to believe that it was safe to return. And what happened when the Israelis and the Americans launched this latest war of aggression on Iran? Hezbollah became even more destructive in its response. It was, carrying out in the range of 20 to 30 military operations per day from October 2023 to November 2024. During the past 6 weeks, it has been carrying out 40 to 55 military operations per day, very detailed accounts of what they're striking. They have been obliterating targets in Lebanon. They've inflicted massive damage on the Israeli armored forces, using, interestingly, oftentimes fiber optic drones. So this is what awaits the occupier. And so if Netanyahu were actually interested in peace, he would withdraw those forces forthwith, because this is just an invitation for more war.
Well, what we know is that they lost in 2006, they lost in 2024, and they were losing quite badly up until this ceasefire, especially on the ground. Obviously, on the air, they're able to harm as many civilians as possible, and that's what they were doing. But I saw a statement by Israeli media, and they basically said that what they've proposed to the Lebanese government, who I believe are consorting with them, is 3 zones. The first zone is a 8-kilometer zone, which is in complete control of Israel. So that becomes Israel now. The second zone is up until the Litani River, which is under the Israeli military control, almost like the West Bank, you can think of it as. And then the last zone would be controlled by the Lebanese government. What's your thoughts on that? And what's the kind of perspective within Lebanon? Because obviously Lebanon is quite distinct, where there are some traitors who would be willing to agree to this, but others who would be vehemently against it.
Well, I this is the first I've heard about this proposal, so I'm just going to, on the basis I have no reason to question your description of it. I accept it as an accurate description. I just want to say that I haven't seen this before, so I don't know what the fine print is. I'm going to respond based simply on what you've told me.
Sure.
I'm tempted to laugh.
Yeah.
Because first of all, why would the Lebanese government admit to giving Israel more land than it currently controls? Why would it give it any control over any land in southern Lebanon? Anybody who does that, whether it's Nawaf Salam or Aoun, the president, is frankly taking the risk with their own lives, because they would be, I think, the targets of extraordinary levels of anger amongst a wide swath of the Lebanese population. The sacrifices that the Lebanese have made thus far to retain sovereignty over their own land, they're going to squander them now by ceding territory to Israel. I mean, this is a fantasy. And secondly, even if they were crazy enough to actually agree to this, the agreement would be unenforceable because the resistance would not respect it. Israel would find itself yet again confronted by armed resistance on the ground, and they would be suffering mounting casualties, and they would eventually have to withdraw, just like they've done on every prior occasion. So, this is not something that the current leadership of Lebanon can give, even if it were minded to try. But my suspicion, Suleiman, is that this is such an absurdly aggressive demand that it's designed to be rejected by the Lebanese government. I don't think the Israelis expect for 1 second that this government, any government, is going to accede to this proposal or anything like it, which says to me that the Israelis are looking for a way to resume the war, which they've said openly they want to do.
No doubt, no doubt. This is their dream scenario. I think it's now or never for them. That's why they're pushing so hard
Yeah.
for this war. But coming back to Iran, we're seeing a huge buildup in the Middle East, a large foray of KC-135 tankers, C-5s, and various others. Huge military buildup. I believe 10,000 more troops have moved to the Middle East, 6,000 on the George Bush, which I believe should be arriving. I think it's in the next few days. It should be arriving now. The George Bush would make it the third aircraft carrier within the region. Some say it possibly could be replacing the Gerald Ford, although many have argued that they needed a minimum of 3 in the first place. So maybe they're rectifying the problem they had initially. With this huge military buildup, do you think war is going to restart?
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind the war is going to restart. I think it's absolutely baked in. I think that they always intended to restart the war. As I say, I don't think that the United States government is ready to pay the piper yet. They will, but I don't think we're there. That when I see things like the price of Brent crude dropping below $100 because of Donald Trump's admittedly effective manipulations of the market, and the stock market hitting a new record high, which is what happened last week, the S&P 500.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, I mean, by the way, that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that the stock market bears absolutely no relationship to the real economy anymore. But that's beside the point. When Trump sees this happening, he doesn't feel the real pressure to make concessions. So he's going to continue down the path upon which he embarked quite willingly, in my opinion. It may well be that Netanyahu has compromised on Trump. Personally, I believe he very likely is a pedophile. And I think it's quite likely that Israel has dirt on Donald Trump. But I'm not convinced that they actually have to use it because Donald Trump, for a long time, has expressed a desire to take out Iran. We know going back to the days of Wesley Clark, when he went into the bowels of the Pentagon and discovered that there was a plan to take out 7 states, in the Muslim and Arab world within the Pentagon, and the final target was Iran. This has been a long-standing wish of the U.S. political elite. It's not, you don't need to blackmail Donald Trump to get them to go after Iran. The prior presidents weren't willing to take the risk of a full-blown war. Donald Trump was. And frankly, if Kamala Harris had won the election, I'm not sure that she wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
I think she herself may have pulled the trigger. So this is a plan that has been long in the works, and the United States elite, the political and economic elite, have not felt enough pain yet to abandon this insane plan. But they will.
I'm seeing reports from AP that are claiming that Iran is planning to head to Islamabad for the negotiations. If they go for the negotiations without the blockade being lifted, is that going to be a sign of weakness?
I think so. I don't think that that's going to do them any favors. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whether they agree or not to the maximalist demands of Donald Trump. Personally, if I were advising the Iranian government, under no circumstances would I go to that any further negotiation of any kind with that blockade in place. And I certainly wouldn't agree to meet with Kushner or Witkoff.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement with you. I think it's going to be a big, major loss if they end up going to these negotiations without the blockade being lifted. I think it'll show an extreme sign of weakness, and definitely the balance of power from a narrative perspective will completely shift to Donald Trump, because if you look at the vast majority of social media, they do believe that Iran has been winning. Iran has been on the ahead in this entire war, has been at the forefront. If they were to go to this negotiation after America hit their vessel, boarded it, a vessel that came from China, and then there's a blockade as well, I think it's going to show an extreme sign of weakness. I think it will shift the power towards America in terms of the narrative game, and maybe give Trump what he needs. In terms of that, I asked Pepe the exact same thing. I don't want to ask you. The vessel that was hit yesterday was from China, in the sense of it was coming from China. What's your thoughts on the Chinese? Like the fact that, do you think they'll respond? And if they don't respond, does that show a sign of weakness against the American empire?
Well, the Chinese have been very, very guarded in their language about this, not just today, for pretty much the entire duration of this illegal war of aggression. They've been very guarded in their language. Their statements have tended to be of a general, pro-international law nature. They have refrained, at least the civilian leadership of the country has refrained from using harsh language to describe these actions. I think, however, to me, what is the best predictor of human behavior are the incentives operating on the actor. In this case, I believe China has a powerful incentive to ensure that Iran doesn't fall. The last thing China needs or wants would be for the United States to have unchallenged hegemony over the trade routes and resources of West Asia. As U.S. military planners said after the Second World War, this is a source of stupendous strategic power. That's the way they described it, and everybody in geopolitics understands this. So on the one hand, they have a powerful incentive to help Iran and to ensure that Iran's government doesn't fall and is not replaced by a vassal of Washington. But on the other hand, they have a lot of, important relationships with other countries in the region. And they also don't want to inflame the situation with Donald Trump. So they have an equally powerful incentive to conceal the nature and extent of their support for Iran. Now, this is just my assessment of their incentives. This doesn't mean that I have any inside information, but I believe the reality behind the scenes is likely that Iran is receiving significant support from China, but China is going to be very, very careful about saying any of this publicly, and they're going to try not to alienate, the Saudi monarchy, the Emirates, Kuwait, and so forth, and they're not going to want to inflame the relationship with the United States too much. It's already a very, very volatile relationship.
So we've got some breaking news. This is a statement from Donald Trump. I want your thoughts and reaction on it, if that's all right. He says, quote, I'm winning a war by a law. Things are going very well. Our military has been amazing. And if you read the fake news, like the failing New York Times, the absolutely horrendous and disgusting Wall Street Journal, or the now almost defunct, fortunately, Washington Post, you would actually think we are losing the war. The enemy is confused because they get these same media reports and yet they realize their Navy has been completely wiped out. Their Air Force has gone into the dark runways. They have no anti-missile or anti-plane equipment. Their former leaders are mostly gone. This has been, in addition to everything else, regime change. And perhaps more importantly of all, the blockade, which we will not take off until there is a deal, is absolutely destroying Iran. They are losing $500 million a day, an unsustainable number even in the short run. The anti-America fake news media is rooting for Iran to win, but it's not going to happen because I'm in charge. Just like these unpatriotic people used every ounce of their limited strength to fight me in the election, they continue to do so with Iran. The result will be the same. It already is. President Donald J. Trump. What's your thoughts on that? The important point on that is, I know I read all of it, but the most important point for me was, I do give us your thoughts as well. I do want to hear it. And then once you've explained that, the bit about the blockade, he's saying the blockade won't be lifted until the deal. Iran is saying they're not going to go to the negotiations until the blockade has been lifted. But then we're hearing the negotiations are going to happen. Give us your thoughts, please, Dimitri.
Well, I'm reminded of that line from Shakespeare, she doth protest too much. If Donald Trump was winning so resoundingly and smashingly and historically, why does he keep saying that he's winning? Does he need to announce this 15 times a day on Truth Social? The man is obviously desperately trying to convey a false reality. We can all see what the reality is on the ground. We all saw the satellite imagery of vitally important assets, military assets destroyed at U.S. military bases throughout the Persian Gulf. We saw the burnt up military aircraft on the ground outside of Esfahan. the C-130s, the helicopters, the A-10, the F-15. We saw the F-35 fall from the sky. We saw that $130 million Triton drone plunge into the sea, or received confirmation that it did. That was just a few days ago. So I'm not denying for 1 second that Iran has taken a lot of punishment. I saw it with my own eyes, but the people are steadfast. The country, for the most part, is intact. The military continues to impose severe blows right up until the ceasefire, including in Esfahan, on the American military and on the Israeli entity. So let's just, stop listening to this nonsense and pay careful attention to the facts on the ground, and they tell a radically different story. In terms of the blockade, again, look, if the Iranians convince themselves that it makes sense to go negotiate after what Donald Trump just said, that he's not lifting the blockade until there's a deal, I think they need new advisors, frankly. I would not do that. That is a sign of great weakness and is going to virtually guarantee that Iran will not emerge from those negotiations with a deal that is in the interest of the country.
Completely agree with you. Now, what I spoke to I spoke to a few people, and they kind of said this isn't as prevalent as what's being claimed in Western media. But you've been on the ground, you've been in Iran, so you kind of experienced this in real time, but you're also a Western journalist, so you really have seen it from a different perspective. And so my question to you is, there are claims that there is some kind of disagreement within Iran. You have the reformists who are kind of not aligned with the IRGC, and hence why you've got this narrative shift, or the difference in the narrative. Now, in terms of the difference in the narrative, I think everyone agrees Pezeshkian's narrative is kind of different to everybody else's. But I guess the question is there real disagreement? Is people like Abbas Araghchi, people like Ghalibaf consulting with the reformists and working against the IRGC? What's going on in Iran?
I would be very surprised if there aren't differences of opinion within the Iranian leadership. There are almost certainly differences of opinion. I don't think people are betraying their country or anything like that. These are good faith differences of opinion. It's not unusual to see the military leadership of a country that it's at war taking a harder line than the civilian leadership. And I think that to some degree is going on here. And they're having to work through these differences. But even if you take the more dovish approach of Pezeshkian and Abbas Araghchi, who on the whole I think have done, a pretty good job of leading their country through this existentially dangerous war, it still is ill-advised in my view. I don't want to, sound like a broken record, to negotiate with Donald Trump in circumstances he perceives you to be weak. This is a man, who he smells even the slightest hint of weakness will double down on maximalism. And so it's just going to guarantee that the negotiation ends up in futility or a bad deal for Iran if you go to these negotiations with what basically amounts to an economic gun at your head. So I think that if they stick by their guns, it may be that Trump will capitulate, lift the blockade. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter, Suleiman, because I think that Trump is determined to continue this war. So this is the most important factor of all. Whatever the Iranians may do, I think that Trump is going to continue trying to destroy the country until the economic price for the United States becomes too high.
So if you think this war is going to continue, what is the mode and method by which this war is going to continue? More of the same? But that's not worked. Like, you can bomb Iran from standoff munitions. I know they've brought a bit more in, but all the data is quite clearly showing that when it comes to their standoff munitions, they are running out. And when it comes to the JASMs, the JDAMs, when they have to get closer, as you've seen, they've been tapped a few times. So what? They do more of the same for a few more weeks and then they're back in the same situation? Do they escalate into a ground invasion? Like, what can they do? This is why they were stuck. This is why Trump needed this out, because there was no end in sight. So why would he A, jump back into the same trap, and B, what does he do next?
Well, that's a very good question. I wouldn't attribute too much rationality to the military and political leadership of the United States right now. Remember who the Secretary of War is. It's Pete Hegseth. Okay, so I mean, these people are not rocket scientists. We're talking about some pretty dumbass people. So they may think that more of the same could succeed. They may think we just haven't caused enough suffering in Iran. But my suspicion, just based upon what I've seen in the reporting about the military assets being moved to the region, is that they have got some kind of ground operation in mind. I don't know what it involves. Maybe it involves Karg Island. Maybe it involves another island in the Strait of Hormuz. At some point during the war, a source in the United States who used to work in military intelligence, said that he believed that they were going to try to take the Iranian port city of Chabahar near the border with Pakistan. I've seen no evidence to back that up so far, but that's what he said. So I think probably there's some kind of a ground operation in the offing. Man, there's going to be a hell of a lot more bombardment of Iran.
By the way, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. After studying the entire map, if there was going to be a legitimate, real ground invasion on the mainland of Iran, I do believe that would be the best route to take, because, I mean, they're going to lose a lot of people irrespective of which route they take. And even in this route, they would lose a lot of people. But I think of all the options, this is the most logical option amongst the entirety of all the options being illogical, if that makes sense. So
Yes.
I did see your tweet about this, funny enough, when you were in Iran. And you said about Chandan, I was like, actually, I know that would be the right move to make. So if you're hearing this, then likely that is going to be the smart move. That is going to be the move they're going to make. It's not the smart move, because I still think they would lose about 50 to 100,000 people very quickly. But if you want a ground invasion into Iran, that is the best route. So you mentioned in that tweet that you'd spoken to some military experts who said that this may be the route. If you can expand on that, do you still think that's going to happen?
Well, I heard this from one source, as I say, that used to work in military intelligence in the United States.
Right.
And this was his assessment. It wasn't that he had heard definitively.
Right.
All the information that he had led him to conclude that this was going to be the likely focus of a ground operation.
Understood.
And when you look at and I agree with you. I mean, if you actually consider all the logistical issues involved in any kind of a ground operation, that probably is, if you're going to try some sort of suicide mission on the ground in Iran, that probably is the least suicidal.
True.
But one interesting question is, would the Pakistanis, if that in fact is a focus, would the Pakistani government assist the United States in doing that? That would be a very dicey thing for the Pakistani government to do. And if it's not going to assist, then that's going to complicate the logistics of this operation, assuming they're thinking about it enormously.
And the Pakistanis are very, very stuck in this situation. They have deals with China, as you know. They have long-term deals with China. They have long-term deals with the United States of America. They owe now Saudi Arabia and Qatar as a $5 billion for a loan that they helped with the UAE. And then they're on the border with Iran. This is like they're so stuck that they're probably the one country that's more desperate for a deal than anybody else, and hence why they're basically running the negotiations. But just one last question before you do go. Coming down. Sorry, did you want to add anything about what I just said?
No.
So just coming back to it, just one last question. Israel. Do you think that obviously they're going to continue to break the ceasefire deal, but the ceasefire deal with Iran runs out on Wednesday, but the ceasefire deal with Lebanon and Israel runs out about a week after that. Do you think as soon as this deal ends, that deal is going to end? And then do you think the bombing automatically resumes in terms of the US perspective, or do you think we have a state of limbo?
Well, first of all, I think that the whole notion that there's a ceasefire in Lebanon it's fictional. Israel's not, they're blowing up schools and houses in the south of Lebanon right now.
Yeah.
And as I said, there was a drone strike today, and in the early hours of the so-called ceasefire, the Lebanese army reported that there were villages in the south of Lebanon that continued to be hit with artillery. There is no ceasefire. There's just less intensity. This is essentially what happened in Gaza. The genocide became a low-intensity genocide after the so-called ceasefire went into effect. Then what will happen, I think, if the ceasefire expires and full-blown war resumes between Iran, the United States, and Israel, then for sure, I think it's a virtual certainty that Israel will go back to being hog wild on Lebanon immediately. But I don't know that this is going to this ceasefire will come to a formal end with massive bombardment. It may begin with relatively limited targeted strikes, and then it will rapidly escalate. So they may not go for the jugular right away, but I just can't imagine that we're going to be able to avoid a resumption of this war at this point, Suleiman.
I'm in complete agreement with you there. Dimitri, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Always appreciate you coming on. I know you've got a very good YouTube channel and you're on X as well. So on the X, I'm obviously going to pin it on the space. We've got a lot of people listening right now. In your YouTube channel, what's the name of it? Resist or something? What was the name of the YouTube channel?
Reason to Resist. Reason, the number 2, and Resist. And we're on both YouTube and Rumble. Rumble is our kind of plan B in case they ever decide to X us off of YouTube. But fortunately, we've had good relations with YouTube up until now. So please come and join us there. As I say, we launched a channel about a year and a half ago, and we are now over 170,000 subscribers.
Brilliant. People should do it, especially your on-the-ground reporting is brilliant. And you were with a good friend of mine as well in Iran, Ahmed. So really appreciate you. But it's on... So on X, it's Dimitri Lascaris. I believe we've got 1,400 in the space and about 22,000 on the stream on X. And so everyone do follow his X, Dimitri's X, which is Dimitri Lascaris. And then on YouTube, it was the channel that you mentioned. So everyone do give him a follow there as well. Always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
That was Dimitri Lascaris. Great conversation. He does such brilliant on-the-ground reporting. He's just think about it, in this war. He's already been to Iran. He's already been to Lebanon. I didn't even know he went to Lebanon. Everyone, make sure you do me a favor. Like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Comment on the main section. Like this video. Share it with your friends and family. The only place we get awesome interviews. We just had Dimitri Lascaris on. Great interview, great knowledge, great information, and we're giving you real updates and asking the guests at that time of the updates. I like that style. I think we're gonna continue with that because I think it just continues to give you the news and then the guest reacts live. I think that's pretty cool. So we're gonna do that while we're doing these interviews. So make sure you like this video, make sure you subscribe, and make sure you comment on the main section. And it is Reason to Resist. Make sure you follow his YouTube as well. Much love to him. So we're going to be going back onto the X space. So watch out for that. And then we've got the interviews. We've got 2 more interviews coming up today, just so you know, before we move back onto the X space. We have Tim Anderson from Australia. This guy has been covering geopolitics for a very long time. He was also on the flotilla. So we got Tim Anderson coming on at, I think it's 9 p.m. Eastern. And then 10 p.m. Eastern, we have the one and only Ryan Dawson coming on as well. So that's going to be awesome. They're going to be great interviews. We've got a great lineup this week of interviews. Also want to thank the people who are supporting this space. We got Alexander with the level 1 membership. Appreciate you and becoming an important member of the community. Then Alexander literally sent 10 memberships, gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Alexander, for the 10 gifted memberships, bringing so many people into the community. Appraiser with the level 1 membership as well. Appreciate you joining the community as well. And then Appraiser with a super chat. And then Philosophy says, good evening, Suleiman, X panel and YouTube community. Looking forward to hearing from Dimitri Lascaris and other guests tonight. Long live Iran. Yes, long live Iran. And then Alexander with another level 1 membership as well. Appreciate you and appreciate your support of the space. So we are going to be moving to the X space, and then we'll have that other interview in a bit. So let me move to the X space. While I'm moving things across to the X space, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Quote tweet the space and let's get it on. Let's get into the analysis. Lots of people were listening to the X live, so I don't know if that seems like it's pretty good. Many people in here as possible. Quote tweet the space and let's get it on. Let's get into the analysis. Lots of people were listening to the X live, so I don't know if that seems like it's pretty good. Space open. I don't know why the box is so small though. Many people in here. Okay. Give me 2 seconds while I set this up. Got the space open. I don't know why the box is so small though. That's a bit annoying. Okay. And then let me mute this. Okay. Just 2 seconds and we'll be back on the X space. Okay, guys, if you're on the YouTube, let me know if it's working and you can hear it. We've got so much important interviews and information coming out, so make sure you are doing that. Retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Let me quickly give you some of the news. Let's see if there's any news we missed. Oh, I need to take this light off as well. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to take the light off. In the meantime, retweet, reshare, let everybody know we're live. I like to take these lights off when there's no interview because it's like... I know I sound like drama, but it gives me a headache. Okay, so... back into the space. Lots to get through, lots to speak about. If you want to add to the conversation, request to speak. I'm going to bring people up in a second. Just need to give you some of the news. Okay. Trump with another statement. This guy is just the gift that keeps on giving. He said the Iranian leadership has forced the hundreds of ships towards the United States of America, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much, he says. Let's see what else, what other news is coming out. Okay. Axios says Trump doesn't want to keep fighting, but he will if he thinks he has no choice. I mean, again, Axios is just Israeli-controlled media, so obviously they're going to say that because they want to perpetuate the Israeli propaganda. What else we got? Okay. So that's the news. Let me just see if there's any more news. Oh, wrong person. Just go to my page. Okay, I'm just gonna give you some more news. Let's see. So Channel 14 are reporting that an Iranian drone penetrated Emirati defense systems during the war and hit a building used by the Israeli embassy. Why is this important? Because during the war, the Emiratis kept on claiming that Iran had failed to penetrate their defense. And now we know that that's clearly not the case. And so the question mark becomes, or it's not the question mark, what this adds to is the point that we've been saying, which is that in reality, the Emiratis have been hit a lot more than they claimed. The only difference is that they continue to lie about what was happening. And they lied and they lied and they lied. But we continue to say, no, the Khalids are being hit, the Emiratis are being hit. We now know that they have indeed been hit. They've been hit a lot more than they claimed. And they were struggling. They were struggling to fend off the attacks by Iran. And now we know a huge target, such as the Israeli embassy, was hit, and there was no response. And there was no visuals that came out. There were no videos that came out about it. This kind of proves our point. Anyway, let's get into the conversation with the speakers. Let's see what they've got to say. Let's see what their thoughts are, and let's get into it. Let's go to Manko first. Manko was here from the start. So Manko, give us your thoughts about whatever you want to add.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of stuff with this whole peace talk thing is up in the air because I keep seeing contradictory reports where they're saying that Iran's not going to go to the peace talks, and then they are, and then like people are saying that JD Vance is going, but then other people are saying he's not going. Like it's just been conflicting reports for the whole last day. Do you know, is there any more certainty now than there was, I don't know, hours ago?
No, we're in the exact same situation. As you said, we're hearing conflicting reports whether JD Vance is going. We're hearing conflicting reports whether Iran's going. Iran kept saying, we're not going. We're not going to go unless they remove the blockade. But AP reported a few hours ago that Iran is going to go irrespective of whether the blockade is lifted or not. And Trump is saying that he is not going to remove the blockade at all until a deal is done. So everything's up in the air. We don't know what's going on in the sense of we really don't know what's happening. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see what is the reality. Look, everybody knows my view on this is that I'm against Israel. And if I feel like Iran's made the wrong decision, I'll always call it out. I said I felt like the ceasefire was a wrong decision. And if Iran goes to these negotiations and they if Iran goes to these negotiations and they basically go without the blockade being lifted, I think that's a major, major L. I think it shifts the entire power to Trump. I think it's a major failure. And I will start having these question marks that Simon's been raising, because why would you capitulate so badly? So these negotiations are a lot bigger than what people think. And whether they occur is a lot bigger than what people think, and whether there's an extension is a lot bigger than everybody thinks. I think it's very, very important. And I think if Iran is Iran could end up losing a lot by basically making the wrong decision in the next day or two. That's my kind of view on that, Manko. But does anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see how the talks can go anywhere because I think the political leadership in Iran, that their goal with the talks is to extend the ceasefire. But the only thing that Trump wants, or Vance, or whoever is going to be negotiating wants in exchange for that, is that Iran has to open the Strait of Hormuz. But then that's a non-starter because the IRGC will never agree to open the Strait of Hormuz just to get a ceasefire, because that's, to them, that's not a fair deal at all. So I just don't see how there's any way where I think the political leadership might say that they're going to make a deal and they might announce a deal, but then the IRGC won't follow whatever deal they announce. And that would be bad for Iran, by the way. It would be bad for the political leadership to go and make a deal knowing that there are the people with the actual weapons in Iran don't agree with the deal, because all that's going to do is show conflict and division, and it's dumb. It's not going to actually accomplish anything. It's just going to make a mess of things for no gain, because once that happens, once the strait doesn't open, Trump's just going to bomb again anyway.
Yeah, I think, look, I do think that this is a very important couple of days. I think this is going to reveal a lot of information and reveal a lot of things. And I think I mentioned that in the Emirates, in the Gulf states, Qatar and Saudi, they've gone back to not business as usual when it comes to a lot of industries. Iran has now opened up a second airport, which is the Imam Khomeini airport. And so either everyone knows something we don't know, which is there's a deal, or the other option is that the Gulf states are acting irrationally out of desperation and are willing to sacrifice people in the hopes that they can get their industry back. And with Iran, the two airports they opened, they aren't the airports in the center, and maybe they opened it for a couple of days and they closed it again. So these are the only two possibilities I see. But I just want to welcome Simon onto the stage as well. Andy's here as well. And who's this guy? Parabel as well. He was great as well the other day. I want to welcome all of them. So, Simon, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts about anything you want to add.
Sorry, was it for to talk to now? Me?
I think Simon glitched out. I was gonna go to Simon. Let me just see if he can be brought up because I know what happens sometimes when he gets co-host, it glitches out. Okay. We'll let's go to Andy first, and then we'll go to you, Parabel. Andy, jump. Wait, let me get Simon in first. 1 second. Simon, thanks for joining us.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
That
can hear
was
you now.
bizarre. I thought I was on the stage, and then when I tried to unmute myself, it said
Yeah, it
request.
does ask you whenever you. Sometimes when you get the co-host right, it kind of throws you off.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Zyro time.
Yeah. Yeah, I continue to believe that there is a public-facing element to this, and there is a behind-the-scenes element to this. I'm expecting Iran to be in that meeting. I think the kind of publicly showing that you're taking a hardline position and you're not going to show up is for consumption to for public consumption of the Iranian audience. But I'm fully expecting them to be there. I also think that the thing that they're discussing publicly in terms of percentage of uranium and is there any uranium or will there be civilian, will there be a nuclear program? While those are being negotiated, I think the real thing that they're negotiating is, oil. I'm fully expecting a deal to be done. If Iran does this deal, there's like 3 to 4 million barrels per day that could come onto the market. And I think that requires an understanding of how everyone wants that to be done. The Gulf countries, I think, and OPEC will want Iran kind of releasing to a schedule that they'll pre negotiate. Iran will want to price some of it in yuan and have some element of control over the petrodollar versus the petro yuan, which traditionally has been Saudi's role. And America, kind of needs a way of saying this deal is significantly better than JCPOA, and here's how it benefits America. And so, I think they're negotiating financial terms, and that's what's kind of leading to this situation. And just by America creating the blockade, it's kind of a way of saying, let's draw a deadline to this. Let's try and get this done closer. Um, so I think there's the public consumption stuff, and then there's the things that are really happening behind the scenes. But I'm fully expecting a deal to be announced, whether we need another escalate to de-escalate or whatever. But I think Iran would definitely be there. And I think they were negotiating before the war. I think they've been negotiating during the war. And I think they'll still be implementing after the war.
So, Simon, one of the things that you mentioned during this war was that you felt like because remember we had many of these conversations, and one of the things you felt like was that, obviously I know your whole overarching position is there is a negotiation, there is a deal, but one of the things you mentioned within there was that you felt like according to your position, that things had been derailed, and maybe the IRGC had taken original alignment.
Yeah. So like having, reflected upon this and watched this, I think the early and, decapitation campaigns that we saw were the people that wouldn't be on board with a deal. I think the people that we see now will do a deal and are negotiating a deal. And I think there was a bunch of infrastructure that effectively needed to be blown up in order to rebuild. And that was US infrastructure in the Gulf countries, infrastructure within Iran, and there was a process of manufacturing high oil prices. And with these high oil prices, I think OPEC and private oil, big oil within America, have created a global reset environment. And so however the rebuild and infrastructure rebuilds will happen will set, the effectively, is it going to be China investing? Is it going to be Western finance investing in infrastructure? Is it going to be the Gulf? And I think the destruction of all of this infrastructure was a part of how to get to the next agreement of integration. I think Iran is going to be integrated into the region. And I think all of the destruction was part of rebuild and infrastructure contracts.
Okay, and so you don't think that realignment occurred then during because you said I remember during the thing you felt like things had gone off track, but you don't think that anymore after re-reflecting is what you're saying.
Yeah. I think there was a process of this is where we're trying to go, and who are the IRGC members that are off board on that plan, and then maybe those are the people that have been taken out until eventually we get to a version of the IRGC and the pragmatic reformist government that is capable of doing a deal. So I think it coaxed people out. And I think there were elements within Iran and IRGC that were playing along with that. I know people find it hard to believe, but that's what I think has been happening here. And so, yeah, I think this did take longer than it was meant to take. I think the war coaxed out what needed to be coaxed out. But I definitely think we're converging upon a deal that involves, an integration of Iran into the region, and a security deal that China and Russia will uphold somehow, however we see the final deal look like.
Okay, and so you think the Islamabad negotiations are happening? You think that they're going to remove the blockade before the negotiations or not? Or what do you think happens with that?
Probably not. I think they're just going to turn up. And the blockade is kind of setting a bit of a deadline, and the IRGC saying that the strait is closed, and the insurance company saying there's no way through, you can't get insurance. That's just drawing a tight deadline onto getting this deal done. So I think everything will remain as the status quo, and we'll get a deal. Now, whether there's like a bit more escalate to de-escalate in between, I'm not too sure, but I think we're getting pretty close.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. Anything else you want to add, and then we'll get a few more people in.
No, I think there's multiple, interested parties here. There's OPEC, there's the Western Financial Industrial Complex, and then there's the Chinese interests and BRICS and GCC and Iran. There's a lot of interest to consider here and I think we've hit an equilibrium.
Cool. Just welcome Darkside into the conversation. Darkside, hope you're doing well. What's the financial markets in? How are things going on that?
Interesting. More interesting is a post I just reposted. You can check my timeline. I'm going to read it because I think it's really important. So this is Qassem Al Ali. He's a global energy market and geopolitics expert, finance, CME. He's out of London. And he posts, the oil market just passed its breaking point, and it doesn't matter if the Strait of Hormuz opens tomorrow. Here's why the damage is already done. Even if a ceasefire is signed today, floating tankers need 30 to 40 days to offload. VLCCs rerouted to the US need 3 months to return. Onshore ME storage needs to drain 200 million barrels first. The supply gap does not care about peace deals. Cumulative storage lost from Hormuz closure. End of April, 1.2 billion barrels. End of May, 1.59 billion barrels. End of June, 2 billion barrels. This is 4 times larger than any supply outage in history. There is no playbook for this. The cycle playing out right now, crude prices up, compressed refining margins, lower refined product output, product storage draws, higher margin gains, higher throughput, crude prices again go up, rinse, repeat until something breaks. By end of July, US commercial crude storage could fall below 400 million barrels, near operational minimum. At that point, the Trump administration faces a binary choice: ban crude exports or watch US refineries shut down. Neither option is good for markets. The only thing that balances this market now is demand destruction on the scale of COVID lockdowns, not lower prices, not diplomacy, government mandates forcing people to use less fuel. That's the math. $95 per barrel is not the answer. The last marginal barrel, the one that keeps the refinery running versus shutting down, what does it trade for? Nobody knows, and that's the most terrifying thing about the crisis. What's your number? All right. So I think that's a brilliant piece. This is kind of echoing the sentiments we've been screaming on here that the strait needed to be open 50 days ago. But what he's pointing out is that it doesn't really matter at this point. The markets are screwed, but the longer they stay screwed, the more devastating the collapse. So he's saying there is a collapse coming. It's just a question of how deep and how brutal. And the only way that governments can react to this crisis is by doing those lockdowns and curtailing the use of fuel, Agenda 2030. So for my 2 cents, I think Iran understands this. I don't think Qassem Ali is the only one who understands this. And I think they have no impetus to see this thing end quickly. So from this perspective of understanding, now we're talking about the scale and the scope of the crisis. Where is the impetus to see a deal? This is the leverage that Iran has going to the table. And the US knows it, Europe knows it, Asia knows it, and Iran knows it. China knows it. China's the one that's got over 1 billion barrels in reserves. The US is dumping their reserves with all these ships coming over here to pick them up. But as he points out, that's fine and dandy for one trip around. But after that, we won't be able to sell any more oil. So this myth that the US can produce as much oil as the world needs, it's just a myth. So when I look at these pieces on the chessboard, I land on no deal.
Interesting. That makes a lot of sense, Darkside. I guess a lot of people are fast realizing that the entire financial market is manipulated. What impact would that have on the financial market once people kind of accept that, or do you think that will just have no impact?
Well, again, I keep saying this. My base case has always been a crack up boom, a Weimar style hyperinflation. The governments will have two choices. They will either go into a deflationary spiral or they will inflate and inflate and inflate. My bet will be on the inflation story, and I think the markets are making that bet today. So the story I just laid out, that's not foreign to the markets. Believe me, they have the smartest oil analysts in the world. They've done this math. They know what's coming. They know COVID style lockdowns are coming. They understand that the demand destruction, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when and how severe. And the only response to that will be either to let everything crash and people starve or to print gobs of money and inflate the living daylights and debase the currents. So my base case is, look, we're seeing markets that don't want to go down for a reason because they understand what's coming, which is a massive debasement. I personally think that there are many governments, including the World Economic Forum and the EU and the Western financial system, that wants to see this. This is their Agenda 2030. This is their opportunity. They found their chance. They got Trump to go in there, and now they've got him screwed, and he's trapped. Now the question is, will he take the loss? I don't think he will. Can they bomb their way to success? That's over my pay grade. Everything I've heard on here says they can. Everything I've witnessed in my lifetime says you can't win a war on the air. Maybe you can, but I don't think so. So if that's the case, then the markets actually have this right. You buy everything.
Yeah, agree with that, Dark, except for I think Trump's in on it as well. I don't think he's cornered.
Look, he may be in on it, but that doesn't matter, right? Like either the point being, if he's in on it, then there's no deal. If you want to really crash things and he's in on it, he may be part of the World Economic Forum's agenda.
Well,
He may be fully.
it can be two tracked, right? So the global reset is in. That's done, right? We agree with that. That the big print, the global reset, the supply shortages, the broken supply chains, the recession of results, the demand destruction, that's locked in already. On the sidetrack, I think OPEC was aligned with FIC all along, and OPEC can announce their deal, which is it's not one or the other. You can have both.
It's interesting, and this may sound crazy and backwards, but when I look at which countries are just head over heels in love with the green agenda, you land on Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, right? They're even more crazy towards this green agenda than the Western countries, the European countries. And you
Well,
don't have to look
they need to
anything.
hedge against their oil. Like that's part of their plan. So
I
with China,
guess, but I'm a big Formula One fan, right? So, and I watch Formula E as well. I'm a big racing fan. And what they've done to Formula One in the name of green conversion, they basically took the fastest, most beautiful race car in the world and turned it into half electric, half gas, and a car that you can't even go as fast as you can down the straightaway because you got to recharge the batteries. It's insane.
oh, you're talking about LNG,
No, the
no?
Formula One car, which used to be fully naturally aspirated gas powered car, is now a 50% electric, 50% gas car. And because you need to recharge your batteries, these guys instead of going as fast as they can down the straightaway and hitting the brakes, they're lifting off the gas to recharge the batteries. They've essentially ruined Formula One racing for the sole purpose of virtue signaling or some other green agenda. And if you look at the whole concept behind the 15-minute cities and all the green initiatives, I mean, if you really get to the roots of it, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, all of these parts of the country are full on board. Remember, between the Saudis, the Abu Dhabi, and Qatar, they own a good bit of Formula One. They own the
But so,
tracks.
so Doc, if you're talking LNG, then the largest supply of LNG in the world is split between Qatar and Iran. Then you've got the American private LNG, and then you've got Russia, and those are all the people that are benefiting.
Yeah, I'm just coming back to, you know, who which countries are behind Agenda 2030? Which countries are really on the WEF plan to depopulate the world and to, cut the energy supply of the globe? And I come back to, Qatar, Saudi, and Abu Dhabi. They're in on this, which is as bizarre as anything you could talk about. Like, they're the ones you think are getting hurt the most, but for whatever reason, they seem to be in on the plan.
And they're the ones investing in all the tech. But that's why I don't think it's as confrontational with Iran as you think. I think Iran's in on it.
Oh, very possible. I'm not saying it's confrontational. I'm saying
And
quite the
Trump,
opposite.
who
Yeah,
works
I'm
for
saying
he works for the
quite,
financial elites.
yeah, quite the opposite. I actually think there's a conspiracy to pull this plan off and to transition the world, into 15-minute cities. You'll own nothing, you'll be happy, like all of that. I think China's in on it too. China's got the EV vehicles. Like, I, it's just the whole thing's so crazy, right? Like, nobody would believe this at face value. But then again, we have this entire Agenda 2030 that we can flash back to. And they've been saying, well, wait a minute, they've been planning this for the better part of a decade.
Well, everything makes sense once you go beyond the nation state and find out who's captured each country and what their national interest is, and the ones that are fully corporate captured. Every move makes sense when you go beyond the nation state.
Yeah, and look, to that point, if this is really the plan to crash it all, this is Agenda 2030, we're going into it right now, then what the hell are you going to make a deal for? Keep the strait closed for another 6 months and literally bring everything down to its knees. I mean, if that's the plan, that's the plan. And then I think we're going to see in really short order what the real plan
Well,
is.
I guess there's a different version of the extremity of the plan, isn't it? There's one where it's just you get a massive print, a massive wealth transfer within the West, and then the countries that have nationalized energy, they get the higher prices, and then you use the transnational capital to transition to multipolarity, why the tech companies implement this global police and surveillance grid, which all of that is happening.
Or you crash the entire financial system and you bring in CBDCs. I mean,
Yeah.
I can make an argument both ways. I don't disagree with you, Simon. You know my respect for you. You're the goat. I don't like going against you in these things. But like, I'm looking at this saying, I don't think there's going to be a deal. I think this is all part of the plan. Now, whether Trump's in on the plan or not, we could argue that. Who's behind this plan? Is BlackRock behind the plan? Remember, BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard have made tremendous investments in ESG companies. So, I know they've been kind of backtracking away from that over the last year and a half, 2 years, but they still have those investments. So, I'm just looking at it all. I'm like, why? If this is the plan, if it's Agenda 2030 really happening, what the hell are you going to make a deal for? Just let the whole thing crash. Then you really are going to have lockdowns, not just in Europe, not just in Asia, but here in the United States.
Yeah, you might be able to get both through the supply chain shortages without crashing the markets. And I think that would be the determination whether there's a deal or not a deal is those things. You may not need to do that much value destruction to still get it. But let's see. I think where we're on the same page. What the end result is that there is a much big. Well, we believe anyway that there is a much bigger conspiracy than what we're witnessing.
Yeah, 100%. Right? Like that's the part where you and I agree that there is a huge conspiracy theory here, conspiracy at work here, and we just don't understand it yet. We don't understand who the main players are. I think we have an idea of what the end result will be, which is your technocracy, your digital money, surveillance state. It's just not sure how we get from point A to point B to point C. But everything I'm looking at, like I'm just kind of walking through this, and you read that post by the oil analyst who's kind of telling the truth because no one's telling the truth, right? Like the propaganda, we are so propagandized. I watched the news again last night, painfully put on Fox News. I mean, if you watch that, you believe that we can sell oil to the entire world. There is no shortage. We're winning the war. We can bomb them into an oblivion. They have nothing left. They have no navy. I mean, it's just, you talk about saying seven things and people believe it. You say it seven times. This is like saying it 700 times. They just keep repeating themselves over and over and over again, no matter what show you watch, Sunday shows, weekday shows. It's almost like a script. And then you read the oil analyst, and he has the stories entirely differently. It's a totally different narrative.
Did we lose Doc?
Yeah, he cut off.
I'm here. No,
Oh,
I
you're
just,
back. You just cut.
yeah, I stopped talking. I don't know what to say. I sort of
All
have to
right.
land the plane.
Well, it's kind of the same on the Iran side as well. We got the economy by the balls. We've won. There's nothing you can do from here. So, both sides are the ultra aggressive. We've won type of narrative, which you'd expect. Um, but to me, that means that if both are claiming victory, then everyone's going to leave with a victory and a deal that they claim meant they won. Otherwise, they're all going to look really foolish at the end of this.
Simon, in all of your experiences and all of us in here, Suleiman, all of your wisdom and experience, Dark Side, all of us in here put together in all the deal brokering back and forth. I'm still saying obviously a deal's got to be worked out unless we're looking at apocalypse, the end of the world, which I don't think we're there right now. So where does this go for the next deal? I think the deal's still being worked out, Dark. It's got to be, unless we're looking at apocalypse, the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. It's some global dystopian nightmare where they lock us down and you have energy lockdowns. And if you really want to get there, just destroy the Gulf. Let Iran blow it all up. Let them blow up the oil fields. Like, in other words, if you really want Agenda 2030, you don't stop now. Like, you're right on the precipice of getting it. You start bombing again. You just let the very way things have been playing out, you just let it go.
To get
Okay,
there,
I see.
you just need Trump to go. If you do that, you just need to tell Trump, "Hey, bomb Iran's power plants and oil fields. Do your end Iran civilization threat." I mean, obviously, we don't want that to happen. Number one, because we don't want Agenda 2030. Maybe to an extent he is, but I don't think they even told Trump the whole plan just because he's too much of a blabbermouth to be trusted with all those details. And his mind is deteriorating. I don't think you trust an 80-year-old that frickin' post whatever the heck he's thinking on social media. Because imagine Trump just one night goes crazy and leaks the whole plan on True Social. So you can't trust him with those details of that plan. But yeah, just say, "Hey, Trump, bomb their oil fields. You go down as the greatest. Your face would be etched on Mount Rushmore. You destroy Iran and free the world from those evil terrorists. You'd be like George Washington and Abraham Lincoln." You literally just have to spin some lie like that to him, and he would be dumb enough to do it. That's the scary thing. All you have to do is stoke his ego, and he would do it. But yeah, I don't. If Trump either has to accept a deal that he lifts the sanctions and lets Iran charge tolls, which I don't think is going to happen because Israel wants the war to continue, taking the Agenda 2030 thing aside, or this is going to continue and it's going to get really bad really quick economically. And no amount of saying we've destroyed their Air Force and destroyed their Navy seven. And notice how every time a MAGA influencer posts or Trump issues a statement, he keeps going back to those 2 points because it's enough to trick a good 30 something percent of the country to keep pushing that lie, to keep enough support where his support for the war doesn't completely bottom out. He just needs enough to brainwash people. So you have a good 30 something percent of the country that will still support the war because they fall for that line. And then the majority of the country oppose the war, but they're not active in their opposition to the war like we are. If the 60 something percent of America that oppose the war were active like me and Andrew, and they were all like me and Andrew, this war would just be shut down. It wouldn't even be happening at this point. If the 60 something percent were as politically aware as me and Andrew, there wouldn't be a war.
Uh,
But
I don't think
sadly, you have people.
Why do you think the people matter?
I said if they were all as politically aware as me and Andrew, but you have
Yeah,
people.
but I think we're beyond anyone mattering. Like, I Trump has been set a job, and he is fulfilling that job, and it doesn't matter what the American people want.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
think he
that's
cares about elections? You think he cares about any of this stuff? He cares about his survival with real power, which is the people he answers to. And I'm not talking about Netanyahu. Netanyahu answers to the same people.
that's a fair point. And the American people, I'm kind of
I,
I
the
sadly lost.
OPEC oil side, you're talking about real money. You're talking about real mafia. You're talking about real power, like when you're dealing with oil. And all of the biggest oil players are around the table here. And what Iran does with its oil, when after post sanctions they can release 3 to 4 million barrels a day, matters to a lot of very powerful people. And that's what Iran will be negotiating.
unless their infrastructure
Yeah,
gets blown
and
up, unless it all gets
people
blown up, right? If it all gets
people
blown
aren't
up,
Yeah,
that.
but that can just be rebuilt. That's
yeah, but
just a time delay.
it would take
A time
years,
delay of
and then
5 years
yeah, it's
of a
over.
global
That's
recession
fine.
wasn't
That's fine.
2008.
When you're a nation state, you can put together a 15-20 year plan. It's only the private corporate interest that needs a short term plan. But
But
when you're a nation state, you
after
can
five
get.
years, it's the death of the automobile. The death. I mean, you would see only EVs on the road. That this is Agenda 2030. This is their plan. Programmable money, programmable cars, programmable movement. Like there's no travel, there's no tourism. I mean,
And by the way,
the
that's
fact
why they want a That's why they want a revolution in America. If you don't give them the revolution, they'll manufacture one. The CIA is doing what they did in color revolutions, but they're coming home and doing it at home.
What do you mean they want a revolution in America?
Well, that's how you get your complete police and surveillance state and removal of constitution and making America unrecognizable to what it
I
was.
don't think they want a
Well, not.
revolution because they would
Okay.
not win that fight if it got out of hand. They would not win that fight, so they don't want to go
Oh.
there. They want a civil war where the goyim turn on each other. They don't want us uniting against the government. They want us. If they wanted a revolution, they would have had. They would have if they would have had right versus left fight each other after Charlie Kirk. They would have had white versus black fight each other after Urbina was killed, and they would have pit us against each other in some stupid race or political
Don't you
war.
think that's what that was all about? Leading
But
towards the level of radicalization that people have right now.
yes, but now
People are now burning down warehouses, like thinking that that's gonna help.
yes,
Like
but
they're radicalizing. They're doing it.
Yeah, but I think there's so if you mean that they're trying to cause civil unrest and civil war, then yeah. But if you mean that they want to cause a rebellion, they don't want a rebellion. Actually, that's not true. If you look at any person of power, whether it whomever it is, the thing they fear most is actually rebellion and revolution of the people. They don't mind the people let enough steam here and there, but they never want an overthrowing of the system, the overthrowing of the government, the overthrowing of the structure that they've created. So I don't agree that they want rebellion and revolution, but agree that they want civil war, though.
Yeah, sorry, I probably used the wrong word. Civil unrest, and yeah,
Oh yeah,
I'm
then I
I'm,
agree.
I'm just
Then I
talking
agree with you.
about the people that are trying to uprise.
Yeah,
Like,
then I agree with you. If you mean
yeah,
civil war amongst the amongst the people who are not in power, then yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly what they're trying to manufacture. But rebellion and revolution, I mean, this is entrenched in the American Constitution. This idea of bearing the ability to bear arms is to the hope that, well, the a reason was, but I guess what we're realizing is guns are never not the mode of doing it, because you just create a class of people who just accept it, and it's very easy to do so. But this idea was to basically fight against a tyrannical government. This idea of rebellion and revolution was entrenched, and this is why the Gulf states will murk anyone who even show any form of dissent, and not just the Gulf states, Israel, even China, Russia, all of these countries. They have these ideas because they fear rebellion and revolution of the people, because the people are larger in number. The people really have the power, but they've controlled you and manipulated you into thinking that they don't. For once the people realize that millions are more than thousands, they'll realize that actually power is in their hand. But the oligarchs always want to take that away from you. The people in power always want to make you feel like you're disabled and you have no ability to actually effectuate change.
Did anyone see Palantir's 22-point manifesto that they put out on X? Have a read of that. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, do you want to explain some points of it? I read it quickly, but what was the most alarming thing from that for you?
It's just like the whole manufacturing consent for police and surveillance state, and trying to make people think that it's your whole 9/11 leading to Patriot Act, that for the safety of you have to do this. You have to consent to giving up your type of freedoms, and everybody, they're looking for a non like a conscription, and that everybody should join the army and it should be compulsory. It's pretty extreme.
That is crazy. That is crazy indeed. Manko, I had a question for you. Are you there? Manko Smash, are you there? Guess
Yeah,
not.
I just
Okay.
had to unlock my phone.
Okay, yeah. Question to you. I've seen Inevitable China has been interestingly absent from these spaces. We saw the American Navy, USA, hitting this vessel that came from China, and nothing from China. Does this demonstrate the weakness of the Chinese military? The lack that they're not the fact that they're not able to if demonstrate real military power in situations where there is this possibility of conflict.
Well, I think that everyone was just projecting with this idea that like America had better not mess with China because, oh, you can bully other people, but you can't bully China. And the dynamic between America and China, like I've said before, is that the number one thing for the Chinese is to make sure that economically and militarily they can build up to the point where they can challenge us later. They can challenge the United States later. They know they're not ready yet. And the dumbest thing they could do is try to pick us a fight with us right now, because the moment that relations between the US and China get bad enough, all sorts of defenses go up. Massive defensive investments go into Taiwan. All sorts of things happen that ruin China's long-term plans. So China can try to like push and see where it can get away with things, but it's never going to escalate direct confrontation because that goes directly against their interests. So like everyone's saying like, oh, China's going to send warships. That's not going to happen because that would be playing with fire for them. They want the United States to keep buying their stuff. They want the trade to continue. It was kind of like Hitler, actually, when he was planning to go to war with Stalin in Operation Barbarossa in World War II. Right up until the day of the operation, he was trading with Stalin because Germany still needed a lot of natural resources from the Soviet Union at that point. So China is going to keep, even though, yes, they are our enemies, and even though, yes, in the long term, they're a major threat, right now, China has to play it cool They don't want the tariffs to escalate. They don't want any kind of trade war to escalate because that has the potential of causing a massive kind of cascading negative effect on the Chinese economy. And what they want to focus on right now is keeping their economy strong so that they can continue to build up, so that they can reach that point, their goals, in being able to do their plans at a later time.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you don't think this makes the Chinese look weak?
I mean, they're definitely not going to embarrass themselves the way Russia did, right? Because when the US went to go board that ship that was escaping Venezuela, and Russia said, oh, they're under our protection and we're sending our ships and all that stuff. And then we just boarded it anyway, right in front of the Russian ships, and they didn't do anything about it. That's hugely embarrassing to Russia because it showed that they were completely bluffing. I don't think China's going to put themselves in that position. They're just going to say like, "Oh, we condemn it" or whatever, and they're not going to escalate.
China just needs to look like the rational player, which is what their strategy is. Everyone's looking at America and looking at China and saying, no one's saying, "Oh, China's weak." They're saying China's the adult in the room. China's stable.
I think I think that's your perspective, because yeah, but I don't think that. I think anyone who is like just in the middle, like I don't agree with you there, Simon, because I'm not like someone who's pro China or like pro anything, right? I'm just pro humanity. I don't think that anyone thinks that, oh, China's acting like a rational actor. What it looks like is weakness. So just like, oh, America, and it works the same way. We can't have one rule for one and one rule for the other. So just like we're saying America looks weak because it wasn't able to defend the Gulf states, those are meant to be their allies. They're meant to be their whatever it may be. And they got smashed up. America looked weak. Here, a vessel coming from China has been hit. The claim that China doesn't care about military is fake, because they spend quite a lot of money on military. It's not the same as America, because we know the American military industrial complex scam the American people, so they'll charge more for something when it costs less to make. But separate to that, China has built a very big navy. China has built a very big military capability. They're spending a lot of money on defense. They're spending a lot of time on defense, on offense, on a fighter jet, on a wide range of things. And the reason you spend that money is because what? Why are you doing it for the bands? You're doing it because you think you're going to go to war. And they're not just spending it on military equipment that is solely for defensive purposes, just to defend China, but some of the equipment that they're building is actually for to is not just within the shores of China. So coming back to it, yeah, when there's been a scenario where America has slapped China, China's taken it. Now you can say they're being smart. Yeah, okay, yeah, I think it's from their perspective, it's not smart to go to war right now. So tactically, yeah, but do they look weaker? Yes, they do. A vessel that came from their country got hit by America. They did nothing. That tells you where the hierarchy in terms of what's happening now in terms of military is. Even Venezuela, I know you think it's all agreed, but let's say that theory is not true, that it's not all agreed and it's not whatever. China had to retreat. So up to now in 25 and 2026, when American military has gone up against China, China's always retreated. Now you could say in the future this may change, or it may change when they directly come to China. It may change, possible. You may say it may change when they directly come for China, but then anyone who does a deal with China needs to realize that actually you do a deal with China, if America hits you, they're not going to do anything. And I think that does weaken China's ability. And so people will, if you're more logical, you think, if I was a country now, I'd be thinking, okay, I want to do trade with China, but only trade. But actually, they won't grant me safety, security, all those things. That I need to either make sure I deal with it myself, or I need to go to America for it. So, and yeah, America failed to help the Gulf states, but actually, that was still more than what China's ever done for any of its allies.
Well, and to add to that, Suleiman, this is really big. So there are countries that are considering aligning with China and thinking that China can protect them from the United States with exactly what China potentially did here, which is to sell them a lot of things like air defense equipment that's supposedly very sophisticated, etc. There could have been a lot of dual use strategic materials. There could have been weapons. We don't know what's in that cargo ship, but there's probably something pretty valuable in that cargo ship for them to try to run their blockade with it. And the fact is that that couldn't be delivered because the US Navy intercepted it and seized it. So China can't protect you, can't help you if the United States Navy can stand in the way.
But has China ever sold "We'll defend you"? I don't think they ever have, right? They've sold "We'll trade." They've never said "We'll protect you." I don't think they've signed any
Well,
such
not
agreement.
directly, but I said with selling weapons and selling other like dual use materials and things like that.
Yeah, but I don't think they've ever tried to brand themselves or sold a defense agreement. Like that's an American concept. That's an
Well, I
attack
think
project.
it's more of like a global concept of the people who are more aligned against America, that they see China as this sort of hope that if China backs you and China has enough technology where you can actually take on America if you are backed by China. And this particular incident does undermine that.
Yeah, I just don't know why anyone would think that, because I don't think China ever promises that.
And that's important for people to know. And that's the point, Simon. That's fine. You understand that. And it's important for nation states to understand that. And I think Manko, you're talking about sodium perchlorate, right? Which allegedly China was sending to Iran, so Iran could build these missiles. So now, even buying, is this what you're trying to say, right? Even buying military equipment or products that can create military equipment, if the US of A decides you can't do it, China has to just bend the knee and take it. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, basically that China was helping to supply Iran's ballistic missile program and allowing them to regenerate their missiles.
No, but I'm talking
And
about that vessel.
you,
That vessel allegedly, possibly. Remember, in my interview, Pepe Escobar, he's saying that and he's well connected within the Chinese. He's saying that there is a possibility that that vessel had sodium perchlorate in it.
yeah, we don't know exactly what's in it, but I would suspect that it's got some spicy stuff in there for it to actually take the risk of trying to run the blockade with it. That the people in Iran thought it was important enough that even though it was a low chance that it was going to get through, they still wanted to take the chance. So I'm sure it's gonna take time to find out what was in the ship, because number one, a big cargo ship like that, it's going to take time to search it a lot. They probably have to dock and unload it first because the containers are all packed in if it's a container ship. So you can't just go in the ship and look around. So it's going to take some time to do, but I guarantee you there's going to be some spicy stuff in there, and it's going to be somewhat of a revelation when it comes out. And I'm sure it's what you're saying is true, which is that it had stuff that was relevant to Iran being able to have, to assist its weapons programs.
And
Yeah,
so
if I can,
And
oh,
so,
great.
and so, what Simon is saying is really important. That if you make a deal with China, that's all it is a very basic trade deal. There won't be, there is no protection from military aspect, or if your neighbor wants to attack you, you're on your own. If America decides to come and attack you, you're on your own. And these things are very important. And this is why I actually don't believe that China could ever be an actual superpower, because you do need that military power to be able to do so, that ability that actually you would use your military. Um, and I think that's
Yeah,
very important for
and
these China
Suleiman,
hawks. For these China hawks, is very important. Like, I'm not anti-China. Let me be clear on this. But the point being, it's very important for these China hawks to realize that you need to get out of this delusional world that you're in.
when people buy American military equipment, it comes with an implicit promise that America is going to back you beyond just selling you the equipment and saying, oh, you're on your own other than this, which is why countries like Poland buy so much American equipment, because they're like, well, we're buying a bunch of your equipment. Saudi Arabia, a lot of UAE, these other states buy a lot of American military equipment. And they're like, well, this comes with sort of an implied guarantee that America is also going to protect us.
Suleiman, if I can add on to what
Yeah, go for
Mankos
it.
and Simon were
Go for it.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, in what Simon was saying too, what Mankos came in on, Simon is absolutely correct. What China has been all the way up to now, of course, they've kind of like played we're not going to get down into that, but now at this point, Simon, what I think we're saying here now, we have a decision where it's now clearly been made evident that China is not looking very strong militarily. In fact, they definitely had to back down, or they would have done something. Maybe they're still planning something. But here's the thing: I said this weeks ago, and I know we're all on the same page here. The United States Navy, like us or not, or it doesn't matter what even our foes say and what China inevitable. I wish he was up here right now. He was making some outrageous claims that, oh no, the Chinese they have far superior capability than the United States Naval Submarine Force. That is an absolute not no, that is absolutely ridiculous. The United States Navy, our submarine force can easily, and I'm not going out and being a braggart, I'm not talking false bravado, it's factual. Our submarine force is without a doubt the supreme submarine force in the world, and our Navy still ranked number one. The United States Navy is tried, true, and tested for over 200 years of being a deep blue water Navy. The Chinese Navy is not. They're catching up, but they have no logistical reach. They have no tried and true tradition, so they can't compete. Absolutely cannot compete with us
Yeah, and Andrew,
militarily.
yeah, just to add to you what you're saying, China only has a few submarines that are even arguably up to the standard of our previous generation of submarines, which were the Los Angeles class. And even that's arguable. And the only way they were able to do that is because they got a lot of help from the Russians to improve their latest class of submarine to actually make it somewhat quiet up to Russian standards. Because before that, all of the Chinese submarines were notoriously noisy and easy to track.
Yes, and I don't know, Mango, how familiar you are with this. Even the Russians, I wish David Z was up here. I tell you the truth, and I'm at liberty to talk about this. Even in the 1980s, you could hear a Russian submarine over 40 nautical miles away. They sound like a freight train. They were so ignorant in their design, it was terrifying what they were doing, but they stole technology from the United States. They had no knowledge of sound dampening. They had no knowledge about mounting their deck plating. They were even mounting deck plating to pressure. I won't go into that. So the Russians are far inferior to the United States naval submarine. Our technology comes like number one, but they've caught up. The Chinese stole. Are you familiar how those Chinese scientists stole our propeller technology? Mankos, are you familiar with those Chinese scientists? Those Russian,
Yeah,
I mean, those
yeah,
professors.
there's been a
They didn't
lot of
even know
stories
how.
about. That's why every time they show submarines now, they put a big tarp over the propeller.
Yep. Yeah, you know about that. Okay. Yeah, well, they still haven't, they've got close, but they still haven't figured out how to make a propeller, but they're stealing that like yesterday, which, yeah, we covered our propellers all the time. We wouldn't even be halfway out of dry dock. We had like 2 levels of cover on our propellers. But yeah, so we could sit here all day and talk about that. There's no doubt the Chinese are superior in many ways in their missile technology. And yeah, we got to cover that, and we're catching up in that area. But submarines, give us a target. I mean, give us a target. We'll take out 3 targets. I mean, our submarine men and women right now are waiting and begging for an opportunity to start sinking stuff. I know it sounds like I'm some kind of warmonger. No, but I'm just saying if it really goes kinetic and like I don't want to go here and sound like I don't want to go off and sound here like boots on the neck here. But I'll tell you this: if the United States Navy submarine force is given release the hounds, we'll start taking multiple targets out. We'll start sinking stuff left and right.
Guys, I need someone to come and help defend China. I was trying to make it entertaining and give some pushback, but everyone's agreeing with me. Someone defend China, bro. We love their
No,
social credit score. We love their social credit score. We love the. Oh, Ashkan's here to help. Ashkan, just before you do, you got a bit of background noise, Ashkan.
Yeah, I'm in the car. You want me to not talk?
No, I think it should be alright because you need to back China. But just before I do, you do. I'll be just on this, and this is what like China is always going to put its interest before any other country, and that's important to know. So, as if the reports are true that they forced Iran into this negotiation, if the reports are true that they're going to force Iran into another negotiation, if the reports are true that they're looking at the interests of the Gulf states before Iran, rather than being blindly loving China, you need to think about all these. Dummy said I lost 5,000, 50,000 social credit score. It's true. Oh damn. Okay, I love China. Xi is so amazing. Like I've never seen such a good-looking guy in my life. He could pull any chick. Listen, if he was in the USA, he would pull so easily. He would be a player amongst all players. Okay, Ashkan, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you guys are all expecting China to behave in the same manner as America, and that's just not how China operates. I mean, the U.S. hit the Dena destroyer, the Iranian Dena destroyer, killed all of its crew. It was unarmed. It went on a peace mission to India with no weapons. It had no weapons. And the U.S. submarine force sunk them. They sunk them against international law. They didn't provide aid to the survivors. It's like not every country behaves like America. And you guys think that, oh, because they don't behave like us and they don't behave like animals and just Pete Hegseth style and reading Pulp Fiction verses. I mean that's not how countries operate. And you're looking at America right now and you're thinking, oh, this is normal. This is not normal. What America is doing is not normal. This is just like the bully in the schoolyard. I'm sorry, but just because they hit a ship that was going from China to Iran, it doesn't mean China's like a pussy or anything. And furthermore, I don't know if there was sodium perchlorate on that ship because China and Iran now have a railway going through Afghanistan that if they have sensitive things like that, they'll just send it through the railway. I mean, why do you think Iran repaired that railway in 72 hours when Israel and America destroyed it? Because it's important. Because there's important things going on that railway. So I don't think China's doing any. I don't expect China to get in here and send their ships, and that's going to be World War III. China doesn't want that. Nobody wants that. Only Israel and America seem to want that. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna turn my mic off because of my background noise.
Why they're building so many ships? Why they're spending so much money on their military, and why they're using so many resources to build the military?
To defend themselves. To defend themselves when the time is right. Time is not right now.
So they want to go to military war, but you're saying the time's not right. So when the time is right, they will want to go.
No, I don't think they want to be a power on the seas like America. I think they just want to be able to defend themselves and defend their ports,
no, but you're not understanding. So you're not understanding our point. No one's Ashkan. What the point isn't that. The point isn't whether China should act like America. The point is this, that when someone does a deal with China and Russia now as well, because remember, Russia left Syria to America as well. But if you do a deal with China, the risk now is that you basically anger the United States of America, and the US then comes in, hits your country, and China does nothing. So Venezuela is a good example of that. Iran, now you're seeing the Chinese kind of already getting scared, forcing the Iranians to the table, forcing the Iranians to some things that maybe they don't want to do themselves. We don't know, but this is a possibility. So
No,
this
we
is
don't
an
know that.
example of if you're someone who wants to do a deal with China or America, with China you get the products, But with America, you don't get the possibility that the rival of America is going to invade you.
Well, I mean, with America, America doesn't protect its allies. It only protects Israel. That's it. Pulling THAAD batteries and everything out of South Korea for Israel. All the radars in the Middle
So
East
it's, I mean,
were
but
for
again, on
Israel.
that, it's, I mean, I agree they protect Israel more than anyone else. But that being said, if you look at the Gulf states, yes, they didn't protect them well enough. They could have protected them better, for sure. They like literally left them out in the lurch. That being said, they did protect them a bit. If you look at some of the defense interceptor missiles that were used, they were used and were able to defend themselves. So, and so in reality, what you're seeing is at least America tries to come and defend you, however badly they're doing on that. But China won't even turn up.
I
China
don't
won't
know.
even turn up.
I don't even know about that. I mean, all those Patriot missiles that they used, they paid good money for them. And what did the American soldiers in all those bases do? They deserted
It's the
their
same with
bases.
Iran.
They,
Iran paid good money for the Chinese, and actually worse than that, the Chinese took advantage that they were getting Iranian oil for a discount, 40% off sometimes, and on the other hand, they were paying premium for their stuff. So the question, so both do. I mean, both China and America do that. Whether America will charge the Gulf states as a premium, and because they're cooked, they'll pay more. And with China, because of Iran's situation, will take advantage and sell things at a premium and buy things at a very cheap discount. So both do that.
well, I don't know about sell things at a premium. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so they're selling, when they sell to Iran, they don't give Iran a discount, they sell market rate. When they buy from Iran, they get the oil at an extreme discount. That's an example of them not being philanthropists. They're looking after, and it's fine. China's looking after their own interests. I've got no problem with that. China's looking out for China. It's just, I find it hilarious when brown people get excited and think, oh, they've been so nice to us. And it's like, nah, they're not. They're taking advantage of you. And that's not that, and and that's smart for them to do so, but they're not some kind of philanthropist. They're going to look out for their own interests above Iran, and they throw Iran under the bus if they need to, if it impedes their own interest.
Well, I mean, no countries have friends. Countries have interests, and that's it. And
Exactly.
Iran and China's interests seem to be aligned at the moment. Um, so, and Iran doesn't like buy weapons from China. Iran makes its own weapons.
But like, what's your thoughts on this, Ashkan? So one of the things I talked to Pepe about, and it's kind of a little bit in line with what Simon was saying as well. Actually, I was thinking about Simon when we were having that conversation a little bit. Is that, for example, China has deals with the Gulf states, right?
Right.
And China is looking out for China. So when China has deals with the Gulf states, and let's say those deals are harmed by Iran going to war with those Gulf states, Iran looking out for his own interests or whatever it may be, then China's going to make a decision. Again, what's better for China? And if it's better for China that the Gulf states remain strong, then they'll tell Iran, listen, get under banners.
But when were the Gulf states strong in the first place? They were never strong. What are you talking about?
Who said
And
that?
then,
You're not understanding my point. When did I say the Gulf states? I said financially. So financially, China. Okay, let's go with one thing at a time. Do the Gulf states have deals with China?
of course, they have deals with China. Everybody has deals with China.
Exactly. Okay. So you accept that the Gulf states have trade deals with China. Do you accept that the Gulf states trade deals with China are substantive and are increasing over time?
China needs their energy and is buying it. So, yeah.
Okay. And do you think that if there's a scenario where China can't have access to the energy or can't have access to the various trade deals that they have with the Gulf states, that China may go to Iran and be like, listen, you need to calm your shit down. Like, this is going to harm us now.
Yeah, but maybe, yeah, maybe. But there's also one thing. Also, Pepe said, and it's bigger than anything that the Gulf states can offer China, is that Iran is basically kicking the U.S. dollar out of the Persian Gulf. It is not going to let any ships that buy oil with U.S. dollars pass through the strait. it's something, Pepe was laughing about it. He was saying, oh, yeah, all these meetings they did for years and years to get the petro yuan going. Iran did it in 4 days. So I think China appreciates that a lot more than anything that the Gulf states can offer it.
China will play them against each other. That's exactly what they'll do. Um, Saudi can do the petro yuan, Iran can do the petro yuan, and they'll make sure that no one has more power than the other, or they'll push things in the direction. But they'll hedge. They'll just look to play. Why would you want dependency upon one country when you can play them off against each other?
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat, and they're full on China sims, and they don't understand that actually China, as per what you said, will be looking out for Chinese interests. This is the problem with people. They always look at people above them and worship them. So whether it's a human being, whether it's a country, China is looking out for China. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. Just like America, none of these countries care about you or care about me. None of these companies care about you or me. None of these politicians care about you or me. So it looks like what we've done is we've created a following of people who just simp for China. I'm pretty chill. I'm just having a geopolitical conversation. I think Ashkan said that China has got interests in the GCC, they've got interests in Iran, and they're going to be working those interests based on whatever's beneficial for them. I think Simon's quite right. There even may be scenario where they work both of them off each other. So to think that China is God and China can do no wrong is. I'm so glad I had this conversation. So I didn't realize I basically had so many China sims who think China is some kind of benevolent actor. If China's
No,
so benevolent, why they're not buying Iranian oil at the actual price?
they
Can
are
someone answer
now.
that from the chat?
They are
No, they're
now.
not. They paid. How much are they paying for it?
They're paying no discount anymore. No discount anymore.
Yeah, that's because of Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm talking about before Iran shut off the Strait of Hormuz. Why was China
And no one knows this, by the way. Like, how would anyone possibly know this?
exactly? Why would and that's the point, right? And I don't blame China for this. China's smart, and these people are really dumb that they're getting
Well,
excited over
also,
China.
I mean,
But the point is, if China was, because it's literally saying it's like basically you have a product to sell me, and it's really what the best product. Ashkan has the best product there is. It's so good, like it's the best of that product. He's got, let's say, he's got a game, I don't know, like like a PlayStation type game. So he's got this game. It's the best game. He's like, and I'm looking. I'm like, wow, this is better than Xbox. This is better than PlayStation. This is better than Nintendo. It's literally the best, right? And Ashkan's like, look, this product should be worth like $500. It's so good. It's better than all the rest. And I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty awesome product. And then what happens is Darkside and Simon and Manko and Andrew all collude and like, guess what? We're not gonna buy this product of Ashkan. And then I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. But now Ashkan, listen, no one's buying that product of you. I'm only gonna give you $100 for it. And Ashkan's like, oh, like my product is so good. Like, can you give me 500? I'm like, no, I'm only gonna give you 100. Look, Simon doesn't want to buy it. Darkside doesn't want to buy it. Manko doesn't want to buy it. I'm the only one willing to buy it. And so I'm
yeah,
getting that product for a lot cheaper. So that's what's happening there. So
yeah,
the
yeah,
point being,
yeah.
And China may not be a buyer at these prices. Like, they're in fact maybe selling.
you said China's not buying premium oil of Iran right now.
Right now, China may not be buying; they may be selling at these prices
So
to
Ashkan,
try.
where's your
Yeah.
evidence that you claim that they're buying at premium?
There is no evidence. I don't think those flows are understood or known.
Okay, cool. I'm losing. Dummy said I'm losing social credit scores, bro. This is who I
But
am.
no, sanctioned oil is significantly cheaper than unsanctioned oil, and that's why
Yeah.
the oil negotiations right now is the most important thing that I think people will be negotiating. Like, Iran can't just release 3 to 4 million barrels and be unsanctioned, because that would crash the price of oil every day. And so China, there'll be, what's the currency? What's the agreement with OPEC? How are they going to release it? All of that will be what they're actually negotiating behind the scenes if sanctions are going to be lifted. America's not just going to say sanctions are lifted. they're gonna want a bunch of conditions, and China and the Gulf will have a massive say in that as well.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just watching now. There's a few people who only ever come on the channel to actually attack, so they're getting blocked. Very low life people. But that being said, I think it's a good discussion. Now, in terms of one thing, Dummy made an excellent point. It's very funny and it's hilarious. He said Suleiman is losing social credit score by the second, and it's true. It's true that Suleiman is not worshipping of any country. That's the difference between me and everybody else. Someone may shill for the GCC, others may do it for America, others may do it for China, others may do it for Russia, others may do it for a certain sect, whether it is Salafism or Shiism or Wahhabism or Christianity, Islam, whatever it is. I'm very not beholden to anything. My only thing is I'll always speak the truth. Yeah, it's true. This is why I'm banned from so many countries. This is why I find it hard that now I'm thinking about where can I move to, and I can't think of many countries because of the reason. And this is what differentiates me from everyone else. Everyone else can go to these different countries because they'll shill for various other countries. I will never ever do that. And so yeah, when I think China's in the wrong, I'll call it out. When I think America's in the wrong, I'll call it out. When I think Iran's in the wrong, I'll call it out. When I think the GCC's in the wrong, I will call it out. Whether I think whichever could UK, any country in the world, I will always call it out. So it's true. I will have a very low social credit score in a vast majority of these countries. I get that. But I will never ever become beholden to any of these countries. I've had these opportunities. You know how easy it was for me, how easy it was to get a deal with Russia? I would never take a deal because I need to be independent. I need to make sure I'm always speaking the truth. And let's be clear on this. Like, I disagree with Russia in terms of their actions in Europe. And I always call that out. Whereas Russia is good. So this is the thing. Like, if you guys think that I'm some kind, like, if you guys thought that you come on into some kind of China shill show, that's never going to happen. Where I think China's done good in, I'll always praise them. Where I think they've done, when I think they've done really good in in a number of aspects, including hiding away from the sanctions and help and giving Iran some of these products. But I will never ever call it help because I know China is benefiting so much from this, and this is what you need to understand. That China is benefiting financially. They've created a huge reserve of oil. This is why that even though the strait is closed, they're kind of still in a decent situation. They've looked after themselves really well, and give them credit for it. They're looking out for themselves. They're looking out for their own people. America's not looking out for its own people. This is where the problem is. But that being said, they're not looking out for you. You are not a Chinese. You are not being looked after. You are basically an opportunity for China to benefit China. Surely nobody worships any country. We're rooting for Iran. They have stood up for the. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm not. I want Iran. Iran, in my view, is the last stand against Zionism. If Iran loses, it's over. I can't see any scenario or angle where anyone can take on the Zionists. I'm rooting for Iran for the very same reason. But what I mean by that is, like, for example, if Iran makes a wrong decision, I will say. So I said the negotiations were a wrong decision. That was my view. I kind of expressed it to you guys, but I always opened it up to people who maybe had different thoughts. I thought that right now, I think if Iran goes to the negotiations with the blockade still on, I would say that's such a big loss. It's unbelievable. And I will say that because of my loyalty to the truth. And even though I am, as you said, rooting for Iran, because I think Iran is the last stand basically, the last stand between the what's it called again? The Israeli Empire or the Pax Judaica. And why I'm having this conversation is actually the reason why this conversation is important is why, to give you the great aspect of it, what I want to explain to you is why I think that China isn't going to be that power that you think it is. Because I think one important component of being that power is having the military prowess, is the hard power. And I think China doesn't possess that. But you know, somebody who does possess that is Israel. And so I do think that if America was to fall, America was to be weakened, sorry, and and Iran was to lose this war, or the agreement wasn't to be in Iran's benefit, Pax Judaica is coming, not China. And I think that's why I'm trying to wake you up. You guys will talk about this in 2 years' time and say, oh, guess what? This is what happened. But I always explain things to you 10 years before it happens or a few years before. So I'm telling you now, I'm with Iran because it's the last stand. If Iran takes a horrible deal, and if Iran ends up ceding to America too much in this deal, America's already a bit weakened. America continues to be weakened. China doesn't have hard power. Pax Judaica is going to be the new empire. So this is my kind of overarching view, but obviously maybe you guys don't agree with this. You guys think it's going to be Pax China, but let's see if you're right or if I'm right on that.
Pax
Sorry.
Judaica is already the world power in the West.
True.
In the
But the
West,
reason
it's
it's the
already
but I mean the world
talked
power.
about it. We've talked about it before. It's one Zionist empire. The West is one Zionist empire, and if Iran falls, you're right. It's gonna be a global empire, and it's gonna be a 1,000-year Reich of Pax Judaica.
Yeah. This is a
Sorry,
yeah.
Suleiman.
Of course
Can I
you
make a
can.
very brief
Of course you can.
intervention?
You've been here
Sorry
from
to
the
ask.
start. Apologies I
Sorry
didn't
to
come to you.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
Not at all. I just wanted to say there's been an interview from Dr. Morandi, which I think was very significant, which was made after the first meeting in Pakistan. And it was quite distressing because he said that basically when they were, Dr. Morandi made the point that he was accompanying the Iranian negotiators, but he is not an Iranian negotiator. So he made the point to clarify. However, he was traveling with them, and they saw that basically the American delegation all of a sudden they left, they went away, yeah, and then they were alerted by there was a post somewhere that basically an American post where they were basically they wished for the Iranian delegation to be assassinated. All right. So what happened was the flight back from Pakistan into Tehran was diverted. They diverted the flight, and they took the rest of the journey by car to reach Tehran. Right. So I don't know, because there is an awful lot of disinformation, 360 degrees. There's an awful lot of propaganda, and there is so much gaslighting, which is unbelievable, especially for the Trump administration. But there are some key good information if you want to look around, and I think this is one of them for which I am pretty certain the Iranians are not going to go back to any demonstration, to any negotiation, if they are not sure that some terms are agreed. As for instance, first and foremost, to unfreeze the assets. So I mean, this is for them so vital. They need to make sure that they get some money in the bank up front, and then they can come back from the negotiation. I mean, this Trump administration is not even here or there. It's total absolute shamble. They will kiss you on the head and kill you the next minute. So it's definitely not a couple of days. We're looking at a couple of interesting weeks. Escalation, and unfortunately, it's not looking good. And thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting.
No problem whatsoever. Do you think so? You don't think that these negotiations in 2 days are going to happen, correct?
Not at all, not a chance. I mean, if you imagine you are this Iranian delegation, you have seen your leaders, your beloved leaders, assassinated, killed, right? And you have seen your people dying. When they talk about this, we have sunk the fleet. There is people dying, Iranian people being murdered, right? And they have been so humble in their demise. They went to the negotiation in Pakistan because they even, they felt for the situation. They do feel for all this massive, downturn that's going to happen. And they want to make sure that they don't look like they are going to be the one, they're going to keep open even though they knew, they felt, they could tell that, you're not going nowhere with these people. But with this American government. But now it's a different matter, because if I walk into this and I don't come back, no chance. By the way, Trump did agree. They say the 10-point thing looked good. All right, then start to confirm and start to release the assets. Let's start to see some point, and then we talk. This is we're talking about an existential threat. They are playing with their lives. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, we love Dr. Morandi. He's been on our show many times. I just don't like to ask him over and over again because I feel like I'm taking advantage. So I just wait a week or two and then ask him again. But much love to Dr. Morandi or Professor Morandi. Let's go to. Did anybody want to add to that conversation? If not, we'll go to Thomas.
I'll jump in quick about what you're
Yep,
saying.
go for it.
Yes, it's entirely true what you're saying. Iran cannot bend the knee and take a weak deal, because if they do, it is going to be Pax Judaica. They are the last line of defense in this. They do need to get the sanctions lifted, and obviously with the markets, they do not. OPEC and everything does not want 4 million barrels of oil on the markets unsanctioned, because it would collapse the price of oil. Obviously, if Trump was a free, rational actor, he could, well, it's actually interesting if you think about it, because that collapses the price of oil, and then oil becomes cheaper. And with fracking and things, it becomes so cheap, then US domestic producers actually have to shut down because it's too cheap for it to be able to be extracted in the United States. So that actually causes a lot of complications. Like before, when it was at like 50 something a barrel, a lot of producers in the United States actually were shut down because it was so cheap. So you could see a scenario where if this drags on for years, some domestic production in the United States could go online, but that's not going to be 10 million barrels. That might be like an additional 1 million barrels or something. If this were to, let's say, all the oil in the Gulf got destroyed or the strait remained closed for a year. But yeah, ultimately, whatever brings cheaper, if all that oil gets flooded onto the market, like, hey, I'm down for that. If Trump could get that going and gas prices drop to 250 a gallon nationally, and Trump was able to say, "Hey, we won. Gas prices are now 250 a gallon. That's cheaper than the pre-war price of 3." And Trump sold that to his base as a win and walked out and did that. Sure, but sadly, that's not what's going to happen, because the powers that be won't let that happen. But that's how he could theoretically try to spin this as a win. But Iran just needs to hold the line until they can get those sanctions lifted and be able to charge their tolls. Do I think Iran is going to get the 270 billion in reparations? No, but with $100 billion in tolls every year, or 71 billion, that will pay for the rebuilding costs.
Thomas, jump in. What's your thoughts on the Iran war?
Hey, can you hear me? Okay. Trying out my headphones. It says you can hear me. So I have a question. Well, first of all, I want to say I appreciate your work, Solomon. I appreciate your work, Simon. Specifically, I follow you guys a lot, but I've been tuned out for a minute, and I was curious. What is your current stances on what is going on? Like a brief overview, and then also, I voted Trump, and I'm kind of on the fence of supporting him anymore because of the things I've been hearing, et cetera. And but just as an average individual, I'm just trying to figure out, like, should I continue to support him? I mean, obviously I can make my own decisions, but I kind of want both of your inputs. Like, I just heard that you support Iran as the last defense against Zionism, and it's really baffling to, kind of have my eyes peeled on, peeled a layer back on, like, am I in, a good country? You know what I'm saying? Like, the freedom of speech is obviously something worth dying for, and that's something I support a lot. But like, am I supposed to, support Iran because it's the last, defense against Zionism? And then what happens? I also saw Simon's, synopsis on a multipolar world, and that's where we're headed. I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I'm on the fence about, like, who to support. So I'd like both of your inputs. I'm just coming here with questions.
Yes, so I voted for Trump as well, but then on the whole premise of, hey, this guy promised transparency, he promised to be transparent, he promised he was going to do the no new wars, and then he turned around and said, if you want the Epstein files, you're no longer MAGA. And then so it was stuff like that, and then it was him attacking everyone, that starting to attack all of these people online. I'm not talking about the recent attacks on Tucker Carlson. I'm talking about when, like, months and months and months ago, when people started turning on anyone who criticized him. Like, even back during the 12-day war was when I first started to realize, like, wait a minute, we're now not MAGA if we don't support the arming Israel. We're not MAGA if we don't support striking nuclear facilities and possibly escalating a global conflict. And that's when I started to realize, wait a minute, this might not be right. And then it just, like, started more and more turning on Trump. And then by the time it got to the fall, I was like, yeah, I can no longer support this man anymore, because this guy has completely sold us out. This guy is completely Israel first at this point. I mean, Netanyahu visited the United States 7 times in 13 months. The guy has an arrest warrant out in the International Criminal Court for war crimes. If he stepped foot in Israel, he would be arrested and thrown in prison. But the United States is completely ignoring that. So we are becoming a global pariah state because our leadership is so compromised by Israel that we just ignore international law and allow this war criminal to stay at Mar-a-Lago and watch New Year's Eve fireworks with the president. And that's what's unfortunate. 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view of Israel, but there's a lot of people around the world understand that, yeah, it's the United States government, it's not the people. But then there's also a lot of people that around the world that, unfortunately, some, not all, do lump all Americans together. And I don't want to be lumped in as some evil American because of the actions of our government, which is why I'm siding with Iran. And Iran winning means they get these sanctions lifted, and it means it weakens Israel, and it will weaken Israel's hold on us, so we don't have to fight more wars for them in the future. That's what it means, winning. Winning doesn't mean what these conservative influencers are spinning up, like, oh my God, Iran's going to win and Muslims are going to rule America. That's just a bunch of propaganda. So if you see people pushing that, just ignore them. Muslims are barely over 1% of America's population. They're not taking over America. There's 4 Muslim representatives in Congress, while there's 30-something Jewish representatives in Congress. So if people tell you Muslims are taking over America just because Mamdani won mayor of New York City, Mamdani won mayor of New York City because he...
Okay, thanks, Andy. I get your point. Simon, did you want to answer his question as well?
I'm a bad person to ask it to. I'm so beyond believing that who's in charge of a country makes a difference. I believe that the president is there to meet a CV from those that control America, which is financial institutions. So I think it makes no difference, and I think people should opt out of the political process and not vote. And they should stop playing the charade and farce because it's a completely corrupted institution. And I don't think you should waste any time in politics. That's just my view.
Is that all right, Thomas? Anything else you want to add?
Can I say my next question is
Okay,
like,
I think Parable wants to answer your question. Go ahead, Parable.
yeah, just wanted to say something to Simon and Thomas as well. I got my little theory that basically there is a new deep state coming up, which Trump is leading. That's what I said in the last intervention. I was on this group. But when I say that, there were some comments. Somebody said some comments about Mussolini, right? And I don't agree. The person you need to look at is Berlusconi. Why I'm telling you this? Because Berlusconi, like Trump and Berlusconi, two political animals, right? And they are capable of doing this kind of game to bring these interests. Berlusconi, before he gained power in Italy, he was moving the strings from behind all the other Italian governments, and then he was that good enough to step himself and do it for himself. And mind you, Giorgia Meloni, that is in power now, is the legacy of Berlusconi. Who is running the media is Paolo and Silvia Berlusconi, the children of Berlusconi, still running all the propaganda in Italy. Yeah, so that's what I think is happening now in America. Trump is that good that he can do this kind of things in his particular character. So politics, I've been in politics, and I'm telling you, it's like the Sicilians say, it goes from the cradle to the grave. The politics is everywhere. If you have a political life, if you are in a political life, you will see how much is controlling, is pervading all kind of life, of social life and economical life. And basically, I really hope that whatever is up to Trump is not going to succeed. I really hope that there is as many spanner in the works of his administration and the Israeli government, because the world they are turning the world in a very sad place. Thank you.
I think it was Joe who said that, but go ahead, man, go jump in.
Yeah, I would just add that I totally reject this idea that this is Trump's doing. Trump entered into a system where no matter who won the election, it was going to be like this. I saw the other day an interview with Kamala Harris where the media person asked her who's the biggest threat to America, and she said it was Iran, and she said that was going to be one of her top priorities. So we have a system where there is a lot of Zionist control in Washington, D.C., and I think Trump didn't really have strong opinions on any of this beforehand, but once he entered into that system, he realized that if he tried to fight that system, he would lose, and so he went along with it. And I think it's going to take time. Eventually, that's going to change. But at this point, if you don't go along with Zionism and you're trying to be like a major politician or a president or something like that in the United States, they're going to absolutely destroy you. Do I think that's going to change? Yeah. Will it change by 2028? Probably not. But by 2032, like in the 2030s, I think it definitely will, because Israel's actions that it has taken since 2022 have dramatically changed the American sentiment against Israel. And the politicians, there's a delay because the elites have a lot more power than the people do in this country. But the people eventually, there's a delay, but it eventually catches up. So I think that they're crediting the fact that, I mean, Massey in any other circumstance would have lost this upcoming primary, but he's favored to win. And it's almost entirely because the people are taking it as a referendum on Zionism and are favoring Massey, even though he doesn't always vote with the party, which normally would be like a kiss of death. The other thing is that I think that was yeah. There was just a video that I saw today talking about the change in polling in all these different American demographics of what they thought of Israel in 2022 versus what they thought of Israel today. And in many demographics, especially with young people and especially with Republicans and the right, because there already was more negativity of Israel on the left prior to then, it's been off a cliff. We're talking like 30, 40, 50 percentage points decline in favorability for Israel, like just huge, huge declines. So we are going to see some dramatic changes on that. But in the near term, the elites have the power and they're still going to dictate policy.
One thing I wanted to add to what Manco said, I don't know if you guys saw Rahm Emanuel on Bill Maher this weekend. Rahm Emanuel, former IDF soldier, was saying that America should cut off military aid to Israel. This was like, I was so shocked to hear that from Rahm Emanuel.
That's not shocking though. Netanyahu said the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. The Zionists are already saying that because they're trying to get ahead of it because they know it's inevitable.
No, I think they're saying it because they know that the $3 billion isn't the like Netanyahu's been saying this, right? And the reason they're saying it is because they know that the $3 billion isn't the biggest part of the money that they get. They get more money separate to that through a wide range of different things. Never mind the special amount of money they've got over the last few years in these wars. Never mind the money that's spent on them in order to militarily defend them anywhere. Never mind the monies that, or never mind the influence and impact they have, which is separate to money. So I think when you take all of those things into consideration, this is why Netanyahu and a lot of the Israeli influencers over the last year or so have been pushing this position quite a lot.
Yeah, they think it's more valuable to make a big show of sacrificing a small part to protect the greater part. And this way, you're going to nonstop hear from the Zionists being like, "Hey, look, we love America. Look at this. We don't even want your money anymore. We stopped all that," because they stopped the very visible part, but they didn't stop the part that's not so visible.
And also, they found a big, huge gas field off their shore. So that's some too.
I think separate to that, they care less about the gas field and more about controlling America, and it's about this control that they've got over the America, and that they're able to get what they want from this country, however they want to get it. Let's go to Blue. Blue, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, what's up, guys? Solomon, thanks for having me on. I just want to bring up something. Maybe you guys could discuss it. I thought it was interesting that Iran had said that they hadn't responded to the commercial vessel that was attacked and boarded. And they said that they were going to wait because of the families of the crew members. And they said that there would be a response, but the response was delayed because of that. And then there's been reporting in the last hour and a half, I don't know if you've seen it, that the crew members were going to be delivered back to Iran. So I'm curious what Iran's response is going to be to that. And I don't think you guys have talked about it on the space.
What do you think it'll be?
I honestly don't know. With the ongoing ceasefire negotiation still up in the air, I don't think there's going to be a kinetic response. Would be my guess. I do think that there is going to be some posturing from the Iranian side, but I think they've kind of lost their moment to have some sort of kinetic response. I know there was rumors of the drones launched at warships. I don't know if that was actually ever verified as true. It would be interesting to see if there was a kinetic response. Again, I don't think that's likely now that it's so many hours have passed after the event. But I do think that they do, to the Iranian people, I guess the government does have some necessity to respond in some way. I don't know if that's going to be physical or just posturing, but curious what you guys thought.
So the Americans are giving back the Iranians that were on the vessel, correct?
I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but there were rumors that they're working on sending them back. I don't know if they've actually made it back to Iran yet.
Yeah. No, I read the same thing. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if there's a if there's a I don't know, like if they sending Americans back, then I mean, sorry, if they're sending Iranians back, that might be part of the deal. Like, we'll give your people back, don't hit us as well. So this could be part of like some kind of deal to return the prisoners, hostages.
I don't doubt that, but I don't think that I mean, most of these guys I would assume are merchants. I mean, again, I think maybe it was Andy that talked about it, or Simon. I think it's interesting to see what is on the vessel. I think that might have some sort of indicator of what the response would be. But they did publicly state numerous times in Iranian media that they would have a response. So I think that they can't totally back down from that. But again, it's very unlikely that there's some sort of irrational response, or that's at least how it would be seen in terms of the negotiation. And I think maybe that was part of the play. I don't know if this has been talked about yet, but I think it's possible. And this isn't like a crazy take, but I think it's possible that they wanted them to respond to the commercial boarding. I think maybe that was their attempt to escalate and it not be at the behest of Trump. I think that's very plausible.
So you think it didn't go their way when it didn't escalate?
I think that's very plausible. Yeah. They said they've been tracking it for 5 days, that, everyone's thinking like, oh, maybe there were some sort of munitions or some sort of materials on the vessel that, was important to the war effort. But, I think it's just as likely that they fly it in. I mean, there's been Chinese flights being flown in all the time. I mean, not as much as you can get on a big, vessel, a big boat, but that could have just been an attempt to escalate the conflict and it not be at the hands of Trump. So I don't have a large, leaning either way on it, but I was just curious if anyone else had another thought.
Interesting. Andrew, what do you think?
Yeah, taking it all in, putting it all, as I say, one big giant jigsaw puzzle, more pieces to put together, but it's very clear that the secondary net of the blockade is now in effect. China is not responding. I thought there would be some response. I thought diplomatically, I thought there'd be a lot of stuff coming out on social media renouncing it. And even a military, now I shouldn't say a military vessel per se, like a destroyer or something, but China putting one of their spy ships out there, kind of like in the way, kind of forcing their way around. Everywhere the United States Naval Surface Forces move, there are Chinese spy ships following us, Russian spy ships following us. I thought they'd have some presence there, and I haven't even confirmed that as per se in this. So this is very clear, and it's substantial that China is not going to respond militarily, but I didn't think they would, but I didn't even think that the U.S. would actually fire on a ship to actually stop it. I just thought it would be a bunch of saber rattling, but no, Trump finally gave the order to stop them. I also was looking at a video. They were the United States destroyer there. They were signaling that ship to stop for like 6 hours. I'm waiting to get confirmation on that. And the ship just kept going at its regular transient speed. And then the vessel, the commanding officer, I don't know if someone said it before, I'm sorry I missed it, told them, hey, make sure your engine room is clear. They started firing rounds. It looks like they fired about 3 rounds. And as Manco said, it was their surface gun. And it was a surface gun. They fired those rounds right through their engine room, so disabled it. And then they boarded it, as we would figure, by a boarding party by helo drop, and took command of the ship. It's going to be very effective. We can keep doing that and doing it, and we can win that without a doubt. The problem is that's what we have. We've had Simon, our military analyst, in here. Guess what? Now we're looking at the global economic meltdown, and I just can't see this going on much longer. And we know that Iran controls the Persian Gulf. There's no doubt. The U.S. can't and will not have any action in the Persian Gulf or around the Strait. It's a kill box of the United States. But now they're playing our game out in the deep water. There will be, I believe, a kinetic ground force coming in. It'll be just like Suleiman we saw before. It'll be some kind of initial strike. It'll be a lot of bombing. I believe days of intensive bombing, blowing up nothing. Nothing's going to get really done by that. I pray to God the United States doesn't start hitting civilian infrastructure like power grids and and water plants, because if that happens, that to me is a war crime. And any military officer that follows that, I think, is following an unlawful order. I think that this will be really ugly in the next couple of days, but in the end, a deal still has to be worked out, because no war can go on and on and on and on without a final agreement. And I'll land it with this. I've said it 1,000 times. I see an exact paradigm to the Paris Peace Accords that were worked out in Vietnam. Uh, Secret deals were being worked out in Paris as the United States kept bombing Vietnam for days. And eventually, Vietnam got what it wanted. The United States walked away with basically 58,000 U.S. soldiers died for nothing. So I pray that there's no more loss of lives, especially for the innocent civilians. Iran already won this. The game's already done. The United States just has to pack it up, make a deal, and move on. And I think Trump's going to have to blow up a lot of stuff to give himself some kind of an exit strategy. And Suleiman, I agree with you 150%. We are backing up Iran because if Iran does not win this, the Zios win, and this is not going to be good.
Yeah, yeah. For sure. Let's go to Godfrey. Godfrey, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Sully. Thanks for hosting. I just want to comment on what Larry Johnson said. That is the most terrifying thing imaginable, that Trump was trying to nuke Iran. And look, we don't have any proof of it, but his actions certainly speak to that, and the shoe certainly fits,
Well,
right?
Godfrey, just on that, and I'm not interrupting you. I'm just to add to what you said. I know you're saying we've got no proof of it, but that being said, I mean Larry Johnson is an ex-CIA intelligence, and so all of these guys have contact and have remaining contacts in the Pentagon, in the intelligence services. So I mean, I know we haven't got no like paper written and saying no, yeah, Trump Trump was gonna do it, but I think there is a bit more credibility when he says it. But just do continue.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And let me be the first to say I believe Larry Johnson. I don't think he's lying. I'm only putting that statement out there because we don't have any tangible proof of it yet. But his actions do speak to that. I mean, when you make a post saying that you're going to wipe out an entire civilization, you're going to wipe out their power supply and their water supply, like in the most unhinged sense that no U.S. leader should ever be posting. It's certainly not a loose extrapolation to think that this man would also order nukes to be dropped on Iran. Like the shoe fits perfectly. So I believe Larry Johnson. That's what I'm saying. I'm only saying that for the sake of the audience's edification, to say that I can't prove it myself, but I believe him. I absolutely believe him. And if you look at General Kane, he did have his head down. I saw the clip. A lot of us did. Something heavy went down in that meeting. And I do defend General Kane. I don't think he's a willing lackey for Trump. And I think he's listening to what God is telling him and not to follow these insane orders. I mean, this is like, he would be accountable to God for that and to history for all eternity if he engaged in such an action. I think that's weighing on him heavily. I'm not trying to say he's a saint by any means, but I think that he is acting on his conscience. And I believe that he could have very well prevented something truly insane from happening in Iran.
Godfrey, I just wish Kane would have just spoken up stronger from the beginning, even if need be, resign like Admiral Resner Katcher did, like Admiral Alvin Halsey did. But I hear what you're saying, and I agree, brother. I think he really did step up finally, thank God.
So if I could offer a counter opinion on General Kane, I think he stayed in because if he knew he resigned, Trump and Hegseth might find someone who would take that order. So I think that's why he stayed around. That's my personal opinion.
Wow, great point to consider, sir.
So we got some breaking news. I'm just tweeting it out right now. But basically, JD Vance is still in Washington and he hasn't set off yet. He's waiting for confirmation from Iran that the talks are going ahead before he goes to Islamabad. The other piece of news is Amazon is apparently investing 25 billion into Anthropic. Israeli shekel has hit a 30-year high against the dollar. So shekel's doing good against the dollar. Goive. And also the Onion has reached a deal to take over Alex Jones's InfoWars. The satire site intends to convert InfoWars into a parody of itself. So that's some of the latest news. We also have some super chats. Let me just quickly read those. And it is there any benefit at all for Trump or anyone else to let the whole financial system to go to ruins? If the whole house of cards comes crashing down, is there any upside at all? It's not. I don't think it's to destroy the entire financial system, but to basically bring in a Palantir surveillance type state. There would be benefit because they'd sit at the top, and everyone else would be little pawns that move only by their permission and by their by their permission and through their authority. How stupid the US will look in the upcoming meeting with Xi doing this when they start begging for rare earths again. Yeah. I mean, the thought is that the reason Trump went to Venezuela and Iran was to say, look, I've taken over both of these places, so it's going to put him in a more strong bargaining position. That was the thought behind it, but obviously that's not working out great for him. Trump is just trying to get along with Zionism. He pimped his daughter out for them, bro. I think that this is Tamanko. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's always been a Zionist. I don't think anything changed from that at all. He was always a Zionist. So Godfrey, where do you think this goes now? Do you think it's gonna escalate, or what do you think happens?
I don't know. It could go anywhere from here. Well, here's the thing. If this thing about General Kane is true, I think it's going to go to where Trump resigns and steps down because he's viewed as a national security threat. So if they go that route and there are private talks with J.D. Vance and others in the cabinet to 25th Amendment him or give him the courtesy to step down on his own, I hope that that's what happens. If he remains in power, I'm worried that anything is possible. I mean, this man is so unhinged. He is fighting a war that nobody voted for, that nobody wanted, that nobody in America supports. And he's only made things exponentially worse with his tweets and statements. And now Iran doesn't even trust the U.S. anymore because they know they're controlled by Israel. They know that everything they say is an Israeli lie. And they know that no matter what, Israel is just going to wait this out, wait until more armaments come their way, and attack yet again. So until that issue in Israel is dealt with and they're resupplying their arms, and Iran could have some way of ensuring that they're never attacked again by Israel, which I don't know how they can do, honestly. I don't know how this peace agreement would go forward. I do not understand. And Iran made some good proposals. I mean, if there was an economic tie where we had to pay Iran for Strait of Hormuz stuff and things like that to incentivize them, that might be good, but I just don't know. It could go anywhere from here, honestly.
Larry Johnson said on Saturday Larry Johnson said it was on Saturday, right, that the Trump attempted to use the nuke. What were the circumstances behind it that led up to that possibility?
I don't exactly know. I mean, I know there was some skirmishes with an American ship and with an Iranian ship, so maybe that's what led to it, and Trump just wanted to try to end it with one giant attack. But if you know anything other than that, please let me know.
Well, we've got Larry coming on Wednesday in 2 days' time, so we'll ask him direct. Godfrey.
Oh, awesome.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I said awesome. I look forward to it. What time is he coming on?
My calendar. By calendar, I mean just my notes. The 7 p.m. Eastern.
Awesome. I will be there on Wednesday.
Yeah, so hopefully that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm going to ask him that question. I'm going to ask him what what were the circumstances? That's just crazy. Like, how is it we're back in this world where the president of the United States of America deciding to use a nuclear bomb? We're like, yeah, He tried to use it. Yeah, we just move on from that. That's kind of crazy. Right? A Pakistani official told Reuters that Iran will attend the second round of negotiations. We'll have to see about that. You know, everyone knows my view on that. I think that would be a colossal mistake, but let's see what happens with that. How can they have a blockade on? You're like, listen, man, I ain't going to come until you remove the blockade. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to come anyway. I think that would be extreme sign of weakness personally. And would definitely shift the power to the USA and Trump. Maybe this is a way of shifting it, actually. Who knows? Godfrey, how far? I mean, after a nuclear bomb, it can't go any worse than that. So, I mean, how much more worse do you think it gets? Or do you think this is? Or do you think this is the end of it? Do you think negotiations could be the end of it?
I hope they figure something out at the negotiating table because, like I said, I don't know where we go from there. I think that brings China and Russia into the mix, and it could escalate exponentially.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern. That's the biggest concern, the level of escalation that could occur. What's in terms of within the US, what's the kind of sentiment? And what I mean by that is I know most people are against the war, but what I mean is in terms of like the way the war's going.
Oh, I mean, just judging on X and judging on my daily conversations with friends and family, I think it's a complete dumpster fire. I don't think anybody sees this as a success, and only his most hardcore cultish base supports this war. Like he pretty much turned off all of America with Epstein, but once he engaged in this conflict with Iran after covering up for Epstein, it was like the final nail in the coffin for his agenda. Like everybody has sniffed this guy out. The only people still supporting him are the most absolutely cultish base members who cannot come to reality at this point. I mean, if you can't see what's wrong with this guy at this point, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, so yeah, long story short, there's near zero support for this war, and I would put it somewhere around, I don't know, 12%. That's what I think Trump's real approval rating is. That's just my personal opinion. I think it's around 12 to 10%, and I think the support for the war is the same, 12 to 10% of Americans at most.
There's conversations about Trump getting impeached. Now, I think it's highly unlikely because to get impeached, you would need such a significant vote. And when Israel controls both sides of the house, that's not going to happen. But there is a lot of conversations about impeachment, 25th Amendment. How realistic do you think that is?
I think if anything happens, it's the 25th Amendment that gets him out. There's no way he's going to be impeached. But I don't know. I think it would be 25th Amendment, but I guarantee you there are people in his administration and in the military who are very politely asking him to resign right now because of this dumpster fire. So if anything, it'll be the 25th Amendment. And, I still don't even know if we're going to have midterms in America. I'm still going to stand by that. I hope I'm wrong. But this war just tells me, like, there's a group of people in America that are so hell-bent on this war with Iran that they're willing to subvert our entire country and elections to get it done. And that's what scares me the most about Trump. And just regarding the impeachment, if he was so worried about impeachment, why did he do all this stuff? Why did he cover up Epstein and call it a hoax? Why did his family profit on so many crypto rug pulls and so many gangsterish economic schemes if he knew impeachment was right around the corner? Why would he go to war with Iran if impeachment was right around the corner? That's a question I keep asking, and I don't like the answer to it because it just tells me that there's something coming that he knows that we don't know is coming, that is allowing him to make decisions like this that are so against his platform, so contrary to what he campaigned on, and so contrary to the American people.
Yeah, Can I add real quick on that impeachment?
Yeah.
I think that I mean, you have to remember he was impeached twice. You know, it was approved by the House. It's just whether or not you're going to get the 2/3 votes in the Senate to, you know, actually be removed. And I think that's kind of, you know, what he's banking on. If even if the Republicans lose the House and lose the Senate, getting 2/3 of the Senate to approve the removal of the impeachment process, I think is very unlikely. And then also at the end of the presidency, and we've already seen this from the White House officials, they've already leaked this information, but there's going to be a mass pardoning. So I think even from like the crypto pools, like why would he do that if he was worried about impeachment? I think that's very accurate because, you know, at the end of the day, getting actually impeached and removed from office is extremely unlikely, with the Republican Party still holding at least 1/3 of the Senate, and voting along party lines. And then, you know, obviously you just grant yourself the pardon at the end of it. So I don't really think he's worried about that. Some people say that kind of impacts his decisions in the war. I think that's pretty unlikely. The midterm, is he doing it for the midterm? How you know how relevant are the midterms to this war? I think that's like a better arguing or a better bargaining chip for Trump. But again, I don't think. I think the interests overseas, the interests with the APAC lobby, I think a lot of those take precedent over the midterm elections.
In terms of the 25th Amendment, like why do you think that's going to happen? How would that happen? Godfrey.
I just think that I don't know. It's like they have Vance and there's a safety valve for their agenda in case Trump gets too unhinged. And I don't know. It just seems like whatever plan they had with Trump, right? Whatever plan they had to cover up Epstein and then get into this war went so off the rails that they're willing to sacrifice him. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but there's no way that they thought that the public would have sniffed it out like this, that the American people would have been this okay going to a war with Iran, that they wouldn't have been able to get past the media barrier like they did in the past. I think they thought, and I've said this many times, that they thought they could ride the cult of Mega and Q past everything and somehow convince the general public to accept it. And they found out quite quickly that wasn't the case. And now I think there are some serious conversations going on within the Israelis that control America of, hey, do we have to cut bait and get rid of this guy? Do we have to sacrifice him so that we can have JD Vance come in, try to carry out the agenda? He's much cleaner. He doesn't have any ties to Epstein. We can start anew again. And that's where I think they're at. Like, they're willing to get rid of their number one show dog to install Vance to save their own necks at this point. Honestly, I think it's going that badly. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, not to push back too much on that, Godfrey, but I don't think that's realistic that he, you know, gets impeached or that he steps down. I mean, that, you know, we know he's a man of ego. We know that he's not really going to do it on his own, and for him to be forced out or to be asked and abide by you know, the Conservative Party, it's just, I think, pretty unrealistic. And you know, we talked about Vance not being you know, tarnished by the files and everything, which may be true. But I think you also have to remember that Vance is immensely unpopular, like extremely unpopular. So while Trump is unpopular, he has that, you know, rallying MAGA base, and if he goes, I don't think that automatically transfers those few that, you know, would die for him. I don't think that transfers automatically to JD. So I actually think that in terms of, if you're trying to think about it from a foreign lobby perspective, trying to push forward an agenda or a 2030 agenda or what have you, I don't think you're going to have that with Vance. I think you're better off, you know, staying the course with Trump.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with those points either. It is such a dumpster fire right now that I can't believe they're continuing to keep up this charade. Like, it is absolutely mystifying to me that it's continuing. Like, it's this like Frankenstein circus that they keep putting up, keep trying to put band-aids on it. keep trying to tell you everything's okay, that it's not a dumpster fire, even though the entire public knows it is. And I think you could be right. I'm just saying that it just feels so bad to me that I can't believe that they can let it continue. But you very well could be right, and they could just keep kicking the can down the road. I mean, this is crazy. They've already done it to a point where it's beyond rationality.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty unbelievable. I didn't think it'd get this bad personally. I mean, I like many people here. I voted for Trump, and I had all the same sentiments and everything. And you're just like, you're just shocked. I mean, you knew it was bad before. I mean, you knew going into 2024 that this wasn't what you wanted. But again, you hate to say it, but it's like the lesser two evils going into 2024 is kind of how a lot of people thought. And it's so much worse than I could have imagined. Like there's no possibility. There was no possibility for me at the time to think that it could ever get this bad. And not only, I think a lot of people are surprised who are in the no war crowd. I think a lot of people are surprised that Iran has held up as well as they have. I think that has shocked a lot of people. I have a military background. I come from the military myself. I think that was shocking. We really didn't expect to see that. And it's not so much it's shocking to see Iran stand up for itself. I think it's shocking to see the American military fail again. We failed in Afghanistan, we failed in Syria, failed in Iraq. I mean, the objectives maybe were successful from a foreign lobby perspective, right? But from an American objective stance, it was a failure, and we're seeing the same thing. We're getting into this quagmire. I think a lot of us are just shocked.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great point about Iran standing up for itself too. They really did kind of show the world their mettle. Absolutely.
So we're hearing a lot of reports that these negotiations in Islamabad are going to happen. And apparently Galabaf and Aragchi are going. My opinion on this. I think this is a severe loss by Iran. And to be honest, if something like that happened, I'd start to question a lot of things myself. Because this makes no sense under the current situation, unless you're just completely capitulating. But Professor Mandy said the opposite. He said the following. He said, I advised US Vice President J.D. Vance to unpack his suitcases and not to head to Islamabad. With the current delusional and unrealistic demands and the continued naval blockade, no one in Tehran is willing to negotiate with him. So this is Professor Marandi indicating that there won't be negotiations in Islamabad, but many reports are claiming that Galibaf and Aragchi are planning to go to Islamabad tomorrow. Remember, this deal runs out on Wednesday, the ceasefire deal, and then we're going to be in a interesting situation. So let's see where that goes, but that's the latest news in that regard.
Can I add one thing to that, Sully?
Yeah, go for it.
I think if we all remember the last talk last weekend, the last ceasefire, I think if we all think back to, are they going to go? Are they not going to go? Is the Iranian delegation going to go? How many people are going to go? Oh, they said they're not going to go. Oh, wait, there's mixed reporting. We were all very confused back then. What was it, a week ago? It feels like a month ago. And I think it's really interesting. Back a week ago, before the first rounds of negotiations, they said, we're not going unless Lebanon's included in the ceasefire. And so there was this moment of like, wow, they're really standing their ground. They're not going to go. They're not going to throw Lebanon under the bus. And what ended up happening, right? It was actually behind closed doors, on Truth Social. Let me say this first. On Truth Social, Trump postured, Lebanon's not part of the ceasefire. Lebanon is a separate, deal. It has nothing to do with our negotiations. But in reality, in the behind doors talks, they said, clearly, this is what was stated to the Iranian delegation, like, hey, we will include them in the ceasefire negotiations if you do show up to the negotiations. And so what ended up happening was they went to the negotiations, and then Trump started saying, hey, we're going to have this ceasefire. It's going to be great. It's the greatest ceasefire ever. We have 10 days of no hostilities, whatever. So I think it's very possible that we see the same thing here. Although Trump is posturing that he's not going to end the blockade, I think it's very plausible that they go to the negotiations. Meanwhile, the Iranian delegation has been talking to the administration, and they decided, hey, look, you go to the negotiations, and then we'll announce that we're going to end the blockade temporarily. So I think that that's a very plausible expectation to happen. It's the same thing that happened with Lebanon.
Yeah, the difference here, though, is Blue, that the conversation is about the Iranians have come out and said we're not going to go to the negotiations without the blockade being removed. Trump said we're not removing the blockade until a deal has been done. So that one's more in kind of direct conflict in terms of the two statements. So the akin would be, for example, as per the Lebanon example, Iran said, we're not going to the negotiations until Lebanon's included. And Iran and US says, well, Lebanon's not going to be included unless you come to the negotiations. So a direct conflict of statements didn't happen. I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to discount it completely, but it's more like this is more direct, if you know what I mean. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. I think your original point is valid and completely true. I think that they do lose some negotiating power or leverage, or they look worse off just from a public perspective. And surely the Iranian people are thinking the same thing. I agree with you completely. I think they are slightly different, or very different even. But I do think they're similar enough to where the reality of that happening is, I mean, look, Iran, do they really want to negotiate? Do they really want to return to hostilities? I don't think so. I really don't think so. They want a deal just as much as the United States wants a deal. It's just they happen to be in the position of leverage today. That doesn't mean that they're not as eager to strike a deal. Just because you have leverage doesn't mean that you're gonna wait and hold out so you can get the best deal possible. So if the United States has changed their tune a little bit behind closed doors, that's how they keep convincing the Iranians to do anything anyways, is they, may say one thing publicly and then behind closed doors, they're promising, the moon and the stars. And I think it's very plausible that we see something similar. I think Iran going to 2 rounds of negotiations after the first were completely unproductive. I do think that is, I think it doesn't look good for them. And I think they do lose their leverage. So, I don't know. I would like to see them hold out a little longer from an Iranian perspective. If you were to take that perspective, I would like to see them hold out longer. I think that they could get a better deal. But who knows what the United States is promising? I mean, they must be promising something good if they're going to make these hardline, not so much maximalist, but pretty hardline stances all throughout this morning. And then now they're changing their tune.
Got some more breaking news. So, military veterans and their families are being arrested for protesting the Iran war at the U.S. Capitol. So, military veterans and their families were protesting the Iran war at the U.S. Capitol, and they're all being arrested for those protests. And then I just wrote, Americans are being arrested for Israel. Okay, let's go to Joshua because Joshua's been struggling to keep his mic muted.
I think this Iran war is going to make Trump's life more difficult, and also I think this war in Iran either will make Trump get the 25th Amendment, or he may get another assassination attempt on his life, which we don't want. But hopefully the sentiment is less, and hopefully no part of the military assassinates him. But there's more likelihood of that happening.
That doesn't make sense. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about like if the war goes, if somebody gets like the hostage, if there's like hostages, also if there's like people getting captured in like the narrative in America will change to the worst. And if people get captured, or like if soldiers get captured by the Iranians, the end state is bad.
So, what you're saying is, how would those soldiers get captured?
If they get killed or captured, the
How
narrative,
would they get killed or captured?
they have like the Karg Island,
Oh, so you're saying if America tries to invade Iran and goes to their land, and then so these American soldiers that decide to invade a foreign nation, and then people in that foreign nation capture them, then you're saying the sentiment in America will change.
Yeah, it will change. It will
Change
change
what? Change
for
for supporting the
the
war or against the war?
against the war.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. And then
But
what was the thing you said about the assassination attempt?
I think I think there will be an assassination attempt on Trump if
Well,
this
why do you
war
think
goes.
that? Do you think the other one was real?
The other one is real, and like I would not be
What's
surprised.
what's the
I wouldn't.
information on Crooks? Like, there's not much happening. What happened with the investigation? It just went quiet very quickly, right?
That's because of the FBI and the Cash Patel, who is in charge of the FBI, is not doing his
So
job.
Kash Patel's Trump's choice.
But Cash Patel is a patsy for Trump. He doesn't do
Exactly.
anything. He doesn't do anything other than like what happened to Charlie Kirk.
No,
You
but you're not
know,
making sense. 1 second. Can we just do one thing at a time? So you're saying there's gonna be the previous assassination was real. Then I asked you, wait, well, if it was real, why has there not been no proper investigation into it? You said, oh, it's because of Kash Patel. But then I said, Kash Patel has been put by Trump. And you're like, yeah, he's Trump's friend. So why would Trump not want a proper investigation into his own assassination? I don't get that.
it's more incompetence more than like it's more government incompetence and like clerical
So
incompetence.
Trump has an assassination attempt against him, and he doesn't get the guy who's his patsy to investigate it properly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think that makes sense?
But I think it's also Cash Patel too. You
But
know,
do you think that makes sense?
Not really. But I don't know who's in charge of Trump. You know, like I don't know how his mind works. Like he can say one thing and he does the other thing. You know, who knows?
Hmm.
Like it's just very unpredictable with Trump.
Yeah, but I feel like you still not answered the question that if Trump, as you said, is if Kash Patel is Trump's patsy and there was an assassination attempt by someone on Trump,
Yeah,
why has that not been investigated? This is a very important question people should be asking. Like,
I
why
think
has
I,
that not been
I think
investigated?
because there's insider meddling with the FBI and
But if
other
there's
stuff.
insider meddling within the FBI, which there can be, you said Kash Patel is Trump's patsy. Why is he not just ordering Kash Patel to look into it?
I think Cash Patel is not a very incompetent person. He's more focused on being in sporting events than actually doing investigations on uh, on anything right now. He's very distracted. Like
Hmm.
look at Charlie Kirk's investigation on if there was a foreign asset involved in it, like Mossad or some Kidon
Hmm.
agent. They're not doing the investigation because they're like I think Joe Kent tried to do a FOIA request to the this
Yeah,
head of
I don't know what you're saying, to be honest.
you
Just
know
to
you know
kind of wrap it back up, right? I don't know what you were talking about in terms of assassination on Trump. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think anyone would try that. That's just be a stupid thing to do. I think I've got question marks about the previous one. Like I said, there's not been no real investigation into it. I'm not saying it was fake or not, but there's a few things in there that do make me question it. And all I'm asking for is that there should be a full investigation. And I'm confused why Trump wouldn't have that investigation. But anyway, thanks for your thoughts. I kind of overarchingly don't even know what you were talking about, to be honest, but I try to make it interesting. Let's go to Tom.
Hey, what's up, Suleiman? Yeah, on the topic of the Trump assassination, like I hate to say it, but Trump not only had an assassination attempt against him, he has the world's only cartilage capable of total healing of a 77 or 78-year-old man taking a bullet through the ear. Yeah. Anyway, so on another thing I wanted to talk about for a minute, we have this situation going on right now that I find obviously concerning, as all of you do. And so I wanted to, I don't know, Dark Side's not up here. I don't think Simon's up here either, but I'll bring it up regardless, in case they come up, maybe they're listening. But I wanted to ask Dark Side, Simon, or Robert if they think it's possible that the reason for all of this market manipulation, beyond making money, obviously, has to do with essentially wanting as many people around the world by virtue of putting off when people realize how bad the coming crisis will actually be as possible in targeted nations for the most part to be as woefully unprepared as possible. In other words, oh, everything's fine. There's not going to be any kind of shortages, so don't bother preparing. Don't bother purchasing extra water. Don't bother purchasing extra fuel if you can afford it. Don't bother purchasing a cistern or however it's said in English for your property. Don't bother buying any generators, stocking up on fuel. Don't bother buying rations and taking measures to make sure you've got enough cash for a year in case things get crazy, in case there are bank runs. Don't do any of that. Just assume everything's running smoothly and perfectly. Anyway, so I was thinking about that earlier. Could it be that the reason that there's this effort to make as many people as possible misunderstand the coming crisis, so that people fall into the traps, much like what happened during COVID, whether the traps are, all right, now we're going to implement these, rations when it comes to how much fuel you can purchase, and measures that are essentially going to limit freedom and people's ability to live their daily lives in a way that's really going to put a lot of power in government's hands, the way I see it, because I see a scenario playing out in which I think it's very likely that we'll have governments, I'm sorry, uh, instructing people that they have to do this and have to do that. And it's all, I'm sorry, that they'll receive certain services, but it's all conditional on following with new mandated rules that I think are on the horizon. As Darkseid was really correctly warning people, this is, as I see it, and I'm willing to look stupid if I'm proven wrong. I don't really care, because my main concern is, all right, we have this phenomenal space where people can share information. My main concern is people being aware of what might be coming, prepare, be smart, talk to your neighbors, have some preparedness plans in place so that you can look out for each other. And I don't know, it doesn't look very good. How do you feel about the situation, Suleiman? Do you think I'm being hyperbolic, or is there reason for my concern and what I just brought up?
What
How do you see it?
hyperbolic about which element?
No, when it comes to what I'm saying pertaining to this theory I have, that a lot of what they're saying having to do with the market, well, not what they're saying, what they're doing to manipulate people's understanding of how bad this crash might be, has the purpose of having people lower their guard, feel like nothing's happening, so they don't prepare much. And then most people will have to rely on the government when this collapse starts to rear its ugly head, if it's as bad as I think it might be.
Yeah, I mean, another element of that though, Tom, is right, because I was thinking about this the other day. How many people do you think would be okay with that though? How many people would be okay with,
Very
let's say you,
few.
huh? Did you say few?
Very few, but that's the reason I
Oh no,
work.
I think the other way around.
Yes, but that's the reason I work.
Listen, let me just propose the question to you. Is it a few or a lot? So let's say you said to people in the UK and America, maybe American mentality is different, I don't know. But if you were to say to people in the UK and America, guys, listen, no jobs, you don't need to work. We're going to put you on UBI. Already Musk is talking about it. He's just not calling it universal basic income. We called it universal higher income or something. But same thing, just, just changing the word will manipulate people into agreeing to it. So you basically put everyone on that. You say, guess what? You don't need to work. You're gonna get $4,000 a week. Sorry, $4,000 a month. In the UK, maybe £2,000-3,000 a month. You don't need to work. You'll get your money via these stamps. You can use that money on like groceries, blah 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 blah. One holiday a year, whatever it is, and you don't need to work. Uh, but some of the requests and requirements are this: you're not allowed to, leave your town more than once. You're not allowed to leave your country like more than 5 times in a year, maybe, or 10 times in a year. You're not allowed to leave your town for X man. You're not allowed to go down to the grocery store. I think if you end up committing XY crime, the amount you get will be decreased. I would say I mean, in the UK, I think most people would be cool with it. They'll be like, free money, all good, chill, and I just need to follow a few rules. Like, nice one, blood, party time. Like, that's what I think in the UK most. Now, what's your thoughts on America?
Such a good question, because it depends on what part of the country you're talking about. I hadn't thought of it from that angle. I think that a lot of people in New York might be all right with it. In New York City, I think a lot of people in certain parts of the country might be okay with it. But overall, I think, especially in the country, people who enjoy their freedom, their fireworks, and their firearms, I don't think those people are necessarily going to take too kindly to any of this. And I don't know. I mean,
What about
I
the
think
ones
that
who
in the United States,
what
people.
about the ones who want their firearms? So you're like, look, you can keep your guns, don't commit any crimes. You commit crimes, the amount of money you get will be reduced by XYZ percent or whatever it is. Publix come flying up. He's like, give me that free UHI. But the so we're not going to take those rights away. We're just telling you not to commit crime. Listen, times are hard. Like, you're not able to travel. You weren't even traveling. How many? Look. Let's be clear on this. What percent of Americans actually travel out of the country? I'm sure when I was looking at the figure a while ago, it was like 60-70% of Americans don't even leave America or something. They don't even leave their own state. Tom.
It's a good point. The culture there makes it the legends and the lore that we're brought up believing in. A lot of it true, a lot of it fabricated, and kind of massaged and modified to make people feel a certain way about things. It makes it so that I would have a really hard time believing that people would accept it unless you brought about such austerity first, unless you impoverish them, unless you demoralize them. Obviously, there's a tremendous demoralization campaign that's been waged against the American people for decades now.
So,
And it's
question to
interesting because every
you.
administration,
When
yeah,
lockdown happened, and remember lockdown was a bit complicated because lockdown was so bipartisan, right? Especially in the US. But when lockdown happened, how many people were pretty cool with just taking a check and not working?
I couldn't tell you what the numbers are. Do you have any idea?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm genuinely asking. I remember looking at it at that time, but I just can't remember now. It's been a few years, hasn't it? But I assume it'll be a lot. But anyway, this is what we're speculating. Public, you came in up. What were you gonna say on
Yeah,
this?
can I tell you from the point of a small business, like ownership point of view, like
Yeah,
nobody wanted to
millennial.
work. Yeah,
Millennial.
whenever COVID came, so can you hear me?
Yeah. I said it from a millennial point of view as well. Go ahead, public.
Good one. No, but nobody wanted to work, man. Like and I was working for my cousin at the time. She has like 80 plus doors, and as soon as the workers started figuring out that you could get a better paycheck not coming to work, they all just dropped. It was like everybody just had to quit because of COVID. And granted, like I think that if you give people the chance, 80% of the people in the country will take the UBI. I'm not even gonna lie, like I don't need it, but whenever I was hearing Sully talking about it, I'm like, well, I kind of want that, I might not leave the country and I'll take that paycheck too. Like it sounded pretty good to me, actually. I was like, man, like I'm tired of working hard. I might just take that UBI. Um, yeah, you can have my pistol too, kind of like, but yeah, a lot of people will agree to it, and it's unfortunate.
I'm also an
Oh, someone's
American.
attacking you in the comments. The YouTube comments have turned on you, public. Despite your love for them, they've turned on you. This is what I mean. Millennials turn on you immediately, public. This is what he said. He said, nobody wants to work. I work for my cousin, so someone did work then.
No, not fair. I have over a decade of W-2 income, 1099 income. Like I've busted my butt off, and I have things to show for it too. But I just don't brag.
Can I add to that, Sully?
Of course.
Yeah, I don't know, Gen Z perspective, but typical millennial, right? I mean, nobody wants to work. I don't know,
I love it, Blue.
like
Smash. Smash.
I mean, let's be real, like the wage gap, and I'm on the right side. Like I'm politically, I'm very far right, and there's lots of issues that we are dealing with in the United States. But when you're talking about like wages and nobody wants to work, it's like, yeah, I mean, the wages have been stagnant for decades, right? You're expected to do more and you're getting less for it. Housing prices are out of control. I think for a lot of Americans, you asked that question about would they be comfortable with UBI. I think like 40, 45, 50% of Americans are on some form of government assistance. It's like the largest part of our government spending is social services. So, from like that perspective, yeah, I think not that not that you would have a vote on it, not that Americans would
I
really
don't feel
ever
like
get
it's
to
the largest
decide.
part of our government
It
spending. I feel
is.
like we
Well,
spend
it
more
is.
else. I don't.
It is. Social spending is the largest form of our spending. But um,
It doesn't feel like it. Like people don't get that much. Like a single person gets like $200 food stamps, and
look, I'm not saying it
it's
makes
it.
its way to the end user. I agree with you. I'm just saying, from a government spreadsheet, that's what it says. But my point being is that not that you're going to be able to vote on it, but of course people would take it. COVID's a great example. I think another great example is the fact that, you know, I think Tom brought it up public. You talked about like, growing up and being an American, what that means to you. today's America is not what it used to be. I think there's a lot of, really big differences between, 1980s America and what they were taught, what they believed, and then
Not only that as well,
2026
Blue. It
America.
depends on. By the way, I agree with what you're saying. It doesn't it depend on your situation as well. And what I mean by that, like I'm Gen X, right? If I was given a choice, other than this job that I'm doing, which is social media, I love it because of the impact and influence we have, and how we're able to change the world. But if I was my other careers, like when I was an academic or when I was a teacher or when any of those things, I would literally just love the fact that you don't need to work. Imagine you don't have to work, read books all the time. It's flipping golden, bro. You
Yeah,
don't
I
need to
think
work
in
and just read books all the time, blood.
I think in theory, yeah, that sounds great, right? Like that sounds like a social utopia. But I think in practice
Sitting
and in
on the
reality,
beach,
I
sitting on
think
a
the
beach in Miami with a mojito, reading a book all day long,
yeah,
blood.
but if nobody's working, how crowded is that beach, right? How crowded are the parks? How unsafe are the parks? How there's nowhere to take
Oh,
my
they're very
children
safe,
anymore.
Blue. Because if someone messes about, they're gonna lose their social credit score and they'll go down from $2,000 UHI to $1,000 UHI.
That's funny, but I think it's more. I think that's very optimistic. I'm more pessimistic, and I believe that crime wouldn't really affect, just like it doesn't today. Crime is more rampant than it ever has been. I think if you criticize the government, criticize Israel, step out of line, I think that's where
Yeah,
you're going to run into
all those will
issues.
drop your numbers. All
But I
those will
don't
drop.
think crime. Look, they're not going to do
Yeah,
some,
yeah, I agree with you, Blue.
totalitarian Nazi
So it'll be like
state,
this.
right?
I agree with you. I agree. Let's say you stab someone, you'll probably lose like $10 from your UHI.
Right,
But if you
right, right, right.
criticize Israel, you lose like $1,000 from. You'll
Exactly,
owe them for your
exactly.
UHI.
Yeah, there's no prison time. It's just deductions from your time, deductions from your paycheck. It's kind of like that movie Time. But yeah, I think you're on the money for sure. And I think what's
So,
really interesting
but I
from Gen
think, but what
Z.
we're talking about is not whether it's a good thing. I don't actually think it's a good thing. I was joking around when I was like, imagine you could read that. But you want freedom. Like the most important thing for a human being is freedom. So obviously I joked around, but I don't want anyone to like misconstrue it. It's actually a very evil thing. It's dystopian. But
Exactly.
what I'm saying is but I do believe the vast majority of people will agree to it. And I know this
Well,
because when I've had this
naturally,
conversation with normies, I'm not joking. Nearly every single normie, I've had this conversation. They're like, "What? That's awesome, blood." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, it's not." And they're like, "What? I don't need to work and I get paid." And I'm like, "No, it's worse because they're like, I don't even do any of those things anyway. I never leave my town. I never leave this city. I literally have to work all those hours. I don't see my kid. Like, this is flipping awesome. You're rewarding me." I'm like, "No, it's not reward." I'm like, "It's like COVID." They're like, "Well, COVID, blood, we partied every single day." And I was like, "Yeah, but you could get," and trust me, you're not like, no, you're overestimating normies.
Yeah, normies are useless.
Damn, and I think
They're
you're
the
right.
bane of our society. I agree.
No, I was going to say I agree 100% with Sully. I mean, like when you speak to workers, a lot of my staff, they just, I don't know. I'm not going to say about my staff, but I'm just saying generally, there's a lot of people that would just be happy just to stay at home and just collect a paycheck and just do nothing, and that's just normal. For them, that would be great because they would spend their time just playing video games. They'd be at home a lot of the time, so you won't be they won't be overcrowding areas. They won't be on the beaches or in shopping. They'll just be chilling at home on their phones and on the internet, or chilling out with friends and family, and that's all they will do all day, and that's it. During lockdowns, when lots of people were on furlough, and they were getting eight in the UK, I could say they were getting 80% of their pay packet, subsidised by the government. They were. It was great time for them. It's great time for the people that actually were serving the actual economy that was still during the height of lockdown. um it wasn't so great, but that's why I think 80 to 90% of the population would like to be on UBI, because what are the implications for them? They just sit at home. As long as they don't complain about the government, as long as they don't complain about the elites, as long as they or they could just armchair complain, but as long as they don't actively go out and protest and stuff, then that's fine with them, because everything else, they're living in their own world. I think people underestimate in this space how much the rest of the population in a lot of these countries, the Western countries, are so detached from this war that they just think of it as just something far away, and all they could care about is at the very most is perhaps just the oil prices, the gas prices, the petrol diesel prices. That's all they care, and they think it's some faraway incident that's nothing to do with them. And really, what's really important to them is job security, the cost of living, and that's the most pressing things in their life, and everything else is really at the bottom of their priorities. So I think we are in these spaces that we put a lot of importance on a lot of the pressing issues, and we're right. Like a tyrannical government, a technocratic government, what Palantir 22-point manifesto was just horrific, but it's just a sign of things to come. All the governments, the Western governments, even the Eastern, even China, they're all but it's worse in the West, in the sense that they're very, very draconian, and slowly but surely, although it's getting faster now, the implications of imposing tyranny on the people is so subtle, that the masses just don't see it, but we see it because we're so aware, and luckily we are aware. But it's not going to be us that are going to be. Unfortunately, we're just too few to make a difference at the moment, and we'll have to wait for these masses to really be uncomfortable. But as long as there is a resistance, or we are the resistance, the moral resistance, not just for Iran or whatever it is, but for everything, the tyranny that the elites, the Epstein class, the COVID, all of the pandemics that they're actually about to impose on us, the lifelong drugs that they're going to inject us with, the vaccines that they're mandating on us to take. All of these are just going to, we have to resist, but the majority of the people will just take it and absorb it. And as long as they're getting paid a living wage, they will be absolutely golden. They'll be happy, unfortunately. So I don't see that going to change. And also, when you see that automation's taken over, AI, robotics, they're all taking over every job, then naturally, what do you expect? The masses are gonna say, well, you know what? I don't have a job. It's that's been taken over by AI or robots, and in that scenario, they're going to accept the UBI because they're going to actually see, well, what is my prospects in the future, even if I was career minded, because everything is really sort of stacked against me, and goodness knows what it's going to be like for the youngest generation growing up, because already their education is going to be, they're going to be the least educated people, because they're going to rely on AI to do everything for them, to pass every exam, and to pass it, to get any sort of qualifications. And once they graduate in 15 years time, these young kids, or 10 years time, then there's not going to be any jobs for them, because it's going to be all taken up by automation, and
Yeah.
they're just going to be doing a degree for no reason.
Completely agree with you. And look at this in the super chat. All the millennials have come out now. These guys never used to chat in the chat. One goes, work for 40 years for a pointless job, or get government assistance and do things that you like for 40 years. Bro, I'm telling you, these millennials are already on it. They're gonna listen. The millennials are literally. It'll be like, imagine there's a war, right? And you got the elites on one side, and it's like, anybody used to watch WWE. Like, I don't know if anybody watched WWF back in the day, and it'd be like, there'd be like a heel turn, and like the next thing you know, they'd like get the chair and like smash you with it. This will be these millennials. Like, we're fighting against the oligarchs. We're fighting against them. Next thing you know, public and the millennials are like, get a steel chair, smash us with it, and then they'll stand with the oligarchs and be like, listen.
That's cap. That's cap, guys.
You be like,
Don't listen
listen,
to what.
UBI, bro. Like, why would we say no, bro? Why would we say you?
Bro, it's your generation and the damn boomers that set us up for failure. We're over here paying
Yeah.
large taxes. Like, why are we paying taxes for your damn retirements? Like, we're propelling you guys. You guys have enslaved us.
I like it.
Hey,
We're
hey,
your slaves, and you still
I
complain
like
about
it. I
us.
like it. But
public,
let me
you
just give you
forget
some.
that the boomers raised the millennials, and the Gen X raised the Gen Z.
Yeah,
So we're a little bit
don't hate the
superior.
boomers.
Yeah, you know what, guys? How about we cut off SSI, right? How about we do that? Let's start there.
Oh, Sully,
I
check
like-
out Gollyboss tweet. Breaking news.
Yeah, that's what I was about to read, the breaking news. So breaking news. Resistance, don't run away, because I noticed you were missing You've been missing since the Chinese problems that have been occurring. This guy's been missing. This man tell me, Mandem, listen, China gonna send their navy. They're gonna send their elite forces. We're gonna see some Chinaman commandos. We're gonna see some kung fu on these ships. I was like, blood, none of that's gonna happen. Anyway,
Fully, you said that the Chinese ships aren't going to pass the strait, and I said the Chinese will, and
bro,
they
I
did the
said they
next
would
day.
not. No, I said they would be too scared to pass the strait. But what they tried to do is sneak a ship, which was from China but wasn't a Chinese ship, but from China, and they still smashed it up. This is the level of the USA, bro. They were like, listen, even if they're coming from China, we're gonna smack you up. And China be like, sir, we not fight, sir. We don't fight. We don't want no fight from America, sir. That's basically what happened, which is what I literally told you what
Stop
would
mimicking
happen.
inevitable China. Come on, Sully.
Bro, he's
You're
been
sounding
missing as
like
well.
inevitable
Both of you
China
guys
now.
been missing since it happened. Anyway, let me read this breaking news. Iran negotiate a Galibaf statement on negotiate. Oh, that's written really badly. This is what happens when you're a bit tired. And we've got 2 great interviews left to go, by the way, guys. Did you watch the interview with Pepe Escobar, for instance? It was really good.
Yes, I did. Yeah,
Yeah,
I did. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. We got Ryan
He's siding with
Dawson.
you about Israel and a few things, but he actually validated my thing about Mustafa Khamenei and Galibaf being really good friends.
Yeah, you said. Yeah, exactly. He did. He did. I remember you saying that. Um, so, Galibaf said this: Trump, by imposing a siege and violating the ceasefire, seeks to turn this negotiating table, in his own imagination, into a table of surrender, or to justify renewed warmongering. We do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats, and in the past 2 weeks, we are prepared to reveal new cards on the battlefield. That is the statement from Galibaf. Let's see what happens with that. By the way, tomorrow I've got a few people on. Tomorrow's we got these interviews. We got David Miller, Ethan Levens, Rathbone, and I'm trying to get one more person because I got a gap slot. So they're going to be 4 good interviews, and I know David Miller isn't very happy with these negotiations. Let's put it that way. I read his Twitter, and he thinks the reformists have taken control over the government, and now they are leading Iran into complete surrender, I think is what he was trying to say. But every time these guys write tweets, I'm gonna ask them on the actual thing, like, no, I didn't mean that. Me don't mean that. Me love it. And I'm like, okay, or whatever. But anyway, so that's what Galibaf stated. We got a super chat in introducing Sully UBI enforcer drone. Introducing Sully UBI enforcer drone approaches offender. Blood, get off the beach. You have violated your UBI items. Get sorted off, bro. Exactly. This is what they'll do. They'll do it in your own language, bro. So you accept it. You think they're gonna go to? Well, actually, I don't know because they might put like an English accent on it because it's very commanding, isn't it? The posh English accent. But yeah, that's that. Does anybody want to continue say anything on this UBI before I challenge ask resistance to
I'll run in
explain?
on the UBI. I'll run in on the UBI. I mean, even
Yeah.
Elon has basically said, like, yeah, in 20 years, I'm going to build so many robots, nobody's going to be working. They're going to be doing all the jobs. Like, Elon's pretty much admitted to it. But I mean, hey, if someone's going to be running the UBI and it's inevitable, I hope it's not, but I'd rather have Elon be running it than Sam Altman at least. Like,
Who
at
said
least
that? You? Are you
I.
crazy?
I said I'd rather. I said I don't want
Bro,
it,
are
but
you all actually crazy, blood?
I said I do not want UBI, but if it's between Elon or Sam Altman making the robots, I would rather have it be Elon than Sam
Oh
Altman.
my god, Andy, are you off your rockers, blood?
I said I do not want UBI.
Blood, nobody is better than the other person. They are all bad. That's
I
like
know
literally
that.
saying, that's like saying, if I wanted someone to torture me, I would prefer Lucifer. I would prefer who's the second worst after Lucifer in Christianity?
Wait, I guess you could say like the Antichrist or the false prophet, but
Antichrist,
Lucifer's
yeah.
the
You'd be like, listen, I don't want that. I don't want Lucifer to torture me.
yeah.
I want the Antichrist to torture me like blood. What are you talking about? Like the both.
He-
We don't want that
I was
yeah,
blood.
in
but
another space and I had someone advocating for Palantir and saying Palantir is going to guarantee our safety against China. And I
Oh
would
my
say,
God,
and
this
they
is
were
your
saying
problem,
America has
Andy.
to.
Why
No,
are you listening to them, blood?
no, I
Palantir
wasn't.
not
I
gonna
was saying
guarantee no
I
safety.
would rather I was telling them I would rather have China win the AI race than Palantir
Oh
because
my God, you don't want China. You want China? Listen, China wins the AI race. Oh, actually, that's true. They're gonna be too weak to even use it. Resistance. We're gonna come to resistance in a second. Actually, we'll come to
Exactly.
the
No, this person was literally saying
China win the AI race.
Palantir.
I'll tell
They
you what
were
happened if
literally
China win
saying
the.
that. They
Okay,
were
Andy,
literally
fine,
saying,
no
no,
problem.
listen to this
I get you.
line.
I get you. Okay, if China wins the AI race, America just be like, listen, China, we're taking your AI, and you ain't gonna do nothing about it. And then, all right, sir, we know we're not getting it. It's like, no, we're taking it. All right, sir, okay, sir, we know, fine. Like, basically, that's what's gonna happen. So nothing's gonna happen. If China wins the AI race, America wins the AI race. Okay, jokes aside, let's bring Dr. Scholler in for some seriousness. A very serious person.
The only way to stop the technocratic state is Iran winning this.
Cool. Okay, so Dr. Scholler, I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Give us your thoughts on this war. It's
Suleiman,
craziness.
Suleiman, honest to God, I've just been laughing my head off. I've been like, what is Suleiman on this evening? I mean, I'm loving all the analogies and everything. I'm like, Suleiman's gone all cray cray. And when you were talking about the Gen Z and millennials, I don't even know what I am. I know my children tell me I'm something, but I keep forgetting, like
You'll
literally
probably be
2 seconds
Gen Z,
after
Dr. Scholler. You're not like these millennials. No,
what's
Gen
wrong with
X. You're Gen
millennials?
X. Gen X. Sorry, Gen X. You're Gen X like
What
us,
year
not like these millennials.
what year would you have to be born to
Like
be a
before,
Gen X?
like in the like anything above 82-ish, 84-ish, something like that.
Trying to be nice
Eh,
and really a boomer, huh?
but you know what? I'm not even going. It's too much for my brain to comprehend this late in the evening. But yeah,
Yeah, you're
Suleiman,
part of the problem.
I'm
Your
part of the
generation.
problem.
Your generation
People,
was.
I just got here. Okay, let's not bring Shola's drama into it. Okay, let's just take it one issue at a time. So, Suleiman, what's the question you were asking? It's about the latest with Iraq and the US,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. What's your thoughts?
Let me tell you something. I think that Iran is playing Donald Trump like a fiddle. I think that every single time Trump comes out with, if you don't give me this, I'm going to bomb you to kingdom come. He just sounds like a whiny baby. It's almost like Iran is saying, well, do it then. Do it then. What are you waiting for? Orange face? Because it's ridiculous. The back and forth on the negotiations. And we can see that Iran, every single time I hear, and now, first of all, let me say, I know that there's propaganda coming out from both sides. Okay. There's propaganda coming from America, from Israel, and from Iran. But somehow you can tell that by the time you listen to both sides, you can tell that you're probably getting a modicum of more facts from Iran than you are with Trump. But Trump is looking like a lame duck now. I don't know what you guys think, but he doesn't seem to be getting what he wants. It looks like he's so desperate to end this thing now. He's getting his ass whooped left, right, and center because he started a war he can't finish, it can't close out. It's not over like he claimed. And he was probably getting a lot of pressure from those losing money. So if this wasn't as serious as people literally losing their lives, I think many of us would just sit back, eat popcorn, and enjoy the show. But the reality is that thousands upon thousands of people are losing their lives in Lebanon, in Iran, all because the United States and Israel got into their thick skulls, their genocidal thick skulls, to start a war that, one, nobody needs, and two, is utterly unjustified. So I think what we're seeing here is that Trump is on his last legs. If Trump, and we all know that Trump is mad enough, okay? The man is mad enough to do something as stupid and genocidal as, go off and use a nuclear weapon, or bomb more of Iranians infrastructure and kill more Iranians, and then claim it is because of this one liner he always uses, which is Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. And everyone's looking at him going, you're dumb. Iran does not have nuclear weapons. So you carrying on about Iran must not have nuclear weapons as though that justifies what you're doing. It's just crazy. It is illegal. And you see him revert to this line every single time because he has nothing else to go on. And the world can see Iran is in the problem. Israel is. Iran is in the problem. America is. So right now, it doesn't seem to me like the powers that be, and when I say powers that be, I mean other countries, especially the European countries. It does not seem to me that they're exercising or exerting the influence that they can exert on America to bring this to an end. Yes, we can see that they're telling Trump, you can't use our airspace. Yes, we can see that they're pissing, Trump off and all of that. But really, they all gathered together and said, okay, this must end now. This is ridiculous. You're costing us money. You're committing a war of aggression that is leading to, deaths, unnecessary deaths of innocent people. But they're not doing that. They're not doing that because they don't have the backbone for it. They're not doing it as well because I suspect that they don't want to be seen as being on the side of Iran. But this is not about being on the side of Iran. This is about being on the side of international law, of humanity. And you can only see a few political leaders stand up to Donald Trump's bullying nonsense. And that's the Spanish leader, the Brazilian leader. Those ones are speaking up. But if they all acted together as a collective, they would have the power and influence they need to shut this down. But they're not doing that, especially with our own useless political prostitute of a Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who's embattled by his own utterly uselessness, right? He's misled Parliament. He's trying to save his behind. I mean, I wish he would just walk out the door, like walk out the door. Nobody wants you. But no, he's trying to hang on, as though his life depends on it, which it does. I mean, his political life depends on it. But I'll stop there for now.
Someone said in the chat that you got interrogated, Dr. Miller, by the Met Police.
Oh, yes.
What
I
happened,
did.
Blurred? Why did they come after you?
Because this God-given mouth of mine, they did not like what was coming out of it. It was an interesting experience. Let's just say this, right? In all of my 50 years on God's earth, okay, and I'm a lawyer, I've never, ever been interrogated by the police for any reason. So, I mean, it was kind of surreal because here I am being read my, quote unquote Miranda rights. Just imagine it's the whole Law and Order, episode you're watching. You have the right to remain silent, yada yada yada. And I'm in there with my lawyer, and they just start going on about, well, questioning me about the posts I've put out about Israel, about my posts about Zionism, my posts condemning the actions of the IDF. I actually did a video about it, and I list out some of these videos. I list out some of the posts that they raised. They were actually pissed off that I defended Miss Rachel. So, Miss Rachel was named one of the top anti-Semites of the year, right? And one British Zionist Jew accused her of blood libel because Miss Rachel said that wanting children to leave is not anti-Semitism. So I go in all of it, and the police played this video right there and then. And this is me hiding a smile in my face because the way I'm spitting facts, Suleiman, you know me, I'm spitting facts, and I'm eating and leaving no freaking crumbs because please, God is good all the time, God is good. And they ask me all these questions. And some of the, a lot of the posts that they raised with me, I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, did I write in English or in Latin or Swahili? What is the difficulty in comprehending this? It sounded to me like the questions they were asking me must have been written by the equivalent of APAC, Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, or UK Lawyers for Israel. So, that's what they were interrogating me under caution for, because they said, well, that they've received complaints, of allegations of inciting racial hatred. I'm thinking, against whom? Israelis or Israel? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything, but I was just listening to them and sending malicious communications. And so they used some of these posts to try to question me on whether or not my intent was malicious. I mean, one of the posts, Suleiman, listen to me. One of the posts, right, was literally of an Israeli Jewish man running over a praying Palestinian man on the road. He ran over him with a tractor or something, right? So you know me, I immediately called the guy a cold-blooded demon. And the Met Police is asking me why I'm using the word cold-blooded demon. I'm like, what are these people jobless? I mean, why would you be asking me that? What, but of course I had to follow my my lawyer's advice. Because I'm thinking, what would you call somebody who runs over another
Wait,
human being?
what was your lawyer's advice?
Oh, no comments. They
And
asked
you
all the
actually
way through.
followed it. And
Sorry?
you actually followed that advice.
I know. Can you believe it?
I can't.
I was so tempted. But I knew that on this occasion, one needed to understand, what what it is they think what angle and what they are trying to do. It just made no sense. And so listening to everything that they had to say, I mean, they said a whole lot more, but really that was what the interrogation was about, well, all these things you say about Israel and you say about Israelis and you say about Zionists. I'm thinking there's nothing I've said that is untrue. This is what I'm thinking. Nothing I have said is a lie. So, anyway, so I went through all that with the Met Police. And so I'm back doing what I know how to do, which is cursing and condemning the hell out of Israel and all of these Zionists that manufacture consent for evil. I have no time for it. So as I said, God is good, and all the time, God is good.
Appreciate that, Dr. Shola. Appreciate you as always. Smash stand up against the Why are they going after Dr. Shola for, bro? These Zayos, bro.
Do you know that they told me that they complained about one post that I reposted of Dr. Rame? Dr. Rame, who's been arrested like 5 times. I'm like, so it's now how am I not allowed to repost posts anymore? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Welcome to the Zionist controlled UK. This is why when people get arrested in the UK for tweets, it's like, yeah, but like 99% of them are getting actually arrested for anti-Israel tweets, but they'll never tell you the second bit. But yeah, appreciate you as always, Dr. Shola. Resistance. Please explain why a boat leaving China has been hit. And I heard China write a surrender tweet saying we need peace or something, or please, we're going to need to make a deal.
Yeah, I personally think that actually they are. I memean, obviously, I take on board what Simon and Pepe said, and what you said, in the sense that China, obviously, they want to appease everybody. But I personally think that they're going to avoid confrontation. They at most costs, but no one builds an army. No one spends $1 trillion or whatever, $600 billion on a military and navy, and not use it eventually. I'm not saying that they're going to use it now, and of course I agree with Pepe. Iran, I mean, the whole Gulf area is far away from China, but I do believe that Iran is perhaps one of the most important pieces for them, in terms of connecting all the countries from China all the way to the edge of Europe, especially with the Belt and Road project. So they're not going to do anything to Iran. They're going to always continue to back them, but they're going to tell Iran, they're going to say, look, we're going to have to play publicly this sort of game, right? Because to appease certain people, but we're going to back you privately with all the weaponry that you're going to need, right? So don't worry about it. You just do what you need to do. But we'll also keep the GCC in mind. If they are destroyed, they're destroyed. That's it. I personally think China will be the ones that are not going to waste two breaths on it. But I think when it comes to Iran, because of their strategic importance, their geographic importance, and also the chain, the cascade effect, the domino effect that it will have if Iran falls, then Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, they all fall. They all fall, and one by one, ASEAN falls as well. And so China is looking at it from that point of view. They can't afford that. They're strengthening the alliances in Asia, and the one stumbling block is actually India. They're the biggest sort of stumbling block right now because they're embedded with Israel. So it makes no sense to start a confrontation with the United States when actually this could be resolved with Iran with Iran dealing with it, not them. So, and remember, when it comes to the GCC, or when it comes to Iran and oil supplies, they're already increasing their oil throughput and the gas. So from gas, I think is Turkmenistan, they're increasing the oil supplies from Russia already by another 20%. They're covering up some of the shortfalls already. And remember, they have got, if they run out of oil completely, right? Say there was a whole world embargo on oil, right? They have got probably 2 months supply of oil, but they don't. The Strait of Hormuz um, is probably around about 30% of their oil supplies in total, or 35%. So it's not like, so that 2 months instantly increases to 6, 7, 8 months. But I believe in the meantime, they have to defeat, it's more prudent for them to support Iran against the United States and Israel, because it will weaken their enemies, their mortal enemy, which they believe is the one that's holding the world back. So I think they're not going to do anything when they can exert their levers through covert channels by supporting Iran militarily that way, and then they could pull levers economically. But if it comes to it, and right now they're not getting. I mean, how many oil tankers are going to China during the since the war? Was it 8 or 9 a day at most? Maybe less. So it wasn't really that much anyway. So if they completely shut it down for like 2 more weeks and no oil tankers, then I'd imagine China will actually will confront, or they'll send their destroyers in to escort these ships. But look what they did. Look what the United States have done. There's literally, so that the ship that they impounded, they said that they're returning the Iranian employees of that ship back to Iran. So and I don't know what they're going to be doing with that Chinese ship, whether it was probably empty in the first place. So I don't know. We don't know what the state of the that ship that was seized, and it was, and as I think was it Pepe or Larry Johnson, they said that that happens to be in the vicinity of a destroyer, whereas they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the amount of ships right now to impose a full blockade. So they're just doing whatever is possible for them right now, but they can't do it. But I honestly think that this blockade that they're doing is to try and force the Iranians to go back to come to Islamabad, and they will lift the blockade if they extend this by another 2 weeks, extend the negotiation by another week or 2 weeks. That's what I think they did the blockade for, because I don't think that there's any sort of benefits to maintaining a blockade, or we just go straight into war. We go back into war if there's no agreement. But I think this blockade is to try to get the Iranians um, to at the very least extend the negotiations, which will only help Americans restockpile, move more assets into the region, have this delay tactic that they need, and maybe restart the war. I think personally, I mean, I have been saying that it's a deal will be made because the oil market's going down, the stock market's making all-time highs. You could make the argument that now that the stock market's at all-time highs, there's not much less pressure on America to do a deal. But then you look at the exacerbated supply chain, the amount of the broken supply chains that there are in when it comes to critical resources, oil, metals, gas, raw materials, other raw materials, you'd see that actually this is not sustainable. But then I'm of the opinion, like I said to you before, Sully, that I don't think even if they were to make a deal and they'll make an agreement, they're going to go back into war next year with Iran, because they'll never allow Iran to prosper. So that's my opinion on it. I do think still that the Iranians, because of how soft they are, the Iranian government, that they will make a deal. I don't know if, I mean, people are saying they're going back into war. Everyone's saying they're going is a war's going to happen, restart after tomorrow. We'll have to see about that. And to be honest, I personally would prefer it. I'd love for it to restart. I want more boom boom Tel Aviv, or bish bash bosh, as Beatrix said. I just want all that, because I don't believe that The Americans and the US and the West are genuine negotiators. They are like we all agree, they're agreement incapable. And I think that China and Russia, I personally believe Russia is backing Iran to the hilt. I personally believe that. I think China, I think they are a little bit more pragmatic, but I personally think, despite what you're hearing, publicly they're saying one thing and privately they're doing another thing. And I think they are backing Iran privately just from the amount of supplies and military munitions, the raw materials, the sodium perchlorate, the lots of things that they're supplying to Iran in that side. So and Professor Morandi said this. Iran are stockpiling themselves. They're regrouping. They're fortifying their weaknesses, their weak areas. So it's a benefit to Iran as well. But I do believe that China's not supplying the GCC with any military. They're not doing anything except for um, uh, trade agreements that are worth the paper it's written on at the moment. Did you see, Sully, about the UAE? They're asking for an emergency swap lines, $1 billion, tens of billions of dollars of emergency swap line, US dollars, because they believe if the war restarts, then they're in big financial trouble. So I hope that's the case. This is one of the reasons why I really want a war to restart. But I'm just looking at the markets, and everyone says this is a fantasy world. It's disconnected. I agree with them, but there's some truth in the markets. There is some truth in the markets. So I just, unfortunately, that's what I see. But we'll see. I think there might be an extension. That's what I think.
So I'm reading some things, and this is why I'm really interested in the conversation tomorrow. Actually, let me come to that in a second. I think Blue maybe wants to add something to what you said, and then I'll ask a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, Resistance. If you don't mind responding to this, as we saw with COVID, we saw a big market crash. After what was like February 19th, I think, when 2020, when the market crashed, and the S&P dropped like, I don't remember how many points it was. Maybe it was like 1,000 points, maybe 1,200 points or something like that. And then by October, I think we hit where we were when we dropped in February, and that was just a few months later. So, or several months later, but still within a short time frame. Do you think that with this bait and switch tactic that we've done with Trump, my personal opinion first is I don't think the oil markets are going to spike as high as they did, if we resume the conflict, and I also don't think that the stock market is going to crash as much as it did as it was going on in the first round. I actually think that the market's pretty resilient. Whether that's based in reality or not, doesn't really matter. I just think what matters is the numbers on the screen. And if we've known anything about the markets, they're pretty black swan repellent, right? Like, I don't think the markets are going to crash until it's the day of the great taking, as Simon says, or the day of the great financial relapse. I think that once the war continues, and this is, maybe give me your thoughts, but do you really think that the market's going to, maybe we'll have a couple red days, but do you really think we're going to see much more than a few, 100-point drops? Open-ended, I guess. Anybody?
Resistance, did you hear this question?
Sorry, yeah, I agree. Sorry, I was just talking and I just realized I didn't I didn't unmute myself. So sorry. Yeah, Blue, I agree with you 100%. In terms of when I said about I agree with you with your points about if we resume the war, there won't be a major dump in the stock market and there won't be a major spike in the oil prices. I actually said just now earlier that if now that the stock market's at all-time highs, there's less pressure on Trump to do a deal because because structurally the stock market doesn't look like it's going to do a 180 reversal and dump all the way down. It never does. If you look at the history of the stock market, it's never reversed in a single weekly candle all of its gains, all right, to the point that it makes a new low, a new structural macro low. So it just doesn't do it. The topping formation is a protracted one. It takes at least 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to top out. And so I do think that and actually, if you look at the Israeli stock market, this will give you an idea of what you're likely to see in with the US stock market. The TA13 the one TA35 or the TA125, they're making all-time highs after all-time highs. Actually, incidentally, during the 12-day war, on the day of the 12-day war, it actually went up. It skyrocketed by about 5% over that 12-day war period, and just went up. And then after the war ended, it sort of corrected a little bit, and then after that, 1 month, 2 months later, it was back to all-time highs again. And it's just been making all-time high after all-time highs for the last 8-9 months or 10 months since the war. And I think you're going to see something like that in the stock market now that the Trump administration and all the insiders have literally have literally manipulated the market to such an extent that it's gonna take a massive, a catastrophic global event to take the stock market down in the next 2 weeks. I just don't believe it's going to happen. So they can resume the war from tomorrow, and it won't affect the stock market that much. Maybe a 1-2% drop at most, but that's not going to make and when you see the chart, you'll see a 1-2% drop it doesn't appear like it's any significant move. So yes, it gives the United States the ability to resume the war. But I'm saying I'm reading the stock market saying that it looks like a deal is on the table and it's doable and it's likely imminent. That's where I'm saying what the stock market looks like, not what it will look like if a war resumes. Because I agree with you there, Blue, on that. So you're perfectly right in saying that. I don't think we're ever going to see $130 or $120 crude oil, even if we go through a long, protracted, several-month war of attrition. I still don't see that happening. So it's now. So now, and I also, you have to take into account also, there is a very good chance the war is going to resume, because forget the stock market, you look at what's happening on the ground, and there's more assets, military assets, more troop personnel going into the region as of today. There's even KC-135 tankers going to the Gulf today, moving to the Gulf today. So something looks like it might be about to happen. But while the Iranian government is saying we're not going to Islamabad, I'm listening to some of the reports, the New York Times and a few others, that that Ghalibaf and Arakchi are on their way to Islamabad. So I have to take, you have to sort of take certain things not so seriously or not so definitively, and maybe think actually there is a deal, and it's in Iran's best interest to do some deal, but not if it's unfavorable. And I agree. I personally want the war to resume. That's what I want, because I think these nations need to be wiped out. The GCC monarchies need to be wiped out, rather, and its bases need to be removed, destroyed, and Israel of all needs to be destroyed. So I'm hoping that is the case. But I'm just reading something
So, just
else.
a quick one, some breaking news, and I want your thoughts on this resistance before I attack you for your support of China. But just before that, resistance. The Just some breaking news. It says Trump just signed an executive order for the Defense Production Act. The order directs federal resources to the production of petroleum, LNG, coal, and power grid infrastructure. Many are saying that this is America turning itself into a wartime economy. What's your thoughts?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I have to refer back to the was it the National Security Act document that the Trump administration published in November, and or action plan, I can't remember, and it was basically saying along those lines that we need to fortify all our energy resources. We need to bring home our natural resources. We need to industrialize our own sort of industries. I took it with a pinch of salt, because I personally felt that they've gutted the whole industrial sector. How can they do it? And now we know how they're doing it. They create this war to do this, and I do get the strategy now, and it makes sense. They are, like what you said, Sully, to Pepe. they are sort of creating this American or Western Hemisphere sphere of dominance that they want to create. But I just think that it's too little, too late. If they are going to do that, they're going to have to start doing so these sorts of initiatives only happen with an injection of tens of billions or trillion. In the United States case, it happens with an injection of several $trillion worth of money, right? It just doesn't happen like this. You can't just say to government to industries, right? We're going to we're going to force production of LNG gas and crude oil and without putting money on the table, saying, look, like China does with the 2015 plan, 2020, the 5-year plan, the 15-year plan. They've always put money in. We're putting in 5 trillion one. We're putting in this. We're putting in that. You have to do the same thing. America has to put in $5 trillion to these industries. If they don't do it and they just say it, announce it, then it's meaningless. Right, so this is why this AI boom. When the Trump administration talks about AI boom, they're saying, "Look, we're committing $5 trillion with the help of the GCC to create this AI infrastructure between the United States and the GCC, right? With the AI data centers and all that stuff, right? That's money. There's money, even though a lot of it is just all wish wash and it's a lot. The money's not really committed. It's just on paper. It's written down that they're going to commit. It's not really delivered. You have to do this. So without that, if they're going to announce it, they have to announce it with the money to back it up. They can't just do it covertly because no one will take it seriously in any industry. So I need to see the numbers. We need to see the money that comes into that. So and so far they haven't. They've just been saying it as a national security provision. Sure, but where's the money for that? So I'll believe it when I see it. But China's experts are doing that. Russia experts are doing that because they're, as we know, the Russians and the Chinese, their military serves the nation state, whereas the military industrial complex serves the elites and the bankers and the top few, the 0.1% or the 1%. So it doesn't help America, and that's why you see archaic military technology that is so far behind China and Russia and even Iran in some cases. So yeah, I just think that this is a good strategy. This is a good thing for if you're an American, but it's futile because you just don't have the money to back it up. And I think it's also there's nothing behind it. It's just words right now. There has to be some sort of implementation, like China does with its EV industry, with its biopharmaceutical industry, with its solar industry, with all of these things. China backs it up with a proper initiative. They just don't do it just as a reaction to a crisis, like just overnight.
Yeah, makes sense. Anybody want to add anything to that? Andy, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, this is just, yeah, I mean, this just seems like Trump ran on this whole energy independence thing, and then this whole time he didn't unlock any of the drilling in Alaska that he promised. So this now seems like he's playing catch up for his failed campaign promises, where he's realizing, oh crap, energy prices are going up. People are complaining about the affordability that I failed to deliver on. So he's now frantically scrambling to try to bring down energy costs, but it takes 12 to 18 months to bring new oil online. So that's not going to help him for the midterms. If he was serious about bringing down energy prices, he would have unlocked the oil in Alaska right after he came into office. Because if he did that, that would already be online right now. That would not make up for 10 million barrels of oil or 20 million, whatever's blocked by the Strait of Hormuz, but that would alleviate some of the snafus and blockages with the Strait of Hormuz, but he didn't do any of that, which actually does lead in to Simon's theory that maybe Trump could be in on some agenda, because why didn't Trump unlock more oil resources when he could have? His whole thing was, remember in 2020, he was unlocking the drilling in the Alaskan Wildlife Refuge. He was issuing the permits right at the end of his first term. Then Biden blocked them and said, oh no, we have to protect the animals. And look, I have nothing against nature, but if a few animals have to die for cheaper gas, then that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. But at the end of the day, like, then now Trump came in on, we're going to unlock Anwar, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We have unlimited liquid gold under our feet. And then he didn't do that. And then now it seems like he might be shifting to do that. It's kind of weird. It's like too little, too late, buddy. You messed up. And now we're going to have high gas prices, and Republicans are going to get swept in the midterms, and rightfully so, because you betrayed our country.
I would imagine, Andy, that it's you look at the price of oil. Sorry, the Brent futures contract is just dumped on his announcement, on that announcement about an hour ago. So I would imagine that's what he's doing it for. It's just for again, market manipulation. Because if it was really serious, it would be a proper, like I said, a proper strategy with money, facts, and figures behind it. It's like a 1,000-page document or whatever it is that they have. Then I would believe it. But it's so rushed and too little, like you said, too little, too late. It's so rushed. It's just a reaction. There's no plan or strategy behind it. I just think that's not gonna. That's nothing's gonna happen after that.
Exactly. It's going to kind of be like the big, beautiful border wall that's 2,000 miles that he promised us, and then he built 500 miles his first term, and then he didn't do anything this time around.
Yeah, everything that he does is a taco. It's actually a reverse. It's like 180 degree. Whatever he promises, he promises the opposite. He absolutely does the opposite. So yeah, he said he's not going to go to war. He goes into so many wars. It's the same thing, you know. He apparently, you know, Elon Musk funded him to be a proponent of the EV market. He reversed and became big oil with the big beautiful bill. He signed so many provisions in that big beautiful bill that supports big oil and takes away the subsidies of EV. So everything that he ran on he did complete 180 on it. So for me, that leads me to think that it's not him. So no matter who, like Putin said to Tucker, it doesn't matter which president comes in. They all say to me, "I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make peace. I'm going to do this with Russia." And in the end, they it's completely the opposite. It's the deep state that runs everything. The deep state runs everything. It's a continuation of policy, and it's always anti-Russia, anti-China. And all these presidents do are just to put lipstick on a pig and justify their sort of their existence. Like Trump now, it's like he's not steering a ship, but he's giving the commentary every day of why he's doing it. Because if he's not in control, right? So think about it. He says, "Oh well, we're entering negotiations, and the Iranians going to make a deal with us, blah blah." And then he finds out from the press that the blockade's on. The blockade is, he at one point during the negotiation, the first day of the negotiations, the press had to remind him, do you know that there's 10,000 troops going to the Middle East? No, there isn't. And they said, yeah, there is. There's 10,000 troops going to the Middle East right now. And they go, well, I need to verify that. I need to have a look. And yeah, and then he started saying at the end, after the second interview, yeah, right, I told them to go there. I instructed the military to go there. He doesn't know what's going on because he's not in charge. It's the deep state that's in charge, right? And the deep state with Israel, with the military industrial complex, with the banking organization, all the banking systems, they all profit. And Israel is, and I agree with Pepe when he said that basically Israel and the United States are one in the sense that because Sully asked, will the deep state drop Israel, or will the United States drop Israel? And Pepe said no. I personally think, yeah, Simon will think they could drop Israel, and I used to think they could drop Israel. I still do in some ways, but I think their tentacles are so far-reaching within the deep state. And I was reading another article between. It was not an article; it was an interview with Tucker Carlson and this I can't remember her name, Catherine Kitts, I think it was, and she was basically implying that the 1947 you had the National Security Acts, and then 1948 the establishment of Israel, 1949 was the establishment of the CIA. they were all linked because the CIA, the Zionist lobby helped the CIA make the CIA Act. They killed James Forrestal, the National Secretary of Defense, and so basically the Zionists, they actually they helped the CIA with they helped the Americans, sorry, by establishing the National Security Act of 1947, and then it allowed them to create the State of Israel, and then it also allowed them to create the CIA, all within 18 months of each other. So they are all in bed with each other. They're intrinsically linked, and so I don't know how you can extricate Israel if they were the ones that helped form the CIA, right? The Jewish lobby, the Zionist lobby, rather. So it seems to me that I think the United States will go down with Israel. Whereas before, I personally didn't. But I think that if you ask, but when it comes to individual billionaires, they won't sacrifice themselves or their wealth for Israel. But I think the United States as a whole could sacrifice itself for Israel. And so I think they are intrinsically linked, and I think they will go to war with each other, and Israel will continuously, as the United States will continuously fund Israel and support Israel, no matter what. Obviously the Congress is Zionist owned, so that's not going to change. I don't see how that will change anytime soon. So it's unfortunate, and that's why I believe that they will never allow Iran to prosper. And I think this is why I think countries like Russia and China will use Iran to further to weaken United States and by extension Israel. And I think more so than actually siding with the GCC, because the GCC, I think they would see them as unreliable partners. They're top partners. They should never be dropped. But if they were to if Iran was to hammer them and beat them and destroy them or cause a revolution there, they're not going to lift a finger to save them. That's what I'm saying. So that's my angle on things, and I think we're in for a turbulent time over the next year or two. Certainly all the way through the Trump presidency. I think there's going to be probably continuous war with Iran. Maybe after the midterms.
Yeah, well, Russia obviously needs Iran to remain a stable country. Iran's not going to collapse. That's just impossible. But Russia needs a stable Iran. They cannot have chaos anywhere near their borders. So Russia's going to do what it needs to keep Iran upright. If I were Russia and China, I would be giving Iran more, because a strong Iran is a weaker U.S. To an extent, because they need the U.S. weakened. They can't have Pax Judaica or anything along those lines, because that destroys China's plan. They need Iran for their Belt and Road Initiative. They cannot have, if Iran's strong, that destroys the petrodollar, and that props up BRICS. So I would be giving Iran more. Obviously, not to the extent of what the U.S. did in Ukraine, to hundreds of billions of dollars, and Iran doesn't need that. Their military budget is 20 billion, and before the last year or two is only 10 billion. But by more, I mean maybe a few high-end anti-ship or ballistic missiles, like just a little bit more. I don't mean, okay, here's $100 billion of weapons, nothing crazy, just a few things that can maybe do damage to a carrier to basically force Trump to the table. Like, hey, if you continue this war, Iran has the equipment that could put your carrier at the bottom of the ocean. Just basically to force Trump to accept Iran's terms or lose an aircraft carrier type situation.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Andy. I think China will do, and Russia. They can't afford to allow Iran to splinter, because that's the soft underbelly of Russia, that region, and China, the Belt and Road project. But also, let's not forget, they're struggling with BRICS countries are struggling with India, because they've moved to become Zionist and pro US in a big way. And I think if they lose Iran, or Iran gets destabilized, then they lose India, in my opinion. And I don't think they want to do that. So if you look at all the chips on the table, you think, if you're China, why would you support the GCC? Like, you could support them as in a transactional way, like any other sort of country that you require resources from, but not as an ally or as a strategic partner like Iran presents itself. Iran is in the BRICS with a lot of other infrastructure, and also as reliable as Iran has been when it comes to being a reliable, an honest and trustworthy partner for China and Russia and everybody else. So whereas you can't say that about the UAE, the GCC countries. Their conduct has been duplicitous and treacherous. So I wouldn't. If you're China, you just want to keep them at an arm's length. But if they go down, they go down. It's fine with you. I don't think that a revolution, a change in leadership in the GCC will affect their ability to make to receive oil from them. I just don't. I think that the infrastructure, as long as even if the infrastructure was destroyed, I still think that whether if they're destroyed with that regime, with those monarchies, or destroyed without those monarchies, it's the same thing. So they'll think, actually, if the infrastructure is intact, but there is a revolution in UAE and Bahrain and Kuwait, then and the oil facilities remain, then that's fine. I think there will be an ability for us, especially if Iran has won and they've gained the regional dominance in that region. Then I think that they will think, actually, this is probably an equally good alternative or outcome. So I think China would be looking at they'll be wargaming the situation and looking how it will play out in many different scenarios. And I think if you look at the majority of scenarios, I don't think that supporting the GCC over Iran is a favorable one. But I think that in most cases, supporting Iran over the GCC against the United States and Israel has more beneficial outcomes. And I'm not necessarily like super pro China either. I get it, but I understand they're pragmatists, but China isn't the one that's engaged in like 235 years of war. China isn't, and neither is Russia, and neither is a lot of the countries. But it's always the same sort of people, the same sort of governments: United States, Israel, and some of these Western countries. They're the ones that are engaged in wars, and the most being the United States. So that's the only reason why I favor China and Russia, is because I'm so against United States as a government, but I do like the country and the people. And so yeah, it's just and I do like some of the strategies they've done. I do like the fact that their military serves their nation. The people they install, or they create these industries for the betterment of their people. Their cities are amazing. You look at whether it's in China or in Russia, some of their cities are fantastic, and so that already helps the people themselves. Let's not talk about the social credit scoring. I get it. That's no government is perfect, unfortunately, and we're going to be living in that dystopian world, tyrannical world. I think in the future it's inevitable, but no country is going to be perfect. But at least their quality of life for the Chinese is just so much better than I think it's in the West, and that's the only reason, because I do like countries that want to progress in terms of technology, in terms of sort of living standards, in terms of beauty and stuff like that. So that's why people would think I'm pro Chinese. In some ways I am in some ways, but not as much as I am pro Iranian and pro resistance. I'm very, very pro Iranian, pro resistance. But I'll be the first one to call out the Iranian government for being soft and stuff like that. So I just hope they're not soft. I hope that we do resume a war, but I think they're going into to negotiate and maybe extending the negotiations. Let's see what happens.
I was reading one journalist who is very pro Iran, but not pro these negotiations, and they were saying that basically Galibaf and Aragchi was summoned by the IRGC and kind of told that they need to improve their messaging because it's helping America, because they've been quite vague sometimes and not as direct. And apparently that's why today, if you look at it, the messaging's been a lot more direct and a lot more forceful. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this before yesterday. I put it in the purple pill. That was from the Tasnim agency, where they said that. Remember when we myself, you, and Beatrix, we were confused about what Arakshi was saying about the Strait of Hormuz is open, and we're saying no, it's open, but you have to pay a toll. And Beatrix read it in a different way with a couple of other people, that it's open and it's free. But that's where the IRGC were complained about Arakshi being not clear and precise in his communications, and rightly so, because it opened that up. The ambiguity of those words opened it up to the confusion, and that's what they didn't like. And also Galibaf and the response times, because it seems like they seem to allow market manipulation of the Trump regime, and also this psychotic parading of victory by Trump, and Galibaf sort of responding, like you mentioned, like after the markets are closed. They didn't like that because it perceives Iran as being weak, and that's why I think I agree. But that's great to have. I agree with Pepe Dimitri Lascaris. He said, look, the civilian government and the military government are allowed to have some sort of dispute as long as they are working for the benefit of the country and they're working in unison. Then that's fine. But I personally still think that Mojtaba Khamenei is the one that gels everything together, and Galibaf being a part of the civilian government, even though he has been part of the military all his life, or most of his life, says something in the sense that that he, he's soft in some ways, but he's also quite hard in other ways. But I do think that though they're allowed to have different opposing or different views, slightly different views, not diametrically opposed to each other, because you're not going to move in the right direction. So they can do that, and I think it's these sorts of things. The IRGC keeps the civilian government in check, because the IRGC are there specifically to protect the country from an invading force, right? And that's what their job is specifically. And the government is specifically there to carry out administrative work of control of maintaining the or looking after the government, looking after the nation itself, the infrastructure, and everything tied to that. And so, but obviously there are lots of grey lines, overlapping, blurred areas between the two. Naturally, you're going to expect that, and that's good. It's fine. But I think Mojtaba Khamenei is the conduit between the two, and he's the gel. But even though, and I think whether he's alive or not is a symbol for that. But I do think he's alive. I just think that it's better for him to be kept away from being assassinated until the war is over, permanently over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with your resistance completely. Tony, jump in.
Hey, Suleiman. Thank you for the mic. When I look at the chat, this is my second time on your panel. And the first time we talked about that was like 5.5 weeks ago. And that time I said, America already lost this war. We should let Americans clearly understand. So this war, how it ends, it only depends on how much damage gonna left over in the Middle East, the region. And the more damage left there, and they will push harder and to that region and close to China, because all the infrastructures will be rebuilt and they have to rely on the Chinese technology, equipment, manpower, and so on. So after 5.5 weeks later, and we see that Trump previously, he said, we want to destroy this civilization, which means, as I talked before, the nuclear or whatever, that's kind of a plan that was on the table. At least he was thinking about that in a serious level, but he didn't choose that. So right now is we're gonna see the ending of the ceasefire is almost like tomorrow. And again,
In my opinion, I think all the multipolar, the kind of new world order, whatever we talk about that, I think is inevitable. And right now, if we look at that, there's two very important summit. What happened in the just in the last few days, and one is by the Brazil and Spain in Barcelona, and that's a bunch of the South American countries and some Northern African countries who went there, and they defend democracy. And another one, it happened in the Turkey, and which is a lot of the Muslim countries, and they call it a diplomatic and the kind of summit, and with a bunch of Muslim countries. So, um, you look at those statements, you can see this the kind of the world, and especially for the global South, they kind of organize together and they expect a, some sort of a change in the world and to make a like a more fair for every nation. So in this scenario, I would say it doesn't matter. We look for the short picture and what is happening and this up and down and this strike or whatever. But if we look for a bigger picture and this gonna be happening, and I would say America and should be still meeting a major power and in the regional power. And I think probably would be better and to have a more fair position and to have the diplomatic solution with other nations more fairly, more equally, more respect to each other, and to have this world a better place. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Where's my Skype? Okay. Just want to welcome Gary onto the stage. Gary, I hope you're doing well. How are you? What's your thoughts? There might be a ceasefire. You might be wrong. You might be wrong about everything, Gary. You might need to start opening up your toilet paper. You might be having to use it. You might have to open up your tin cans. What's going on, Gary?
Well, should I stop acquiring? Should I stop hoarding? Let me know when the bullets stop flying, please. The bullets and the stupid comments. Let me know when those are done, and I can pick my head up from storing inventory. What's going on, girls and boys? Are we all alive today? We're going to survive this one day? Is the Earth going to make its full rotation?
Good question, Gary.
Tell us, Gary. Tell us. That's why we're asking you. What's your thoughts?
Dude, I came into the room hoping that some of my blindness could be repaired. I've yet to hear anything that gives me any light. Doom and gloom, the end of the world. No, what do I think? I'm starting to get numb to this. I think that's the intention, right? That'd be an awesome psychological, just batter them down with drama. What do you think? Give me
That's
two
that.
great signs.
That's a good point, Gary,
Well,
because this is what you need when you want to keep the stock market. If you're pushing the stock market up, and you overload them with all sorts of junk comments, like again,
Hey,
schizophrenia.
there's a phenomena. The stock market is just a full-on psychological phenomena at this point, because
Yeah, it's
nobody really wants to confront it. So I think everybody psychologically has agreed. Hey, let's not sell anything today. On
I
even on
know.
a maybe on an unconscious level.
Yeah, I mean but I think we're being overloaded with is it atrocity drama or I don't know what it is that actually people are
Since
being
9/11, man. Okay, I mean, just for the audience, this really goes back a long time now, and in fact, it almost looks like the way they used to roll out um, what it was called in the afternoons between 11 and 3 in America. They rolled soap operas. Like every channel, dude, had programming. It was called soap operas, and it was just full of drama, betrayal, gossip, bed hopping, right? All the stories the neighbors are doing that nobody talks about. It lasted for, I don't know, 25, 30 years. And this feels exactly like it to me. It's just one story after another. Like, I actually think I should get on a plane and just go see some of these places to make sure this shit's actually happening.
It's true. It's true, Gary. I mean, look at like we've been in these spaces during the genocide. I mean, Solly, I don't know how many thousands of spaces for the that he's done during the genocide. And at the beginning, it was just one horror after another horror. But by the end of it, just before it, everyone was just getting tired and numb to it, numb to seeing children being slaughtered and shredded to pieces and all sorts. And it's like are we is the world just becoming numb to all of this? And now it's this war, and every day at the beginning of the war it was bad, and now anyone that's just into the war, they're starting to get numb to it. And when you resume the war, if the war resumes, no one's going to be shocked. No one's going to, oh my god, the war's going to happen. It looks like everyone's mentally prepared for it, and mentally prepared for it to go on for as long as possible until it actually hits, your pocket. It actually comes home to roost. It really affects your cost of living.
Well, I'll just say one thing. They will reach a point, and I think it's probably already been breached. Um, you reach a point of no return, right? Where so much damage is done that it's gonna, let's say you have a problem, and that problem, you try to solve the problem, and it gets even worse. So now you have a bigger problem. The problem gets so big at some point where you actually need it to get bigger, right? It's just too small and it's irritating too many people. But you make it a really, really, really big deal, and nobody can do anything about it. And they just get crushed into apathy. And you got 50% of the population been COVIDed. You know what? I would love to do a survey. I know it's not nice to talk about COVID, and I'm so sorry if somebody took a shot and they wake up scared. I mean, I really mean that. I'd be suing every fucking, and I would sue the shit out of everybody. But I would love to know how many people on these spaces, just like we should start like at least doing the survey and go, hey, is there any kind of connection here between outspoken people, non-apathetic people, and people that have taken the shot, or any kind of similarities? I would be fascinated in that.
There is a bit of a
Um,
correlation, actually, but not completely. A lot of the people who were against the COVID jab are basically against this war. Now, it's not 100 to 100. For example, there are some big names who were support against the COVID but support Israel. Dr. Eli, I forgot his second name. He's an example of it. But largely speaking, I think you're kind of onto something a little bit. I think the majority of people who are against it vocally were against this war. But then again, the people
well,
on
I
the
think
left
Sally,
were people
I
on the
think the
left were
point,
against the war as well, and they were for the bad jab as well. So it's a bit of a mixture.
yeah, I think the thing I'm trying to build a case for is that this is not a war. This is one of the chapters of a whole plan that's been rolled out since 9/11. COVID most certainly was there to weaken the resistance. Okay, call it what you want. Maybe not the resistance, maybe the problem, maybe oh wow, there's 8 billion people that could resist, or whatever. But like, I just have to keep saying out loud, a collective group of people consciously attempted to annihilate, not decimate. Decimate is only 10% reduction. Annihilate, eviscerate the human population 5 years, 6 years ago, and we're sitting here talking about a war that's fucking senseless. And I'm saying, oh shit, dude, this is just soap opera row. Like we're spectators to this theater. This is fucking dumb. I mean, I feel guilty. I have not done any harm. For the most part, I've been a decent human being, and I feel guilty for having money and living in America. No shit, dude. because I think of some people. Oh, like I think of the people that like are running down the street and they just lost. I saw a young girl, 22 years old, interviewed, and she's 90 people that she knew by first name have been destroyed. 22 fucking years old, dude. The trauma for that girl will exist with her probably beyond her death. I mean, seriously, man. 90 people at the age of 22 that you knew their first name. She lives in a village. And I don't care what religion they were, what color they were. That's just fucking stupid, man. It's crazy. So I think that's why I've been pretty convinced, just on the psychology, that we're going all the way. I mean, like, I do think you should buy cans of corn and food and tuna, anything that lasts. It's not perishable, and it's not going to go down in price. By the way, like, I tripled my money on like, people. If you can't look, if you got $1,000, don't buy Bitcoin. Go buy some toilet paper. But much better trade, and it has full utility use. Now that's a utility. I should probably drop. There's probably already a coin like that, right? The toilet brand or something. Anyway, enough sick humor.
Yeah, yeah. There's a European toilet paper brand called Ripple. It was really funny when I read that.
Oh, well, actually, if you guys are interested in toilet paper, and just let me know. In the 2020, I imported like
Dude, I
30
would
to
love
40
to do a bulk
containers per
deal.
month of
Tony,
toilet paper
let's talk
from
bulk,
Vietnam.
baby. Let's talk bulk. I love that idea, dude.
Yeah,
See,
really,
this is
I'm
what I
I'm
mean. This is
serious.
what I mean about
If you
China.
read,
This is what a good example of the Chinaman. So, America, they talk the big talk. America hits their vessel. Oh no, sir, we're not fight, sir. We're not fight. And then as soon as it's about some kind of selling something or manufacturing or getting given,
Tony's all over it, huh?
then it's going like, sir, we get
Tony's
$2.
launching missiles.
Yeah, you
Let's
get
do a deal,
$10 for
Mister
$2,
G.
$2, sir, two, one, please. So listen, this is what the China. Listen, this is the exact on
Bro,
this
this is what
face.
China's good for this planet. See,
This is what it is,
they're
bro.
into
They're all
producing
about
things.
selling and manufacturing, but when it comes resistance, are you learning now? They ain't coming, bro. They are not coming. Are you getting it now, resistance?
no, Suleiman.
Resistance, are you getting it now? He's getting it now. He's getting it. Resistance is slowly starting to understand what's going on here. He's waiting for them to come. He's like, I thought the is or even resistance is left. This is he just. This is what I mean. He's like, I feel so bad for resistance now. He's waiting for the Chinese Navy. He was like, they're gonna escort us. It's gonna be that's it. The strait is China just guarantees it. US ain't going anywhere. Poor old resistance. Poor old resistance. Go ahead, Tom.
Sully, you think I'm going to get a bunch of emails from
Hey, what's up, Suleiman?
Alibaba
Yeah, I
tonight
think
on
so. You
toilet
are.
paper?
Yeah.
Sorry, Sully. I got dropped just as you were
No
saying
way. No
you're
way.
listing resistance. Honestly, trying to come
It's the
back.
Chinese. They
I
don't
got
want you to. They don't want you to even speak. They're too scared.
mate. I got Chinaed when I got Chinaed by inevitable China. So I was bigging up China. The other day, 2 or 3 days ago, 4 days ago, and I said, yeah, China's going to do this, going to bring their escort their navy, and inevitable China goes, well, we're just gonna, we're going to do it by other means. Maybe we'll just economically just deter them in that way, or maybe we'll just publish a statement to condemn it. It's like, mate, I'm like, who's the one that's more Chinese at this point? Is it me, or who's more pro-China? He can't even represent his own country that well.
This is you're
Oh
learning. It's not that
God.
they can't represent it. They know the facts. So you see this China man, he's like, no, no, sir, we don't fight, sir, we don't fight. And then as soon as he hears the chance of getting some deal with some toilet paper, he's like, sir, I sell you 10 toilet paper for $2, sir. It's like, come on, bro. Come on, Mr. China man. We know what you're all about. I'm telling you. The only thing that is going to be a Chinese empire is an empire of toilet paper as they sell them at discounted rates when it's towards the end of the world. They ain't going to do nothing. And I mean, they ain't going to do nothing. Okay. Tom, did you want to add something? If not, we'll go to uncommon.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I wanted to say to Gary and add a couple of things to the conversation. Brother, just want to thank you so much for bringing this up because not a whole lot of people in prominent positions with a lot to lose from talking about that subject and a lot to gain from avoiding talking about that subject are willing to do it when it comes to COVID. So I appreciate that. And yeah, so that tells me that there's a high likelihood that at some point in time, Gary felt like recently things are spiraling out of control so quickly that touching on these things has more of a benefit if you have a platform than avoiding them like a plague. I don't know if you guys have felt the same thing. It kind of feels like we're reaching a crescendo of craziness when it comes to the scale of the events that we're looking at happening. And I can't come to any conclusion other than you can almost sense that, okay, at this point, it's all right to take more risks when it comes to talking about things that we typically avoid talking about simply because the benefit of people hearing these things spoken about on big platforms and having people ruminate over these ideas versus not even think about them is probably more beneficial than thinking about, okay, how many more followers can I get or this or that. I'm not saying in everybody's case. We all have different strategies that we, Suleiman has a hell of a lot to lose and he's someone we can't lose. But some of us, man, especially if we know, people in high places that have contact with people and decision making centers, it's time to get really tough with our family members. Like, hey, bro, you don't have the courage to talk to these people that are in your orbit and, try to move their understanding of how dangerous what they're playing with is. I mean, these people are playing with billions of people's lives at this point. This is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I'm loving the conversation, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Owen Comment, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts?
What's up, everyone? The first thing I do want to kind of piggyback off something Suleiman was saying about China. When the United States started with the crazy idea of the blockade, which now maybe doesn't look as crazy, but I'll explain in a minute. But my first thought was, yeah, it's going to bring the United States directly into conflict with China, and that seems to have been somewhat what has happened, right? What is surprising, though, is China's response or lack of response. And it makes you wonder, I mean, to a certain degree, like I almost think it does draw into question to kind of the political will and the ability of China to fight. They're not going to fight for Iran, I think, is obviously what they're signaling. And to a certain degree, that is somewhat understandable. But the surprise is they don't need to necessarily fight for Iran. They just need to fight for their own ships to get to their place. And I think that's a totally reasonable thing to fight for. And there doesn't seem like they're going to do that. Now, the other thing that's highly questionable and interesting is, and this is what I mean by maybe the blockade will surprise me in that it's working, is China going to put more pressure on the United States to drop the blockade, or are they going to put more pressure on Iran to make a deal? And since it doesn't look like China's even willing to fight for their own shipping lanes, I'm thinking it's probably they're going to put more pressure on Iran to make a deal. And the other thing I think resistance has laid out well, I'm in the camp that I am surprised maybe by Iran's response or lack of response. But I do agree that they have been a little too tempered. It seems like what the United States is doing to gain leverage has worked to a certain extent. I mean, I'm a little surprised by it because now it's early to say for sure, because what I think Iran is doing is they're betting on the oil shortages. They're playing a longer game. They're betting that and Professor Morandi and a lot of those other people have been talking about that at length. Now, but Trump is a master. Whoever is running the market, whatever you think about it, it is absolutely insane that the stock market, it is not rational at all that the stock market is higher now than it was before this war started. The economy is not better off. Oil is more expensive. There is no reason for it to be higher. So obviously that is a manipulation, but it is working. Whether you like it or not, what Trump is doing in that regard is working. And so I'm a little perplexed by the situation, but it does seem like the United States has put itself in a better position than it was, certainly a couple weeks ago. And I guess I'm a little surprised too, even with Iran's response and lack of response, China's response and lack of response, it does seem like they are trying to work towards a deal, or they're just betting that the economic strains are going to, it's all going to come down to, are the economic strains going to bring the United States to its knees? And I think that's kind of what they're betting on. And one of the surprising things is, I guess we'll have to see how, it's hard to know how much of that's going to be broken and what's going to happen. The paper markets, obviously, we know those are manipulated, but the real markets are what matter. And I'm, as a lot of people have discussed before, like real oil in Sri Lanka and other places in the East, yeah, that's crazy expensive. But what matters is oil in the United States. And people are not happy. I mean, Trump is literally one of the least popular presidents of all time now. So to say that it hasn't backfired, it has backfired magnificently. But can they keep it going? If people are paying $4 a gallon for oil, they're pissed about it. There's no doubt about it. But can he keep the war going at that price? Yeah, I think so. As long as stocks are booming and people aren't filing bankruptcy, I think they can draw this thing out. And the longer they draw it out, maybe they do get more of an advantage, because it's a game of chicken now. The United States is betting that their blockade will bring Iran to the table. Iran is betting that their closure of the Strait of Hormuz will bring the United States more to the table. And I don't know how it's going to pan out. I would imagine, based on most of the people in the economic field, it seems like the United States will have to come to the table once the destruction starts setting in. But I've also been a little bit surprised at how resilient the United States has been, even to this point. So it's hard to know. I don't know. It is interesting, but I agree. I think a little bit with Resistance and Sully, who have said that Iran's response or lack of response, and China's especially, is mind-boggling. Can you imagine, like, if?
Well, uncommon. I just
Wait,
found
that's
out.
not Resistance's
Wait,
response. Resistance thinks China's the best.
Oh,
wait, wait,
okay.
wait. No, no,
He's
no.
saying they're
Wait,
the
Well, they're
best
not the
response, the
best.
most perfect
They won't
wait,
response.
even
wait.
fight for their own
No,
ships. So
I never said. Wait. There's no Chinese ship that's been confiscated or taken over. The Tuska is an Iranian ship, Iranian flagged and Iranian owned. So I'm checking what
It
Chinese
left.
ship
It
has been
left. No,
taken.
so it was a ship that came from China, had Chinese
Yeah,
products.
Tuska.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Iranian flagged and Iranian owned.
Where did it come from?
It came from China and
Okay.
went to Iran.
Exactly.
right. So
So
presumably they're buying Chinese products. So it hurts Iran as much as it hurts China. I
Yeah,
mean, maybe it hurts Iran more
but
because they're importing. But
it's an Iranian ship, an Iranian flagged, Iranian owned. It's not Chinese owned. So why would China care in that situation?
Well, but
all
wait,
right,
wait.
let me post that. Somebody blocks a United States ship from being able to deliver its goods to somebody else. Do you think the United States would let that go? Like, this is the difference between a world power and somebody who's an economic power.
Exactly. And what that ship was carrying, we're very certain was important for China to get it to Iran, and Iran needed it, and it was all part of the war effort and build up. So, Common just said it right there. That's the big deal. The sovereign powers supplies being taken on the high sea. A sovereign power would never allow that. Any power in the world has to be the dominant naval power. This goes back to the power of the sea. This is the very doctrine of naval war power. We study that day one. That is the doctrine every naval officer learns day one, and it's passed down through the ranks. The NCOs have it by knowledge and memory. When you have sea power, you have global dominance. But if you
But
don't exercise that sea power, basically it's useless. And I said that on day 3 of this whole thing. I said, United States can never fight in the Strait. It's a kill box. That's not our battle. We will take it to the deep sea if we need to on a blockade. But what surprised me is Trump put teeth in it, and we can sink ships all day long. United States submarines, those crews are waiting. Come on, man. Give us the kill shot. We want to take stuff out. That's what we do. We can do it all day, every day. We can have any given day, we have 5 target solutions on 5 different targets. Let's do it. And make sure we all understand that. And China knows that. Russia knows that. And David Z, I wish he could come in here because I kept saying, I know our carriers are sitting ducks when they go into the kill box in that area. Any idiot knows that. But you get out into our playground, which is the deep blue sea. Imagine great white sharks out off South Africa. Let's go for a swim. No, we own that. We own the sea. We own it. It's ours. And we've just established that's a huge thing that happened.
Yeah, I get it, Andrew, but if I'm China, I don't really care about America taking over an Iranian ship with my cargo to Iran, if but it's already been sold. So it's not that's why would I go to war with America over that? It makes no sense. I want to see America take over a Chinese ship and a Chinese flagship, Chinese owned ship, and let's see what happens then. I just don't think they did because you saw in the first day of the blockade, Chinese owned ships, they all passed through the Strait of Hormuz and went to China, and America didn't really do anything because I don't think America wants to be in a confrontation with China, and I don't believe China wants to be in a confrontation with America either. But I think the easy pickings there is the Iranian ships, which they've got a shadow fleet of 120 odd ships in the sea, and they'll happily take those. So that's probably what the United States are doing. And in that situation, it's a very weak point. It'll be a very weak sort of excuse. I don't believe that it will be strong enough case for China to go to war with the United States over that. So I
But
still stand.
China said any goods that are going from Iran or to Iran from China, that they would go and America wouldn't stop it. What we know now, and as China and Andrew said, is America's demonstrated they control the sea, because China, when it
They
attempted,
haven't. They
um,
haven't.
they have though, because when China wanted to send goods to Iran, America stopped it. Now everybody knows you can't take any goods, whether from China or anywhere else, and take it into Iran because the USA will stop them. If they could stop goods going from China to Iran, they can stop anything. Now, any goods coming from Iran to China, this is going to now be interesting as well. Will those be stopped as well? But what we do know is any goods going from China to Iran will be stopped.
So first of all, a Chinese ship with goods going to China, will that be stopped? This is what I want to see. A Chinese ship with oil going to China, will the United States stop that? That will be a demonstration by the United States that they own the seas. If they don't, attacking an Iranian ship with Iranian cargo in a Iranian flagship in the sea outside of Iranian waters, that's not a demonstration of owning the sea. I'm sorry, it's not. But
I'm not seeing
Resistance.
which Chinese ships have gone through in the last few days. I'm looking now. I
I
can't
haven't
find
seen.
any.
Yeah, I haven't seen any so far in
No,
the last.
that's what I'm saying. I'm
I seen
looking
the first three
now.
days.
I'm looking now. I'm not seeing any Chinese flag ships go through. I mean, I'm not. Someone correct me, because I'm only having a quick look. I can't see any Chinese flagged ships that have traversed the Strait of Hormuz since the at least the 18th.
Does China use their own ships to bring oil from Iran to China, or does Iran use their ships to send their oil to China?
Good question.
Yeah, I good question, Doc. I don't know. I mean, all I know is that the first few days of the blockade, the first 3 days of the blockade, Chinese ships were passing through successfully. So I
When
don't
did
know what's.
the wait? But that was the first couple of days. Is it 13th?
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
a week ago, right?
yeah. So it was a
Yeah.
week ago, from Tuesday to
Mm.
whatever Friday.
But now that the blockade is fully on, and what I mean by that is because after that, there was kind of question marks about what's happening with the blockade. Then finally, the Lebanon thing was confirmed, and since then, I don't know the exact dates now, but it seems like since then, no Chinese flagged ships have attempted to traverse the Strait of Hormuz
Okay, yeah. And for me,
because
I can't
they
explain
know who's
that.
boss.
Well, I can't explain that in terms of but it certainly doesn't say that the Americans are demonstrating that they are the owners of the sea or the
Of
master of
course
the
it
sea.
is, bro. If
Resist. Yeah.
and this is what, and by the way, I knew that they were. That's why I knew that when you said, "Oh, guess what? China's gonna send ships and they're gonna," I was like, "That's none of that's ever gonna happen."
Well, they did.
They
They
did
did though.
nothing, bro. They never sent no navy. They never tried
No, no,
to
no.
escort
No,
anyone. None
they
of that
passed.
happened.
No. I mean, their ships pass through though.
No, their ships passed through in that kind of gray area situation when there wasn't a full, complete, confirmed blockade. Once we understood that actually, once Lebanon has done this, America's still going to keep its blockade, and Iran was like, what is going on? I thought that was part of the agreement. Since then, no Chinese flagships have gone through. And the reason they've not gone through is very simple. They know who's the boss. They're too scared to do it. And one ship that did go from China to Iran got basically hit by US, and China's not tried it. Now, I get China is risk averse. I'm not disagreeing with that. I get China's model is they don't want to fight. They don't want. That's fine. But then that's it. They can't do anything on the sea because as soon as America tries something, they know that America, when it gets into a physical confrontation, they don't want to get into a physical confrontation. It's like basically two people in a playground. One's like two big hench guys in a playground. One guy, whenever he'll want to fight, the other guy doesn't want to fight. So we don't know. I mean, he looks big, but we don't know if he's a good fighter because he looks really big. But what we know is the other guy, who is hench, is willing to knock you out, and so the other guy will never ever try and go to his side of the playground. That's basically what's happening here.
Yeah, and I just have to add this.
Just want to welcome Grant onto the stage. Oh, yeah, I just want to see what Grant says, and then we'll. Go ahead, Andrew. Finish your point, and then we'll go to Grant.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Sully. I just wanted to just quickly add resistance. I see what you're saying there, resistance. I really do. But the bottom line is any ship, it doesn't matter who, what, if the United States has definitely dominated, and we do dominate the oceans, and China knows it, the world knows it. I hope you understand that. And I'm not trying to be the ugly American here. It's a simple fact. You've heard me in this space for 50-some days. America can't fight the Persian Gulf War. No way, we'd get our ass kicked. We're not going to fight in the Persian Gulf, but now in the world deep oceans, we rule it.
Yeah,
we will control it.
Uncommon laid it out quite well, and this is actually what my thought is. This current situation, who is China putting pressure on? Are they putting pressure on America? Are they putting pressure on the Gulf states? Or are they putting pressure on Iran? It seems to me like they're putting pressure on Iran because they're scared about what's going to happen to them. And if that's the case, this is maybe why Iran keeps capitulating. I disagreed with them doing the ceasefire negotiations the first time. If they go to these ones, that is just total, for me, bigger capitulation has completely put the power in Trump's hand. So once again, what's the reason Iran does that? Now, it could be they're scared themselves. I don't think so. They've demonstrated they're willing to do anything for their own sovereignty. Reports are saying that the first time it was the Chinese who pressured them. And it looks like this could be the case as well. So why is Chinese pressuring them? Probably because, they're worried. They're worried for themselves. But do you want to welcome Grant into the space? Grant, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Well, America has the greatest Navy ever put together. I mean, it's not even close, dude. We're the only, if I'm right, we're the only Navy that can sail all seven seas. China can't get, China has double the ships that we have, but we have almost three times the tonnage. When you're talking about ships, you're talking about tonnage. Tonnage matters more than numbers. So we have the great battleships and the carriers that can stay out at sea for fucking years. I don't think China can actually get beyond Taiwan. So if you can't sail across the planet as a navy fleet, how far can you go? You can't hold supplies, food, fuel, energy, weapons, etc. So the fact that we're not shooting people down in the strait, which is 21 miles, doesn't surprise me. I agree with the gentleman that was talking about the blue waters.
Grant, you're absolutely correct, sir. A retired naval officer. Then I was a consultant for years, and with Naval Institute over 40 years. Absolutely correct. We never could, nor day one. We're not going to play in the Persian Gulf, especially our submarine force. We've known that for 40 years. But now get in our water, which we're a blue water navy, we're a deep water navy, and you're absolutely correct. China has no, we call it breadth. They don't have no breadth and length. They have no depth to their fleet support. Logistically speaking, ordnance, they cannot put ordnance on target overseas, extended deployments. They're developing it. They're learning, but they do not have the tradition. We have 200 years of established tradition. The Chinese are still having thousands of issues with just their carrier resting gear problems on their carriers, which they totally robbed, stole off of, reverse engineered off the United States. They've totally robbed, reverse engineered, stole all the technology on their submarines that are still way behind our submarines. They don't have the crew technical competence. Even the Indians, they sunk one of their submarines that they were buying and working with the Russians at port. They sunk the frickin' submarine just off of the pier. The Russian submarines they're catching up. They're catching up. And I know it sounds like the ugly American. I know they're going, oh, listen to him. But no, I'm speaking facts. When America is weak in an area, or I say weak in an area, I will say it, but in America, our global dominance, we rule the oceans. That's why America has global dominance, because we have the strongest naval power on earth.
I have a question for maybe Grant and Gary, since they're oil guys. It seems like the strategy of Iran has basically come down to waiting out the closure of the Strait of
Uncommon,
Hormuz.
just before you answer that question, some breaking news. 10,000 kilowatt transformer with 30 tons of oil has exploded at a heating plant in Bucharest. This is becoming way too common to be coincidental. Yesterday, there was one in India and Russia. I mean, this seems like targeted attacks on this entire industry. Some are surmising it could be the US. Others are saying it could be, I don't know, whoever. But this is another incident, this time in Bucharest in Romania. But sorry, back to you, Uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, basically, my question is, it doesn't look like, I mean, I think based on the posturing, it doesn't look like Iran wants to go back kinetic. I think they're prepared to go back kinetic, but I'm a little surprised by the way they've responded. You can obviously tell that China doesn't want to get really involved. I mean, that from what I can tell, I mean, I think they are giving Iranians, technical and intelligence support, but I don't think it's much beyond that. And so my assumption, and of course it's a guess, is that Iran is playing for the strait, meaning they think that the longer the strait is closed, that eventually the United States will soften its position. And my question to the oil guys is that a good theory? Like, will that plan work, assuming that's their plan?
But under your hypothesis, it suggests that America suffers more pain through a high crude price than the rest of the world. I'm not sure that's true. In fact, I'm pretty sure it may not be true. I think the longer this goes on, I mean, if I was Iran, I would not be worried about what the play is here, because I do think that you can only hold the stock market up this long with these kind of dynamics. It will break something. So I don't know. Like, if I was on either side of this, I probably would just let the aggressor continue to act aggressively and save my resources. Let them come further and further in, because like there's no chance of us doing this land battle, and everybody knows it. Okay, so that doesn't just make any sense. This is a really problematic thing to get out of smoothly, I think. If you walked away tomorrow morning and solved the problem, crude oil will go to $75 overnight, maybe below that. And then we'd still have a bunch of ripples to fix over the next probably 12 months, because I think you have messed up some parts of the supply chain. This is a game of chicken. It started out as a game of chicken, and it seems like that's what it is right now. Grant, I saw you come off mic. Happy to have your input on this, but I don't. I don't see how you get out of this delicately. I'd love to know a cool exit policy, and I wouldn't put too much stuff on Iran and China not going ballistic, because right now the best thing to do is let the other guy look like the aggressor. Don't y'all agree?
But if they're going to do that, I mean, it's impossible to make China look like the aggressor. they're so risk averse. As
No,
Sully's.
you're missing my point. I think America is the one that looks like the aggressor. Israel and
Oh,
Iran,
okay.
and by
Yeah,
China. First off, we're assuming some things about this ship. I don't think it's actually really. I don't think we have enough data yet. If it was empty and it was coming from China, does anybody care? Like, I'm not going to fight a war over that. Okay. Uh,
that's exactly my.
if it's
Yeah,
an Iranian ship, the question is, why isn't the Iranian shooting? Because they're like, dude, it's my ship and it's my. So Iran doesn't really have the Hormuz open if they can't get their own ships in there. So it's really up to Iran. How much can they take? I suspect the Middle East can take more than we can take. Dubai, though, I mean, look, you have a center the size of Dubai fail. Dude, this is a huge problem. Like, the Middle East can't handle a domino that large falling. Okay, when these dominoes start to fall, like, they create really big vacuums, and you're not gonna just like escape the gravity of a fucking all the investment in Dubai being eviscerated in what, 4 months? Like, seriously, dude, that would,
Gary, we don't get any of our crude oil from them.
of course, no, we don't,
And
no, we don't, but
Trump went and grabbed Venezuela, so we have as much heavy crude as that we want. We export the light stuff, right? And we import heavy crude.
yeah, but it doesn't solve the global problem. There's other people who have a problem, so you can't just,
Right. Well,
and
my question
we're
though
in a
is why?
complex supply chain too, right? It's not gonna be like you're not gonna be impacted.
Yeah. Well, other than Exxon and the oil companies just raping and pillaging right now, why would oil and gas even be more expensive here? Because we don't get it from there.
Well, because,
It's just a world demand.
yeah, it's, well, it's
Yeah.
world demand. We export, and it's a global commodity. It's fungible. So the whole I mean, West Texas Intermediate's getting a premium right now over Brent, which is the UK spot price. And the reason for that is it's safer. You know it's going to show up. There's no force majeure from America. So,
But But Grant, also keep in mind what Gary was just saying earlier too. Given the global supply chain, assume that Exxon and Chevron don't rape and pillage over here, and we, like, I don't know, nationalize oil or something. Um, and then yeah, energy prices will normalize here, but it'll get even worse for the rest of the world. And then all that whole global supply chain issue that gets even worse. So in terms of other countries making stuff, exporting them here,
but by the
holding
way,
U.S. debt.
the moment the West Texas price gets too out of whack, you'll have everybody from the East shipping over here. That's the beauty of crude oil, man. It is a really, really efficient market. The good news is we've probably had enough logistics disruption at this point that the energy guys have probably figured out a lot of workarounds, which is problematic when you hear the added thing, which Suleiman just said, which was, hey, why do these refineries keep blowing up out of the fucking blue? This is very, very unusual. Grant, they just had one in Beaumont. Okay, the day that we did this, like, they're popping all these refineries all over the world. Oh wow, we had an explosion. We had an explosion. We had an explosion. I don't remember a time in refining world where you had that many incidents in such a compressed
And
time
Ukraine's
period.
targeting Russian ones directly. Like, they weren't doing it to the level they're doing it now as well.
Gary, Sully, and Co. I've sent you the document of the national security strategy by the Trump administration, and in pages 13 and 14 of the document. So under economic security, they talk about securing access to critical supply chains and materials. This is their plan: reindustrialization, so reshoring a lot of the industrial production, reviving their industrial. It says reviving our industrial base, energy dominance, restoring America's energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear, and reshoring the necessary key energy components is a top strategic priority. This is in November, so I can imagine what they're doing right now. I mean, this ties into what Sully you're suggesting, that there's a lot of oil refineries and are being targeted a lot
Yeah, I think
around
it's
the.
US. I actually think that they're doing the Nord Stream on all the different oil
Yeah,
industries, taking them all out. If you look at Qatar, when the Qatar was hit, After that, I'm sure that the new contract went to the United States of America. It's like a shared project between them and Qatar. Um, and if you look at Russia, they've been hit. And so maybe this is his ploy to try and create energy dominance. What's your thoughts on that?
Wait, sorry. Are you saying that? But how do the incidents in the U.S. refineries play into that? Or sorry, is that totally irrelevant from what you're
Yeah,
saying?
good point. There's one in the US, so that kind of goes
Well,
against it.
this
But if you were to say that's an isolated one, but yeah, there's a good point. The US one.
well, that could be classed as plausible deniability. So if you do it on your own shore, it says, "Well, it's not us. It's not us." Do you know what I mean? And it's minimal damage, from what I've heard as well. Then you can go out and start destroying all the other in other countries, like in Mexico they did it, and Mexico refinery was targeted. In Russia, so many Russian refineries were targeted. Now in Europe, and in so many other places as well. Obviously the GCC. So America can say, well, it happened to us as well, so it can't be us either. So they could do that, and you look at it and it's minimal damage. It's a
Yeah, but something
classic
like that
an
then,
alibi.
but something like that resistance, would it be that it's done in collusion with Iran, or they just know that that would be Iran's response and they want to benefit from it? Like Qatar being hit, or Saudi being hit.
Well, I think they wanted to try and destroy Iran as well. But they want again, if it's part of the national security strategy, they want to destroy it. Like you
No,
said,
no, my
they
point is
want.
this. So what's benefiting the strategy is the fact that Iran hit Qatar's energy. And
Oh right, yeah,
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 so I'm
yeah.
saying
So
that is that because they knew that Iran would do that, and so therefore that's why
no,
they
they're
hit. That's
goading it.
why they hit Iran's energy infrastructure because they knew Iran. So if you hit our energy infrastructure, or
Yes,
you hit
exactly.
yours, and so they're like, you know what? Let's hit your energy infrastructure because we want you to hit the GCC ones.
Exactly. Yes, that's what I think. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I agree with that one. I think that is the point. I think they're goading Iran, knowing full well they reciprocate the attacks, like for like, onto the energy infrastructure, and it helps America reshore their and industrialize their energy sectors as well as part of the national security strategy. And they've got plausible deniability, or they've got an alibi in the sense that, well, it's uh, our our refineries have been targeted in Texas as well, and then obviously, well, we have to attack Iran to help you guys, the GCC and Israel, knowing full well that Iran is going to attack the GCC and hurt them as well. So yeah, it helps America. I think America is the one that benefits from all of this.
There's also here. There's a couple of other things. Resistance, maybe, or Gary, or Darkseid here as well. Anthem also got a lot of finance guys on here. Couple of things that were reported today. I forgot to mention to Darkseid when he was on earlier. First thing is that apparently the Israeli shekel is at a all-time 30-year high against the US dollar. And the second thing is, you mentioned it earlier as well, resistance, was that the UAE asking for a credit line from the United States of America. How do you see that in terms of from the different factors that we're referring to?
Well, I mean, look at the stock market. Look at the TA 35 and the TA 125. The Israeli stock market making all time high after all time high the last 12 months. It's absolutely crazy, and they're meant to be like weakened severely. This is how much manipulation there is, and I know Darkseid's going to say this. He's going to talk about it as well. But going back to the point about the GCC, I think this fits in. I think it fits in well with United States strategy, the national security strategy. If they're weakening the GCC, they can help them out from a credit line point of view. It will hurt the GCC. It will hurt Israel because they
Which,
don't have the
according
ally
to the
in.
way Simon explains it, that would mean if they're given a
Yeah,
credit line to the GCC, would mean America controls the GCC, right?
yeah, they're the distressed asset. See, this is what I kept saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that the GCC are the distressed asset, not the Israel is the distressed asset that the GCC are trying to buy all the assets out of them. It's actually the other way around. I think America's buying the assets out of the GCC. So it'll be interesting to see that. I think they're in trouble if the war resumes, and I think America would do. I think if they want to implement the national security strategy and they want to be a dominant player in energy, um, then I don't think they would care if they resume the war and it hurts the GCC that much. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I'm skeptical that this is going to help America, to be honest. I get the energy play. America's a massive energy producer, all of that, but like America dominates the world through its reserve currency, and this is just going to accelerate that. That now you could say, well, it's like a controlled demolition. They've kind of come to terms with that happening, but we're still missing a lot of industry. And if you can't just print monopoly money that's used as the world's reserve currency, I have a hard time seeing how you're going to handle uh, that kind of a problem.
Absolutely, comment. I agree with you. I'm not saying actually gonna like benefit. This is their strategy that they think they're implementing the national security strategy. But in the long term, it's useless without infrastructure rebuilding, and they need time as well. They need years to build, to reindustrialize and do that. They need a lot, trillions, tens of trillions of dollars, and they need everybody to be on their side at the same time. They can't be engaged. They can't have a mass exodus to the petro yuan instead of the petrodollar. They need the dollar being used, and um, they need the viability of U.S. Treasury. The U.S. Treasuries has to be valuable, to have some value in order for them to borrow more and to spend on their internal infrastructure to the tune of tens of trillions and print the money that they need to print. Because I know that people will say the central banks are going to buy it, and I know that Basel III will mean that they'll get their own national banks to buy the treasuries as part of their leverage ratio. But even all of that, it's still dependent on the United States dollar having some value. So they are engaging in this war, and it's actually accelerating the exodus from the United States dollar to the petro yuan, and that's not going to help them. So I think it's a rush against time, in my opinion, to reindustrialize, which I don't think they got the infrastructure for and the time for, and to strengthen. And they said in the national security strategy is to get cheap jobs and cheap labor as well. So this is what it says in the strategy itself. But I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, and I think that by the time the U.S. reindustrializes, it seems to me like a lot of the energy infrastructure around the world will be rebuilt by then, anyways. So I don't know. It seems like it doesn't seem like the best plan. On that note, I was gonna say, there is another angle to this whole thing. Um, I agree that if Iran makes like some kind of a weak deal right now or in Islamabad in a few days or whenever it is, then that's going to be really bad for them. But if you think about it, as long as the strait is closed, it's actually in Iran's best interest to just string the US along, right? Like extend the ceasefire, go to the negotiation. Oh, but there's no deal. Just play along with this whole thing because as long as they keep the strait closed and they're not getting bombed, it's sort of the perfect setup for them, you know? I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, but uh, I've been seeing a lot of reports that, once the strait is closed for about 90 days, that's when you start seeing systemic problems in America. And we're at day 50 now, I think. So if they can just keep it up for another 40 days, especially if they're not getting bombed, I do wonder if that's sort of their strategy is to just kind
Why,
of
why,
pull.
why would you want to go on the aggressive right now? Like you don't
Right.
need to. There's
Yeah.
no need to go on the aggression right now. Just you'd even take a little abuse.
Yeah. And they can even say, they can be like, look, we didn't want this to happen to you guys, but you blockaded us. You did all this stuff. Da 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 da. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually what's happening. Maybe they go and they submit and sign some like horrible deal for themselves in Islamabad on Tuesday or, whenever. But, if that is what they're doing, if they're just uh, running out the clock and stringing everyone along, that's a pretty diabolical plan.
That is an interesting theory because I mean, there's already been reports that with the ceasefire, they're already digging out some of their missile launchers that got buried. So this is also not is allowing them to even get stronger militarily, because a lot of missile launchers just got buried under a little bit of rubble. So when this war likely resumes, they're going to have more of their capability available. And the reports that, oh, 60% of their missiles are destroyed or whatever, that's BS, because I remember when they said 90% is destroyed. So if intelligence is saying they still have 40% of their missiles, they still have 80 to 90% of their missiles. We all know this. And with how fast they can produce drones, we know they have tens of thousands in storage, and they produce like 10,000 a month. So they literally produced more drones during the ceasefire than they used in the entire war. That's what's hilarious about this whole thing. Iran's been going easy this entire time. They're playing the long game. And like, we should have already seen some more higher oil prices, and they've been playing market manipulation, but eventually strategic reserves are going to be drawn down, and there's going to be severe economic issues. I mean, the US has a strategic reserve bigger than some of these other countries, and the US does produce a bigger share of its own oil than, let's say, a Japan or a South Korea. But there's only so much strategic reserve, and wherever the 90-day timeline came through, like, I already thought we'd be seeing $5 gallon average gas in the US. I'm honestly shocked it hasn't gotten there, but I mean, it's already at 4. It was at like 4.15. It dropped to 4.04 because the markets thought there was going to be a deal. But if they get through Tuesday and there isn't a deal, I think we're really going to start seeing oil tick up. And I hope Iran doesn't make a weak deal. If Iran gets a strong deal with sanctions lifted and they can charge their tolls, then yes, by all means, make a deal, because that accomplishes the goal of a strong Iran and a weaker Israel. But otherwise, do not sign a deal. And if it has to drag out for a year, so be it. I'm willing to pay that price.
But we're using last month's oil, right? So we're using last month's oil that we bought at around about $70-80, right? So we're not seeing the effects of the $115 or $100, $110 oil that are being bought this month, last month, etc. And we're going to buy again. Well, and it looks like, but it's not going to be 100 because I heard it's $150, $160 in physical pricing. So we haven't seen that yet, and we'll get those prices, regardless of what the chart says, I think, next month. So regardless of if there's a war or not, because I think that has to feed in. Those high oil prices will have to feed in at some point, because they were bought at that, and there's no way that the supply chain, the distributors that own all the parties in your gasoline, diesel, petrol infrastructure are going to make a loss on that and sell it for cheaper than what they bought it. So we're going to see that. But I think, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, Andy. But when you look at who's sort of who's benefiting as well, Iran. You're right. Iran is benefiting, because China's sending cargo planes of we don't know what to Iran in the meantime. And so I haven't heard from Russia, but I presume Russia are also supplying Iran. So they're there for like what China says. I'm sure China's saying publicly, oh well, everyone, we need peace, etc. But privately, I'm only seeing Russian cargo planes supplying Iran with equipment, and I'm not seeing them supply anyone else. So that's what's key. I think as long as China and Russia are sort of supporting them militarily when they need it, then they're built to continue this, to resume the war and last for it. And I agree with Gary. Why do they need to be aggressive? They'll wait. They'll, of course, if they have no deal, and then the announcement is that, right, we're back into war, Iran's not going to start launching the first missiles or drones. They're going to wait for Israel and United States to do that, and then they'll reciprocate. So they'll reciprocate until the very end. Even if United States and Israel wait a week, they're not in that week, and there's no, the negotiations called off. That is, it's broken. The ceasefire is broken. Then Iran will wait until they get hit. So it could be whenever, when the United States and Israel decide to do that.
Exactly. The best thing for Iran, if there's no deal but there's no war for a month, that's better for Iran than them getting hit and them hitting back. If Iran can just basically have nothing happen for a month because Trump is forced into this, but deep down, Trump, obviously if Trump probably is praying for a deal, but Iran doesn't like one of Trump's top paid shill influencers, Eric Doherty, said Iran's new IRGC chief is sabotaging a deal. If he doesn't make a deal, it won't end well for them. Power plant and bridge day might resume. So you already have one of Trump's influencers threatening Iran again. And it's like, and this guy's such a clown. He posted that someone already pulled up one of his old tweets from the 12-day war saying, if Kamala was president, we'd be in a full-blown war with Iran already. And it's like, yeah, now we are in a full-blown war and you're still shilling for Trump. It's embarrassing. These people are paid propagandists. It's pathetic. I made a post about it.
Sure.
We could be in a war.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, go
Sorry.
ahead. No, let George jump in. Go ahead. Resistance.
We could be in right. The negotiations could end on Wednesday as and no deals made, and in by inference, the war has started, but no one is launching. And we could, I could realistically see that. Like Israel and America are not attacking. Maybe they're regrouping. Maybe they want to wait for another extension of the ceasefire. Iran's not going to respond until they get attacked, so they're not going to happen. So we could see like days of just no action, but the blockade is in full effect and nothing
That's gonna be
happens.
that's gonna be in the U.S. interest. This is what I mean. Like, did you see my interview with Trita Parsi? He basically said that if US does that, I mean, I don't completely agree with this thesis in terms of that would benefit US because I think he's putting too much value on sanction relief compared to anything else. And the second thing is, I think incorrectly believes that the US would leave Israel in the lurch. I think both of those things don't happen. I don't think they leave Israel in the lurch, and I don't think, in terms of sanctions relief, of course, sanctions relief are ideal. But now, after this new global structure, I think there'll be many countries who are willing to trade without the US. Do you think like Korea is going to be like, no, we don't want to do a deal with Iran after what's happened to them, or Japan? Actually, Japan more so. Like for example, Ryan, we got him on in an hour. You know, he's friends. Like he knows the current prime minister of Japan, and he's literally going to tell us sell all your American bonds. So this is an example of how big this is. So I don't agree. I don't agree with treating on that way. But what I do agree with is just one element of it, that the longer this isn't kinetic, the more it benefits the US. And I think right now the power is shifting more towards the US in terms of what's happening in this war after Iran dominating. But I feel like since the Chinese have been pressuring, there's been some mistakes that have been made personally. This is why I'm a bit more harsher on the Chinese, but it is what it is. But I do think that they pressured them into this negotiation, and I feel like they pressure them now. And I do think that they did get the call from MBS, and now they're making these statements from the Gulf states. There's a lot of things going on where I think China's now getting worried themselves and they get a bit nervy. And I think there's a lot of bad decisions that are being made currently, in my view. A lot. And I'm not just talking overarchingly. Like, if you look at the statements that have been coming out, they haven't been great. If you look at the statements by Abbas Araghchi, Galibaf, they've not been great. They've let Trump play the entire stock market. And maybe they're just ignorant of it. Pepe seems to think it's their lack of understanding of it. But if it is, that's not great. But whatever it is, there is a lot of, I would say, incorrect moves that are happening currently. But what's your thoughts on that, Resistance?
There is some incompetence, Sully. I believe it's incompetence. They're strictly diplomats, but they don't know the American way. This is the thing, and I think they are. Yeah, that now I think it's just incompetence. I agree with Pepe in the sense that it wasn't deliberate. They're not inclusion. They just don't know. Now they're starting to wise up and sharpen up, and I hope
But
that
is it
that.
incompetence or is it the Chinese?
No, I don't believe it's the Chinese.
You don't think the Chinese made, I thought it was your position that the Chinese made him negotiate in the first place.
Oh, I'm talking about the messaging. You know, the delayed
Oh,
messaging.
okay, the delayed or
That's
the not strong messaging. Yeah, that could be. Because
yeah,
I don't think China's telling them word for word what to say. But
exactly.
overarchingly, I think China is telling them, look, negotiate, look, don't be too aggressive. I think they are listening to China in that way. And Galabas thinking, or Arachi's thinking, let's not be too aggressive. We want the peace to happen. At minimum, let's show China we're trying to do that. And maybe they were overcompensating too much. But I know it sounds like I'm trying to blame China too much, and maybe I don't want to hear someone else's side because maybe I am. No, not genuinely speaking, because I personally, I'm like really becoming very negative towards China about what's happening, and maybe I'm being overly so. So someone give me kind of a different perspective, because I really want to hear it, because I'm
Oh,
getting annoyed with China to be honest at the moment.
okay, Suleiman, I think my opinion on this
Wait,
is
put your
I
Chinese
think if
accent on
we
first so I can know it's. Go ahead.
I can't do one. I'm not good at accents.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, if they do actually make a weak deal, or if they do open the strait, then I think everything you said is 100% true. But I disagree slightly on the part that the longer this doesn't stay kinetic, it's to the U.S.'s advantage. I think it's actually to the Iranians' advantage, just because if the strait stays closed, I mean, think about it from this perspective. If your goal is to
I want you to continue,
destroy,
Thermo, because I'm listening from a little bit far away. Just one question. Add this to what you're saying. Continue with what you're
sure.
saying, but I just add this extra element that before with the Strait, it was essentially China control. I mean, sorry, Iran controlled the Strait, and what I mean by that is vessels were paying Iran, and Iranian-linked vessels were getting priority in and out of the Strait. Now what's happened is nothing is going for the Strait. So Trump claims that Iran's losing $500 million a day. Obviously, he's exaggerating, but Iran is losing a bit during the day. So taking that into consideration, but then also America, I guess how much impact is going to have on America, how many impact is going to have on American partners, if you just weigh all that up. But go ahead, do continue. And by the way, I've got an interview in about 16 minutes with Tim Anderson, and we've got Ryan Dawson in an hour after that, just to let everybody know. So I do want to hear from you, and then pass the mic to Joe. I want to hear from him as well.
Sure. Yeah. So I'll try to be quick. So I think that obviously it's less ideal for Iran to not be making the money off of the tolls and everything. But I think that in the grand scheme of things, like in terms of long-term outcomes, it's not that big of a deal to Iran, and Iran is accustomed to pain and economic difficulties. And especially during wartime, people are going to be more understanding of that too. But I think that if you keep the strait closed long enough, and people are talking about, oh, well, Trump was able to calm markets and everything. But here's the thing: actually, that in a sense is not good for America, because what you want markets to efficiently and accurately reflect reality. Because when they don't, that's how you end up with things like shortages, right? And so if Iran can just keep the strait closed long enough, then you affect like physical reality. Now it's no longer just like a matter of market issues. And so in that sense, I'm not saying this is what's happening. I really have no idea. But in that sense, if Iran can just keep playing this game of like, oh yeah, we're negotiating, da 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 da. And in fact, the US's blockade just gives them all the reason that they need to keep the strait closed and not damage public opinion, right? Like they can just be like, yeah, well, look, they're blockading us, so we're keeping the strait closed. And so if they can just extend that, that is like the easiest path I can see, easiest short-term path to actually destabilize the US's financial dominance in the world.
Joe.
Yeah, peace, man. Look, what I'm about to say, I don't want anyone to think I'm attacking them directly. I'm not, right? What I've heard up here
Oh my
today,
God, Joe, why are you attacking
I'm
me?
really
I thought
not.
it was your boy.
No, not you at all. I'm talking about certain things that have been said, and I want Gary and Darkside's input just to back me up here. I've heard one person say that they're willing to wait this out for a year, no matter the cost. Another person said, "Oh, if this takes a month." Look, I don't know if I'm the only one, and I don't think I am, but we have like at most 3 weeks before shit is broken, and we don't come back from it for many, many, many years. right? Talking about a month or talking about a year is insanity. Insanity. And when I got into an argument with Haas, for example, because I was saying Iran should go to the table, you don't know how tables turn. You have an upper hand now. Take advantage of that. Don't keep playing it out. You're starting to see it now, right? America now starting to get the tables turned. You don't know what else they'll pull.
But
You
that's
don't know
because they
what
went
else
to the
will happen.
That's when because they went to the negotiations, right, Joe? They did what you said.
What?
I thought you just
No,
said that you said to Hos that look, take the deal now or go to the negotiations now because you don't know how the tables will turn.
no,
But
I
I
was
feel
saying
like
to
the
take the
reason
deal, take the deal of don't be so hard line where everyone Solomon, you can you could be honest, almost a lot of people up here were like, we shouldn't give in at all. We have this one. We all 10 points. They need to bow down to Iran now because
they
we
do,
have
we
them
got
in
the
it.
boot, we got our boot on their necks, bro.
We got a boot on their neck. That's not happening. Like, do you understand? Like, America is a powerful force. It can do a lot. Is it illegal that they're doing a blockade? Yes, 100%. Are they going to do it anyway? Yes, 100%. So, what are you going to do? Like, the best thing that can happen for Iran is to get their sanctions lifted. That would be the best thing for the people of Iran. It
But
really
Joe,
would.
it seems like you're contradicting yourself
How's that contradicting?
because you said on one hand that I could be wrong,
Why
and
is the
please
space getting
clarify
so
if I am.
spicy now? But do continue.
It seems like you're saying on one hand that we can't uh, survive this for much longer, and it'll cause irreparable damage on one hand, but on the other hand, you're saying that like Iran is not in a position to be hardline. And by the way, I just want to say, I don't think they really have. I mean, it seems like the US has not backed off on any of their demands at all. So I mean, what I guess like also what would you suggest that they do?
No, what I'm saying is uh, I feel like the Iran hears what people are saying, right? Oh, they have the boot on the neck of the Americans. And it's not exactly like that. It won't stay like that. And yes, there is a limited time. Um, but it's not a limited time for the US. It's a limited time for the entire globe. Like if things are bad now in Iran, trust me, they're going to be the first to suffer. Do you understand? Like they're
I,
going to get it worse than
how's
everyone.
that? But that's not true because the US
It is
depends
true.
on the global economy more than anyone.
No, they don't. Everyone depends on the global economy.
But the US is the most dependent country in the world, undeniably.
The US lives off of being able to sell dollars, 100%. But they will not
But
be the
Joel, what?
but most of the resources America has. You're not talking about people who are going to die of hunger. Most people will be fairly okay. We have probably the cheapest food system in the entire world. Do you understand? Like you can still go to McDonald's in America. Assume you can still go to McDonald's in America and buy a meal for under $10. You can't do that almost anywhere in the world anymore, right? Why? Because we have really cheap food in America. Because we have an abundance of food.
Sure,
But
but
that's not
that's
going to
just
be the
food.
problem. Yeah, but that's just food. But that
But
is the problem.
Bro,
Do you
that's not
understand? You're
true.
going
Why are
to
you
affect
putting
deliveries.
propaganda in? Not everyone lives in
What's
Iran,
not
Dubai.
true?
No, everyone lives in Dubai, Joe. It's cheap. Food's cheaper everywhere else except for America. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. America
I
has
go
the
buy a
cheapest food
burger.
on the
I go buy
planet.
a burger in Japan and it's like literally $2. What are you talking about?
yeah, it's
This
terrible.
guy's like
And
literally comparing it to Dubai.
Bro,
Of course,
America,
you guys got to pay for the whole house. That's why.
there's a difference between what food costs and what food gets sold for. Yeah, you could sell a burger in Japan for $3 because they're living off of a dollar an hour or whatever it is. Do you know what I mean? There's a big difference.
but
That's talking about
it's
people cost. That's not talking about
but
food cost.
Joa, if you're talking about food costs in Iran, they could last for a long time. There's no food insecurity in Iran. They could last because a lot of this, because of the sanctions for 47 years, they've internalized a lot of their industries,
Uh,
everything. So
Resistance. They've
it's
been using a shadow market that will no longer be available to anyone. Without the
when,
shadow market, Iran's done for
yeah,
too.
when,
What?
when, right? So
When
you're
have they
saying,
been using
but
a
in the
shadow market? They've
time,
been using a shadow market for years.
okay, so they could last out longer than the United States. That's what I'm saying.
How?
That's what we're saying. because they've internalized everything.
No, they
Right?
haven't. They use a
From many-
shadow market. They sell things through a shadow network, which
No, no,
really
no, no.
is
I'm
just
talking about food. I'm talking about energy. I'm talking about all these things. They've internalized all that. So that in terms of, you're saying that Iran will suffer the first. I disagree with you. I think the United States will suffer the first longer than first before Iran does.
We also have less pain tolerance. Like we have the most to lose and the lowest pain
I
tolerance.
thought India, Japan, and Korea are gonna suffer the first.
they would in terms of oil, in terms of
And
energy for
Japan and
sure.
Korea is US allies.
And Japan just got hit with a huge tsunami, by the way, too.
I know, I read that. Ryan Dawson,
Yeah.
quickly get to the Prime Minister, tell her to sell all her US bonds. What's gonna happen when they sell their bonds, Joe? What are you gonna do then, Joe?
Oh, that's time to buy. I think that's why Bitcoin's up today.
Bitcoin's going
Fir-
below 50. We've had this discussion.
First time, first time Bitcoin's up. Bitcoin's up while oil is up. First time.
I think Bitcoin could be in a bull market now.
Except since the very first.
Bitcoin's in a bear
Hey,
market, bro.
Resistance sold all his Bitcoin because of some quantum attack. What are you talking about? He's got a lot of good. That's it. I'm walking out of here.
Let me quickly read the super chat.
So,
I'm a
Solomon,
believer in
hold on.
Bitcoin.
So it's very first day of the war,
Yeah,
Bitcoin
go
went
on.
up because people rotated from gold. Today, Bitcoin is up in my purview because they're rotating from the dollar.
Bitcoin's dropping, bro. It's just a little. It's just
It's what are you
fluctuation.
talking
It's
about?
manipulation of the market. It's a manipulation of the market.
Bro, it
Let
was
me
at
just,
68 when you were calling 50. It's now at like almost
bro.
78.
It's gonna, bro. It's 60. It's 60 when you were calling 280, bro. Let's be
Yeah,
clear on that.
exactly. I said 280
Exactly.
before
What 60?
50.
280, blood.
280 before 60 before
Bro,
50.
Joe.
Look
When
where
it
we're
was at
headed.
100. When it was at 100,
I told you to sell.
when it was 110, you said 280, I said 50. So let's see where it ends up being right. Anyway, let's see ends up. We're not done yet. We're not
I
done on
told
this.
you to sell at 110.
You did.
108 to be
108,
exact.
you told me to sell. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so let me read this. By the way, I've got Bitcoin. I'm not that I don't believe in Bitcoin. I've got it, but I'm just waiting until it gets below 450. Then I'm gonna get some more. So, but I've got some Bitcoins. I got 0.02 or something, or 0.02. So, US is. By the way, if you want to add to my Bitcoin, the tweet is in the nest. Okay, US is trying to build a petrogas fortress. Maybe US is attempting to choke the potential land bridge in Russia, China, Iran to force a new petrogas to be the primary energy supplier to the world. Thoughts? Yeah, we discussed that already. Ceasefire equals tighter squeeze, not US advantage. Physical oil, $150 on a secondary market. Hormuz tight, calm headlines, false control, leverage to Iran. Break equals brutal repricing. Wait, Avi, what are you doing? I thought you switched back on the other side. Avi, I thought you were on Simon's side now. You're back on ours. I don't get what's going on. I'm getting confused. Everyone's switching from side to side. It's like a dance. Tsunami is demand destruction. Keep oil down. Okay, Joe, is there anything you want to add? Because we've got an interview in a few minutes, and I don't want you to feel like you weren't appreciated.
I'd also just like to say I don't
I-
completely disagree with Joa. I do
Oh
think
my
there's
God,
some
disagree with
wisdom.
Joe Thermo.
No,
What you agree with him? You
Jen,
agree with him that Iran's going to be in a worse situation than the USA? Come on, blood, this is crazy.
no. I don't agree with him on that, but I do agree that there is some wisdom in not overplaying your hand. I do think that he has some correct
Actually,
instincts.
sir, there's wisdom in basically you got your foot on someone's neck, do not let it off. So, listen, I said to Mr. Ritter, who I respect a lot, we got the boot on your neck. He said, you ain't got boot on ship. But listen, they took the boot off. And now what's happening, I do think the power is starting to shift towards the US. If these negotiations do not go the way Iran wants, I think the balance is shifting, and this is why this was such a. This is what people don't understand. For Iran to get into the situation that they did on day 39, where they did indeed have the boot on the necks of Israel and the US, it was such a difficult task, almost impossible, but obviously not logically impossible. They needed everything to go right for them and everything to go right with the wrong. Not everything, but a lot to go wrong with the US and Israel, and that's what happened. And this is the problem you've got. You don't once you let up, which is what's happened. This is what the risk is. But someone jump in because I don't want to talk too much. We've got only a few more minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Salman, just to finish it out. Look, Iran does depend on imports. Almost they've developed no drugs whatsoever. So anyone with any kind of sickness is done for. Most of their staples, corn, soybean, rice, wheat, all of it is imported. 95% of it is imported from what I'm seeing here. Like you have a problem. You don't have stuff to feed your animals. Like there is no protein. Like to say that they're self-sufficient is crazy. When you already have a country whose currency was devalued and you depend on imports, which they do, and they're already suffering from a war, they will suffer a lot. And they'll probably suffer more than Americans. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they didn't win up
Oh
until now.
my
I'm not saying
God.
any of that. I'm just saying
Resistance
you
or thermal? Are you
always
going to
need
push
to
back on him? He's
you need
basically saying
you need
Iranians
to
are
make a
weak.
compromise.
Yeah,
You need to
I'll
compromise.
push back.
Yeah, why? He's attacking your people. He's saying you're weak.
Yeah, no. So, I actually agree that
Oh
Iranians.
my God!
Well,
Let me bring
hold on.
Ashkan. Where are you, Ashkan?
No,
Ashkan,
no,
come and
no.
smash him, bro. I need an Iranian hammer to smash him. Don't let him attack your people. This guy's I kind of agree with. This is the problem with these Americanized Iranians. They
No,
literally,
no.
they just no. Wait, I'm getting Ashkan up now.
Let-
Ashkan, are you up? Ashkan, are you up?
Yeah, I'm
Bro,
here, yeah.
don't let Joe attack your people. He's literally
Dude,
saying you're all weak. Smash him.
Joe doesn't know what the heck he's talking
Oh
about, dude.
damn.
He doesn't know nothing, man. Iran has been on a self-sufficiency jihad since the
Wait, don't
1990s.
say the J word. I'm on YouTube, but do continue.
This guy, dude. Well, where do you get your information, Joy? You just out here just bullshitting people, dude? What's wrong with you, man?
Ashcan, where do they get their food for their animals? Who do they import it from?
Iran is self-sufficient in food,
No, it's not.
weapons, medicine. Yes, it is, dude. Everywhere in the Middle East, they get their food from Iran, dude.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
89% of animal feed is imported. Imported. You guys do have agriculture. You don't have the staples because you don't have the amount of water that's
Put the volume up. Okay, let me bring Tim onto the stage. Hi Tim, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Good, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. Yeah. What time is it there?
I'm in the UK, so it's 1 a.m. at the moment.
1 a.m. Oh, God. Yeah, here it's 10 a.m.
Oh,
Okay,
you got it good. You got it good. It's bright and early.
much more civilized.
Yeah, well, I have to turn uncivilized because I got to Americanize myself. I'm on American
Yeah.
time, you see, because my audience is like
That's
American.
right, we're working on Eastern time. Yeah, I didn't know where you were.
Yeah, I'm working on Eastern time. Right, let's start this. Just want to welcome Tim Anderson onto the show. We really appreciate him taking his time out. He has been a geopolitical expert for a very long time, covering many wars in the Middle East, many color revolutions in the Middle East, as well as the genocide in Gaza. But we appreciate him taking his time out to join us and to speak about all things Iran. Thank you so much for taking your time out, Tim. How are you?
Thank you for inviting me. I'm well, thank you.
So, Tim, immediately we want to go to the Iran war. I read your current article that you wrote very recently. You seem to suggest, and this has actually been a growing conversation we've been having amongst many of my guests as well as many panelists on my show, is the deal. You're basically kind of relaying the argument that Iran is in a better situation currently in terms of from the negotiation perspective to the United States of America. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, of course, the US is a bigger power with a bigger and more expensive military, but it's miscalculated very badly. and the Iranians have prepared over 20 years for this, what they call asymmetric warfare. They come out of the first round very well, actually, even though there are many people who've been killed around the country. And I recently visited Iran and saw a lot of the targets they'd hit there. But I also saw the people rallying in support of their government. I think that's one of the big miscalculations that the US made, probably at the incitement of the Israelis, that they thought that the government was isolated and somehow if they killed some of the leaders that the people would rise up against the government. That's not what's happened. The opposite's happened, really.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. But in terms of, okay, so, in terms of you saying Iran's in a better situation, why do you think that is?
I think it's because they have planned a military deterrent on asymmetric terms and 21st century terms. Frankly, the US still has a 20th century military, really, which is very expensive, but it's proved itself very incapable. One of their most expensive aircraft carrier retreated in the middle of this recent war, the Ramadan War. And similarly with the Navy, we've seen the Navy and the Marines, there's been no ground invasion, there's been no naval invasion because they are so deterred by the fact that that Iran has firepower over the entire Persian Gulf, basically. So up until now, even though we're expecting perhaps a second round of war, the US has done very badly. They've run out of ammunition. They're a long way from home. And so there's a number of logistic advantages as well as strategic advantages that the Iranians have maintained. They've taken down a lot of warplanes. The US has been covering up its casualties. The Iranians, as the US media admits, have destroyed all of the US military bases in the Persian Gulf, all of them. And that's one of the Iranians' demands, remember, to get the US military presence out of the Persian Gulf completely. It now remains for the GCC Arab regimes, if they're going to allow the US to rebuild those bases there. But Iran is already meeting some of its objectives there. And no one expected Iran to take control of the Straits of Hormuz. It was open before the war. Now, all of a sudden, strangely, it's become sort of objective of the US in this war when really it was never closed in the first place. So there's a lot of strange things that have turned against the US during this war, but it's not a usual war, as people in Iran were saying. There's no front line. There are these attacks from the air. There are missile attacks, like terrorist atrocities, really, most of them on civilian targets, but there isn't a confrontation between militaries. So it's a sense of unreality, really, in Iran, that people are going about their normal lives. It's a big country. There are very big cities. When you go through the major cities, people are doing their normal lives, and then all of a sudden in the background, there's a plume of smoke, because there's been an airstrike somewhere. Yeah. So not to say there isn't damage there, but it's a very unusual sort of atmosphere. It's not a normal sort of war.
No doubt. And I actually forgot that you went to Iran. You went with Dimitri, who we had on earlier, and a good friend of mine, Ahmed. So we really appreciate you going on the ground to give the real news and real information. And you went on the Gaza flotilla as well. So you're in the thick of it, always trying to find out the real news on the ground. Tim, also, look, one of the things is this, the negotiations. Some of us have not, I'll admit myself, I've not been I wasn't very happy about the negotiations. I wasn't happy that decision was being made. It does seem like to me, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, because you seem very positive that the ball's in Iran's court. I feel like the ball was completely in Iran's court. I even said to Scott Ritter, I said, they've got the boots on the necks of the Americans, and he didn't like it. But the thing is, since then, it does seem like the balance of power, since the negotiation started, since Trump's been able to manipulate the market so well, since the Iranians have not realized how to deal with this aspect of the manipulation that's going on, the ball seems to be moving towards America's court, in my view. But what's your thoughts?
Well, look, I think there is certainly some ambiguity within Iran itself about negotiations, because they have an experience in fairly recent history of the reformist or liberal side of politics in Iran trying to do deals, trying to normalize with the Western powers, when in fact the US was always of this mind that they wanted to destroy at least the influence of Iran in the region, if not Iran completely. And the Iranians have been preparing for this attack for some time. So the negotiations, of course, came through the offices of China and then Pakistan, basically. And these are friendly countries with Iran. Iran diplomatically, I think, was obliged to explore what was possible there. Of course, it turned out that the US, through its arrogance and through its unilateralism, was just used to demanding things and wanted everything its own way. And so that didn't work out. And apparently the second round is not very popular. I can tell you also, there are people on the ground in Iran now worried about this. They're worried that, please, negotiators, don't sell us out. Our young men have died for the principles that we're standing here for now, and we don't want you to compromise with the US to destroy the gains that we've made. So there is ambiguity about even the fact of negotiations. But I think diplomatically, when there's some goodwill with your friends, with your partners, you have to pursue those options and let the public know really that you've done everything possible to avoid further bloodshed, because of course the Iranian people are suffering. There's no doubt about that. They haven't been broken. They've rallied behind their country, but they are certainly suffering the impact of these constant air attacks and missile attacks.
No doubt, no doubt. Now, Trump tried to put a blockade on the blockade. Now, one of the conversations we just had now, just before you came on, was who's going to be impacted most by this complete blockade. Previously, Iran completely controlled it. They were basically only allowing vessels through that either paid a toll, and priority was given to Iranian-linked vessels. Now there's just a complete blockade. Who gets impacted more? I know, for example, the question is, does Iran get impacted more? Does US get impacted more? Does US allies get impacted more? We've got Japan, South Korea who are struggling. You're in Australia. I think you guys are struggling. I'm in Europe. Think we're struggling. The US allies are feeling the brunt of it. In your understanding, who's feeling the worst effect of what's happening?
Well, in terms of dependence on the energy coming out of the Persian Gulf, it's the Europeans and the Asians basically that have been affected. Iran immediately allowed most of the Asians to carry on with their supplies, basically with security clearance. I think the main thing that Iran applied, the IAGC applied when I was in Iran, and they were briefing me about it, was a security clearance basically during this war. They didn't want weapons being brought in. They didn't want the enemy to be resupplying itself there. So that was the first thing. The Iraqis had free reign. China had free reign. India was allowed to put some ships through. Bangladesh, Malaysia, Pakistan, I think. So that was happening. The French got permission, got a ship through. The Europeans generally, I think, were inclined to follow the diplomatic route and do some negotiations with Tehran. Whether there was a toll or not, I think the toll was principally designed for the Persian Gulf Arab regimes that were working with the US, and the toll was being charged there. But the security control was important, and I think Iran's going to hang on to that. Now that Trump has imposed this double blockade, really, it means that the blame for the impact on the world energy market is going to be far more clearly with the US, because I think it's become clear, it wasn't clear at first, that Iran is allowing this like new regulated form of security clearance and passage through the Straits. Even Lloyd's of London, for example, were recognizing the security clearance by the IRGC and reducing the risk premium to the point that was worthwhile for ships to transit the Straits. But Trump, having increased the blockade effectively, now is possibly depending on the Saudis getting a line across to the Red Sea for their oil and also for their fertilizer, which is another important input into the global economy now. Fertilizer was even a bigger, the proportion of fertilizer in the world was something like 30% from petrochemicals compared to 20% of oil and gas. So, but there you have Iran's ally at the Bab al-Mandab in Yemen, the Ansar Allah government, revolutionary government, ready to enforce a blockade there if there's an attempt to circumvent things. So it remains to be seen whether Trump's going to get away with the huge impact his blockade is going to have on the global economy. I think the Europeans are pretty clear. They have, the British have been a bit ambiguous, but most of the Europeans have stayed at arm's length from this one. And it's the Europeans and the Asians really who are dependent, as you say, also the South Koreans and the Japanese, allies of the US, that are suffering in this way. The Japanese and the South Koreans, by the way, were prior to this blockade, were happy to go to Tehran and do some deal with Tehran. But Trump is pulling that rug from under their feet now. So I don't know whether Trump can maintain this, really, because it's going to be so bad for his image. And that's what he's mainly obsessed with.
No doubt, no doubt. That is, and he does seem to be losing it quite a bit based on that. But I think you just clearly stated it. At least Iran has another card, which is to use the Yemenis in Bab al-Mandab. So yeah, that's an important point to know. Now, another question I have for you is, within these negotiations, we're getting mixed messages. We're getting information that states JD Vance is going, then we get information that he's not going. We heard that Iranians were going, now we're hearing they're not going. We've just heard another report say they possibly can be going. Professor Morandi came out and said to JD Vance, look, if you've packed your suitcases, unpack them, because unless you open the blockade, there is not going to be any negotiations. The negotiations are meant to be on Tuesday. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think the negotiations are going to go ahead?
It doesn't look like it at this stage, because really the Iranians are not interested in any paper agreement. Basically, they want to see some concrete results. And of course, they've got rid of the US military bases from the Persian Gulf, but they're looking for the unfreezing of their assets, which have been stolen effectively by the US. They're looking at those sanctions and so on. So they want to see some concrete changes, basically, before they would go along. Really, they wasted their time there last time. If it's true there's an information war going on, Trump and Washington keep pouring out this misinformation about Iran has agreed to this, Iran has agreed to that. I think Professor Morandi and some others have said this could be either it's just craziness, or it's building up a pretext for the next strike, the second round of war, which a lot of people expect is coming. In other words, Trump could say, look, Iran last week agreed to ABC, and now it's not complying with its obligations, so therefore we're going to attack them. But Iran hasn't agreed to any of these sorts of things. So we have to be careful about what's said there. And fortunately, we have the Iranian Foreign Ministry. We have the Iranian media is still at least on Telegram. You've got people like Professor Morandi and so on who can say what Iran has or has not agreed to, because there's definitely an information war going on in terms of what the state of Hormuz is and what the state of the agreement is.
Okay, and Abbas Araghchi has just recently posted and said Iran won't negotiate under threats. But what do you think about the messaging that's coming out of Iran? Some people within Iran weren't happy with possibly some of the message coming out from Abbas Araghchi and Ghalibaf. It seems like they've tightened it up a bit more. Some reports claim that maybe the IRGC spoke to them or whatever it may be, but clearly they were being manipulated to the extent where Trump would, for example, manipulate the market 20 minutes before the market closed. Abbas Araghchi comes out with a statement which isn't very clear, that kind of just ends up helping Trump. Ghalibaf comes out with a statement, but it's too little too late. So what's your kind of thoughts on that kind of dynamic?
Well, Mr. Ghalibaf, of course, is the Speaker of the Parliament, is the lead negotiator. He has the authority from the Supreme Leader. Mr. Araghchi is the lead diplomat, basically. And then Morandi has been an advisor to the delegation. So all of them are conveying messages which they will synchronize in one way or the other. But Mr. Ghalibaf has been, remember, he was a presidential candidate against the current president, Pezeshkian, one of the so-called principalists in Iranian politics. But still, there's, as I said before, there is some sort of anxiety amongst the Iranian public, which is turning out every night in the major cities in support of their military. There's some anxiety that there may be compromises that are going to weaken Iran's position. So there is this fear on the Iranian public side that there may be some compromise, which is less than what they thought they were fighting for and what the young men were dying for. So, but I think if you follow Mr. Ghalibaf, Mr. Araghchi, Professor Morandi, some of the Iranian media like Tasnim on Telegram, you'll get a pretty clear position on what Iran is. I think diplomatically, Mr. Araghchi doesn't want to be seen to be closing doors, basically, particularly when friendly countries like Pakistan are saying, here's a mechanism whereby we can put an end to the bloodshed. So, but nevertheless, this is a war started by the US and by the Israelis. The Israelis clearly don't want any deal. They want to keep pushing the US forever and ever until it destroys Iran. So, but people should pay attention to the Iranian side when it comes to questions of agreements, because clearly a lot of misinformation is coming out of the White House.
No doubt. And obviously we appreciate Professor Morandi. He does come regularly on the show and does give us insights on what's going on in Iran. Now, in terms of the other aspect of it, which is the blockade. So obviously we saw yesterday there was an attack on an Iranian vessel with an Iranian flag, but had been coming from China. This was a direct confrontation. The vessel was hit in terms of the engine, and they did board the vessel. That is major escalation. Iran seems to be suggesting that they're not going to respond till after the end of the ceasefire. What's your thoughts on that and your thoughts on the Chinese reaction?
it's not clear. It wasn't an Iranian vessel that they captured or pirated, according to the Iranians. Of course, the big uncertainty here is China, because China has a number of tankers, and China is much more dependent on fuel from the Persian Gulf. So if the US is going to make a confrontation with the Chinese, and they haven't done it yet, that could be a major escalation in things there. Of course, the problem is escalation has a long way to go still. You know, I doubt actually that there's going to be a ground invasion, although it's been spoken of a lot, and they have moved a lot of troops there. But even in Russia, you find the Chechen Republic has said they will send ground troops to Iran to support Iran if there's a ground invasion, you know. So there's the possibility of horizontal escalation as well as vertical escalation. You know, there's still a number of steps on the escalation ladder, and the Iranians are promising to match escalation if the US ratchets it up. But of course, China is the big factor there, because China's economy is clearly linked to its supplies from the Persian Gulf and from Iran. And so if the US acts against Chinese vessels, that is going to be a flashpoint we should be looking for.
Yeah, and so my view on China is they're very risk averse. And do you think this possibly could make them look a bit weak? I mean, essentially, US has put a blockade on any oil coming from them. We know Iran did control the Strait of Hormuz, but they were allowing Chinese vessels in and out, as well as Iranian vessels in and out. Now there's a complete blockade. Do you think China just sits tight, hoping that nothing happens? Like, I just can't see China putting themselves in a situation where escalation, kinetic escalation, could occur.
Yeah, I think China will avoid any overt escalation as far as possible, and certainly even confrontation in terms of their language, in terms of their diplomacy. Basically, that's the habit of their doing it. But no one should be any doubt that China is very strongly supporting Iran at this stage, and that it's helping Iran logistically, in intelligence terms, in defense technology terms. We know that they've helped them with their air defense, with their air radar, basically with their satellite location of targets. Apparently there's some Chinese stealth technology too, which may be being shared with Iran. They certainly don't want to see the US get control of the Persian Gulf, that's for sure. But they will do everything they can to avoid direct engagement with the US. You know, they don't want to engage in some direct confrontation. They will avoid that, and they'll avoid the language of confrontation too. But certainly they're very strongly in terms of intelligence, logistics, and defense technology behind Iran at this stage.
You mentioned about ground invasion, and there is a major buildup in the Middle East. We've got every day a large proportion of KC-135 tankers, C-8s, various others, large cargo ships moving to Qatar, Jordan, and Israel. We have the third USS carrier that's moving towards the Middle East, which is the USS George Bush. And more troops as well, 10,000 more troops, 6,000 on the George Bush, about 4,000 on the amphibious assault units. This is a major buildup. You don't think there's going to be a ground invasion. What do you think this buildup is for?
Yes, there's a big ground up in troops as well as aircraft and refueling, as you said. Notice, by the way, the George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier replacing the Gerald Ford, which is in docks for the next year at least, and therefore useless as a warship. But the George H.W. Bush is going around Africa. It's going the long way. It's not risking the Red Sea. So already you see deterrence at work there from Iran's ally in the Red Sea, the Ansarallah revolutionary government. So there is that build up there, and so therefore a number of people have speculated there's going to be a ground invasion. But we have to ask ourselves, why didn't they do it in the Ramadan war, in the first stage of this war? You know, because they were worried. They were very worried about the consequences, and the same why there wasn't a naval assault on the Straits of Hormuz. There's been no attempt at a naval invasion or a ground invasion for very good reasons, that the Iranians have firepower over the whole of the Persian Gulf, and it's going to be a disaster. And really, Trump is doing everything he can at the moment to try and hide US casualties. Remember, they lost 44 aircraft in that 40-day Ramadan war. and they claim no casualties. How would they have no casualties when they lost 44 warplanes? They lost 17 military bases in the Persian Gulf, and they're hiding the casualties there, although some of their people ran into hotels in other parts of the cities in the Persian Gulf, like Dubai and Kuwait and so on. So they're hiding the casualties there. They won't be able to hide them if there's a ground invasion of Karg Island or Abu Musa Island, as has been speculated. I no doubt that Trump would like an Iwo Jima moment, the idea of raising the flag on one of the Iranian islands, but he's being advised by his military that there's an awful lot of risks in this. And Karg Island, for example, where most of the Iranian oil was being shipped from, is really within artillery distance, not to speak of missiles and drones from the cliffs of Iran, so it's any troops trying to seize the island will be sitting ducks basically for Iranian artillery fire. So the build-up is, of course, psychological warfare. It's trying to intimidate. Is the possibility, you can't rule out the possibility that Trump, who is really seemingly very unhinged, and I think a lot of people in Washington are probably concerned about his mental state now, because really he thought he was going in for a quick win. He didn't think he was going to be in for an extended war. So there's a level of unpredictability there too. But I think that his advisors are going to be very strongly against the idea of a ground invasion. It's not going to look very good. For a loss like that is not going to look very good.
No doubt whatsoever. But I understand the logical nature of why there won't be a ground invasion. I'm completely with you on that. So what do you think the build-up is? Is it just to exert pressure for negotiations, or do you think they just go back to what they were doing before, which is to do bombing from the air for the next few weeks?
Well, that's their strength. Their strength is bombing from the air, basically. And although they've lost some aircraft, I think a lot of that was the special operation they did to try and get some trophy for Trump. Trump would really like, of course, he wants an off-ramp, as a lot of people are saying, but he wants a trophy. He would like a lump of uranium in his hand, metaphorically at least, to say, look, we won, we got all Iran's uranium. I myself think that Trump's best off-ramp is going to be a doctrine which some of the right-wing commentators in the US have been talking about for some time, that Trump could well emulate what the President Richard Nixon did in 1969 after his suffering a lot of defeats in Vietnam. Nixon came up with this idea that the US was going to retreat from what was called Indochina, Laos, Cambodia and Vietnam, and pull back to the Pacific Islands and require his so-called allies in Asia to carry the greater burden for fighting communism, which was the big target at the time. Now, Trump has been saying this in Europe, he's been saying it in Asia, he's been saying it all over the place, that he wants his so-called allies to carry greater burden of the financing of their own security. So in a sense, it's a logical extension of what he's been talking about, to pull back some of the occupation of US troops in the Middle East. Although the US is quibbling about it now because they're very worried about the incoming government in Iraq, for example, as US troops are pulled out of there. But remember, in his first term, Trump tried to pull out of Syria and did a partial pullout in North Syria, but was stopped by the military at the time, saying it was going to allow the Iranians to fill a vacuum that he might leave behind, or the Russians. So I think that Trump may well try or the advisors behind him, who are thinking a bit more clearly than Trump, may try to present a strategic rationale for retreat from the region, which Trump has been talking about on and off since 10 years, really, since 2016. Remember, initially he was a fierce critic of the US troops being in Syria and Iraq. And now basically his forces have been decimated in the Persian Gulf. So it sets the ground for him to pull back. But he would still like some iconic trophy in his hand, I think, a lump of uranium or something like that, to say, look, we went in and we won, and now we're getting out. And now our allies, the Saudis and Mr. Erdogan and all the rest of them, are going to carry a greater burden for their security anyway. It doesn't matter for us. The oil from the Persian Gulf is going to the Europeans and the Asians. They have to wear a greater burden. I suspect we're going to see some sort of strategic sort of rationale to wrap this up, why Trump is going to preside over a retreat from the region, because I think that's what's going to happen. He has no real alternative now.
Oh, so you think this is ending? You think the negotiations are going to end this war then?
they're going to end. Maybe the Iranians may be able to offer him some sort of trophy, some sort of iconic thing that makes it look like that he's won. He keeps saying he's won. He's telling himself that an awful lot. But this is the art of the deal, apparently, that he negotiates with himself and then tells everyone else, this is how we won so magnificently. He really wants a hook to hang that on, I think, but there is something more serious behind it, that Trump has for quite a long time been talking about this idea of the Allies carrying a greater burden for their own security. Why should the US, he's been saying it for ages, why should the US be in the Middle East? He's claiming that people in the Middle East have been fighting for thousands of years, when in reality the US has been imposing the conditions for a lot of that division and fighting, basically. But I think the smarter advisors may put together a package for him. We'll see a Nixon doctrine version 2.
Okay, and now the issue with this is leaving the Allies to deal with this means allies is Israel, possibly the GCC. Now, the GCC aren't really fighters, so they'll try and negotiate a deal. And that's harmful to US and it's harmful to Israel. And kinetically, the only person you're leaving is Israel. I mean, in what world do they allow Israel to remain there in a weakened state where Iran can just so easily tap them?
Yeah, there's a big difference between the Israeli objectives now and Washington, really, because, and I think really this war, although it was incited by the Israelis and they misled Trump into thinking it was going to be a quick victory, nevertheless, they don't want a deal. They don't want a negotiation of any sort. They want the US to stay in there. Remember when Iraq was invaded, there were hundreds of thousands of US troops in the region. All across the region, basically. Now there's very few. They talk about a build-up, but it's a few thousand. It's a handful, really, compared to what was there more than 20 years ago. So the Israelis, it means that, as someone pointed out, it's poisoned the relation. It is poisoning the relationships between the Israelis and the Trump regime, basically. But there's going to be a split there, no doubt about it. But I think that from Trump's point of view, his image is more important. He's an extreme narcissist. He's really concerned about his image. He doesn't want to come out looking like a massive loser, basically. He's facing also, of course, as they say in the US, these midterm elections, which could be critical in terms of the future of this term, let alone the next term. So, but I think the split with the Israelis is inevitable, and it's going to leave the Israelis isolated and subject to having to deal with their neighbors. And that's going to be a very different game in the region if the Israelis are isolated in that way.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that they can ever leave the Israelis out on the lurch. I think such is the level of entrenched control. But let's see. This is going to be the $1 million question during these negotiations. Now, another aspect I want to talk to you about is Lebanon. Lebanon, unfortunately, seems like Iran put in a lot of pressure to create a ceasefire. The Lebanese government realized the weakness of their position because they demonstrated that actually resistance results in a ceasefire, because for the last year and a half, while there was a ceasefire, Israel continued to bomb day after day after day. There wasn't a day that didn't go by where there was some form of bombing and some form of casualties. Once Iran tried to include them in the deal, and finally managed to include them in the deal after the Pakistanis admitted it was, even though the US and Israel lied, we now have a scenario where Lebanon was part of the deal. There was like a day where there wasn't bombing, but Israelis are starting to go back to their normal, revert back to type and bombing again. What's your thoughts on this entire kind of geopolitical element where Iran is trying to bring Lebanon into the deal to have a ceasefire, but the Lebanese government is trying to now scramble and negotiate with Israel?
Yes, well, there's a crisis politically in Lebanon, of course. There's some internal movements where you have a very weak government, a president and a prime minister who, the Lebanese state has never been a strong state. The Lebanese army itself has never fired a shot in anger at the Israeli invasions, the many Israeli invasions over recent decades. And that's, of course, why the resistance has arisen in Lebanon. And the resistance in Lebanon is, of course, led by Hezbollah, but it includes many other factions. It includes the militia of Amal. It includes the militia of many of the Palestinian factions in Lebanon and some others there. So the prestige of the Lebanese resistance has been rising recently. The Israelis and the US have been trying desperately to incite a split between the resistance and the government. And this current government has gone further than any other previous Lebanese government in pretending to disarm Hezbollah, which is, as Hezbollah says now, You can't do what the Israelis can't do. If the Israelis can't do it, you're not going to be able to do it to us. And the public is falling in on the side of Hezbollah because, of course, they see once again, even if they were divided and some of them blaming Hezbollah for inciting Israeli attacks, now they see that the only people defending Lebanese territory from the Israelis is the resistance led by Hezbollah. So from the point of view of the US, it was significant, I think, that we saw that Trump was able to pressure Netanyahu to pull back, at least temporarily, on the attacks going on in Lebanon. So there was some, let's say, political will in Washington. If Trump was concerned about the possibility of a deal, then he was able to put some pressure on Netanyahu, which not much evidence had been seen of that really up until now, that Trump has been green-lighting almost anything that Netanyahu wanted. But there was a sign that Trump can restrain what do the Iranians say, the rabid dog of the US in the Israelis, basically. So there was some evidence of that there. Iran wanted to include Lebanon in the negotiations. The Lebanese government decided to opt out of that and have what they called separate talks with the Israelis with no leverage at all. I mean, they didn't have a military who was really going to confront the Israelis anyway. They were pretending they were going to disarm Hezbollah. They couldn't do it really because there would be a mutiny in the Lebanese army if they seriously tried to disarm Hezbollah. There were some initial attempts at it last year, but they failed very badly, basically. So that would lead to a split. And I think really what we're going to see is the Lebanese government falling in the next few months, basically, because they are so unpopular now. They can't stand against the only people that are defending the country from being occupied by the Israelis. Basically, no one else has defended the south of Lebanon from being occupied. Unfortunately, the weakness in the government has meant that there's no air defense. There's never been any air defense in Lebanon either. Why wouldn't? And the Israelis can bomb the capital at will. This is an extraordinary situation, you know. Even in Syria, which was not particularly strong under Assad, but nevertheless they had deterrence against Israeli attacks on the capital, on Syrian territory. There isn't that sort of defense there. And of course, the Chinese, the Iranians, a lot of forces could help. The Russians even could help Lebanon with air defense, but they have a government controlled by the French and by the US, which will not allow the Lebanese government to defend itself from the air against the Israelis, you know. So that, hence the importance of the resistance in Lebanon, really. So I think really the Lebanon is a tragedy, really. It's never had a government that's been able to defend itself, and the Hezbollah and the military have worked together for many years, for decades, basically. But there needs to be a much deeper integration there, and I think we're going to see some serious political changes in Lebanon in the near future, because it's just not viable that the government can be at odds with the only people that are actually defending the country from annexation. And the Israelis, for their part, have made it very clear. The whole Greater Israel project has come out in the open in the last few months, that they want big slices of Lebanon, of Syria, of the entire region there. Their ambitions have come out into the open, and no one can deny that now, really. So the Litani River is not even the limit of it, basically. They have ambitions much greater than that, up to Damascus, up to Beirut, basically. Who knows how far it's going to go.
Well, there was a report that came out, and I was just trying to look right now, but there was a report that came out, I can't remember the source of it now, but it was either the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, I can't remember the specifics. And their claim was, this was before the negotiations, that Israel basically wants 8 kilometers of Lebanon just complete Israeli control, which will become part of Israel. And then up until the Litani River for Israel to have complete military control, probably akin to Gaza or the West Bank. And then the rest of it, they would allow the Lebanese government to control. So that already tells you that they're telling you they want to take everything up until the Litani River immediately at a minimum. So that being said, they've told you their ambitions, and they said this in the midst of negotiations for a ceasefire. So, I mean, what can stop this train in the sense of, yeah, you could possibly get a deal with Iran, but Israel's going to go back to what it's doing. Israel's going to attack Lebanon. Where does this leave Iran? Where does this leave Hezbollah? Hezbollah joined this current 2026 war in support of Iran. So what happens with the complexities of that situation?
Well, I mean, the problem of the Israeli colony is that it's always been distorted by the fact that the Anglo-Americans have been behind it, first the British and then the North Americans behind it. There are many who say that with the insurrection in Gaza in 2023, that the Israeli military really would not exist if it were not for this outside support in terms of finance, in terms of weapons, in terms of personnel too, because we know that it's been published that there's around 50,000 foreign troops been fighting with the IDF, and most of them, or the biggest group of them, from North America there. So really it's relying on this international support, which will change significantly if the US military presence moves out of the region or is kicked out of the region, basically. So the Israelis, if they have to deal with their neighbors by themselves and without constant support from the US, from the British, with weapons from the Germans, for example, if that sort of support is cut back or limited, it'll be a very different ballgame there. You know, it's like they used to say in the north of Ireland. You know, if the British Army weren't there supporting the loyalists, they would have to talk to their neighbours. You know, if people have to talk to their neighbours, it becomes a very different ballgame, and they have to start looking at ways of living together and compromise and so on. So that will make the situation much more realistic if there isn't this constant resupply of the Israeli regime from outside. I think that's it's a dilemma that doesn't automatically resolve itself, but what Iran is doing now is certainly weakening that Israeli regime. And then, of course, you've got the aggravating factor of the fact that the Israelis are using the British military base in Cyprus and perhaps some other European bases to get their expensive warplanes out of the theater of war and so on. But the Iranians have decimated the airfields in Qatar and other parts of the Persian Gulf, you know. So there is significant change going on, and it's all focused around this very unwise, unprovoked war on Iran, basically, which is going to change a lot of things. People talking about it like it's a Suez moment, where it was really Suez marked the decline of British and French power in the region. But I think it's a little bit more like Vietnam, really, where the US is the dominant power in the world is going to have to reconsider really its commitments to the region. And I think Trump is probably the person that's going to pioneer that by way of trying to find this escape ramp from the disgrace that is this losing war.
Yeah. Now, if that's the case, though, and I know you're saying Israel will have to start behaving itself, but those two things just have never worked throughout the history of its existence. And so if Iran was to make a deal, which you believe is possible with the United States of America, Trump was to retreat, and then Israel was to hit Lebanon, or Israel was to continue to attack Lebanon, where does that leave Iran? Because Iran's quite unequivocally during this war said Iran and the resistance are one breath, and various other types of statements such as that. So where does that leave Iran? Would Iran then be forced to join into another kinetic war? What happens? Like, this is the concern people have, that will Iran abandon Hezbollah?
Well, it leaves Iran as the big hegemon in the region, basically. You're right about the Israelis, of course. I mean, all of this talk about the various zones, buffer zones, security zones, or whatever, up to the Litani River and so on. These are all just temporary things that the Israelis never believe in. They've never declared any of those northern borders, basically. And of course, the Israeli flag itself tells you something. It goes back to Theodor Herzl, who spoke about the greater Israel being from Eretz Israel being from the Nile to the Euphrates, you know, which is well beyond those limits. We're talking about Litani River or south of Damascus or whatever it is. So the Israeli ambitions are completely unhinged, basically, and very well embedded in Israeli history, and all of their neighbors know about this. But Iran, if the US is pushed out of the region, its military presence is pushed out of the region, it means that the power broken role of Iran increases substantially, basically. And remember the doctrine of strategic patience, which the Iranians practiced for a long time and led a lot of critics to say, oh, look, Iran is weak because it doesn't hit back at the Israelis. It was because Iran was preparing for this very moment when the US would attack it. Iran knew that a direct attack by the USA was going to be a much bigger threat than any attack from the Israelis. So they were, you know, keeping their powder dry for this moment. Now it's come. The architect of strategic patience himself was murdered. The worst case scenario came along, Iran had to confront the big power in the world. Basically, effectively, it's defeating it, regionally speaking, at least, because the US is a long way from home, running out of ammunition. Even these few days they've had in the last week or so hasn't enabled them to manufacture a lot of extra missile interceptors. You know, the THAAD ones were the most effective and the most expensive ones. The Patriot ones proved to be ineffective. US technology didn't prove to be all it was cracked up to be for a long time. That's, of course, why the Russians and the Chinese have been watching these things with a lot of interest and sitting behind the Iranians, supporting the Iranians in many less overt ways, because they're very concerned to see how the US performs when it's really challenged by something other than a very small state, basically. So I think the role of Iran in the region will be substantially more. All of the Arab monarchies in the Persian Gulf are going to have to cut some sort of deal if they want to go back to their role of being energy suppliers and big commercial operators in the region. Iran is going to be the power broker in the region.
And from Iran's perspective, obviously, we've seen it, the world is supporting Iran. Everyone sees this as a resistance against the oppression of the Israeli regime. If Iran was to make a deal and the US was to retreat, I think that would be seen negatively. But I think what may compound that, and I want to hear your thoughts on this, what may compound that is it's very clear what Trump's going to do next. He's going to go into Cuba, and that will be a lot easier for him compared to what happened in Iran. He may even go to Colombia. And that will be seen as a situation where Iran kind of folded. In a sense, I know the agreement even may make sense for Iran, but Iran kind of made a deal with the US, and then the US went and oppressed another couple of more nations. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, firstly, I don't think Cuba is such a big pushover as that, basically. Trump would need a ground war to take Cuba. He's not going to take the oil in Cuba because Cuba has a limited amount of oil. They've got about 40% of their own needs there. They've been importers of oil and food. They have a very well organized ground force. That they have a long history of resistance. So it's true that Trump's attention is going to turn back to Latin America. I mean, you know, Obama was talking about a pivot to Asia, which hasn't really happened yet. You see the lessons coming out of Asia are that the main opposition party in Taiwan is now talking to the PRC in Beijing, you know, so things are being diffused there because the Taiwanese, or many of the Taiwanese, don't really want to become another Ukraine, basically sacrificing themselves for US hegemony in the region. So whatever happened to the pivot to Asia, I'm not sure, but you are right in the sense of saying that if the US were to say, okay, we're withdrawing from West Asia, and whatever happens with East Asia, we're going to spend more attention in our own backyard, as they used to call it, as they used to call Latin America. That will be a problem for the Latin Americans. There's no doubt about that. But I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to be a disaster for the rest of the world if the US pulls back from West Asia. I think that a defeat of the US at the hands of Iran, a middle power, basically, in its own home ground, basically, is going to be an important message to the rest of the world. And the Europeans are going to get a lesson from this. You know, the East Asians are going to get a lesson from it, that this isn't the big security blanket we always thought it was, basically. Maybe we should be adjusting to a multipolar world and doing our own diplomatic agreements with these other states. You know, for example, Qatar, which was the host of the main US military base in the whole of West Asia, has already been talking about, because they have, partnership agreements in the South Pass gas field with Iran and so on, they would see if they thought rationally, would see their future economically much closer to Iran than the US. The US hasn't stopped it from the Israelis from attacking Qatar. It hasn't stopped the Iranians from hitting the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. So the security they thought they had from the US is not there. Some of them may hold out longer than others. The Saudis may have a different approach to to Qatar, for example. The Emiratis have found themselves more deeply embedded with the Israelis than the others, but that's become a source of tension within the GCC. So the GCC has its own problems, but if there's a new reality in the world, if the US isn't holding out this security blanket, then they will have to adjust. I think the Europeans, as has been said for some time, with the tensions over Ukraine and the Russian gas and so on, they are going to think more about their own security concerns. Japan and South Korea, traditionally US allies since the Second World War, they potentially had better relationships with Iran. Iranian light fuel was much more suitable for example, South Korean petrochemical industries. They would like to have a good commercial relationship with Iran, but both Japan and South Korea are occupied by US troops at the moment. They don't have significant autonomy in terms of their strategic decision making. So if there's a significant shift in power relations, as many of us are suggesting, it gives the opportunity for some of these US allies to rethink their strategic alignments, and certainly at least rebalance their strategic alignments.
No doubt whatsoever. In terms of the GCC, my own personal view is that they actually work together and they kind of play this kind of good cop and bad cop. And I don't think they'll ever move away from the US because I believe their mind is colonized and they're so entrenched in the US intelligence and Israeli intelligence apparatus. I don't think they'll ever change. But let's see what happens with that. In terms of Cuba, the reason why I think Cuba is an interesting one, and I agree with you, if this is a real war between them, I think it won't be as easy. But I felt the same with Venezuela. But what happened with Venezuela? We know the Venezuelans, even as security, had the Cubans, because Cubans are the best when it comes to intelligence services in terms of high-level security and various other things. But unfortunately, what happened to President Maduro was his security guard and his driver and his bodyguard sold him out for a reward that was never paid to them. And so because of the extreme poverty in Cuba, that's just the risk. But if that doesn't happen, I agree with you. It's not going to be as easy as people think.
Yeah, Venezuela was a shock to all of us. It was exactly the sort of thing that Trump wanted and would like to have done with Iran, but he hasn't been able to do it with Iran there. I don't think he'll be able to do it with Cuba so easily either. And I think there's more to be said about Venezuela still. I'm not sure exactly that we know all the elements of what happened there. Even there's some reports that that Maduro ordered a stand down in face of what they were trying to carry out there. By the way, it seems like the electromagnetic shock technology that the US used in Venezuela might be available to the Iranians too in case of any attack on Iran. So let's see what happens there. Let's remember also before that, although it didn't seem to have practical import, but Iran had established strategic relationships with Venezuela, with Cuba, and with Nicaragua. And Nicaragua, a little country without much economic weight, but nevertheless important in terms of resistance, in terms of being a target of the US there. So the cross-continental strategic relationships have been important too. It was Iran that helped Venezuela restart its refineries when they shut down. Remember, Venezuela's refineries are dealing with very heavy oil, which needs a lot of extra components to get things going because it's very difficult to process. So Iran's relationship with Venezuela goes back a long way, and I suspect we're going to see a energizing of those sort of transcontinental resistance relationships too. That Iran's defeat of US in West Asia is going to have significant implications for other countries and other continents, I believe.
No doubt. And this is why we're standing with Iran, because we believe that they are the last bastions of resistance. One last question to you. You mentioned that you don't think that the negotiation in Islamabad are going to happen, but that there will be a deal. So do you think there's going to be some kind of extension?
I don't know if there'll be a deal, but I can't rule it out, basically, because I think the Iranians will understand, they do understand, that Trump is looking for some sort of hook to hang his hat on. In other words, to claim victory when he is retreating, basically. And I don't think it's possible that they may be able to find something for him there, basically, without giving up their key demands, basically. They can surrender some small things for the sake of getting the US to retreat. Because with the Israelis, it's existential. With Iran, it's existential. But with the US, no one is really defeating the US at home. They are forcing the US to retreat from the region, which is a different ballgame, basically. And it's possible that the US can accommodate that, basically, but it's looking for some sort of compensation in public relations terms there. So for that reason, I don't rule out a deal. But at the same time, I don't know whether it's possible, really, because the US was clearly intransigent in the first round in Islamabad. You've observed that Professor Marandi, their advisor, is telling J.D. Vance to unpack his bags and not go to Islamabad again for tomorrow or today or whenever it is in in Islamabad. I don't know when Tuesday is in Islamabad, but it's possible that there could be some sort of concession there to Trump's ego. Really, that's what seems to be mainly at play.
Let's see. Tim, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Really interesting conversation. You got a wealth of knowledge. Where can people find you? I've got your Twitter up here, which is Tim and 2037. I am going to put it in the nest. We've got a large number of people listening on live stream. I think 55k on live stream and about a couple on the space and then on YouTube as well. So it's Tim and 2037. But where else can people find you? I can see it says Center of...
Twitter's the main one, but I've got a column on Al Mayadeen, and if you look up, you'll find some of the books I've written. The most recent one is on Yemen, actually. Understanding Yemen is a book that's available now on all the online stores.
What's that book about?
It's about Yemen and about the origins of the revolutionary government in Sana'a now, which is widely misunderstood. In fact, Iran is the only country in the world today that recognizes that government. Everyone else keeps calling them Houthi rebels for some reason. So I think that Yemen is going to play an important role in the transformation of West Asia too. And it's a bunch of Yemeni and non-Yemeni authors. We've put together this book to try and get some information out there so people understand what's going on and don't repeat all this misinformation about Iranian proxies.
And what's the name of the book?
Understanding Yemen.
Understanding Yemen. Definitely, I'll definitely purchase that. I won't read it. I've not read that. I know you wrote an excellent book on Syria as well, so definitely worth a purchase of that. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We really appreciate it. Love to get you back on again, but thank you so much, Tim.
Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. That was Tim Anderson. Guys, make sure you give him a follow. Great person, great guest. Give him a follow on X. Give him a follow on his purchase his book. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna read it if I get a chance to read. Not being able to read much books other than researching what's happening in real time in terms of geopol. But great interview. Guys, make sure you like this video. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you comment on the main section. And make sure you subscribe to this channel. We've got so many interviews with so many great people lined up. So make sure you're following. Follow. And next we've got Ryan Dawson coming on. So that's going to be good. Great. We've got Ryan Dawson coming on in a second. So that's going to be really good. And it's going to be a great interview. It's going to be a good interview with Ryan Dawson. And let me just tell you what the lineup is for the rest of the week, just so you know what's going down. So many interviews your boys lined up, and I'm still talking to people already about the interviews. The first one is tomorrow. So we've got Ryan Dawson. We've got David Miller. We've got tomorrow Ethan Levens tomorrow. Rathbone tomorrow. We've got Larry Johnson Wednesday. Matthew Ho Wednesday. He's a Marine. And Josephine Galabou. She's a female captain, again, who's been speaking out against the genocide in Gaza. So got a lot of great interviews up to now lined up. Those are the ones we've just already lined up. I'm still chatting to a few people. And we've got a big one on a couple of weeks' time, which is David Icke. So that'll be good. That's been completely confirmed now. I'm told it's not going to be a cancellation. We've had a few near ones on that one, but that's going down. So great interviews. We're already talking to a few more people. I think I need to... How long has it been since we had Professor Morandi on? I think it's time to get him back on as well at some point. I think it's been... I always try and leave it like a couple of weeks because it's like I feel bad because he's going on so many big shows. I think he was on Piers Morgan today, and then it's like he does it as like, you know, because he likes us. And I don't like taking advantage of that. So I like to wait like a couple of weeks, but we definitely need to get to a point where we get Professor Morandi on. Maybe once we find out what's happening with these negotiations, and we'll have some kind of conversation like, guess what? This is what's happened with the negotiations. What do you think is going to happen next? Why is this camera not straight as well? You know what happens? Like my team, oh, that's not great now. Made it worse. When you try to sort things out, they go worse. My team were like, oh, we want this. I'll tell you what happened, right, guys? They were like, oh, you know when you get into the single focus, this brown thing's not there. And we took so much time putting it on there, so let's move it around. And they moved it around, and now it's like, it's slanted. Is it me or is it slanted? And I can't get it right. I'm going to have to do that. I don't want to mess this up before the interview, so. I think you're slanted. I'm not slanted. Look, my hair's just right. Everything's right, Doc. We're looking good, I think. Who we got? Oh yeah, we got Ryan Dawson coming on. Let me just see in case he has cancelled. Bro, you know how these bigwigs are. Sometimes they cancel on you. Oh, he wrote okay. So it means he's coming on in 3 minutes. That's going to be a great interview. It's going to be awesome. But let me just look at some news on this. Resistance, close your ears, because I saw a piece of news and I thought, oh my God, this is going to give Resistance a lot of pain and suffering. And I don't know whether I should read it while he's on the... Read it quickly. Okay. So basically, I saw it on here and I haven't had a chance to tweet it out because I quickly saw it in the corner of my eye. You know your boy is always looking for the news. Okay, so they're saying, the claim, this is the claim, I'm just telling you it's the claim, I'm not saying it's true, but the claim is that the Iranian flagship Tuska, which was seized yesterday, was inbound from China, loaded with dual-use chemicals used to manufacture ballistic missiles. Remember, we said it was the sodium perchlorate. This is according to the Washington Post. So that's the claim. So again, China is not looking good for the China. China.
That's the claim. Of course, they have to sell it. You don't blame the United States for selling whatever. Like how many 16 soldiers are dead? Like how many 25 injured? They can sell everything, of course, Sully.
But it's making China look weak, though. It's making China look so weak.
You know what? They went straight for it. Sodium perchlorate, right? They went straight for it. Yeah, this is used for missile production. Of course, the one ship they got, it was used for they had sodium perchlorate in their millions of tons. Of course they did. Well done, United States.
I love Resistance. I love him. He's my favorite person. One of my favorite people. But Resistance, you got to accept it. This is it. This is the USA, the red, white, and blue. This is why I got the shirt. Look. Well, there's no red here, but flip. It's the Israeli colors, actually. Oops.
By Joa, he's not here, but I wish he was. And it was about Iran running out of food, running out of feedstock, running out of everything. I'm going to put this in the purple pill. I'm going to tell you, and I've got this.
You should have seen the chat. You should have seen just chat. When I was reading the chat, as soon as I started the interview, the chat were like, "Oh my God, the interview saved." The interview saved Joa. That's what they were saying. They were saying the interview saved Joa.
Well, let me just 1 minute. Look, this is from the United.
By the way, people can't see you on the YouTube. That's the only problem. People can't hear you on the YouTube.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah. And I don't want to move the mic because it's like my thing's weird where the audio cuts out, and I don't want to mess it up. Especially when it's the last interview of the day. But yeah, what he's basically saying is he's going to put in the comments to prove that Iran's not running out of food. So that's what he's putting in the comments.
What I said here, Iran can produce 125 million tons of food a year. 40% of that is grains. Right? Just say that to them.
Okay, so he's basically saying, I'm like a parrot. He's turning me into a parrot right now, but he's basically saying Iran can produce 125,000 tons of food. Million tons of food.
Yeah. And 13.5 million tons of that is wheat and 3 million tons of barley. I'm going to put it in the chat for all the statistics, and it's the third largest producer of tons of dates, almonds, watermelon, pistachios, honey, 6th in eggplants, 18th in olives. They've internalized all their food infrastructure, all their food crop agricultural business. And I'm going to bring sources from the United States Foreign Agricultural Service as well. I've got all the data for that to show them how self-sufficient Iran is.
Awesome. Okay, we've got Ryan on. Let me bring him up. Hi, Ryan. How's it going?
Not bad, considering the world circumstances.
What's with the blonde hair? Are you trying to become like those South Korean...
WrestleMania, man. Ric Flair.
Oh, okay. Allow it. What happened? Who won the main event?
Well, there was double, but I don't know if your listeners want that spoiled or not. You know?
Oh yeah. Don't spoil it for them. Don't spoil it for them. They're all cheap. They're probably bootlegging it.
I think. Well, I mean, Brock Lesnar retired. That's unavoidable.
That, yes. I never watched it, but I read up. I just have to read what happens now, unfortunately. Anyway,
I love it. I've been a wrestling fan. I used to watch NWA as a kid.
Same, bro.
Followed Flair all the way through WCW.
Well, for me, I was a Bret Hart guy, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, he's one of the best technical wrestlers ever.
Yeah. I was like,
and you know, Bret carried the ship after the steroid scandal. They needed someone like him who didn't do drugs.
Exactly, he was clean. Yeah. Until Goldberg ended his career essentially. But yeah. Unfortunately. But yeah, I'm big. Anyway, let's get back to the politics. They're going to be like these dogs.
It's always a Berg.
Yeah.
I like him too. He's a southerner from Georgia.
Every single time. Okay, let's get back to the...
Even Bret Hart's career, your favorite wrestler.
They're always trying to harm society. So you got a guy who's a clean wrestler, they take him out. Who when he's taken out, that's when you get the degeneration.
He should not have been doing super kicks. That's just, you're not Shawn Michaels, you know?
Exactly. Okay, let me start this. Okay, just want to welcome Ryan Dawson onto the show, as always. Geopolitical expert. He's been doing this for so many years. It's unbelievable. We really appreciate him coming on to the show. Ryan, don't get me banned, bruv. Okay, much love to Ryan. Oh, we were meant to do this on Substack, but we'll do it next time. Ryan, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you. Look, we're in the midst of negotiations.
Are we?
Well, this is what I'm going to ask you. The negotiations are meant to happen in Pakistan in 2 days. Unfortunately, well, we're hearing mixed messages. There's messages saying Vance is going. Vance isn't going. Professor Morandi just put out a tweet saying, unpack your bags until you unblock the strait. Nothing's happening. What's your thoughts about whether these negotiations are going to happen in Islamabad?
They're not going to happen unless they meet some preconditions. It reminds me of this old interview with Qassam from Lebanon. Qassam they asked him, like, why don't you talk about peace? He's like, talk about what? Like, what do you want? Why don't you have talks? Why don't you have talks about to stop the killing? Like, stop the killing of who? You know, it's so simple. By the way, he was blown up in a car bomb by Israeli terrorists, him and his niece. But it reminds me of that talk. Like, what's there to talk about? If you're going to blockade the strait, why do we need to talk to you? Like, that is a non sequitur. Just, you cannot try and make demands with leverage like this. You're going to talk like grown-ups, or you're going to sit there with your blockade of a blockade. The whole look, the strait was open before you started the war. You meaning Israel, and then their lapdog, the United States. It was already open. It was already free. It's the way it is now because you guys bombed Iran. And so if you're going to blockade and you're trying to cripple Iran economically, they have no reason to talk to you. And the way they threatened, there was Zionists saying, hey, why don't you kill the diplomats? They're not going to do that. You know how stupid that would be to do that in Pakistan? Like, Pakistan is pretty pro-U.S., but they're not bent over the barrel that bad. It would just, I mean, God, you've really ruined negotiations by the fact that you attacked them twice under the guise of negotiations, and now you're trying to set up a blockade and then talk. You had the strait open. It was open. Iran reopened it. And then you listened to Alan Dershowitz, a lawyer of Jeffrey Epstein, to try and do this theater blockade of a blockade, and they like subdued a container ship or something. Most of the ships are going right through because the blockade is too porous, and they can't really just start firing on boats. So it's stupid. We just don't have any real statecraft or adult level negotiators. You got Witkoff, a failed real estate agent and liaison to the mob. You've got Kushner, son of a convicted felon. He's just this, son-in-law of the president. Not clear what his position is or why he was ever there. They're agents of Netanyahu is what they are. That's why Netanyahu was on the phone with J.D. Vance during the last so-called negotiations. I feel bad for J.D. Vance. Like, J.D. Vance is not a good person either. I mean, he's very pro-Israel and all, but he's more of a rational actor than the rest of them. I love the new term that came out, the liquor cabinet, for Patel and Hegseth. It's the liquor cabinet. That's what you got. Couple of drunks, a dispensationalist holy roller with tattoos that couldn't even quote the Bible. He tried to quote Ezekiel 25:17, but he used the Pulp Fiction version, which is fiction. It's not what it said, but he went for the Samuel L. Jackson speech as a prayer. And no one in the audience knew either. Because that's about the depth of their theology is watching movies. So these are the people that we have there, and they just seem to be all over the map. I heard from Larry Johnson and two other sources that apparently last Saturday, You know when Trump was saying he was going to erase civilizations, and you remember that? It was Friday, Saturday. I'm a day ahead in Korea, so whatever. He was talking about he was asking for the nuclear codes, and apparently Kane's like, no, no, we need the 25th Amendment. Like Trump has lost his mind. He's having tantrums. He sits there watching AI videos of himself. He's just he's an old man. I said the same thing about Biden. This is not a partisan thing. Like he's got to go. He's not all there upstairs. He never really was, but now it's really, really bad.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Have you got any more information about this, like nuclear code? Like, what uniquely happened on Saturday that would make him go for the nuclear option? I'm gonna ask Larry. He's coming on, I think, tomorrow, or the day after. But what have you got any information on that?
I mean, I gotta guess what's in Trump's head. Like, why would he do that? I mean, because he's nuts.
No, but what was happening?
I would imagine it's because he couldn't get the Strait open. He made all these threats. He did y'all call them tacos, but I was calling it hot air, I think is what I've been saying. I mean, like, it's a bunch of hot air. The Carg Island, that was never a real thing. That's never serious. Whoever floated that idea, all the admirals and generals go up and be like, sir, that won't work at all. So he had to back off on that. And apparently he did. Apparently he gave up on that one. Too bad, Battlefield Earth. Great scene for a video game because it's a video game. Doesn't work in real life. He tried strafing the coastline. Stupid. It's the size of Vietnam. You're trying to hit something the size of a gun, which are also mobile. I would point this out, too. During the Iraq War, and I know it's different because it's back in 2003 and 1991, they had 6 carrier groups to hit their mobile missile launchers. They didn't get any of them. And that's with a flat terrain and not under the mountains. They're just moving around. Couldn't get them. They just put decoys out. They hit those. You're not, so that failed. And then, it's just been failure to failure to failure. He's like, why can't I get it open? And then they come up with this idea, why don't you blockade the blockade? Also dumb, right? And alienates your allies even more. But he did it because he just doesn't seem to know what to do. What you ought to do is take your ball and go home. Iran's not a threat to the United States, never was. They're not actually building a nuclear bomb. That was all just a BS pretext to sell domestically. It's the ballistic missiles, and it's because they can hit Israel. And that's why you're really at war, is to protect your Zionist occupation government. And they're not going to get rid of those, because if they did, they'd end up like Libya or Syria. They've seen this play out already. So they're not going to do it. I mean, John Bolton used to call it the Libya model. That's why when he sabotaged the meetings with North Korea and Hanoi, they met down there in Vietnam, and he's like, he just came in and ruined the whole thing. He's like, we're going to give him the Libya model. What was Libya? You get rid of your dukes and then you get invaded? Really stupid. That wouldn't work either, because North Korea, even more mountainous than Iran, and has enough conventional weapons to murder millions of people in South Korea should you start it with them. There's no military solution to the Koreas. That's not how you solve that at all. But there was no really military solution for Iran either. But Iran's been very measured. They haven't attacked the United States. They attack the U.S. bases that you put adjacent to their country that are there to attack them. But they're not invading North Carolina or anything. They're not crossing the ocean and bombing cities in the continental United States. They're not a threat at all. You could just, same thing as Vietnam, you just leave. That's all. Ron Paul says this all the time. Just pack up and go home. Turn around and trade with them. Lift all the sanctions. Be friends with them. Same thing we did in Nam. Same thing we did with Japan and Germany. We left bases there. That's not the same thing. They're useless. I mean, it's pointless. Germany was a different situation because you had East and West Germany until the 80s, but there's no point in this stuff anymore. But what's happened in those situations is the towns have built up around the bases and have such an economic dependency on those soldiers being there that they don't want them to leave. It has nothing to do with the military. It's just like economics purely. But anyway, they have these negotiations. I don't even think Iran's going to show up. And if Trump lifts the blockade and he leaves his boats there, I mean, that doesn't seem to be what he's planning on doing. He sent the Bush up. He returned the Gerald Ford, which is the flagship. It looks like these fools are either planning to do Iran War 2, which nothing would change other than you're already out of interceptors and standoff munitions, so you're going to have more planes shot down and more of your stuff's going to get blown up. Offensively, you're going to do less damage than before, even with the other carrier. I think the losing so many cruise missiles outweighs having another ship. It won't result. It's like nothing. What are you expecting to change? You're going to get the same result. Your stuff's going to get blown up, and you're not going to really do any battlefield style damage. You're just going to blow up some bridges and empty buildings and whatever. That seems to be the plan. Or, as I said, he's fronting that because he wants to go into negotiations with leverage. So he wants to bring all his ships and stuff there and be like, look, you better listen to me or else. And that is very much the Trump mindset. You know, he likes to come in, he likes to like puff up his chest and be like, we're going to negotiate while I surround you with, you know, guns pointed at your head. And he doesn't understand this isn't real estate in New York. Like, you can't treat a nation like that. They're like, go ahead, shoot at us. We can hit you harder. You're the one losing billions and billions of dollars and losing face and losing aircraft, losing radar. Like, Iranian radar is super replaceable. They didn't build stuff like THAAD, you know, and they can just buy some more from China. So, like, what do you got? Your supply lines are shot, and you've alienated all your allies, and you're this close to China and Japan just selling off treasuries. If you really going to maintain, let's say there's no negotiations and they keep the blockade, whether they do a round 2 bombing or not like, let's say the best case, say they don't. Just having the blockade there alone, you're going to alienate East Asia. And I'll propose a question to you and your audience. What backs U.S. treasuries? Nothing. Just faith and trust. What backs the demand for oil? A physical need for oil.
Yeah.
Which one is Asia going to drop first? The treasuries, of course, because they need the oil. They don't need the treasuries.
True. There's a third option, though, Ryan. And by the way, thanks for explaining that. That was really well articulated. The third option is that Trump, the timeline runs out, the negotiation on Wednesday. He keeps the blockade on. He doesn't start bombing. What happens in that scenario? And what do you think about that tactic?
Oh, yeah. Well, he can not bomb, and he can keep his blockade, and Iran will keep its blockade. And that's a game of chicken. And we all know who chickens out first. The damage that you're mostly doing to your own allies. Iran's been facing sanctions for decades. They're like, fine, then the Gulf won't get their oil out either. And you're going to deprive it from there, because the U.S. like, oh, we'll allow such and such boats out. Yeah, but Iran won't. So it won't matter. Like, all you're doing is not allowing Iranian ships either, which just lowers the supply even more. So, you know, Iran doesn't have to fire a shot in that scenario as long as, Israel's still going to attack Lebanon. They've been, they're a rabid dog without a leash. And they're losing that. They're losing the ground battle there. And they're losing a lot of Israeli citizens. Almost all of them are all dual citizens from somewhere else because they're not actually from the Levant. They're leaving. They are leaving, and I don't think they're coming back. Like, even if there's a truce, it's on such shaky ground. They're like, nah. They're staying in Miami. They're going to Cyprus. They're going to Thailand. They don't want to be in Israel. They're not safe in Israel, and they don't like this life of where you have to run back and forth to shelters all the time. So, Mr. I'll keep you safe, Bibi, has made them unsafe. He's lost Eilat. He's lost Haifa. Basically, every major city has been tagged at least once, including the very beginnings. The very earliest settlements from the 1870s have been hit with missiles. Like, it's great. And that's exactly what they deserve. I just fear they're going to take it out on Palestinians, which you're seeing in the West Bank, but there's no way around that. I mean, it's a sacrifice I think they're willing to make if it gives future generations a real sovereignty, real state.
Yeah, because they're going to be being put through this sort of slow burn of death, which is essentially why the resistance made the move that they made. But in terms of coming back to the situation, won't China be impacted as well? If this is about who flinches first, the concern is that actually, I know China's got its reserve of oil, but there is also claims, this has been stated by Pepe Escobar and a few other experts that I spoke to, that it was actually China that kind of pressured Iran into the negotiations the first time, and they're kind of pressuring Iran into negotiations again. Apparently, MBS called China as well, and China said, "Look, we'll try and, you know, do
Yeah,
something."
I think Pakistan was speaking for China. I think that's what China wants that oil. Now China can start buying oil and gas from Russia. They have reserves. It's not like the lights are about to go out or anything. But if this could be resolved by just all the U.S. has to do is leave, and the straits reopen, and everyone, China included, can get their oil, their gas, and everything else, as well as their exports. Don't forget the Gulf imports things from the world as well, especially food and so on. They're going to need this, and that's why I was saying China and Japan too. They have another weapon should they continue to play this open shut straight yo-yo market manipulation stuff, so Trump and his profiteers, Ludnick and his kids, can make money off of war. Then they can start selling T-bills. They can start selling U.S. Treasury bonds, and that'll hurt the dollar for real. All this petrodollar stuff, I was right. All of you were wrong. The Gulf was shut down for 43 days. Zero, not priced in dollars, just not being sold at all. Same thing, Iran, they price it in yuan. They've been doing that since 2007 anyway. Did the dollar collapse? No. But you know what actually will make it collapse? Selling off all those bonds.
Which is what possibly you mentioned about Japan and South Korea.
Japan has more than China does, believe it or not. Even though it's a smaller country, they hold more U.S. Treasury because of the carry trade. There's a history as to why that is. And I happen to know, there's a serious discussion about to start on the 24th about that, about what to do. Should they sell off a little bit at a time or hit them with an uppercut or what? That we'll see what she does.
Well, is this the time that Ryan Dawson plays his Nara card and gets the job done for the world? Are you going to pull a rabbit out the hole? Are we going to get those bonds sold, Ryan Dawson coming in from the top rope? Is it going down?
All I can say is I am going to Nara on the 23rd.
Hopefully it goes down.
Say it. Coincidentally.
Random indeed.
Look, I don't have that kind of power, but I have a little bit of influence, and so I'll do what I can. But they're going to make, ultimately, a lot of them are already thinking this. It's not because of me. It's because it makes sense.
And actually, on that question, because they can have the discussion, but there's a certain point where you have certain critical situations. I believe for Japan, you're looking at a week or 10 days, possibly 3 weeks. You're going to get to a situation where it's going to become extremely critical. At what point is it that they may not even have a choice? They're going to have to sell irrespective. Now they're trying to decide.
Well, look, this is something that was floating around before the war.
Exactly.
Because it was about the yen itself. It's like 159 or 160, something like that. This was already an issue. They raised interest rates for the first time in decades to just like 0.5%. But that alone was already devastating. And so we'll see what Mitsubishi does. We'll see what the Bank of Japan does. You could see an interest rate go maybe all the way to 1%, or maybe another quarter point. Who knows? But selling off treasuries, and they did this a couple years ago, and the yen did return temporarily. But, they got a double whammy. And so that's why they're very serious. And if China is going to do this in tandem, it's going to be devastating for the United States. But they could avoid this whole thing just by leaving. It's not in your interest to attack Iran. There is no upside at all. You're burning through years worth of munitions. You're alienating your allies. And this is another thing to get to other allies. Europe. Trump is ranting and raving. They didn't help us. We want out of NATO. I personally would like to get out of NATO. It's kind of the right thing for the wrong reason. Like he's doing it because he's a selfish weirdo that thinks NATO is his personal army. NATO is an alliance to protect Europe defensively. It's not some auxiliary force that you can throw into conflicts of choice in the Middle East started by the Israelis. It's not America's private army. They didn't attack you. Iran didn't invade the United States. Israel attacked Iran, and nobody attacked Europe. So you can't invoke that NATO nonsense, but that's how he's thinking. He may get out, and I have to laugh because I say, nobody wants to help you lift a blockade. A, because it's physically not doable, and they have enough sense to know that. B, Weren't you threatening Greenland and Denmark and telling the French to F off and all that just a few months ago? Maybe you don't remember that, but I bet they do. Reciprocity's a B, if you know what I'm saying.
I do indeed. I do indeed. Now, coming back to this current situation, you just mentioned Lebanon, and we need to speak about that. Iran, let's go with the first component of it. Obviously, we know the deal happened in 2024, the ceasefire deal, but the Israelis continue to bomb every single day. Casualties for the majority of that time. That being said, this time, Iran managed to get a deal where Lebanon was included. And so it meant for the first time, Lebanon wouldn't be bombed. And there was like a day where it wasn't. But Israel's continued to bomb Lebanon. I believe today there was an incident as well. Where does that leave Lebanon, and where does that leave the resistance in terms of, obviously resistance has worked. So first of all, let's deal with one point at a time. So first of all, it showed that the resistance can make a deal. Iran can make a deal. And it made the Lebanese government look weak. What's your thoughts on that?
They are weak. And you notice they didn't sit down to talk to Hezbollah. They sat and talked to Lebanon. Well, Lebanon's always been sitting on its thumb anyway.
Exactly.
That's not the one defending Lebanon. Hezbollah is. It's simple. I mean, listen, they had a deal with them that the Israelis broke every day for a year anyway. And the same thing with Gaza. They still kill people there every day, and they have some excuse. So the ceasefire, it's only one side abides by it, and Israel breaks it. Israel would routinely go in, periodically just go bomb Syria too, while Assad was, and that's an act of war. I mean, you have fighter jets and cruise missiles attacking Damascus. They would just do this, and the international community would do nothing. They would just let them do this. So there is no rule of law. And that's why all these negotiations, even if you got a UN Security Council resolution, so what? America and Israel just do what they want without consequence. That's why the Italians were correct when she stood up and said, we support sanction Israel, and we support if the EU would do the same. Having consequences is necessary for laws to work. Otherwise, they're like, if I break it, what happens? Just a bunch of finger waving, a mapeaneo, as the natives would say. Then, no, I'm not going to listen. But if there's consequences, why don't you sanction Israel the way you did Iran? How about that? Then they'd curb their behavior. Yeah. But if just Turkey would stop sending them oil, that would do it.
Exactly. But obviously, they have all of these things in the bag for them, especially the control over the United States of America. But now, coming back to it, where does this leave Iran? Because hypothetically, let's say Iran was to make a deal with the United States of America. One of the things Iran has said is, us and the resistance breathe one breath. And so, if they make a deal and Israel continues to bomb Lebanon...
You got to love how poetic the Persians are, too.
Yeah.
Like from ancient times to now, they had the coolest way of putting things.
Without a doubt. I mean, there were some of the great philosophers and spiritual people. But in terms of that, so where does that leave Iran?
It's, you're leaving your hypotheticals like if they can make a deal with the U.S. I don't think you can. I think honestly, the only way to settle this is in the battlefield. The same with Ukraine. Like they send people to talk to you, but it's always disingenuous. They just want a timeout so they can rearm or bring another carrier in. Their plan is to destroy you, and you have to realize this. They will lie to your face. You cannot negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah.
To quote Ronald Reagan. Yeah, you can't. And guess who the terrorists are? The Israelis.
True. And
their lapdog Epstein Fury Americans. If they make a deal, the U.S. and Israel just break it. So you really can't. You're going to have extreme leverage to where they are begging for a deal like they did in June because their cities are getting destroyed. That's the only way.
But even then, they could break it. Like anytime you do a deal with these people, they'll come back.
Well, for a deal to stick. So they always talk about if you want a new security architecture, you got to have guarantees. The only guarantee I can see, and somebody might think of something else, but all I see right now that would give me confidence that the deal would stick is the U.S. has to completely remove its presence from the Gulf. Like all those bases got to go. If they did that, if they were back in the Atlantic Ocean, okay. Because then if they wanted to start something, you'd see it coming. They got to move all their stuff over. So Yeah, you got to leave. You got to remove your American footprint from the Gulf. That would be my condition. Like, because they give these terms like security guarantees. Like, well, what would such a guarantee look like? Well, that's what I think that would do it. Resolutions and blah blah and promises, I don't think matters. I want to see action. Do, don't say. Move. As quote Captain America, no, you move. Like you put your bases next to us. You move we got our own. You get out. Then we can talk seriously. You lift sanctions, lifting sanctions is not so easy. That could be a long process because it's so complicated. But unfreezing assets you could do immediately. $20 billion, boom, right there. You could do that. Get your stuff out. Get out of Oman. Get your boats out of here. Then we'll reopen the strait. Your allies would be happy. The Gulf could still exist in the future. East Israel's they're asking for loans. That's how bad it is. If you want to lose all your Gulf allies and physically lose your bases and get a bunch of your stuff destroyed and just continue this all year, fine. But you have a way out and get creamed in the midterms and the rest of it. That's what you're looking at. But if you're going to listen to Epstein's lawyer, Mr. I kept my underwear on, Alan Dershowitz, who changed his massage story 3 times, if you're going to listen to these perverts, you deserve what's coming, which is pain. And not just at the pump. Like, they don't understand how interconnected all these economies and supply lines are. You're going to run out of crucial gases used in semiconductors. You can't be like, well, America's got oil. I'm like, that's great. It's going to cost more with less competition in the market. But that's not the only resource coming out of the Gulf, moron. And it's just, you've got contracts, insurance. There's so many things that are just in the blender right now because Trump is listening to Israel.
Yeah. Now, Ryan, one of the other components of this is I mean, you're basically saying it needs to be a battle till the end. I had Larry Johnson on before, and he said that he thought this war was going to continue till the end of August. Daniel Davis said it could be like another week or two. Pape says this is going to be a ground invasion. You think it's going to be more of the same? Some people think that there's going to be
I don't see a ground invasion. If it's going to be, you'll see that coming. You can't do big arrow moves in secret. So they're not going to do that. I hope Daniel Davis is right. Like, it's possible you could end it tomorrow if you had rational actors, but we don't. So they could drag this out. I don't see Asia putting up with it until August, though. And I think the threat of selling bonds, like that will do it. That would be like, pack up and go. Find some face-saving excuse and get out. But if the thing is, America can offer them things in order not to sell bonds. They will lift no tariffs on Toyota and blah, blah. They can like bribe them off. And then, maybe it'll sit there for months. It eventually is going to end anyway, exactly on Iran's terms. So just do it now.
Well, this is the question, right? Because when is it going to end? And what's your thoughts? Actually, I never asked you this because I think we not had you on for a while. But what was your thoughts about negotiations? I'm vehemently, I think it was a bad decision personally. I know you're very trusting of like what happened. I think going into negotiations with these people was a bad decision. It gave them a kind of out. It let them manipulate the market. It made them reduce the prices. I know the market's fake, but psychological sentiment still plays a part. I thought it was a bad decision. What was your thoughts about the idea of having this ceasefire in the first place?
I think for Iran, it was a net positive, actually, because as satisfying as it is for me and you to watch them blow up East Israel and Tel Aviv and, blowing things up in Bahrain and all, I get it's like,
you're making us sound like Trump, like we're seeing these 2-minute reels again.
As satisfying as that is, damage-wise, the real damage is closing the strait. That's what automatically billions of dollars a day lost. That's the real pressure. It was necessary to blow up radar and so on and so on. You needed to do that. Trust me, all of it was necessary from Iran's point of view. But if you can get to a point where you're not being bombed and you're still costing the empire billions of dollars, take it. And they also got to dig out. Some of their ballistic missiles weren't destroyed, but they were buried. So they dug them out. So they got about 60%. out of there. They got time to produce more, whereas their enemy is not producing more because their supply lines and components are so complex and long that it takes them years to make any. So a week or two pause doesn't hurt you. Like they don't have time to rearm. They're not getting anything. They're not getting new interceptors or anything. So they're still in the position they were in before the pause. Whereas Iran gets to dig out, gets to repair some things, gets to show their public, look how fast we could build a new railroad or a bridge. Like within days, we can fix all this, gives them confidence, and they're not being bombed. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, we're not being bombed. Neither are you. But like America, continental U.S. isn't being bombed anyway. It's just their bases in the Gulf, and I think they've kind of like acknowledged those are over anyway. America on the ground, though, you mentioned that like they can't even hold their embassy in Iraq. You're not going into Iran, okay? That would be truly insane. Yeah, some of them are nuts, but no. So I think the pause was good for Iran because they can always just close the strait again whenever they want. They can always start bombing again whenever they want because they know the U.S. and Israel. They know Israel's going to break the ceasefire. And in fact, initially that's sort of what happened because they made it contingent on a peace treaty with Lebanon, which they didn't do. So they kept attacking and they kept the strait closed. Then they're like, all right, we'll have peace with Lebanon. Okay. And they open the strait and then Trump does a blockade. So they close the strait again. It's like Iran showed, that's why they call it true promise. When they say they're going to do something, they do. And it's very valuable to tell the truth in negotiations because once you lie a few times, you lose all credibility even when you do tell the truth. Iran has always done what they said they were going to do. And it was like the strait, remember, it was temporarily open. And I know that's market manipulation because the U.S. is planning on closing it again. They're doing the yo-yo on purpose. But you can't keep doing that because next time you're probably, all right, this time on Tuesday, we're going to negotiate. It's like Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown, and she always janks it out of the way before he kicks it. And I think we're at Charlie's just going to kick Lucy in the head. Like he's not even going to go for the ball. I don't even think they're going to go to Pakistan unless they lift the blockade. There's no point in talking. And there's no reason to believe you're serious unless you do that. And so they can sit over there and sit in the hotel room, whatever. It's not happening until you lift the blockade. It's real easy. Lift your blockade, leave Iran alone, and we'll reopen the strait. But there's going to be a toll booth now. And you did that to yourself.
What if the Iranians were to go to Islamabad without the blockade being lifted? Do you think that would be a sign of weakness?
I think that would be stupid, yeah. What's the talk about? They're going to get there and say, lift the blockade? I mean, you can say that now. You don't got to go to Pakistan to do that.
Well, Trump is saying that, and this is why I think it will demonstrate Trump's kind of superiority in the negotiations in this element, maybe even overarchingly, because he is saying, I will not lift the blockade until you make a deal. The Iranians are saying, we're not going to come to negotiate without you lifting the blockade. So this is a direct conflict of statements, and so it depends on who's going to supersede in this situation. So you agree that...
Well, how many times has Trump, bloviated and made a bunch of threats and then back down?
Well,
all the time.
If you remember with the Lebanon one, Iran said, we're not going to negotiate unless you include Lebanon, but they still did go and negotiate. But then behind closed doors, they agreed about Lebanon, and then they announced it about 3 or 4 days later, after the Israelis and the Lebanese government had that conversation. So there is a possibility something like that could happen. But do you think that, so they basically agree to it, they go to the negotiation, but then the Americans may lie and just say, no, we're going to keep the blockade on. This is the issue you've got with this entire situation. This is why
I think because they did that with Lebanon is why they can't believe them on opening. That's why, no, we're not going to meet you. You have proven that you are compulsive liars. So there's nothing to talk about. The precondition to talks is you lift your blockade. Then we can talk. And Trump needs that strait open. Iran doesn't. So he's the one that's going to have to bend. And he'll say, well, if you're not going to negotiate, then we'll bomb you again. And Iran say, you bomb us and we will bomb you. And it'll go just like the first time and you will lose again.
So I mean, and the other card they've got is the Houthis, right? The Yemeni Houthis, the Bab al-Mandab. I think me and you spoke before, and you said that you were under that from your information, the Houthis were going to close the Bab al-Mandab.
Like because they can't like blockade it,
Yeah.
but they can just make it so expensive that it's de facto ends traffic because of insurance premiums
Yeah.
and so on and so on. And that's all you need to do, which they've done already. They proved they could do that.
Yeah. So the question is, when we talked last, you said that the point where they shut it is if there's a ground invasion. Now you believe that there's highly unlikely going to be a ground invasion. So what would be the point of escalation that causes the Bab al-Mandab to be closed?
I don't think they will. I think that it would take something like going in on the ground, and then they definitely would. I guess if he's stupid enough to just bomb Yemen too, that would do it. But very few things. Well, there is something. If Israel like went in and did a full invasion of Gaza or the West Bank again, I think the Houthi would do it. Like the Houthi are not Iran's, like they have agency. They'll do what they want to do, and they're very much allied with Palestinians. That's why initially they started attacking, is because Gaza was being, ethnically cleansed, and so it was Yemen. They came. The port they left from, it translated in English means like the port of Jesus. Which is just awesome. The savior. And but the Israelis are out there tearing down statues of Jesus.
Yeah.
And they were only mad because they got caught and it was bad PR. They don't care. They burn churches all the time. This was on film. It's kind of like Abu Ghraib. The reason that was a big deal is because their photos came out. The fact that U.S. tortures people is duh. I mean, that's what their rendition programs are. They have torture dungeons. They've always tortured people despite the rules. But there were films of it and photos of it. And this one, this IDF, they're tearing down the statue of Jesus and hitting it in the face with a hammer and things. Like, why would you do that? For what? A good chunk of Israel has Christians too. Lebanon too. You're going to alienate all of them. And all around the world. And this coming on the heels of Trump making fun of the Pope and putting his face on Jesus Christ and, laying of hands in the Oval Office, praying to murder people. I mean, what kind of religion is this? Seems pretty Judaized. But this is what they got. Yeah. And I think that's what with Meloni, with the Italians, Vatican City is in Italy. It's its own sovereign state, whatever. Traditionally, the Pope was in Rome. It's still kind of that way. And going after Catholics like that pushed Italy over the edge. They want to sanction Israel. And I think Spain could get on board with that.
Yeah.
Maybe Slovenia, Ireland, Norway, Slovakia.
Hungary now.
Yeah. Hungary, possibly. They got new leadership now. We'll see what's going on.
He mentioned he would. I think I read it. I can't remember his comment, but he said something along those lines.
Do it, man. Yeah, Orban would have done it too. Like,
I don't think he
this. Would have. You don't think so? I think.
He's been vetoing. No, I know they can't veto, but he's been voting with the Israelis on all UN security, UN votings.
Yeah. Well, okay. Most of them do, though. It's because of U.S. pressure. But if you have leadership like a country the size of Italy, do it. That it's not just little Hungary, like especially Spain. I mean, Spain's what, 51 million?
Yeah.
Italy's about the same size, 58, something like that. Yeah, that's a huge chunk of Europe. So then it just takes a leader. It's kind of what Bilzerian's doing. If Dan Bilzerian beats Randy Fine, and he does have a real shot at doing that, I think you'll see a lot more people going, why don't I run for Congress? Like, you just got to make Satan bleed to make people stop believing in his power.
And Randy Fine's the biggest scalp. Like, there's a number of people running who I support so much. I really value them, like Anthony Aguilar, Greg Stoker.
Oh, yeah. Was that in Virginia, I think? Right?
Greg's in Carolina or Texas, I think.
North Carolina for Anthony.
North Carolina's Anthony, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
you're from North Carolina,
I can vote for him. Yeah, I can. I'm in District 3, but I can get people to vote for him.
Yeah, Yeah, I need to do a show with both of you on then, because I think that would be really important. But so there's them. But I think with the Randy Fine, what I'm mentioning, I agree with you. Those are really important. Greg Stoker, Anthony Aguilera, and I know I'm forgetting a few of the people who come on my show regularly. But with the Dan Bilzerian, Randy Fine, it's so big because Randy Fine is someone who is almost the epitome of the real face of Zionism. The way he expresses himself, his language.
He's not even like cryptic about it.
Yeah.
You know, he was tweeting, F around, find out about dead Palestinian babies.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a monster. I don't care whose baby it's a baby. He's of the mindset of like, I mean, what if it was an Israeli baby? A baby's a baby. This isn't like laughing at soldiers in Makarova tanks. Like, screw them. They're in someone else's country trying to kill people. So if they get killed, they're not innocent. But a baby pulled out of the rubble, and he's like, ha, ha, ha. They think extermination's great. Killing Amalek, all that. They're like this Bronze Age morality straight out of the Old Testament. It's insane. And he's a congressman. He doesn't represent Florida. He represents Israel in Florida. He's basically a foreign agent. And fat slob to boot and all that. It's just, well, then you got Bilzerian. He's talking about, antitrust law enforcement, like real ideas that would help Florida. Not only not giving money away to Zog, but like he's got some good ideas for that district too. And God, I hope he wins, man. 6th District of Florida. If you live there, campaign for him. This is your way out. This is somebody's not in the like 2-party dichotomy. He's kind of a Thomas Massey, kind of a real maverick, not the fake kind like John McCain, the real kind like Massey or Ron Paul. Those kind of, he's of that cloth as far as not listening to foreign governments. Now he's definitely a bit more blunt than everybody else, but I like that.
Yeah,
that's what we need.
Definitely
honesty.
Yeah, definitely support Dan. Now, Ryan, just come back to the Iran war. One of the things you mentioned was the USS carrier George Bush. You mentioned previously on the show that you need at least 3 USS carriers in order to conduct this operation, and you felt that
you can rotate around the clock.
Because you can rotate around the clock. Yeah, you mentioned this previously on the show. Now, where he reports that possibly there may not be 3, this might be being sent in order to replace the USS Gerald Ford. Is that your understanding, or is your understanding that there actually will be 3 in the region?
Well, the Ford already, I think it'd be replacing the Lincoln, because that one's been sitting out there since January, I think. If they replace the Lincoln with the Bush, it's like, okay, you still don't have enough firepower. It's just going to go, the results are going to be exactly like last time. The Ford didn't really participate they really only had 1 carrier, because the Ford was there, had broken toilets before the fighting started. Then there was mutiny on the boat. The laundry rooms were set on fire and they left. So it didn't really do much. So, where they really bring the Ford and the Bush and keep the Lincoln, that's much more devastating than just the Lincoln. But I still don't think that's enough firepower. I think you'll have more fireballs and you'll blow up some infrastructure, and it'll suck, and it'll give them less of a window to do the whack-a-mole game where they pop up, fire missiles, and move. But they can still pull it off. The other thing is the weather. It's supposed to be super cloudy the next 3 days, so that gives Iran a chance. They know where their targets are in fixed sitting locations. They hit the Gulf, they hit Israel. They can fire away, whereas you will not know where is coming from. Satellites will not help you.
Yeah, that's if he starts immediately. I'm not sure if he will.
Right, if he does, like, your time ran out, here we go. That's just if that. Yeah.
I mean, Trump being Trump, there's a chance. The other chance is he could wait till the weekend, till the market closes, and then start. You know how he is. He's just...
that's a big factor for him.
yeah, exactly. What's your thoughts about... I know the market's fake. Like, I have so many financial experts on there, and they continuously tell me the market's fake. It's all bots.
It's rigged. It's not fake. But
it's fake in the terms of like when
if you're talking about stocks, 2/3 of what ends up dictating the price of a stock is speculation, not the performance of the company. So it's supposed to be based on like whether or not they're selling goods and services. Like if they're doing better, the stock. It's mostly speculators. It's on what people think other people think. It's a big gambling game, like crypto. Crypto doesn't even have a good or service. The price of crypto is completely based on hype.
True.
And people use it as a hedge against inflation or to buy illegal goods. That's the only thing crypto does. But it's, it's based on nothing other than your belief that other people believe that they ought to buy it. And if a lot of people buy it, it goes up, and a lot of people sell it, goes down. It's not tied to performance. For a stock, if you buy Coca-Cola, at least some portion of that price is based on whether or not they're selling Coca-Cola, like whether they're selling drinks. And usually when it's warmer weather, they sell it. But a large chunk of it is just based on whether or not people are buying stock in Coca-Cola too. So some of it's speculation, some of it's performance. With a lot of these oil futures and stuff, more of it is based on performance than demand. And so it's a weird thing.
Well, what I meant by fake is that it's quite clear that, what we knew about the crypto market, where there were market makers and they would artificially boost the price and artificially decrease the price. I think the sentiment now is that similar things are happening. Well, we knew there were market makers on the stock market and people would chase and drop the price and reduce the price in order to liquidate people. But the similar thing is being used in order to boost the price artificially. And apparently now a lot of analysts are saying it seems like the market could be almost for 30, 40, 50% completely bots. And so I'm not even talking about sentiment. I'm talking about the artificial movement of the market. And this is why many are saying,
if a government insider leaks to a hedge fund, that's investing a bunch of other people's money, then they can just move things up, move things down, just like that. And based on insider information. So they know when to short and when to call and whatever, because they know what government decision is going to affect the price of whatever. Like obviously weapon stocks go up before a war, things like that. Cooling systems for AI and all, but it's so rigged. If you can go back to the scandal with GameStop, and just see how much the hedgies manipulate this thing, and they will literally remove the buttons on Robinhood to buy and sell because it's a rigged game. This is Epstein Fury. This is why Peter Mandelson's in such trouble. They leak insider information. Is absolutely how things work on the upper level. You're just gambling on whether or not by coincidence you can happen to land on the right position, but the positions are rigged by states. That's what the government is. The government is a legal framework to manipulate corporate stock prices for insider trading and profiteering. It's a giant ATM. Like if you get a government contract, you're gold. Where does Lockheed get its money? From the American government. 99%. They're buying and selling things to them. So they use the government like an ATM machine, only the savings accounts, the taxpayer, or they just run up debts, and that's why it's so important. They have to sell debts and they have to sell treasury bonds, which Asia has, which they could dump. It's really a house of cards right now. And, you could get Jim Rogers or somebody like that on to explain it. It's as far as with war profiteering, I'll ask people, if you want to know the level of corruption, ask yourself this question. When's the last time someone has been prosecuted for war profiteering?
Exactly.
I can't think of any. Supposedly they're investigating Kushner and Co. right now because they've just been so blatant about it. But that's been going on. You don't think people profiteered off of Bechtel and Halliburton KBR and Lockheed, Boeing, Raytheon, during the Iraq wars and so of course they did. Look at Pelosi. I mean, it's like a joke. Let's just buy. It's absolutely insider trading. Same thing with Biden and Hunter, and the same thing with Barron Trump and so on. It's profiteering. There's no consequence. And there's no pressure to implement consequences because there's no free press. Like this video on YouTube, Rumble, whatever, is about as high as you're going to get. It's like Judge Napolitano and stuff talks about it. There's no televised network explaining this stuff to people like they ought to. Not in the United States anyway, and that's the largest market in the world.
So Ryan, we've just got some breaking news. Confirmed, Iran will be sending a delegation to Islamabad. The statement says, quote, the Supreme Leader of Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei, has given the green light for the Iranian negotiation team to head to Pakistan. JD Vance will be attending on behalf of the US team alongside President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on that? This is we talked about this. It looks like Iran.
It's going nowhere. If you're gonna have those two jabronis in there, you're gonna get the same result. It's like, why? If you're gonna have Witkoff and Kushner, then this is not serious. I guess they want to go through. I guess it's China wants them to talk. So, but fine, go talk and just say, you're gonna have to go and say, look, Vance, get these two, put them somewhere. Let them go talk to Bibi in the corner where Lindsey Graham's watching Choir Boys or something, and just say, listen, lift the blockade and get out of the Gulf, and we'll reopen the strait. Deal? See what he does.
Ryan, earlier on in this interview, we spoke about this, and we both said that if Iran agreed to go to this negotiation without the blockade being lifted, it would be a sign of weakness. It seems like that's happened.
I think so.
What's your thoughts?
Well, we'll see what they're thinking. Like, who knows if they've already decided back room that they are going to lift it, but they need you to show up first because Trump's an egomaniac and needs to save face. We don't know that information. There could be something like that. But if that's not the case, if they're just going to talk after they just said we're not talking unless, stand your ground. You have all the leverage. So who knows? Usually it is the case that there are pre-negotiations before the public negotiations. That's normally how statecraft is. So maybe they had that conversation. And maybe they've already agreed to lift. But in my mind, it's like I was telling you, I want to see you do it because you can say whatever. You've proven that you're consummate liars. So lift the blockade, then we'll talk. Don't say we're going to lift the blockade when we talk. Do it first. That would be my opinion. But look, they know more than I do. I mean, they like Iran's got all these PhDs there, and they must have a reason. And I think a lot of it's pressure from China, if I was to guess.
Haven't been around a lot
of
PhDs.
Which is understandable.
Haven't been around a lot of PhDs. I wouldn't think that I wouldn't just say that just because they're PhDs. They know what
Persian PhDs.
Okay. But look,
where school still matters is not based on your intersectionality or whatever.
So look, the problem is if China's forcing them into doing this is a problem. Like, I see the Chinese as now weakening the situation. Now, is it because of Chinese interest? They've got their own interest throughout the region. This is problematic, like forcing them into these negotiations, demonstrating weakness. I don't think it's a great thing. What's your thoughts on that last question?
Yeah, I mean, I guess their argument would be like, look, we go to the talk and they don't lift it, then so what? We just keep the strait closed, nothing changes, but at least we talked and they can't say we were unwilling to talk. I get that rationale. But I'm like, don't you want progress? Like, rather than going to something that's going to fail, why not say, lift the blockade and then we'll talk? Go ahead. That's your negotiation point already. But okay, fine. They chose B. It'll probably end up like that. They'll go there. Unless China's been talking to the U.S. as well. Say, look, you guys go here, have this meeting, but it's already been decided you're going to lift the blockade and some sanctions and stuff, and you're going to reopen the strait. All right. But then the question is going to be like, well, what about Israel and Lebanon? They already made a promise and broke it in a day. There's a lot of problems they have to hammer out, and I just don't have faith that will get done with Witkoff and Kushner there. You poison the meeting just by their presence. You might as well have John Bolton at the table. I mean, why are they there? Why are they not in prison?
Well, they are representing the Trump administration. So,
Witkoff was the go-between between the head of the board of governors, Eitan Wertheimer, who was the ones that sent the dances Israelis to New York on 9/11. He's the one that took the bribe money for Bernard Kerik for $250,000. No, he is a mobster. He is a total criminal. He worked with Antonia Galupche through Atlantic City with Trump and all those goons. Exiled Russian oligarchs. Like, the guy is absolute scum. Why is he there? And then Kushner, son of the felon, failed honey traps, bribing illegal campaign financing for Governor McGreevey. Jared said Bridgegate was badass when they did that to Chris Christie. He's a punk. He doesn't belong there. He's absolute trash. So is his brother, who just got a government contract, by the way. Both of them, their father and mother had to bribe to get into Harvard because they didn't have the credentials. Like, why are these low IQ? And this is the funny thing. It's pure projection when he says that about everyone else. It's your crew. That's Kushner. That's Witkoff. Why did they even have a job in administration? Witkoff went to Ukraine and did not even know the names of the oblasts that he's supposed to be negotiating about. These are not serious people. They work for Israel. They do. Why are the Israeli representatives there? Why aren't there some Americans there?
Well, they did
Who do
represent.
you think they ought to send? You know, like, is Vance really their best? Where's Rubio? Isn't he the head of state? Like, shouldn't he be doing this?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. But yeah, I mean, look, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have been all over foreign policy. Remember, they negotiated the Gaza border peace and put themselves on it. So, I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
oh yeah. Or they want Jared Kushner was talking about beachfront property and condos. He's just totally delusional.
exactly.
Of the two, which is worse? There's one for your audience. Who's worse, Witkoff or Kushner? I have a feeling they're going to say Kushner, but I implore you to look into Witkoff a little more because I think it's much more even. Like, they're
Yeah.
both little rats.
No doubt. Although people are
They
saying,
play with mattresses in the sewer.
yeah. Ryan,
right
always
along.
appreciate you coming on. Ryan, always appreciate you coming
Go
on.
play with your mattresses in the sewer, you rats. You're going to cause a global economic collapse because you send these jabronis over there negotiating for Israel. Like, Vance doesn't have a chance. This mascara is going to run again.
Well, I did investigate the New York tunnels. I did go there and they're still operational, let me tell you that. But coming back to it, yeah, but coming back to it, Ryan, always appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much for taking your time out. Everyone, make sure you follow Ryan Dawson's Substack. You can join as a free member just to subscribe to his Substack. He also has a paid membership at $7, so make sure you check that out. Check out his website, ryandawson.org. So much
Last thing, I'm going to repost Trump's Zionist Ball and Chain on Substack because I know there's like a whole other crop of people that haven't seen that. It's free.
Definitely.
That gets into Witkoff and Kushner, all the Kushners.
Well,
if you want to know how corrupt New York politics is, holy cow, it's almost as bad as New Jersey. That's how bad.
Well, send me the link and I'll post it out as well once you've posted it on your Substack.
Absolutely. And brother, we got to get your Substack going as well. Like,
well, let's do the next stream. We'll do it multi-stream on Substack as well. And everyone follow ryandawson.org and his Twitter as well, Right Liberty. And he's got a great merch as well. I can't tell you what's on there because I don't want to get banned, but you can check the merch out. Much love to Ryan. Appreciate you as always.
Stuff like this.
I can't see it. I'm blind.
Delicious coffee.
I can't see.
He disavows. Yeah, you can't see what this says. It's backwards, so don't worry about it.
Appreciate you, Ryan, as always. We will see you next time.
Shout out to WrestleMania. Woo! There, I got a little flare. I got my flare hair today. So,
well, people are asking about your hair, so appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you so much for coming on.
Peace.
Appreciate it. That was Ryan Dawson. Much love to Ryan. We always appreciate him. Guys, make sure you like this video. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you comment in the main section and subscribe to the channel. Subscribe. Let your friends and family know about it. Let everyone know about it. So much great interviews. We got a huge, amazing lineup of people who listen to the space, who are being interviewed. You don't get this anywhere. This level of premium interviews every single day. Other people do interviews, but they may rotate. But we don't. We got so much variance. It's unbelievable. So make sure you're following. Let your friends and family know about it. Appreciate it as always. Like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribe. Right, I'm going to put the X back on. So give me a few seconds. Wait, so why is wait, let me just, because it's gonna echo for everybody. I put this on mute, and need to just put this on. Okay, so can someone explain to me why the obsessed support is saying you need to do US hours? Blood, I'm doing US hours right now. Do you know where I am right now? It's 3 a.m. here. Of course I'm on US hours. It's 10 p.m. in America. Why you saying I need to do US hours? I'm doing US hours right now. Oh my God. What is this Hasbro obsessed? Who else is it? Anyway, I just saw that comment and now I can't even see any of the comments. But yeah, let me know if you can see us on the YouTube back into the space. I think Joe needs to come up. Bro, I just seen my phone go ping, 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 ping. And I was like, these two are debating amongst each other. So why don't you come up and have the conversation on the space? That being said, guys, the breaking news. Let me just switch these lights off. I just want to welcome Simon on here, Doc on here as well. The breaking news is that... What's the breaking news? Okay, the breaking news is that Iran is sending a delegation to Islamabad for negotiations. Apparently, it's been greenlit by Mujtaba Khamenei, and the negotiations are happening in Islamabad. What changed? The Iranians claimed that they will not partake in negotiations as long as the Iranians said they will not partake in negotiations as long as there is a blockade. But the blockade remains, or does it? Is this part of the agreement and we don't know? But if it's not part of the agreement, this again isn't a good look for Iran. It seems like they've ceded to the demands of the United States of America. And if that's the case, like I said, it does seem like there is a slight shift or some shift of power in this negotiations that are going on. Okay, let's just jump into it. Oh, your resistance is gone. Okay, guys, what's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on the what's it called again? On the negotiations?
I think I said it, didn't I?
What did you say? Sammy, jump in.
Yeah, they'll come to the meeting. That's why. That's why I was. Yeah, look, they're to me, everything you're seeing on the front is completely different to what's happening in reality. I think the main points, like I said, like I was covering earlier, that firstly, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner is there because he represents Affinity Capital Partners, which is $5 billion of golf money managed by Jared Kushner for Trump's family wealth. So that represents the golf interest as well as the Zionist faction of the interest. The and you know, Trump needs to get paid. He'll get his piece. And effectively, if Iran is going to have sanctions removed, there's 3 to 4 million barrels of oil that could be released a day. That affects everyone, and so they'll be negotiating the release schedule in exchange for sanctions. The Gulf countries will want it to be part of an integrated strategy in the region, part of an OPEC strategy in general. So that involves Russia, that involves Iraq, that involves Kazakhstan, that involves all the OPEC members, all the OPEC plus members. They don't want to crash the price of oil by having just an announcement of sanction relief. Iran will want to, make sure a part of it is priced in yuan, and they get a piece of the petro yuan as well as the petro dollar, because effectively, at the end of this, Saudi's got the monopoly. They've got a population of 35 million, but they've got 300 million barrels of oil. Iran has 80 million and America has 350 million, but they've all got approximately the same amount. So Saudi controls the petrodollar. And if Iran is allowed to just go at it with the petro yuan, then that needs to be carefully negotiated into this. And I think the reason they're doing sanction relief is because it will be in exchange for, which won't be in the agreement, but it will be the implicit agreement that the resistance integrates into each relative pot. At some point, they're going to announce this, and pretending that they're not going to the meetings is just part of the public-facing strategy. But they were negotiating before, they're negotiating during, and they'll be executing afterwards. So yeah, I wasn't. That doesn't surprise me.
They don't have good faith partners to negotiate with. That's the problem. They're good faith actors, the Iranians, in my opinion. But the Israelis, for all the reasons that have been said in this space 100 times, they don't keep their agreements. And this is a do or die situation for the current Zionist regime in Israel and America. I don't for a second believe at this point, and in my opinion has changed, that there's going to be any peace. I think we're rearming for another attack. Trump has to be able to declare a victory here, just in terms of his ego, which is probably the most important factor in this thing moving forward toward continuing hostilities. And the fact that politically he and his party are dead in America right now, and it's going worse. So it's difficult for him to, almost impossible for him to back away because of those factors, because it will be a massive loss. Now here in America, we have servicemen arrested in the Capitol Rotunda. It's supposed to be a haven for free speech because they were there silently protesting the war. You can see the videos. And, I kind of shared the dark mood that I sensed that Gary was expressing here in the space an hour or two ago. I've been talking to my girlfriend. She has a 24-year-old son who's about to graduate college. And I'm encouraging her to think about ways that he could avoid what I expect is going to be a draft. The draft almost certainly has to happen if hostilities continue, because it's going to have to include boots on the ground for it to have any chance of giving Trump and the Zionist control of our government in Israel a chance at a victory. So I'm encouraging him to at least enroll in graduate school or find a place in Canada or find a doctor who, like Trump did, Trump's father did, found a podiatrist who would tell my girlfriend's son that he has bone spurs and can't serve. Simon, it's just too complicated. The path that you laid out, it's just too complicated unless it was all preordained and pre-agreed. There are too many bulls in the china shop who have the need politically and otherwise to get their own needs satisfied as part of this deal. I just don't see how that happens.
Well, I think it was preordained. Yeah.
I think it's too chaotic. The path that we've traveled the last 50 days, more than that, the path that we traveled since we bombed Iran the first time and destroyed all of their nuclear weapons, the path from then to now is completely chaotic. I don't think anybody could have predicted this, and I don't think anybody did. And look, other than large strokes of the Greater Israel Plan and Israel's
Well,
desire
they've
to turn
they've
Iran into a
created
failed state.
they've created $100 billion of rebuild contracts. The banks love that. They've created a stimulus check for the military. The military love that. They get to replenish. They get a set of circumstances with lockdowns and everything that comes from the fallout that will lead to the police and surveillance state. The technology companies love that. And so, and then you've got the China, who effectively had a bunch of cheap oil, was completely prepared for it. Has the meeting with Trump coming up on the 14th of May. They were selling out. They were bailing out their partners. We got the complete semiconductor chip manufacturing supply chain as the countries that were impacted: Taiwan, South Korea, and Netherlands in Europe. We get the jet fuel shortages that would lead to the manufactured crisis that leads to massive concentration of wealth, just like it did during COVID.
I agree. We've heard this before, and you're an important voice in this. But all those things are going to be true a year from now, even more so. More rebuild contracts, right? More damage to the petrodollar. More damage to the facilities around the Gulf and Israel. It's all going to be the same a year from now. So there's no
A
way.
year from now, you'll have complete destruction, like complete
Yeah,
counterproductive destruction, like to the point where nobody wins.
yeah. But these people don't care.
Iran
They don't
is
care about the best interests of their country, economic or otherwise.
yeah, but I'm talking about who they do care about, which is the banks, the tech companies, the military company, like all those companies.
The banks aren't going to go out of business if this continues a year from now. They'll make more money.
No, I mean there'll be massive destruction in financial markets if the strait is closed for a year.
Yeah,
Like
but
that
if you know
can't
where
that can't happen.
if you know where the destruction's coming from and how it's applied, then you can play the other side of that and make a lot of money.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
I'm looking for
we'll see.
optimism. I mean, I really am. I don't like I don't like making this argument, but because I've always believed in the irrational outcome to what's foolishly maybe an irrational situation. So it's crazy.
It's all rational if you don't believe Trump works for the American people. Then all the players are getting paid right now. OPEC are loving these higher oil prices. Like you're getting all of the four companies in America that they're getting record contracts from this at the record prices.
Yeah, but it's not in American company's interest for the petrodollar to go down the toilet. To empower BRICS, to empower China, to drive China and Russia into each other's
Yeah,
arms.
they're completely global. They're doing oil extraction globally, like Brazil, across the Gulf. Like they do it globally. Nigeria, Africa. It's not like an American nationalistic company. It's a global cartel. And yeah, I mean,
Aren't you sort of imagining a star chamber somewhere where some group of men, I don't imagine any women involved in this, are making these calculated decisions that affect the entire global economy? I mean, the GCC was the only, OPEC, the GCC was really the only cartel, I think acknowledged oil cartel in the world that I've understood anyway. I don't
yeah,
know
they've
who it is that's controlling this, that is sacrificing the interests of Iran and Saudi Arabia at the same time.
but Iran's doing okay out of this, and Saudi is getting all the Venezuelan oil refinement via the Saudi Aramco in their Texas. Qatar's getting their Golden Pass LNG contracts, which owns
Yeah,
70% of the LNG contracts that are being negotiated in America.
but that's a fraction of the money they could make selling their own oil to the existing customer base. One that's not on the other side of the world, Argentina from the Gulf. Yeah, they're trying to find backups. That sort of makes sense, and they're exploring other markets that are coming online. That makes sense. But in terms of the destruction that's happening, to me it doesn't seem to make up
Well,
for.
now you get to like the rebuild contracts will all be funded by Gulf banks and China Belt and Road Initiative. So you reset all the relationships, and That's
Right.
why I call it a global reset, because I think that's what this is.
Well, certainly, some are making that effort. I can see that, but I don't. Is this a part of a master plan? No, I don't think that's the case at all. I think people are smartly taking advantage of the status quo, and the status quo changes, daily. It's going to change tomorrow. What's going to happen Wednesday? They start attacking again. Is there going to be a peace deal tomorrow in advance of the end of the ceasefire? I don't think so. Is it going to be an extension of the ceasefire? I don't believe so, because I don't think Trump is going to come into this meeting, if it does happen, and it'll be anything different than it was the first time. Vance will have to call Bibi Netanyahu 12 times in 2 hours and get permission or direction, and nothing's going to get done.
But
And
who's
they're going to
BB?
attack.
Who's BB calling? That's what everyone needs to ask.
Huh? I have no idea.
Well, people say Trump needs to call BB, but then who does BB need to call?
That's a good question. I wish I knew. I have no clue. You're
The same, the
delving into
same, the
conspiracy
same
theory.
military companies, the same banks, the same tech companies, and the same financial institutions that paid for him and are rinsing Israel and doing exactly what they did to America to Israel. That's
Yeah,
who he works for.
that's a hypothesis without direct support. It explains the facts on the ground, but that only sometimes predicts the future in a successful way.
All right, well, let's see. I think, there could be there could be an escalate to de-escalate, but I think we're moving towards the announcement of a deal. But we'll find out.
Why did they not do the deal? Why did they not just do all this last year during the 12-day war?
Well, so what was I think this has been a long transition. I thought that we were going to get another thing like a 12-day war, but obviously we got a lot more, a lot bigger. But what was the impact? I don't know why they didn't do it during the last 12-day war.
Well, and the reason I asked that question is because if this was all planned and the aim was to get to wherever you think they're trying to get to, then you could have done it during the 12-day war. You could have extended that, and then you could have got to the outcome you want. And so the reason they didn't is because like it is a legitimate war, and it can still be a legitimate war while still all the things you're saying still are right. This is the thing with it, right? So I agree with you that they benefit in the tech sector, they benefit in the military industrial complex, they benefit in the financial industrial complex, they benefit in all these things. They're taking us towards a Palantir world. I don't think Netanyahu sits at the top. I always said that Netanyahu, remember when everyone was like, oh, Netanyahu, let's blame Netanyahu, like he's trying to delay court appearance. I think I've always said that. No, Netanyahu is just a representative of this Zionist ideology, and it doesn't matter if it's Netanyahu, whoever it is, or whatever it is. Um, you can replace Netanyahu with anybody else, and they will still implement what they want to implement. So I think we're in agreement with all of that. I think the only point of disagreement is that your position obviously is about Iran, and that is different to what our position is on Iran. I think that's where the only difference lies. Not just Iran, but the entirety of the resistance, and so that's I think where the difference lies, because they can not be in on it, and still all of these plans are being made with the direction going the way it's going. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. I think it probably comes down to whether we get a deal or not, right?
Not because there's always going to be a deal, but yeah, you mean if it's going to be a deal where
The deal I think is happening here is an integration of Iran into a regional vision where there'll be removal of sanctions, there'll be oil contracts, there'll be an integration into the region, which is different from a resistance model.
yeah, so if what you're saying happens, right? Sanctions are lifted. Okay, so sanctions are lifted. I think nuclear enrichment. I guess you think it'll probably be something like the 3.6-7%. So Trump can say he won, and Iran can still say they've got enrichment, right? Um, the Strait of Hormuz, though, your position is they're both going to share it. I remember you saying that there's no way the GCC
If
will allow it.
anything,
Do you?
yeah, if anything, we'll see.
Or what do you mean by if
I
anything?
don't know what they're negotiating. Like, I don't think that there's a situation where Iran controls the whole strait,
Yeah. But other
because
than
that would
Oman.
just be too risky for everyone in the region.
No, but Iran already said about Oman, but I think your position was that there's no way the GCC will allow Iran to have it, that there'll be the GCC interest, there'll be the American interest in there as well. I remember you saying that.
Yeah, so BlackRock, like, if there is going to be a toll, like, so you could, there's a few ways you could do this, right? One way is you could just do a temporary toll in order to fund the thing that they've hinted at already, which effectively is a mechanism for getting into trade relationships and rebuild contracts and saying, okay, we'll charge the toll, and then the toll goes towards reparations. There's effectively like a trade agreement, so you have a bunch of terms and conditions around that. And another way is that they're actually going to enforce like a toll booth for a permanent solution. In which case, I think there would be multiple players. I can't see that just being Oman and Iran. Or it just goes back to the status quo, and there isn't a toll booth. It's just international waters. Any of those could be what comes out of this deal. I don't know what they're negotiating,
Yeah.
but I do think they're negotiating it.
Yeah, no. So on that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong or right, because there is a possibility that they capitulate. I think if it was to happen where Iran and Oman don't have the strait, and it has, for example, Saudi interests or US interests in there, then I think that is a major loss in the negotiations. And to be honest, like if that was to happen, I would start thinking, wait, Simon's point. I'm not saying you're right, but this is now I need to think like, why would they capitulate? The other point is that these people, like the problem with Iran is that they're very eager to make a deal as well. They don't want war. It's not like a warmongering nation as well. And I do think, I know you don't really think that's an issue, but I always think when I look at history and I look at the psychology of races and areas and regions, there's certain people who are more warmongering than others, and certain ones who have like less of an affinity towards it. This is why I don't believe China could ever be a military power, because I don't think they've got it in them to do it. So there is a possibility that they capitulate because of weakness, but on the other hand, because of softness, you could say. But on the other hand, it could be, yeah, this would be a question mark if they were to basically capitulate and give American interests in the Strait of Hormuz. That would be a big question mark. So Strait of Hormuz we talked about. Nuclear enrichment, I don't think that's a big issue anyway. What was the other one? Ballistic missiles. So what do you think the ballistic missiles, or what would that look like? Because Israel doesn't want Iran to have ballistic missiles that can hit them. How do you think that looks like?
Yeah, again, I don't know the details of what they're actually going to negotiate. I just think there will be a deal. I think the bigger thing is oil. That's what I
No,
think the
but
biggest
that's
thing is.
no, but the problem with that is Simon, there gonna be a deal. Like we all like, there's no war that doesn't end without a deal, right? Every war ends with a deal. So I guess you're gonna be right no matter what, because there's gonna be a deal.
Well,
But
yeah, but not
what
like this
alludes
1 year. People think this happens in like a year from now or something, right? And they have to have a massive war in between, and there's
no,
boots on
no,
the
no,
ground and stuff.
not no. I don't think no one thinks this can survive a year, because America. What can America do for a year? Like they
Yeah.
can't do much. There's not. The problem you've got is America's kind of snookered on what it can actually do, and so a year. What would a year be like? Basically sacrificing hundreds of thousands of Americans. I don't think Trump would actually. I don't think he could do that. I know some people think that he would, but let's see. But sacrificing hundreds of thousands, 500,000 Americans, possible? Bit unlikely. This is why we always thought the Karg Island, the small island theory was the stronger one. But so coming back to it, like there's gonna be a deal, but the thing is your claim, which I think people agree with it, is just that the part they
But
don't
did everyone believe that in the beginning? Because I thought like everyone was saying there absolutely won't be a deal right in the beginning.
no. We always said there was gonna be a deal, but what I think your position was is
No, I'm saying there's no deal.
yeah, your position is there's no deal at all. But
I'm saying there's no deal, but I'm defining a deal as a real deal.
yeah. That's Gary's position for sure. In terms of an actual real
Well,
deal,
I remember like everyone was saying they're not talking They're absolutely dominating. There's no way they're going to turn up to a talk. There's no deal. Like I thought everyone was calling me crazy for saying that there's going to be a deal.
No, no, no. You're what people are calling you crazy for, where people disagree with you, isn't that there's going to be a deal at the end. Where everyone's calling you crazy is that you're saying that basically before everything occurred, Iran and America, Israel, all these countries were told by the financial industrial complex there's going to be a fake war that occurs, all of it's not going to be real. And by the end of this, and by the way, you said that for the last war and then this war as well. And then, and by the end of it, you're basically going to have a scenario where, we're going to get to this conclusion that we want to get to. But all of this war is going to be like the 12-day war and it's going to be fake. And then we're going to go with whatever we've agreed upon in the past is your position, which I think everyone disagrees with in terms of that Iran is there sitting in the negotiation table, already agreeing to their country being bombed and their people being killed, and that this war is
Yeah, I
fake and they're
think
not
I
fighting
think
back.
China and the Iranian government have been have been doing that for a
Yeah,
long time with the fifth and
yeah.
the GCC. Yeah, but in the beginning there was a moment, right, when no one said they're definitely not going to do a deal. Like most, maybe like most people, I remember it very well.
I mean, I think maybe it's in the context of that, in the context of what you're saying, or maybe, like, for example, now I think I've been very clear that I think the deal was a bad
Andrew,
decision.
what's your memory of this?
Yeah, pretty close there, Simon. But also, yeah, I agree with Simon on this and Suleiman. There was a point there where everyone's like, "There, what are you talking about? There will be absolutely no deal." But now, in all fairness, Suleiman kept saying, "Well, of course, there's going to be a deal in the end there, but I don't
No,
see
no,
it
but I don't
coming."
agree with that. There's a deal in the sense of what Simon said. This is the problem because now we're confusing things. Because what Simon is saying, and this is what Simon said, and then when I asked you, Andrew, you were like, Simon isn't saying that. But this, can you hear? You listen to my point of what Simon's position is, and is your position the same? So Simon's position is this: that before the war occurred, there's an agreement between Iran and China and obviously all these countries that this thing's going to happen, this war, this fake war is going to happen, in the sense of fake as in, not fake as in there's no real things being bombed, but they're all in agreement with what's going on and all this bombing is going to occur. And the actual deal has already been agreed before the war. That's what Simon's position is. Is that how you,
It, yes,
and you quite clearly said that that wasn't your position.
yeah, no, but I've said many, many times, I said, as recorded in the space, I've agreed with Simon
But you keep
extensively.
saying I agreed with Simon. So
Yeah,
can I
I
just
agree with
repeat this?
Simon.
Okay, I just want a yes or
Yes,
no
please do.
answer. So is your position, because you said you agree with Simon, is your position that Iran and China and United States of America and all of these different powers were told by the financial industrial complex, passed through China, that there's going to be a deal at the end of this war. This war is just not, is going to be a way of just a front facing way to the public. There isn't no real war. The agreement's already done in the past. And then in the future, we'll just implement what we already agreed. So is that your position? Yes or no?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
position. Oversimplified, but that's my
Well, then why do you
position.
keep
Yes,
saying
sir.
oversimplified? Which bit is oversimplified?
Because there's real war going on, Suleiman. We never. Simon never said there wouldn't be actual shooting, killing, and
No,
all
no,
the
Simon is
mayhem.
saying there's a real bombing going on. There's no doubt about that. He's not saying there's no bombing going on. There's definitely
Right,
bombing
right.
going
But
on.
yes, that's what I agree
Yeah,
with.
yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
you
What
agree
you
with
said.
Simon. So
Yes,
you
sir.
agree that Iran
Yes, sir.
basically was on the table before this
Yep.
war and agreed to everything. So the leadership in Iran is just essentially faking everything that's going on, is basically your position.
No, there's a
The
split. You've
fact
got the
it's a
IRGC and
split
you've got the
because what we're
reformist
dealing
government.
with is two in any society, and this is what got Hassan so angry. He said, "No, they're pure, they're pure." And I understand. We want Iran to win. Everyone, I'm pulling for Iran to win this for the moral resistance. The problem is, in reality, in every society, you have factions that are saying, "Hey, we want to have the work this out." In this quote
That's
deal,
fine. That's
we
fine.
want to
I
be
know that position. So the position is, let me be clear on this. Let me clarify more because I don't want to try and strawman anyone's position. The position is that the IRGC is working separate to the what you call the reformist, but isn't really the reformist. So let's just call it the different category because Galibaf isn't a reformist. Galibaf was part of the IRGC. Mujtaba Khamenei, as an example, supported Galibaf in the previous election. But what your point is, this other faction, let's call it reformist, this other faction of Galibaf, Aragchi, Mujtaba Hamane, yours and Simon's position is that these people, before the war, colluded with the United States of America and China and the different powers to say, look, we're going to have this war of the 12 days war, and then we're going to conclude this war. Then a year later, we're going to have another war, and we're going to, go through the different actions within the war. There'll be real bombing, but we all know that we're in this together and we're going to come to a conclusion.
Yeah,
That's
there was an internal regime change that needed to happen from one faction to the other faction.
which for
And
you is the killing. So Mujtaba Khamenei was involved in the assassination of Ali al Khamenei because that's the regime change.
internally, there were people that were ready to do an integration into the region, and there were people that wouldn't do it. And originally, I thought Khamenei, who obviously is very old, I don't know whether he decided that there would be a handover process for his son to continue his work, because I think he was already working on an integration strategy. We will never know the full details because we're not around those tables. But I do believe there was an integration strategy, and there are members of the IRGC that are used to the status quo and would 100% not be on board with any type of
No, I know
plan
your
or
position on that,
integration.
Simon, but I'm trying to say, so regime change, because this is what Trump says. So, but the regime change is this. Who was the regime before and what's changed? So the regime before was Ayatollah Ali al-Khamenei in charge, right?
Yeah, so we've
And
had about 15 decapitations, haven't we, in this?
what do you mean? No,
There's
some of
been
the, some,
15 IRGC hardliners and defense
well,
seniors and various
15
other
people,
things.
yeah, 15 people have been killed and there's still another 15, 20, 30, 50, 100 people still there.
Yeah,
The
the ones that are left, if we have a deal, are the ones that are on board, and the ones that are gone because they wouldn't have been on board.
Okay, so
And
what
that
you,
and that was internal
oh,
regime change. Let's call it regime survival,
okay,
rather than
so for
having an
you,
external.
regime, just so I understand, so for you, regime changes this. Ayatollah Al Khamenei was in charge. You had people in the IRGC, and what happened was Ayatollah Khamenei gets killed, so he's part of the regime change. The 15 basically this is Trump's position as well. The 15 then there was the IRGC, which is like made up of, let's say, X number of people, and why of those didn't agree with this change of perspective. So they then kill the Y, leaving whatever's left over, X minus Y, is your position, and that's a regime change, basically, right?
Yeah, and the ones that are left over will agree to plans to integrate allies, proxies, whatever we want to call them,
Okay.
into the local government structures and army structures, and will integrate with the
And what
region.
happens with the IRGC members that is there any high ranking IRGC members that are is there any high ranking IRGC members that are not on board with this plan that you're talking about?
If they sign a deal, then we've got that. This is the team that will be on board for the future, and I think Karachi is kind of like the main rep of that, and then we've got the son for the Ayatollah. So the structure remains, but if then they sign a deal and it has to go to some kind of other escalation cycle, then maybe they need to do another
Why does it
decapitation
need to go
campaign.
to another? This is the
In
point that
case,
again.
no, there will be a team that is on board for this plan. Now, if it turns out that there's someone that is not on board this, and they escalate and they false flag or whatever they do to try and derail it, then it starts again until there is a team that will do this plan. And the ones that remain, I think, are on board. And everyone that was negotiating before this is still alive today.
Okay, cool. So that's your position, basically, right? Your position. So that's your position and Andrew's position. So now I know Andrew's position is exactly in line with your position, because I always just thought that he never fully understood your position. But now I know you both think that.
J-
Um,
and Suleiman, all I have to say is JFK. I love that president so much. I understand I was only like 10 years old, 12, but man, we grew up with that. But What did they do to JFK? It was a capital. It was a capitalization. Correction. It was a decapitalization. It's the same exact thing because he wasn't a player.
No, they killed the Zionists, but here you guys are not saying that. You guys are saying that anyone who's not on board with the plan of the financial industrial complex,
It's
everyone in
China's plan. China aligned with the financial industrial complex. So you've got the Western powers, which is the FIC. Then you've got the region, which is the sovereign wealth funds aligned with the FIC. And then everyone depends upon China. So China pulls the levers on
so
all
China's
factions.
so China's basically put out this plan.
Oh, yeah, I certainly believe this was a BRICS and GCC plan led by China and Saudi. Yeah.
Okay.
And then they normalized between Saudi and Iran and everything we saw to the lead up. And then we had October the 7th. And then we had the decapitation campaigns and where we are now. And I think this is the finale. And in the end, it will be Iran will be integrated, into the region. And that's what I
And
think they're
China's
negotiating.
And so China's plan, according to you, is to create this Palantir surveillance state which makes sense because it's the Chinese way. But you're basically saying in America, China is in bed with Palantir, the tech industry. China's in bed with the financial industry, the military industrial complex, and they've made sure that all of them are financially benefited, that they put us into this surveillance state. So you're saying China's behind that?
No, that's BlackRock and Western powers, and there's a genuine trade AI war between who's going to control most of that infrastructure, which is the trade war, and that's why we're moving to the meeting. And Taiwan's a big part of that, and part of this is that the whole chip infrastructure.
But wait one second. So
Yeah,
then your argument was previously that Netanyahu isn't in charge, Trump isn't in charge. The aim is that you benefit the military industrial complex, the tech industry, and one of the component, I forgot what you said now, and the FIC,
the
and
thick.
then you
Mick
get to it,
Victor.
and then you get to a situation where you basically take you take the world down to a situation where it's a Palantir controlled state, a surveilled state. You own nothing and be happy is what you said. It's like a 15-minute city. So that's the result. What you said is what they're trying to do. But now you're saying China's in charge of that plan. So China is basically wanting that. So you can't remove China from that when you're saying that's their plan.
It's not. It's you're looking for something so linear, right? There's Western power, which is fully privatized, and then there's the CCP, which is Eastern power. Now there is OPEC, which is another faction of power. So you got MIC, TIC, FIC. You've got OPEC. You got the GCC. You got BRICS. You got ASEAN. Those are all those different blocks. China is obviously the king of BRICS and Saudi is the king of GCC. The GCC sovereign wealth funds, which effectively partnered with the Western FIC, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard to get every single deal that happens in the West. Their money is funded from China, and everyone is acting in their own self-interest and their own what they think is right for their country. But there is regional plans and regional blocks that are aligning. Now, Trump works for private corporate interests within America, and Israel is mainly associated with the military industrial complex. All of the military shares are owned by finance and BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, so they have the ultimate autonomy at both the top of the, at the top of the tick and MIC, because they're finance, they're King Western Daddy, they own the government. And those factions of power have worked on a part de-dollarization, part petro yuan, petro dollar, and a reset of the world order. But what is the fundamental thing that's happened here is that China won the trade war before Trump was even installed, and so Trump was executing, I believe, through all these different strategies, a regional vision, and he's getting rich from the process. And that's what I think we're witnessing. And this war is the final part of OPEC's strategy of what the oil cartels are going to do, and that's what the oil cartels are part of FIC as well.
Yeah, but I know you're saying that things aren't linear, but you actually are making it linear because you're basically saying that this multi-plan between multi-nations, between all these different industries, FIC, the military-industrial complex, Zionism, everything, is just basically China deciding everything for everyone has made the plan.
Absolutely not. No, I mean, look, I can explain it again. I've explained it many times, but China is the manufacturing base.
No, no,
China is
I
the
understand
most
the elements of your position. You've
important
explained it many
power.
times. I
Yeah.
agree with you. You said previously, and you can listen to the recording back like 20 minutes ago, you said it's China's plan. Everyone's implementing China's plan.
Yeah, China is you get that it's not just one person's plan, right? You have relative power relative to other powers, and China pushed its position. And even the FIC, they have significant interests in China. Like BlackRock has significant interests across the Gulf, significant interests across
Yeah,
China.
I agree with that. They do, yeah.
And so there is a relative position. And I think China has been flexing and pushing forward a very long term plan, and every single faction of power is kind of connected to China now.
Yeah. So that didn't like what you're saying didn't change what the point. What you're basically saying is loads of powers are connected to China. There's different types of powers. And
But they all have their self interest,
everyone
so
has their
it's not as
self-interest, but everyone's
yeah.
it's like, for example, me and you. I have my self-interest, you have your self-interest, then maybe me and you come back and I'm like, guess what, Simon, I've got this idea, this plan. You'll benefit through X, but overarchingly, this is my plan. That's your position, right? It's not like what everyone's a drone. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you add a little bit more to that. If you become a financial dependency upon my investment, then I get to call the shots, and that's kind of how it works in these games.
Yeah,
Um,
this obviously the point being here. Why I know your position on this. Obviously, I disagree on it. I think that there's much more bigger impacts than just money and finances. I think there's other overarching impacts that we've seen throughout history. This is and through various other iterations that have an impact on decision making that isn't solely based on finances. So for me, like money is just a means for power, and power is a means for control. But control in order to perpetuate and promote your ideology. Whereas your position is like people ultimately will just make decisions based on money. And I'm saying
no, it's the same thing. It's just
it's not actually. I'll give you an
an
example of
ideology.
where I think I differ, and maybe you can just like correct it if you say, "Oh no, no, but it's not like this. It's like this." So let's say there's two decisions, right? One decision gets you, I don't know, like $1 million. This is fake. I'm just giving fake numbers. One decision gets you $1 million, right? The second decision gets you $800,000, but you also are able to implement your ideology and your perspective on the world and the way you want to direct the world to go. So I understand from yours that actually it would be like the $1 million position. Like this is the what optimizes financial gains. Whereas for me, it's like, of course, people are not going to ignore financial gains. I think none of us are this stupid. But the thing is, like, actually, people would take a decision that isn't as financially lucrative in order to perpetuate their ideas and thoughts. And so then, therefore, they'll go for that decision. Whereas I think, based on what you're saying, your model, people would go for the $1 million. And I know that's kind of a babyish way of explaining it, but
Yeah, no, it's not my position. My position is you can have an ideology, and then once your ideology requires an institutional structure and funding, once you need funding, it's the funding that determines how far your ideology goes and whether it turns into something. And so, for example, resistance is an ideology, and that ideology needs weapons, it needs money, it needs state sponsorship, it needs choke points, it needs import. And the ideology that has zero funding, there's just a few people trying to create a revolution on the street, versus the ideology that gets state sponsorship from Iran and billions of dollars. is the one that actually gets some power and has some impact.
Yeah. So if there's an ideology which has money, then yeah, you're right. So certain idea for sure. In order to perpetuate, and so you're saying, stating my point. In order to perpetuate an ideology, you need money, and so
Correct.
of course.
Everything needs money.
But the point is, from so from your perspective, though, actually, there would be no resistance, and the only time there would be resistance was if you need money. And I'm saying actually, you can have resistance without money. It's just you're able to resist better with money.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, exactly. Same position. So you can start a movement right now with no money, and it probably
That's where
won't
I
do much.
disagree.
But if you manage to get a
Yeah,
state sponsor,
you could do
and
more.
then you're highly more likely to be able
So
to make this turn this into
where I
something that
disagree with
leads
you
to
is where you say
power.
you won't do anything. So when you don't have money, you can still make a difference. I know oligarchs. I'm not saying about you, but oligarchs and those in power try and basically train the working class or the people who don't have power to say you can't do anything. I disagree. I think people can do any things. People movements are being created without finances in order to fight against oppression. That being said, of course, if you have money, this helps a lot better in terms of trying to perpetuate your ideas and perpetuate your positions and thoughts. So, for example, now we don't have money. We're running these spaces. We're literally trying to survive off hardly anything. Now, if we had finances behind us, of course, we'd be able to do a lot more. But are we having no impact? I believe we're having a huge amount of impact on ideology, thoughts, positions, and various other things.
Yeah, but no, I agree with that. But look, the biggest impact was the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund. When EU actually sanctions Israel and the settlers, that's when shit really happens. And the big movements, I do agree that you can have movements, but movements partner with power. And so when you have a big trade bloc that has, a trade union that has raised significant funding, that's when the people get together and they can form a trade union. But it requires the money to really put the grease behind it. And if we want to really have an impact, then we need to be at the point where I think we're buying the politicians. We have our own lobby groups, we have our own packs, which is like what some people tried to do on this as well. And we are actually able to co-opt the sovereign wealth funds and make it where they stop investing in these companies, because the big money is what makes a difference. And so that's kind of it. You can certainly create a movement, but then the movement normally gets impactful when it partners with capital and power.
Yeah, yeah. So I think we're in agreement on that, though. We're in agreement that you can have resistance without money, and the resistance does a lot better with money. So, for example, and you just need to look at, for example, actually, then I don't want to go through that another, but there's many examples in history where there's been resistance groups that have been able to fight without money, and I can give you a few of them. And then there's many examples of resistance groups that started with no money, built with no money, and then when they start getting money, they were able to perpetuate their ideas a lot better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that happens all the time. That's a movement that then co-ops capital and onboards people into your movement to get the funding you
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
actually have
So
an
yeah, yeah.
impact and power.
But and so it just comes back to the same point that where I disagree is where somebody who possibly has some capital or may not have any capital is willing to, for example, negotiate with or sell out to an enemy or sell out to somebody based on this and allow their people to be murdered, whatever it is, solely based on money. That's where my thing is, that actually there are instances where actually a person will choose their ideology and their perspective over money. And so we see that through what we're seeing now. A prime example is Larry Ellison buying Barry Weiss's Free Press. So he threw away money in order to bring ideology to control CBS.
I'd say he threw away money to get power, and people do that all
What
the
power did
time.
he
Like
get?
China,
What power?
China has a
What
China
power did
has
he
a
get? What power
100-year
did he get?
strategy,
He
media
had the
power,
power anyway. He didn't have
influence.
to pay Barry Weiss $150 million
So why do you think he bought
because
it?
he wanted. It was basically a money laundering to give her money to bring her on board, and then she controls and perpetuates the Zionist narrative. And so that's an example of just throwing away money in order to, and maybe some money laundering.
And what does the Zionist narrative get him in the end?
What does the Zionist narrative get him in the end?
It gets him a jurisdiction where he can launder money, get away with crimes, and make a
Well,
shit ton
I
more
don't
money
think it's
on the
just
other
that, you
side of
see.
it.
I think that people who support Israel isn't just for money laundering. And this is where we disagree. This is why I think Zionism is a problem, and I think Zionism is an issue. The
I agree that the soldiers believe in the ideology, but I think at the very top, this is money laundering. This is a mafia. This is self enrichment. This is transactional, and
Yeah, that's where I disagree with you.
they conveniently have
Yeah,
the
that's why I disagree
ideology.
with you because in reality, with these people, it is a way to basically direct their finances for the betterment of the Zionist entity, and I think that's where we disagree. There will be some Jewish Zionists who only care about money and are not really bothered about Israel. There is some I've met some. They're still Zionists. They're still Jewish, but they don't care about Israel. They just
Yeah, no, I do
yeah,
agree. There's an element of what we call FU money, like where you have money that you can just throw at it because you want to achieve something, like and it doesn't have a rational return on investment.
exactly.
That happens all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's the bit where oh no, but okay. So we agree about the FU
but
FU.
now when you're talking about something like BlackRock, there is governance structures that prohibits that from actually happening.
Yeah, I know you. You know what it is, Simon. I think the problem with that one is that cause you're yourself, Simon Dixon, an ethical person, and you explain to me how you yourself run companies, and you're like, oh, guess what? I'm thinking about the shareholders, and I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking about that, and I'm like, when Simon's explaining this, he's just such a geek in the sense of a nice person thinking, I need to follow all these rules, and I got to make sure I follow all these regulations, which is actually the right thing to do. Um, and where I disagree is actually, I don't think a lot of people use these companies for that basis. People use and create companies for alternative reasons, and sometimes it's done for X, Y, and Z. And I do believe that the overarching thing of these companies will be and is ideology. So I think that's where we disagree on that. But that's fine. We can disagree, isn't it? I just think that you're putting your lens of you yourself because you're ethical put on these people who are unethical.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit more than ethical. Like, yeah, there are layers of power that are above the law,
It's not just above the law.
and
Like, you know, when you were describing what you do as the CEO of your company, right? And you were like, oh, I look at this XYZ and I make sure XYZ is fulfilled and it's all about XYZ. And I'm saying, no, well, okay, the other person who's the CEO of, bro, why am I getting attacked in the comments? But that's true. I'll be crap at running companies. That's funny. But someone goes, I don't want to be part of Suleiman's company. The but I do think that these people, when they're in charge, they're not thinking, oh, let me take X, Y, and Z. I think they're thinking, let me help with this initiative, let me help with this project, let me help with this ideology. And if when I look at history and I look at society and I look at the last 2,000 years, I see this ideology come up over and over and over again to direct power. And right now it's money. Before it was maybe gold, maybe it was global power, power of ideologies and directions, and they came up and directed sects and religions and ideas and kings and queens and thoughts and all these things and infiltrated. it does demonstrate that, yeah, money is important, but money is only important in so much as to get to that goal. So I'll give you my own example. So, and just to make it more like babyish, not to you, but to like just to make it more basic for the audience, because you've heard me say this many times. But for example, I even forgot what I was going to say. But oh yeah. So for me, my ideology is the most important thing. Like, if it's a choice between money and my ideology, I've shown each and every single time I'll choose ideology in the sense of to perpetuate my ideas and thoughts, believing that it makes a difference, which I know it does, impacting both the listeners in this space, but I know all the content creators, all the political commentators, the big ones, all listen to us, and therefore we're not just impacting the millions of people who listen to this space, but we're impacting the entirety of society. And that's why some of the points we were making in 2023, they've become mainstream right now. And if someone said to me, Suleiman, which someone did, like, he's a contract with, well, you know about the contract that I had with Mario Naval, right? Like, he's millions of dollars. You can have that or have that. I chose that, right? So that's where money doesn't choose over over that. That being said, um, if someone said to me, Suleiman, guess what, blood? We're gonna give you like $1 million and you can do what you're doing, but even better. I'll be like, yeah, bruv, cool. And if someone said to me, like, oh, guess what, Suleiman, here's some money for a project. I want you to consider this point. I'll be like, okay, that doesn't actually go against my beliefs. It doesn't go against my thoughts. I don't mind including that thought or idea in this project that I'm doing. But if it went against my beliefs and thoughts and ideas, and I was like, this is an antithesis of what I want, then I would reject it. And so I'm saying that I'm gonna mention all this not to make myself look good, although that's the benefit of saying this. But separate to that, it is to separate to that, it is to say that I keep flopping on this, blood. Okay.
Well, I'll say the answer to that is because you are an individual with a degree of autonomy at this stage. But once you enter into a company structure with public company regulations and shareholders, you then enter into fiduciary duties, and then your autonomy to do what you want to do for your ideology comes with serious consequences.
Shit gets hard to
Yeah,
navigate, man.
exactly.
That's the issue. Shit gets hard to navigate. Just everybody has an agenda.
Yeah, and then you get ousted from the board and you get replaced and your shareholders try to sue you and the regulators, that it's you're autonomous at the moment. And I spent my whole life to remain autonomous. But there was a time when whatever my ideology was, I was subordinate to my shareholders and I worked for my shareholders. And if I went down my own ideology, they would have sued me. I would have been regime changed on the board, and I'm not allowed to have my ideology once I have those legal fiduciary duties. Now, I could commit fraud, I could be corrupt, I could go above the law, I could create a structure that's above the law, and that's where we're dealing with these mafia networks and stuff. But in general, your ideology fades away when you have fiduciary duties and you take capital and external investment. But anyway, I think we've beaten this
Yeah,
one
I
to
think we
And
have
death.
a we have.
that's the way you rationalize it. Well, I report to some other people.
Go on, Gary, you
Gary,
jump in.
yeah, Gary, you live in that shark world, brother. You live in that world, brother.
It's a horrible topic though. Let's move on.
Yeah, yeah.
What do we
Right?
have?
No, sir. No,
We
yeah.
have Bucharest. We have a huge plant in Bucharest, a refining plant. I don't think I remember a time when there were so many refineries blowing up by themselves.
Yeah, so weird, so weird. And guess what, guys? We are going to continue this conversation on, but I kind of flopped. I'll be honest with you. I forgot to change the timing. I did it like so many times and then I deleted it, and your boy hasn't got the energy to do it again. So, what we're going to do is, I'm trying to do this as fast as I can. What we're going to do is, we're going to, we're going to be wrapping up. We'll be back tomorrow, though, as per usual. Tomorrow, we're going to be back at... So, it's important. I've got this interview with Pepe Escobar. I want you to all go and watch it. Some of you may have already watched it, but that being said, even if you did, come and support your boy and watch it. So after the Pepe Escobar interview, there is the... what's the guy's name again? Anyway, the second guy who we had on. interview, Dimitri's interview. So check that out. Tomorrow there's gonna be at yeah, that's sorted. Tomorrow at 12 Eastern in the midday is gonna be, what did we do? Tim Anderson's interview, and 1 p.m. Ryan Dawson's interview is gonna be going live on the channel. So have all those notifications on the channel and make sure you're watching it before we go live. We're going live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. We then have a number of interviews tomorrow. We've got David Miller, we've got Rathbone, we've got Ethan Levens, and I'm speaking to one or two other people. So packed day tomorrow in terms of interviews. Much love to each and every single one of you guys. Always appreciate you. Appreciate you, Simon. Appreciate Gary, Ashkan, and all the other people who were on here. We have political opinion, political differences, but we all stand for humanity. We all stand for peace. We all stand against war, and we stand against Zionism. This is the aim of the game, and so this is what we'll continue to do. And I'm with Iran 100% as they fight against Zionism, and if they don't, then we'll go with whoever is fighting against Zionism, or we will be the ones fighting it. It don't matter, because for us, this fight will never, ever end. So the tweet is in the nest. The tweet is in the, what else is it in? In the comments on the YouTube, I've pinned it. Go over there, watch the Pepe Escobar interview. We're going to be back on this space 2 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. 1 p.m. is Ryan Dawson's interview. 12 is Tim Anderson's interview. Right now, we've got Pepe Escobar's interview. I think all these interviews were great. Show your boys some support. The only way we get these big names is by the support that we get from you. Okay, your boy's tired, bro. It's been a long day. Appreciate each and every single one of you. Much love. Appreciate you guys joining in. Someone said Suleiman's with his long goodbyes. It is what it is. I want to show love. I feel like I'm dealing with chicks, like you're all chicks, and I got to make sure you feel loved. That's what it is. I'm like, see you later,